Chapter 001 Transformation Camp 1. In the year 2033 AD, natural disasters struck, causing magnetic field disturbances, soil pollution, and species mutations. By 2036 AD, the global population had shrunk to 1 million. The remaining three governments formed a federation and jointly established defense bases in the Eastern Hemisphere. During the construction of defense projects, the number of soldiers who died from radiation exposure reached as high as 300,000. The yield of crops grown in irradiated soil sharply declined. Once cheap and widely criticized frozen and canned foods became increasingly rare and valuable year by year after the natural disasters. Someone predicted that before zombies swept across the earth, humanity would become extinct due to food shortages. In the year 2045, the population of the principality dwindled to less than 100,000. In 2046, the zombie vaccine entered clinical trials, and the human radiation process was reversed. In October of the same year, a meteorite fell from the sky, striking the defense base with pinpoint accuracy. The last 100,000 humans were completely annihilated. Outside the massive meteor crater, Zhang-Chi and the teammates returning to the base stared at each other in disbelief. Obviously, humanity did not go extinct due to food shortages, nor because of radiation sickness or zombies. Coincidentally, humans, like the former rulers of Earth, the dinosaurs, were wiped out by a meteor. There were once believers who swore that natural disasters were the final judgment on humanity. Of course, not many sensible people believe that. Judging by the current situation, it's really true that you can dodge the first day of the lunar month, but not the 15th. When you raise your skill by a foot, the devil raises his by a yard. It's hard not to believe an old saying. Don't show off, or you'll be struck by lightning. Just yesterday, there was a celebration announcing the plan to spread the human fire seed across continents and oceans, and today justice has descended from the heavens. If the earth is a breeding ground for goo, then the heavens must be about to change the players. Maybe zombies. Maybe mutants. Maybe some extraterrestrial visitors. In short, it wouldn't be their team, the Special Operations Unit that was sent out that day to search for plant seeds and narrowly escaped. The 10-man combat unit stood around the base, dazed. Someone asked, "General Zhang, what do we do now?" Actually, it makes no difference what we do. Since the Big Bang, atoms formed molecules, molecules formed organic matter, humans invented civilization, invented history, and for hundreds of thousands of years until now, both philosophy and astrophysics have pointed to the ultimate fate of humanity. The meaning of existence is destruction. The sun will burn out, so how can humans be immortal? It's just that this ending has come a little earlier. Human civilization has already perished, and even if this combat squad manages to survive, they will inevitably return to a primitive life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Zhang-Chi looked up at the sky. Now, he was filled with deep regret. If he could go back to the day before the disaster struck, he would never have missed that fried chicken meal because of sleeping in. After the species mutation, pollution affected the entire global food chain, and any animal food could cause human genetic mutations. Not to mention March, she hasn't smelled the taste of meat for 3 years. In the wasteland era, zombies were recognized as the best fed. Every day is crispy and fragrant. Every meal is crunchy and crisp. Combat supplies were buried under the rubble. Even if they could survive in the wild by foraging, their weapons and equipment would not allow them to stay exposed outdoors for more than 2 days. Zombies are attracted by the scent of humans. Compared to zombies, genetic mutations don't seem like such a big deal. Before being eaten by zombies, all the team members chose to have a good meal first. Chickens with 3 wings, ducks with 6 eyes, fish with 2 heads but no scales or shells, green-eyed rabbits larger than tigers, all were strung together and grilled. The last combat unit of humanity, the Federation's repeatedly commended Ace Elite, entered a period of successive mutations after 1 day. Zhang-Chi was the last to mutate. She felt many parts of her body uncontrollably begin to twist, and before her consciousness completely detached, she suddenly recalled a question she had been asked many years ago. If one day you wake up and find that you have become the last human on Earth, what would you do? At that time, her answer was, "Pinch myself." Why? Because it must be a dream. Above the vast sky, a passenger plane was weaving through the soft clouds. Opening the window, sunlight penetrated the glass, illuminating the suspended dust particles clearly. In a movie, such a scene would either mean the protagonist is starting a new life or heading to a vacation spot, in short, romantic, warm, and full of longing for life. The cabin was packed to full capacity. Sunlight shone on everyone's faces, Without exception, not a single trace of happiness. Unlike the traditional horizontal row seating, the cabin had only 2 vertical rows of seats, one on the left and one on the right, facing each other, very spacious and comfortable. If only you ignored the shackles binding each passenger's hands and feet. A bunch of bastards. The flight attendant with a handgun at her waist pushed the meal cart down the middle aisle, cursing as she handed out the meals. The passengers reached out one by one to take them, except for one female passenger in the right row at the rear of the cabin who was sound asleep. The flight attendant called her several times, but she didn't respond. The flight attendant reached out to push her shoulder, but just before touching her body, she seemed to suddenly sense something, withdrew her hand, sneered coldly, set the meal cart aside, drew the handgun from her waist, and kicked the woman's calf. A sharp crack of bone hitting the alloy seat. The entire cabin was in full view, not a single movement escaped everyone's eyes. The female passenger finally opened her eyes, but as if holding her breath for an unknown length of time, she suddenly burst to the surface, reflexively gasping for air, her lungs heaving violently while she looked bewilderedly at the burly man in front of her and the surrounding eyes filled with schadenfreude. She had a young face. A face full of collagen, eyes drowsy from too much sleep, brown pupils filled with confusion, like a young deer that just ran from the forest into the human world, with the words "very silly, very innocent" written all over it. The flight attendant instantly let down their guard. They even felt a bit regretful for their earlier rudeness. Humans with a sense of morality always feel guilty over all sorts of little things. She just fell asleep. It wasn't an intentional attack. He put away his gun and pushed the meal cart over. Unlike his earlier rough treatment of other passengers, he gently handed the meal box to her, complete with napkins, a drink, and snacks. The female passenger hesitated for a moment, then took the meal box. Sitting directly opposite her was a tall man in his 30s with a face full of flesh. After taking 2 bites, he tossed the meal box aside. Damn it, what a piece of crap. All canned food. The flight attendant walked over, pointing at the overturned lunchbox on the ground. Pick it up. The big man sneered coldly and turned his head away. The flight attendant pulled out a handgun, the black muzzle aimed at the big man's head. I told you to pick it up. The Han man spat a mouthful of saliva onto the flight attendant's face. The air was deathly silent. The flight attendant laughed in anger. He wiped the saliva off his face and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Are you looking for death? The big man spoke carelessly. He's just a transport police officer. Do you have law enforcement authority? Step aside. The flight attendant pressed the gun against his forehead. Do you even understand the law? The big man raised his eyebrows. Flight attendant. However, there is one situation where a transport police officer can execute a criminal directly on the plane. The man from the Han dynasty was stunned for a moment. The flight attendant spoke slowly. That is when the criminal intends to escape or tries to hijack the plane. Who told you I want to? Before he finished speaking, an unprecedented fear suddenly appeared on his face. In just a moment, the flight attendant retracted the gun, removed the magazine, collected all the bullets into the palm, reloaded the magazine, rolled the gun on the fingertip, and immediately tossed it into the big man's hand. He lifted the big man's hand, wrapping his hand and the gun together from the outside into a bundle, aimed it at his own chest, then pressed a red button on the watch dial on his wrist. Instantly, the entire cabin was filled with a blaring alarm. Before everyone could react, the flight attendant opened the intercom. Passenger in cabin row 39, seat A, criminal attempting hijacking. My gun has been taken. Request immediate execution of the criminal. In the cockpit, another armed flight attendant hurried over, holding an electronic panel densely covered with buttons. He glanced briefly at the armed robber, then pressed a button on the panel. Suddenly, a scream came from the middle of the cabin. The handgun fell onto the cabin floor. The big man grimaced fiercely and twisted his body, but the tightly fastened seatbelt and the shackles on his hands and feet made it impossible for him to get up. He stared intently at his right wrist, where a tiny hole suddenly appeared on the shackle, quickly penetrating deep into the vein and retracting. In an instant, a high concentration of venom paralyzed the nerves in his arm. Then it spread to his shoulder, chest, and facial nerves, twitching twice like a fleeting flicker of life. Before long, his entire body stiffened like a piece of dried beef. His complexion had already turned pale, and his eyelids hadn't even had time to close. Almost all the passengers in the cabin experienced a momentary pause in their breathing and couldn't help but glance at the shackles on their own wrists. The flight attendant picked up the gun from the floor and coldly looked at everyone in the cabin, lingering for several seconds, especially on a few people on the left side. If you want to escape, you'd better give up that idea early. No one can leave Garbage Island, including those who try to leave from the plane heading to Garbage Island. He gave a strange smile. Of course, if you consider dying as leaving. Everyone in the cabin was quietly having their meal. Joka looked around. Even though everyone had restrained themselves into obedient silence under the recent intimidation, their entire demeanor still exuded a mighty and domineering aura that seemed to say, "Dare to talk to me and I'll give you a fierce fight." As the weakest male in the entire cabin, he did not hesitate for a moment to fix his gaze on the female passenger sitting next to him. Obviously, he was not the only unlucky person who shouldn't have been on this plane. Thus arose a sense of closeness, like that among kindred spirits. He quietly observed, trying to catch her attention without disturbing those around. But she just ate quietly, completely unaware of his burning gaze. She finally finished her meal, her plate so clean it looked as if it had just been pulled from the sink. Her eyes fell to the floor of the cabin. She stood up, looked at the corpse tied to the seat for a few seconds, then bent down to pick up the half-can of fish and a small piece of bread that he had knocked to the ground earlier. The bread rolled on the ground a few times, covered in dust. She gently tore open the crust of the bread, removing the dusty side, and was about to take a bite. At that moment, she finally realized something. She turned her head and exchanged a look with Joka. Joka's gaze was full of inquiry. Joka asked, "Are you very hungry?" The girl paused, and after a moment, her throat rasped as she rolled the words out, "Don't waste." An instinct for danger shot from Joka's spine up to the crown of his head. He suddenly dismissed all closeness towards her, sat back in his seat, and looked straight ahead at the airplane window opposite him. The flight was long, and criminals had no human rights. Even at night, to clearly observe everyone's movements, the cabin lights were not dimmed at all. One by one, people fell asleep. Maybe they weren't asleep, but at least their eyes were closed. The airplane turbulence caused a bumpy ride, and Joku was in a light sleep, suddenly waking up from his dream. The light was extremely dazzling. He rubbed his eyes, feeling dizzy, shook his head, and caught a glimpse of the girl sitting next to him smiling. He thought he was mistaken, turned his head. The light was very bright. The girl had her eyes closed, and the corners of her mouth were indeed slightly upturned, seemingly in a very good mood. A smile is a powerful weapon that touches the heart, but it's best not to appear in horror movies. She shouldn't be smiling. At least not on this plane headed to Garbage Island. Not at this moment. Very eerie. Especially bizarre. So damn bizarre. Chapter 002 Transformation Camp 2. Garbage Island was originally not called Garbage Island. It was called Shijia Island. It is located in a patch of ocean just outside the border between two countries, right in the middle. This sea area is disputed territory, with both the Silver Republic and the Aotian Empire claiming absolute control that cannot be violated. The two countries' warships stand off against each other, drifting at sea every month, burning through military expenses that exceed 100 times the annual fishing income. No benefit, but no room for retreat either. In the deadlock, someone proposed a brilliant idea. Build a prison on the island and imprison the most vicious criminals from both countries there. There are 3 advantages to doing this. First, save costs. Second, protect the government's reputation. Third, prevent prisoners from escaping. Due to the protection of criminals' rights under the Civil Rights Act, the government not only invested a large amount of funds in building and maintaining prison facilities, but also had to deal with relentless undercover journalists. This island was isolated from the world. No journalist could reach Shijia Island without approval and clearance, let alone expose the government's inhumane treatment of prisoners. The two countries quickly reached an agreement to withdraw their warships and issued a joint statement requiring all fishermen to fish only in nearshore waters close to the coastline. Shijia Island thus began to become a terrifying legend. So, why did it become a terrifying legend? Zhang Qi asked. The airplane turbulence jolted, suddenly giving a distinct sensation of weightlessness, probably during descent. Zhou Ku held tightly to the handrail while quickly waving to Zhang Qi, signaling her to lean in. Zhang Qi obediently leaned closer as he spoke in an extremely low voice, because no one has ever been released after serving their sentence on Garbage Island. Zhang Qi asked again, Joku wore an expression that said, "How do you still not understand?" and said, "No one knows whether the people who went in are alive or dead." Zhang Qi stared at the flight attendants patrolling the aisle. "Do you think we're going to die?" The roar of the plane was loud, and the syllables seemed to be half swallowed up. If they weren't so close, Joku wouldn't have been able to piece together what she was trying to say. No. Joku paused, then said, "It's hard to say." After he finished speaking, the flight attendant happened to walk quickly in front of him. Since this plane was filled with criminals even more vicious and ruthless than him, the flight attendant's gaze did not linger on him for long. He and this girl were almost in a blind spot of the attendant's patrol. Truly inconspicuous. Waking up in the morning, Joku finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative to talk to Zhang Qi. The longer he stayed on this plane, the more he felt his own insignificance and helplessness. It was like a person about to drown, seeing a straw and letting emotion outweigh reason, inevitably reaching out to grab it. A strange sheep is always better than a pack of fierce wolves. Unexpectedly, she showed no traits of a criminal at all. She was gentle and polite, used courteous language, and even had a somewhat official tone, always ambiguous. The flight attendant left. Joku asked again, "How did you get here?" Zhang Qi's body paused. Joku asked, did you come here because you did something wrong?" Zhang Qi smiled slightly, his gaze falling on the mechanical hand on Joku's right arm. "What about you?" Joku, reselling serum. Zhang Qi did not speak. Joku said, "I know, it's shocking, right?" Zhang Qi raised an eyebrow. Joku said, "Stolen from the company." Zhang Qi pondered and said, "This is a serious crime." Joku said, "I know." He stretched out his mechanical hand and looked at it, "But what choice do I have? The maintenance expired. I can't just wait for the nerves to die, can I?" Zhang Qi noticed that the mechanical hand was very new and moved with a specific swing in sync with his actions, almost like the original left hand's stable balance system. She asked, "How much did it cost?" Money is never a suitable topic for casual conversation when meeting someone for the first time. But in the face of danger, anyone becomes closer than usual. 50,000 yuan. After speaking, he turned to look at Zhang Qi, seemingly waiting for her reaction. Zhang Qi's lips parted slightly, showing a delayed shock. Joku smiled. "I know, it's expensive." He added, "That's why I sell serum. I'm different from those people. I'm not from the underworld. I don't have middlemen. I just work for myself, selling on my own. But unfortunately, I got caught after only a few deals." He put down the mechanical hand, hiding it inside his sleeve. "I suspect it wasn't the buyer who turned me in." Joku's expression was complicated. It was the underworld. Zhang Qi thought for a moment and said, "Because you stole their business?" Joku nodded. "Their business is big, and I heard there are people inside the police station too. A protective umbrella." Zhang Qi said, "They reported you?" Joku hesitated and said, "Not sure. But only I was arrested." Zhang Qi defended him. "Sometimes it's the peers who strike the hardest." Joku listened with a heavy heart, pursing his lips, his expression growing even more complicated. "Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Knowing my fate, no one dares to compete with them for business anymore." After a while, he asked again, "What about you?" Zhang Qi, "What? How did you get in?" Zhang Qi was silent for a moment. Joku said, "Let me guess. You committed murder." "Dear husband?" Zhang Qi. Joku, "No, that wouldn't warrant being locked up here, cruelly torturing and killing children." Zhang Qi. Joku continued guessing. "Theft, robbery, you pulled off a big job. But looking at you, you don't seem like the kind of person capable of that." Zhang Qi interrupted, "I'm just like you." Joku, "What?" Zhang Qi, "Selling serum." Joku immediately widened his eyes, "Really?" Zhang Qi remained noncommittal. Joku said, "I thought I was the only one this bold." "Are you really short on money?" Zhang Qi said, "Money? Who would ever say there's too much?" Joku said, "But there are many ways to make money." Zhang Qi said, "This way makes a lot." Joku said, "What's your source?" Zhang Qi put a finger to his lips, "Secret." Joku said, "All right, I can understand that." Joku's curiosity piqued, and he asked again, "Why are you so short on money?" Zhang Qi thought for a moment and said, "You guess." Joku said, "Student loans." A trace of confusion appeared on Zhang Qi's face. Joku keenly noticed it. "Looks like it's not," Joku said. "I thought only student loans could drive a promising young man like you to such desperation." Hearing him say the words "fine young man," Zhang Qi suddenly felt like laughing. "Aren't you a fine young man?" Joku grinned, baring his teeth. "I'm not. I didn't go to college. I'm self-taught." Suddenly, the broadcast sounded. "Attention, please, attention, landing soon. Attention, please, landing soon." The broadcast on a commercial airliner is usually directed at passengers, but obviously, this announcement was meant for the crew. Before the broadcast ended, a group of armed police officers emerged from the other end of the cabin. They had never shown themselves before. The expressions of several passengers on the plane clearly turned unpleasant. Even a toe could figure it out. The best time to escape from a plane is either during takeoff or landing. The patrolling flight attendant stood at one end of the cabin exit, sneering coldly. It seems someone's plan has failed. The laughter was full of mockery. It was like a cat deliberately letting a mouse live, just to catch its tail and keep playing. The plane landed smoothly, the wheels sliding over the runway, making an unpleasant rattle sound. When the plane door opened, the patrolling flight attendant whistled. "Congratulations, scumbags, get up and welcome your new life." When getting off the plane, everyone had a black hood pulled over their heads. First, we took a car that made many turns, seemingly even circling a few roundabouts, driving for about 2 hours. After getting off, all the criminals were divided into different rows. Each criminal had a chain tied to their hands with a clasp, and the clasp was connected to an additional chain that linked all the criminals together. Each chain was neither too long nor too short, not short enough to trip someone if they walked slowly, nor long enough to let anyone run out of the group. As they moved, the clinking of the chains rose and fell continuously, sounding as if someone was striking a copper gong right beside their ears. Very harsh. Disturbing to the mind. Zhangqi walked at the front of the group. Someone, probably a guard, held her chain and spoke up to warn her at every turn. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Zhangqi felt a slight change underfoot. Damp, a bit slippery. A cold, chilling breath surged up to her nose. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of a heavy truck passing by. Everyone stopped in place and got on the truck one after another. Like pigs being taken to the market, they crowded together noisily on the back of the truck. The truck started, and the cold wind blew across their faces. The pigs all let out a simultaneous hiss. Each face was hidden beneath a black cloth, indistinguishable from one another, yet they could feel each other's body heat. That disgusting body heat, belonging to strangers. They stood shoulder to shoulder in the cold, struggling to keep their balance on the metal plate that trembled with the engines huffing, heading together into the unknown depths. Chapter 003 Transformation Camp 3. The car drove for more than another hour. Zhangqi stood in the farthest corner of the car frame in the back row, her palm resting on the edge of the metal fence, quietly recalling everything that had happened earlier. She woke up from the plane and became a prisoner. This island is used to detain prisoners. The Silver Republic and the Aotian Empire. This island does not belong to any territory from the Old World. She had never heard of them. The currency used for transactions is called UNB. The inflation rate is not high, and a mechanical hand worth 50,000 is already enough for a person to sell their life for. The level of technological development in this world does not seem low. Serum is a prohibited item. Selling serum is a serious crime. The company seems to have a more specific reference. Those armed police just now, their bodies, except for their heads, were covered with a lightweight metal of indescribable material, and they were holding assault rifles. They were well-trained, with height and physique far beyond ordinary people. Clang. The vehicle shook violently. Everyone in the car was thrown to one side. Clang. The car shook again, and everyone was thrown to the other side. Zhangqi tightly gripped the metal railing. The car was not moving very steadily. Clang, clang, clang. The shaking did not stop, but gradually slowed down, and faint creaking sounds came to the ears like walking on a road paved with gravel. Clang. Boom. A huge roadblock, almost knocking everyone in the car flying through the air. The car was filled with noise and chaos. Zhangqi squeezed into a corner, clutching the edges of 2 metal plates tightly with his hands. Suddenly, her palm felt hot. The heat grew stronger and stronger until it felt like a piece of hot iron. She quickly pulled her hand back. Clang. Bang. Losing support from both hands, her whole body felt like a piece of hard bread, pushed from behind by a thick metal plate, almost bouncing inward. She quickly crouched down, forcing back the nausea from her internal organs being jolted, her arms spread out and pressed against the metal plate to maintain balance. Finally, the vehicle passed over the obstacle strip and returned to a steady speed. Zhangqi slowly stood up. Because her head was covered with a black bag, she couldn't see anything. She reached out and grasped the metal plate, carefully feeling her way to the spot where she had previously climbed. She felt a protrusion. Immediately after, there was another dent. Uneven, in the shape of a human finger. The incredibly hard metal plate seemed like a soft ink pad pressed carelessly by a hand descending from the sky, creating a crooked and twisted mold. Zhang-Chi's heart trembled. After getting off the vehicle, everyone lined up again in the same order as before, and the guards removed the hoods from each person's head one by one. What came into view was a huge gray building. 5 stories high, cylindrical, hollowed out in the middle. It was exactly the center where they were standing. The layout of each floor was almost the same. Lead gray doors, one after another, separated by metal walls, densely packed, with door numbers written on them, 101, 102, 103. Floor after floor, spiraling upward. Rising to the top, there was a glass panel in the middle with very high light transmittance, clearly illuminating the central area of the prison. Moisture spread beneath the feet, sunlight warmed overhead, and every criminal's face was so clear that even their pores could be seen. Turning around, behind was the entrance gate. Above the door were 3 large black characters carved in relief: Reform Camp. There were also slogans on the door. On the left, labor is glorious, laziness is shameful. On the right, wash your heart and reform, start anew. The horizontal inscription, good people live a peaceful life. Expected number of attendees, 100, actual number of attendees, 99. Mechanical sounds came from a sound amplifier hanging on the 3rd floor. The guards unlocked everyone's chains. No one made any sudden moves. Probably because each level was equipped with 5 heavy machine guns. The dark gun barrels, like patrolling probes, slowly moved from left to right, surrounding all the prisoners. All right, let's go in and take photos. A guard stepped forward at the front, pointing his baton at a door in the left corner of the 1st floor. Everyone went in one by one to have their photos taken, then came out and gathered. Each person who finished having their photo taken had a round stamp on the back of their hand, some blue, some green. Those with blue stamps stood in one line, those with green stamps stood in another, and the groups were quickly dispersed. The most people stamped green seals, roughly twice as many as those stamped blue seals. A quarter of an hour passed, and the photos still weren't finished. Suddenly, sparse footsteps echoed through the prison, coming from afar and drawing closer. Soon, the footsteps grew denser and more rapid, until it was impossible to distinguish the rhythm. Zhang-Chi looked up and saw that the large gate facing where they stood in the center of the prison was slowly opening, and a crowd of prisoners wearing uniform prison clothes filed in one after another. Shoo! Someone whistled. More and more prisoners came in, looking at the newcomers standing in the prison hall and pointing. The guards stepped forward with batons to maintain order, urging the prisoners coming in from outside to quickly return to their rooms. The prisoners went up the stairs, each stopping on their own floor. A few went into their rooms, but more of them leaned over the edge of the railing, stretching their heads out, looking toward the center with ill intent. For a moment, Zhang-Chi felt like he had become a monkey in a zoo. She could feel many eyes focused on her, whispering among themselves. Similarly, Zhou Ke's situation was not much better. His emotions were too outward, his body movements too obvious, shrinking back cautiously, carefully looking back at everyone upstairs who was staring at him. Then a criminal deliberately put his hand into his pocket in front of him. Zhou Ke's eyes widened. The man laughed heartily, his waist shaking vigorously like a motor, frightening Zhou Ke until he turned pale. Soon it was Zhang-Chi's turn to go in for the photo. The guard sat opposite, with a computer, a camera, and several blinking lights in front of him, probably connected to some electronic equipment behind, but it was hard to tell what exactly. A mechanical voice came from somewhere. Wei Yi. Identification successful. The guard casually glanced at the computer screen, his right hand already pressing down on the green stamp head. Suddenly, as if he saw something, his expression changed. He looked up, glanced at Zhang-Chi, then at the computer monitor, then at Zhang-Chi again, and back at the computer monitor. Finally, he opened the drawer cabinet to his right, took out a triangular metal piece, then stood up and placed the metal piece into a recess on the right side of the room's standing cabinet that matched the shape of the metal piece. The cabinet door opened, and the guard took out a set of red stamps from inside. The seal was made of an unknown material. When stuck on the back of the hand, it felt slightly warm and prickly. There was no trace of water. It dried quickly. When leaving, Zhang-Chi quietly tried to pick at it, but it was hard and wouldn't come off. When she came out, the air suddenly grew quiet. This time, all the prisoners leaning on the fence fixed their eyes on her. To be precise, on the red seal on the back of her hand. After stamping, everyone was taken to the warehouse to receive new prison uniforms. Next was room assignment. Back in the hall, The prison guards handed each prisoner a slip of paper with a room number written on it. Some room numbers had 2 slips, while others had only 1. After distributing the slips, a guard asked, "Any questions?" Someone raised their hand. The prison guard looked impatient. "Speak." The man pointed to another person standing beside him, raising the piece of paper in his hand. "Why does he have a single room?" The prison guard walked over, looked at the paper in his hand, then at the other person's paper. The prison guard said, "You are both in double rooms." That person said, "No. He doesn't have the same paper slip." The prison guard said, "It's just that none of you have it." "What do you mean?" The prison guard didn't answer. He stretched out his left hand. On his wrist was a metal watch. It seemed he was in a hurry. After checking the watch, he immediately instructed everyone to return to their rooms and wait, then hurriedly ran toward the prison hall, heading to the door through which the prisoners had just entered. The prison corridor runs through the middle. The door on the left is smaller, the one they initially entered through, while the door on the right is much larger, probably leading further inside the prison. The main door opened, and Zhang Qi noticed he picked up a communicator, likely an internal communication device, worn on the ear. There were 2 staircases going upstairs, one on the left and one on the right. Zhang Qi deliberately headed toward the staircase by the large door on the right, following behind him, overhearing his intermittent replies. "Yes." "Not yet. I'll send someone to handle it right away." "When will the warden?" "I know." He turned off the communicator, and Zhang Qi turned to go upstairs when suddenly someone grabbed her sleeve. She turned around and saw it was Zhou Ke. "What room number are you?" Zhou Ke held up a piece of paper. "I'm on the 3rd floor, 309. Zhang Qi looked down at the paper in her hand. 506. Zhou Ke said, "Do you know why your seal is red?" Zhang Qi, "I don't know." "Do you?" Zhou Ke said, "I don't know either." As they walked up to the 2nd floor, Zhang Qi asked, "Are you the only paper slip?" Zhou Ke said, "It should be. Anyway, I didn't see anyone else get the same room number as me." Zhou Ke asked again, "What about you? Is it the same for you?" Zhang Qi nodded. Zhou Ke said, "What did he say to you when you just went into the photo area?" Zhang Qi, "He didn't say anything." Zhou Ke, "How could that be? Didn't he mention your sentence?" Zhang Qi, "Sentence." Zhou Ke, "Mine was 80 years. Just enough to meet the island entry criteria. He also told me to reform properly. Said we were from the same hometown." Zhou Ke was babbling on, and before he finished speaking, they had already reached the stairway to the 3rd floor. He turned and walked toward the platform on the 3rd floor, unexpectedly noticing that Zhang Qi had followed him. "Aren't you on the 5th floor?" Zhang Qi, "Just curious. Wanted to check out your room." Zhou Ke, 309 is located in the center of the 3rd floor. It didn't take long to get there. Zhou Ke opened the door and found that there was already a person sitting inside. The person was sturdy, probably over 1.9 meters tall. The room was about 10 square meters, with a table, a wash basin, and a bunk bed. The man was sitting on the lower bunk, holding a newspaper, expressionless, as he looked at Zhou Ke. Then, his gaze shifted to Zhang Qi, and then to the red seal on her hand. He paused for a few seconds, withdrew his gaze, and resumed reading the newspaper. The newspaper was already yellowed, and it was unclear from which year or month the old issue was. Zhou Ke stepped forward and said to him, "Hello." He looked up, staring at Zhou Ke with a look of disdain. "Zhou Ke." Zhang Qi turned around and sighed, roughly memorizing the layout of the room, then was about to leave. Zhou Ke watched the door slowly close, then glanced at his cellmate. Suddenly, an indescribable fear spread in his heart. He hurriedly rushed out and grabbed Zhang Qi. "I want to take a look at your room too." Chapter 004 Transformation Camp 4. Walking to the stairwell on the 5th floor, a huge metal door blocked the two. "Can't get through?" Zhou Ke curiously stepped forward. Suddenly, a probe extended from the top of the metal door, then a palm-sized panel appeared in the middle of the door, displaying a line of flashing scrolling text, accompanied by a mechanical voice. "Recognition failed. Personnel not registered. Time, 18 hours 23 minutes and 39 seconds. Record has been sent to the administrator's email." The panel went dark and the fluorescent strips on both sides of the main door flashed red. "Recognition failed. Personnel not registered. Time, 18 hours 24 minutes and 21 seconds. Record has been sent to the administrator's email. Recognition failed. Personnel not registered. Time, 18 hours 25 minutes and 24 seconds. Record has been sent to the administrator's email. Recognition failed. Personnel not registered. Time, 18 hours 25 minutes and 29 seconds. Record has been sent to the administrator's email. Zhang-Chi, go back. Joku stood dumbfounded in place. Hearing that sharp command, he finally realized that he had been triggering the recognizer all along and hurriedly ran back down the stairs. What is going on? Zhang-Chi frowned, walked to the metal gate, and the panel suddenly emitted a crisp sound. The scrolling text immediately changed, and a mechanical voice sounded. Identification successful. The gate opened. Zhang-Chi stepped over the gate and gestured for Joku to come over. Joku hesitated for a few seconds, then took a step back. It seems that this gate can recognize whether the person entering is from the 5th floor. What if he crosses over and the door closes again? Or what if he gets in but can't get out later? And that administrator's email? Is it the prison guard's email? Has he caused a big problem? Joku's face turned pale. And never mind. I won't tour anymore. I'll go back first. After Joku left, Zhang-Chi walked to room 506, opened the door, and was surprised to find that the layout here was somewhat different from the 3rd floor. First of all, perhaps because she was the only female among this batch of prisoners, the room was a single room, no bunk bed, only one bed. The room had standard toiletries, bed sheets, and quilts, with some dust. There were some old brownish bloodstains on the floor, and the room had an indescribable foul smell. Moldy, sour, and cold. Inhaling through his nose, Zhang-Chi suddenly sneezed. The room had no windows, only a small ventilation window on the door, right below the door number. Zhang-Chi opened the main door to let in some air, stepped out of the room, and paced back and forth in the corridor, observing. The structure of each door is consistent. Through the small window, you can see that some rooms have people inside, while others are empty, all have single beds. Zhang-Chi's gaze fell on the metal door on the 5th floor. Why is identification only set up on the 5th floor? This prison is isolated from the outside world, and it is heavily guarded layer by layer. Even if a prisoner tries to escape, the heavy machine guns in this building are enough to blast a person to pieces instantly. Under normal circumstances, what is the purpose of the metal door? Anti-theft, anti-burglary, to separate the people inside from those outside. So, is this door meant to protect the people on the 5th floor, or to protect those outside the 5th floor? Zhang-Chi lay down in the middle position and looked down. Look. The prison guards allowing them to return to their cells on their own was probably not because they trusted their self-discipline, but because they had absolute confidence in the security here. There were more than 20 surveillance cameras. The radiation-proof sealed lead door, the kind commonly used in the base, was extremely thick. There were 5 machine guns on each floor, a total of 25. The ceiling was made of translucent glass, with 2 black boxes placed on either side connecting to the roof, uncertain if they were alarms. With a creak, the door of cell 503 opened, and a man nearly 2 meters tall stepped out. The men's prison uniforms came in only 3 sizes: small, medium, and large. His upper arm muscles were exceptionally bulky, so much so that even for his height and frame, it was abnormal. According to standard sizing, small fit those under 1.7 meters, medium fit 1.8 meters, and large fit 2 meters. The large uniform stretched tightly on him as if his muscles might burst the buttons at any moment. His arms extended past his hips, and when he walked, it was as if 2 long whips were swinging. He rested his forearm on the railing and glanced at Zhang-Chi, giving a strange smile. He walked over to Zhang-Chi. Zhang-Chi got up from the railing and went straight into the room, closing the door before he could reach him. The muscular man knocked on the door. Zhang-Chi ignored it. Want to get acquainted? A deep, resonant voice came from outside the door. Zhang-Chi hesitated for a moment and called through the door. What's the matter? The muscular man said. What trouble have you gotten into? Zhang-Chi, is it important? The muscular man said. Not important. Just curious. Zhang-Chi said. Curious about what? The muscular man said. Curious why you live on the 5th floor. Zhang-Chi, then why do you live on the 5th floor? The muscular man skipped the question and just said, I know the person who lived here before. Zhang-Chi was puzzled. So? The muscular man said, the feng shui of this room is bad. Is there a place with good feng shui here? Zhang-Chi was unenthusiastic. Oh. The muscular man said, it's a haunted house. Zhang-Chi. Which prison cell isn't a haunted house? Damn it. The muscle man said, how would I know if you don't ask me? Zhang-Chi held back his temper. How do you know? The muscle man said, I'm the killer. After speaking, she remained silent. Zhang-Chi frowned, stood on tiptoe, and looked through the small window in the metal gate, seeing him swinging his arms as he walked away. After a while, Zhang Qi realized this was to show who's boss. She turned on the faucet at the washstand, her gaze sweeping between the only handkerchief hanging on the rack and the pillow on the bed. Finally, she took down the pillow, put the pillowcase in the sink, applied soap, rubbed out bubbles, and carefully cleaned the washstand, bed frame, and small table bit by bit. Half an hour later, she washed the pillowcase clean, hung it on the face-washing rack, then pulled down the towel, lathered it with soap, scrubbed it thoroughly, and pressed it against her face. After drying her face, she finally began to examine herself in the mirror. About in her early 20s, with full apple cheeks, slender face, and standard features, she looked somewhat like her original self, but exactly where the resemblance lay, she couldn't say. She thought she was dead, but did not die. This is another world. In the Wasteland era, technology rapidly advanced through war. Whether it was humans against humans or humans against zombies, the tech tree always underwent major turning points, much like the divergence between arthropods and chordates. Once it started, the subsequent developments diverged greatly. So, when did this world begin to diverge, and what did it diverge into? Zhang Qi recalled the feelings he had on the truck at that time. Nervousness, fear, focus, adrenaline surging. She captured every detail in her mind that might be overlooked, finally raising her palm, walking to the bedside, sitting down, bending over and grabbing the metal bed frame. Twisting with great force. Opened. No reaction at all. Cheeks clenched, twisted again, then opened. Not a scratch. What's wrong? Zhang Qi frowned. Could it be that she remembered wrong? Maybe that mark was originally left on the metal railing of the truck. No, if that were the case, why didn't she feel it when she got on the truck? But even with high-tech modifications, could her body really withstand the strength of these alloys? Is it really that incredible? Zhang Qi took it back and examined it closely. The fingers were slender, with some thin calluses, and the flesh was very soft. If this power truly came from her body, then what triggered it? Zhang Qi placed his palm on the bed frame, searching and recalling everything that had happened in his mind. Darkness, the unknown, a loud clang, adrenaline surged, and then? Combat reaction. Creak. Zhang Qi felt the object in his palm begin to soften, his palm warming, and the metal bed frame instantly pressed with several finger marks of varying depths. Zhang Qi suddenly pulled his hand back. This is fucking fantasy. She reached out her hand, slowly touching the metal frame that had just been kneaded and flattened like clay, and found that the heat had disappeared, leaving only the hard, cold protrusions and indentations. The straight metal frame had become ugly and twisted, the collapsed parts wobbling as if about to break, causing the entire bed to tilt slightly outward. Zhang Qi took a deep breath. She stood up, squatted by the bed, placed her fingers on the metal frame, and tried back and forth more than a dozen times. She finally smoothed out the dented part, but due to limited skill, the metal could never be restored to a perfectly straight state. Zhang Qi sat on the bed, pressed down hard a few times, then tried rubbing it by hand several times until he felt the bed's stability was not greatly affected, and finally gave up. Night came quickly. Zhang Qi lay on the bed, recalling what the muscular man had said earlier. I'm curious why you live on the 5th floor. If she wasn't mistaken, there was also a red stamp on his hand. If that's the case, the single rooms on the 5th floor don't seem to be assigned randomly. Downstairs are double rooms, and the 5th floor has single rooms with no cellmates. What does that mean? Also, why was the prison guard informing Joku about the sentence, but not her? Is it negligence? Or is there some other deeper meaning? Zhang Qi couldn't figure it out. He quickly fell asleep. At 6:30, the cafeteria opened for meals, and people started coming downstairs one after another. The canteen is located underground in the prison with a total of 2 floors. The lower floor is where the inmates eat, and the upper floor is where the guards dine. The -2 floor is the main hall, and the -1 floor consists of private rooms. The middle is hollowed out, with a very high ceiling. Standing anywhere in the corridor on the 2nd floor, one can clearly see all the activity in the hall below. Zhang Qi arrived neither early nor late. Half of the seats in the hall were already taken. The food was worse than what was served on the plane. The staple was a yellowish-white porridge, with 1 egg per person and nothing else. The moment she appeared, many curious eyes turned to her, but when Zhang Qi looked up, the crowd quickly averted their gaze. She acted as if unaware, took the top plate from the stacked dishes, scooped a spoonful of porridge, grabbed an egg, and then found a table in the corner to sit down. Halfway through her meal, someone walked over from the opposite side. You came really early, Joku put down his tray and plopped down opposite Zhangqi. Class doesn't start until 7:30. Zhangqi nodded. Joku lowered his voice. The prison guard came to see me last night. Zhangqi, Joku, let me not go up to the 5th floor for no reason in the future. Zhangqi. Joku's tone was a bit cheerful. He's my fellow townsman, and he's actually pretty nice. The two of them buried their heads in their food when suddenly Joku seemed to remember something and sprang up in his seat. Hey, do you know why you're called Red Zhang? Judging by his tone, it seemed like he actually knew this time. Why? Because everyone on the 5th floor stamps with a red seal. Zhangqi. Joku, haha, why the expression like that? Zhangqi was speechless and fuming. Joku slapped his forehead. Oh, and also, do you know who all live on the 5th floor? Zhangqi. Joku said, the maximum sentence, 500 years. Serious criminals, never granted parole, never reduced sentence. Zhangqi, you mean I have to stay here for 500 years? Joku said, no way. Who can live for 500 years? Zhangqi. For the first time, Zhangqi felt someone could be so asking for a beating. Joku finally realized that he might have said something wrong and gave a dry laugh twice. What I mean is, did you see the big door we came in through? What's wrong? The words written on the door. Could people live a peaceful life? The above, Joku pronounced each word distinctly, reform camp. So? This is a reform camp, not a prison. Joku lowered his voice. What do you mean? We are here to renovate, not to serve time. Not to serve time? Zhangqi frowned, about to ask for clarification, when suddenly a loud explosion erupted in the dining hall. Everyone instantly turned toward the source of the sound. Turned his head in that direction. At the food-serving area, two people started fighting. Stacked plastic trays, bowls, chopsticks, and spoons all spilled onto the ground. Porridge spilled everywhere, and a dozen or so eggs rolled around. Smack, one of the fighters stepped on them, and with a thud, he fell flat on the ground. The other took the opportunity to straddle his waist, smashing a plastic tray repeatedly on his head. Shook a whistle blew from the crowd. Alas! The prisoners were all enraged, refusing to eat. Some stood on chairs, some on tables, all began clapping and egging on the fight. A bald man shouted, hit him well. Beat him to death. Beat him mercilessly. The man on the ground was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, yet he could still tell where the sound came from. He grabbed an egg at random and suddenly threw it at the bald man's head, like throwing a dart, fast and accurate, hitting the bullseye. The bald man lost his balance and slid to the ground. His long arms and legs caused his fingers to brush against the neighboring table's plate as he fell. The plate flew up instantly, spilling the porridge inside onto the lap of the person sitting at that table. Damn it, looking for death. The bald guy hadn't even reacted to what was happening before he was already pinned to the ground and beaten. Ugh. Stars flashed before the bald guy's eyes as he kicked out, sending the older brother who was eating a complete mess flying. That person fell sprawled across the table at the next table, knocking plates to the floor. The two people eating at the table cursed loudly, fuck, and turned on him together. Soon, the fight sparked by the two people spread like dominoes in an instant, filling the place with crushed eggs underfoot, flying plates, and a triple combo of nosebleeds, tears, and loss of composure. After about 10 minutes of fighting, the prison guard upstairs appeared, standing in the second-floor corridor and shouting at the inmates in the first-floor hall. No one listened. The fight grew fiercer and fiercer. The prison guard hurried downstairs. Everyone in the dining hall was in chaos. The entrance was blocked by human-shaped obstacles lying on the ground. The guard was banging on the door with a baton, but the howling and cursing in the room had long drowned out the noise. Amidst the turmoil, a gunshot suddenly rang out in the hall. The bullet pierced through the forehead of a man standing at the table in the middle of the dining hall and exploded at the back of his head. The entire hall was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man standing on the second floor. He wore a deep blue uniform, with buttons and hems meticulously neat, a stern face, a firm chin, and wore a pair of white gloves. In his hands, he held a sniper rifle. The smoke from the gun barrel had not yet cleared. Chapter 005 Reformation Camp 5. The man put away his gun, and the prison guard beside him took the weapon. He slightly raised his chin, looking down on all the prisoners who were as still as quails. 50 points. His gaze fell on the prisoners blocked at the restaurant entrance, who hadn't yet come in to eat, including those who didn't show up. He looked disgustedly at the mess on the floor. Also, clean it up. The whole place was deathly silent. Soon, The prisoners began to conscientiously pick up the trays on the floor. No one paid attention to the corpse in the middle suffering from hypothermia, its pupils wide open, back pressed against the ground, blood slowly flowing through the smooth, unobstructed floor tiles in all directions, reaching Zhang Qi's feet. Zhang Qi gently moved his foot away. The prisoners were murmuring among themselves. Among the words spoken, warden and point deduction appeared most frequently. No one asked why law enforcers could kill in prison, no one discussed it, most people looked calm, as if it were some kind of tacit understanding and habit. Like eating and drinking water. Zhou Ke hid behind Zhang Qi, quietly looking at the corpse, his lips trembling. He killed someone? Zhang Qi said nothing. Zhou Ke said, how could this be? Zhang Qi observed the familiar faces who came on the same plane in the hall. Without exception, their expressions were very grim. Obviously, the awareness of the law in this world was not so weak. Everyone felt that this place should not be a lawless zone. The training for newcomers took place in the morning. The announcement was that classes were starting. Zhang Qi thought there would be some big action showing the newcomers who's boss, but he didn't expect that it would be a proper class held in the classroom. The oversized screen displayed the lesson materials, and the prison guard pointed at the screen with a baton. The first lesson was about the daily routine of the prison. 6:30 the canteen opens for meals, 7:30 the canteen closes, 8 o'clock start clocking in for work, lunch is served at 12 noon, dinner at 5 p.m., the canteen closes at 6 p.m., curfew at 10 p.m. Anyone not in their room after 10 p.m. will be penalized. Monday to Saturday are working days, Sunday is free activity day. The minimum labor time on free activity days is 3 hours. If labor time is insufficient, points will be deducted. The library is on level -3 of the prison, opens at 10 a.m., closes at 10 p.m., each person can borrow 2 books at a time, overdue returns will result in point deductions. Non-cleaning staff are not allowed to enter the administrative building. After the prison guard finished speaking, he handed each person a booklet. The booklet contained all the content he had just covered, but the point deduction rules were more detailed. For example, if someone was not present during the room check after curfew, the first offense would result in a 10-point deduction, the second offense 50 points, and the third offense 100 points. There was no fourth offense. Zhang Qi stared at the 5 characters "no fourth offense" on the booklet and fell into deep thought. Everyone must memorize this booklet before class tomorrow. I will randomly quiz you. Those who fail to recite it will lose points. The prison guard brought out a cylindrical metal storage box from under the podium, filled with hundreds of flat black wristbands. He lifted the metal box and walked to each prisoner's desk, distributing 1 wristband to each. After putting on the wristband, a green light lit up. The wristband was wider than a typical thin strap, with a tiny electronic display in the center showing -50. Soon, the electronic screen dimmed. The green light stayed on. You guys are lucky, the prison guard said. The warden is coming for an inspection today. It sounded like the warden didn't come very often. After finishing the first row, the guard distributed the wristbands for the second row from back to front, starting at the end of the first row. Everyone loses 50 points. So, that's what 50 points meant. The wristband is waterproof, the prison guard said. Under no circumstances should you take off the wristband. If it is not connected to biometric data, the wristband will automatically disconnect. The wristband lights up green, proving you are still alive. The prison guard reached the third row. In the reform camp, there are no names, only code numbers. On the other side of the wristband, there is your respective code number. Zhang Qi turned over his left wrist and found the numbers 082 written on the back. After distributing the wristbands, the prison guard returned to the podium and continued to explain the types of prison work. The first type is mining, which pays 1 point per hour of work. The second type is hand weaving, which has 2 payment methods. The first is hourly, paying 0.5 points per hour. The second is piecework, paying 10 points for every 50 pieces. Prisoners can choose whichever method yields a higher value. The third category is farming, with a work hour worth 0.5 points. The fourth category is cleaning, with a work hour worth 0.5 points. The prison guard patiently demonstrated the working environments of various job types. The large screen played various on-site videos, with prisoners dressed in prison uniforms demonstrating standard procedures and explaining the operation processes of various tools. It is worth noting that everyone in the videos wore an armband on their arm, with the 4 large characters "Study Committee Member" written on it. After the lesson, the prison guard said, "Who among you wants to be the study committee member?" The prison guards were very gentle, at least from yesterday until now. All the guards, even those maintaining order in the dining hall in the morning, enforced the law civilly and guided patiently. So a prisoner boldly asked, "What is a study committee member? Have you never been to school?" The guard looked puzzled. "You don't even know what a study committee member is?" The guard said, "They lead the morning reading, stand up when the teacher arrives, collect homework, and keep track of late arrivals and early departures." Joko interrupted, "Isn't that the class monitor?" The prison guard said, "We call that the study committee member here." Joko, "Don't you all want to be study committee members?" the prison guard asked. Someone asked, "What are the benefits of being the study committee member?" The prison guard said, "Should there be any benefits to being the study committee member?" No one volunteered to be the study committee member, so the prison guard took out a list of names, or if it could even be called a list of names, and called out a number. The study committee member is 392. A young man with a crew cut. After class, Joko ran over to Zhangqi's side and asked sneakily, "What's your number?" Zhangqi, 082. Joko raised his wristband. "I'm 333. Two people went to the cafeteria to eat. The lunch options were equally limited, a yellowish-white porridge and a soup made with some minced meat, thickened with starch. It was a rich bowl, cooked for who knows how long, completely dissolved. There were green leafy vegetables, a small bowl for each person, very natural, with even some unwashed bugs on top. The porridge was softer and more mushy than in the morning, undoubtedly reheated leftovers. The meat broth had a gamey smell, and the salt on the vegetables wasn't mixed in. Some parts were bland, while others were overwhelmingly salty. Joko ate painfully because swallowing was too painful. He had to do something to distract himself. He looked up and saw Zhangqi eating without changing his expression. He was very curious about Zhangqi, because she was too calm. Whether it was arriving at the prison, witnessing a murder, or eating this kind of food that could be called pig feed, she was calmer than most people on that plane. Under what circumstances would a person be indifferent to such a scene? Either they are naturally thick-skinned, or they have seen similar situations too many times, so nothing stirs them anymore. She was probably the former. "What do you think of this place?" Joko asked. Zhangqi was slurping the meat soup. "Pretty good." Joko's eyes almost flew up to the sky. "Good. What's good about it?" Zhangqi said, "Clothes come when you reach out your hand, and food comes when you open your mouth." Joko, "You really have a great attitude," Joko said complicatedly. Zhangqi gulped down the soup in one breath, then used the spoon to scrape the last bit of porridge from the plate, rolling a spoonful into his mouth. The plate was clean again, as if it had just been taken out of the sink. "Someone once told me that there are people who can sleep and eat well even if the sky is falling," Joko said slowly. "I really envy you." Sometimes humans envy pigs. Zhangqi didn't think he was complimenting himself. Too lazy to respond. The food was really hard to swallow, so Joko put down his chopsticks and started chatting nonsense. "I heard that once a prisoner used a chicken bone to slit someone's throat, so now the meat dishes have no bones." He looked over at the people lining up for food. "Haven't you noticed? There's nothing sharp here." Indeed. All the utensils were plastic. The serving spoons were stainless steel, but they were chained to the wall. If you lifted the spoon more than a meter in diameter, it would get stuck. Zhangqi said, "Who did you hear that from?" Joko said, "My roommate." Zhangqi recalled the tall guy who sat on the lower bunk yesterday. "Why did he tell you this?" Joko said, "He also thinks the food here tastes bad. I heard that before that incident happened, the cafeteria used to serve chicken and fish with bones at lunch." Zhangqi was a bit puzzled. "He really likes chatting?" "Doesn't seem like it." Joko said, "He was originally from my hometown too." Zhangqi. Joko said, "We even went to the same elementary school. Your place really is full of talent." After a long moment, Zhangqi commented. Joko said, "Yes, I heard that our neighborhood accounts for 50% of the city's crime rate." Zhangqi, "You're quite proud of that." Joko was a bit sad. "I don't want that either. I was still hoping that studying could change my fate." Zhangqi recalled what he said on the plane and paused, "Because you can't afford to go to college." Joko said, "What college? I haven't even finished high school. My middle school grades were bad, so I stopped studying." Zhangqi. Joko said, "This world is especially cruel to underachievers." The afternoon was for field investigation. Everyone was taken to visit workplaces. The first stop was the mine, or more precisely, a mine tunnel. It was very primitive, all manually excavated, and transportation relied entirely on single-wheel handcarts. Safety helmets were issued upon entering the tunnel, with a cylindrical large light in the middle of the helmet for illumination. The activity level at Lanmingsha mine is very high. Anyone fitted with mechanical prosthetics cannot work inside the mine tunnel. The prison guard's gaze swept over everyone present. There will be a reaction. Of course, it's not the mine itself reacting, but the mechanical prosthetics. After more than 10 minutes of contact with the blooming sand mine, the nerves connected to the prosthetics begin to necrotize, and within 30 minutes, your mechanical prosthetics will be completely deactivated. Not far from the mine entrance was a flower bed, very spacious, with petals fluttering in the wind and green grass stretching out, abruptly ending at the hillside. This was an artificial flower bed, with a very clear boundary like the Chuhan Divide. A fence surrounded it, seemingly to prevent people from accidentally entering. The prison guard made no introduction. The second place visited was the farmland. Any hetero-blooded person, I emphasize any, regardless of the degree of mutation, is not allowed to work in the farmland. Crops are very sensitive, more so than mammals, and are easily contaminated. Saliva, blood, or gases exhaled by hetero-blooded individuals can all become sources of infection. Infected crops tend to develop deformities, yield less, and in the worst cases, wither directly from the seedling stage. The prison guard stood by the farmland and pointed to the eggplants growing beside him, which were almost waist-high and as thick as calves. Of course, in extremely rare cases, hetero-blood contamination can cause crops to swell. However, such crops are also inedible. For example, this eggplant has maintained this shape from when it ripened 10 years ago until now, never overripe, nor dried out. Outside the eggplant, there was also a wooden sign that read, "For exhibition only, picking prohibited." The third place to visit was the weaving workshop. There were many more female prisoners here than before. Of course, the proportion of female prisoners in the entire prison was not high. The weaving workshop was very large, resembling a garment processing factory. Inside, there was a strong smell of chemical solutions. Each person had a table in front of them, densely packed with about 100 tables in total. On both sides were gray walls, and the factory ceiling was very high. Various colored fabrics, cotton threads, and yarns hung on the walls, along with a row of cabinets embedded in the wall. The cabinets had transparent panels and contained all kinds of buttons. At the entrance, there was a very large table with a glass panel on top. Underneath the glass panel were palm-sized portrait cards. Hand weaving is one of the main industries on Garbage Island. Everyone should learn this skill. Once you leave the reform camp, you must be self-reliant. The woven products will enter the market. Some people once hid notes inside toys and blankets. Do not harbor any illusions. Every toy will be marked with a code. This code is unique and has been entered into the system since you entered prison. If such products are found on the market, we will trace them back to you personally. Joka asked, "What will happen?" The prison guard tapped the table with the glass panel pressed down on it twice with 2 fingers. "You will just become a photograph." Joka. Everyone's eyes shifted to the glass panel, where at the very top of all the photos, a white banner with black characters was posted. "All men are created equal. Death is too. Everyone." The fourth place we visited was the administrative building. The administrative building is located in the central area of all the places we have visited so far. Unlike the prison's simple lines and varying shades of metallic gray, this building's exterior is mainly blue and white. The outer walls feature many relief sculptures with a very classical aesthetic. It is 3 stories high, has a dome, and covers about half the area of the prison building. The first floor is a storage room, the second floor is the machine room, and the third floor is the warden's office. Cleaning work cannot be applied for, cannot be cancelled, and is assigned by rotation. After introducing all the work locations, the last stop was the library. By the time the prison officer finished demonstrating the book borrowing and returning process, it was already time for the cafeteria to open for meals. The evening meal consisted of potatoes and salad. After eating, all the newcomers were called to gather in the hall again. The prison officer responsible for cafeteria discipline in the morning has been called away by the warden. According to the normal procedure, the afternoon should have been the point system class, and the field visit was supposed to be tomorrow morning. However, since he is the main instructor for the points system course, the points system class has been rescheduled to tomorrow morning. I just confirmed with the prison guard at the academic affairs office. He is suspended this week, so tomorrow morning's class is vacant. This is the handout for the points system. Everyone will self-study in the library's study room tomorrow morning. The prison guard lifted a huge box and nodded towards 392. Class monitor, come over and distribute the handouts. Back in the dormitory, Zhangqi first opened the prison schedule booklet that was handed out in the morning. After memorizing it thoroughly, he finally began to recall all the events that happened today. First, the prison riot in the morning. According to the prison guards, the warden came to inspect. He should have been eating on the second floor at the time, holding a sniper rifle. It was very heavy and bulky, and he shouldn't have been carrying it personally. Either it was given to him by the accompanying guards, or there is an armory on the second floor, or at least, a place where a sniper rifle is stored. Secondly, the prison guards said that the reform camp is where they should become self-reliant. The reform camp may really just be a transition, but the problem is, where will they go after leaving the reform camp? They are repeat offenders, each carrying a sentence of over 80 years. To be self-reliant, to some extent, isn't that just letting them go free? Finally, the heterochromia people. What the hell is this? Jiangxi frowned, his gaze sweeping over the points lecture notes on the table. After a moment's thought, he picked up the book and opened to the first page. Study hard and make progress every day. Second page. Absolute obedience to all orders from the warden. Page 3. Editor, Zhou Yu. Paper is free, only a few words per page. Jiangxi continued flipping through. Contents. Chapter 1, Calculation of the Points System. Chapter 2, Individual Differences in the Points System. Chapter 3, Conventional Methods of Earning Points. Chapter 4, Unconventional Methods of Earning Points. Page 20. Garbage Island is an island entirely managed and operated by law enforcement personnel. Every prisoner entering the island is sent to a reform camp for rehabilitation. After completing all the learning courses and meeting the required points, the prisoner can be released. Upon release, they are automatically registered as residents of Garbage Island. Page 26. Everything in the reform camp operates on a points system. 3 meals a day consume a total of 0.5 points, automatically deducted from the account. Each prisoner starts with 0 points, and points can be negative. Work is the most common way to earn points, with a daily maximum of 5 points from work. Page 68. Prisoners in the prison are divided into 3 categories based on danger level, increasing in order of green, blue, and red. Green badge prisoners need to accumulate 800 points in the reform camp to be released, blue badge prisoners need 1,500 points, and red badge prisoners are the most dangerous category, requiring solitary confinement, with a release point requirement of 5,000 points. Page 79. According to statistics, less than 1/3 of prisoners complete rehabilitation. Page 120. Unconventional ways to earn points. Besides the points threshold for release, the green, blue, and red badges each have their own tiers. The green badge is worth 100 points, the blue badge 200 points, and the red badge 1,000 points. Page 123. When vital signs disappear, the identification tag on each prisoner's hand automatically falls off. Once the fallen identification tag is authenticated by a new wristband, the points can be transferred. Closing the book, Jiangxi's face showed a serious expression for the first time. According to the usual point accumulation method, after deducting 3 meals a day, green-tagged prisoners need at least half a year to be released if they reach the daily work point limit. Blue-tagged prisoners, 1 year, red-tagged prisoners, no less than 3 years. However, any green-marked prisoner, as long as they kill a red-marked prisoner, can be released immediately. Chapter 006 Reformation Camp 6. It was already dark. Jiangxi finished washing up and sat leaning against the bed. Her gaze fell on the cover of the book titled Points Lecture Notes on the table, and after a long time, 2 words popped into her mind. Genius. She should have realized long ago that to imprison all the serious criminals from 2 countries, even 10 prisons of this size wouldn't be enough. Once they leave the reform camp, all prisoners must support themselves. The government does not provide any subsidies. The prison guards said the main industry is handicraft weaving. From another perspective, the Garbage Island has more than just handicraft weaving as an industry. No prisons mean no investment in construction and no management costs. These people are exiled here, and the reform camp serves as their compulsory education. Points control everything here. As long as the points system is manipulated, all prisoners can be toyed with at will. By adjusting variables, the internal production structure can be quickly modified. When resources are insufficient, simply increasing the weight of crime points can eliminate the surplus population in the reform camp. The manual says that only 1/3 of the prisoners in the reform camp are released. But if the work points are maxed out, green badge prisoners are released in half a year, blue badge in 1 year, and red badge prisoners in 3 years. Why are 2/3 unable to get out? Will they stay in the reform camp forever? Or do they just disappear like that? Killing is the fastest way to earn points. Were they killed by someone? This speculation seems reasonable, but a very important question is, even criminals are not all antisocial personalities. In doing anything, the benefits must outweigh the risks. If you only need to work for half a year to get out of prison, would anyone risk killing someone? None of the people here are good guys. If the first strike misses, who knows if the one who dies might be themselves? Zhang Qi pinched the space between his eyebrows. Something was off. He always felt that some necessary condition was still missing. What could it be? The next day during self-study, everyone's expressions became very strange. It was obvious that quite a few people had looked at the handout in advance. Joku still squeezed over to Zhang Qi's side. "Hey, you're valuable now," Joku said. It was obvious. This morning at breakfast, she felt like she was being stared at until holes were worn through her. Joku asked, "By the way, did you really smuggle the serum in?" Zhang Qi said, "Why?" The desks in the study room were larger than those in the classroom. 2 people could sit facing each other, and if squeezed, 4 could fit. Joku and Zhang Qi sat at a corner desk. Not far beside them, across an aisle, several prisoners were also sitting, huddled together, insisting on crowding around one desk. After these few days of getting familiar, the prisoners were less reserved than before. Many of them had roommates and traveled in groups. Joku sat opposite Zhang Qi in the study room, which was very quiet. Joku lowered his voice, his head almost buried on the desk. "My roommate told me that unless the amount of serum being resold is particularly huge, it's impossible to get the maximum sentence. For an amount this large, the news wouldn't be silent. Besides, if you did it yourself, could you sell that much?" Zhang Qi said, "Who said I did it myself?" Joku was stunned for a moment. "Didn't you say you were like me?" Zhang Qi said, "I did it for someone else. He ran away, so I'm taking the blame." Joku looked at Zhang Qi with a sympathetic gaze. After a while, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief. "I said, you don't seem like that kind of person. Turns out you were covering for someone else." The two quietly read their books. After a while, the prison guard came in and quizzed them on yesterday's lesson. Prisoners who couldn't recite it all got 0.5 points deducted. After self-study, the afternoon was still cultural lessons, mainly about free activity days. The prison guard babbled on at the podium. "Every Sunday is free activity time. During this period, there is no need to clock in according to the normal working hours. Each person's labor time must be more than 3 hours, which means the minimum labor points must be greater than 1.5 points. Those who do not meet the activity time will be deducted 2 points. Points will be settled at 9 p.m. on Sunday, with the lowest scorers eliminated. The prisoner with the lowest points." The prison guard waved at the big screen, immediately switching to the next image. A flower bed, very similar to the one near the mine. The flower bed in the picture was slightly different from what was seen on site. There was a large pit on it, inside which lay a fresh corpse with a bruised and battered face. All limbs were broken, lying quietly in the pit, staring at the sky. Blue sky and white clouds make flower fertilizer. After the afternoon class, everyone looked quite down, especially those who hadn't memorized their texts. The last place elimination only removes one person. If there is a tie in points, a draw will be held among them. Compared to the elders, their working hours were obviously insufficient, and under normal circumstances, the newcomers' points should be the lowest. In other words, on Sunday night, among this group of people, one of them must die. A tiny difference is the boundary between life and death. At times like this, how would they choose? A green badge is worth 100 points, a blue badge 200 points, and a red badge 1,000 points. The maximum weekly work points are only 35. As long as you kill anyone, you can almost safely get through a few months of point reckoning. This is the missing necessary condition. Zhang Qi sat at the desk with the points lecture in front of him, his fist lightly resting on his chin. Everything seemed to become very clear. If you don't kill, you will die. This is the last straw that breaks human nature. The points settlement starts at 9 o'clock, which means that before 9, everyone needs to know whether their points are at the bottom. The points ranking is not announced and can only be guessed by observation. Everyone is eager to know others' scores. They test each other, watch closely, looking for every possible chance to gain or lose points. However, if the person at the bottom of the ranking receives a recognition badge from someone else at the last moment, their score will quickly soar, leaving the second to last far behind. The second to last becomes the last, taking their place to die. No one dared to confirm their safety until the very last moment. At this time, whether or not one was the last, As long as they couldn't be sure of a high ranking, the safest approach was to snatch others' identification badges. This was a desperate fight like that of a trapped beast. Zhang Qi closed his eyes. She is extremely dangerous. Staying here, even if you accumulate enough points to reach an absolutely safe rank, does not guarantee that you won't die at someone else's hands before the next point settlement. Everyone is both hunter and prey. In this precarious game of raising goo insects, the safest approach is not to obediently work, because it's very likely you'll become someone else's prey before you gather enough points, but to quickly earn enough points to get out of prison. For the green badge, you need to kill 8 green badges and 4 blue badges to get out of prison, while for the red badge, only 1 is needed. Without considering strength, killing 1 is the most efficient. If she is the person with the lowest score, what would she do? She is like a lottery ticket waiting to be scratched, and everyone would want to test her chances of winning. After the cultural classes, all the new inmates officially started their duties. The prison guards take roll call every day at 6:30. After roll call, each inmate is given a metal tag to wear on their chest, with a number matching the one on their wristband. At 10 p.m. every night, the guards conduct room checks and collect the tags on time. Each tag is updated through the system overnight. In other words, if an inmate is not in their room at 6 a.m., they will not receive a metal tag when starting work. If they are not in their room at 10 p.m. and have not handed in their tag, nor passed the morning roll call, keeping yesterday's tag will not pass today's system verification. No one can escape work, no matter how high your points are, no matter whether you need them or not. On the first day of work, Zhang Qi chose mining. She wasn't sure if she was a hetero-blooded person. After all, manually forging alloys was really terrifying, and it was hard to say what exactly her body's structure was. As for hand-weaving, unless the proficiency is very high, scoring by the hour is very unprofitable. The mine tunnel was lit, with no supervisor present, but clocking in was required for work. The time spent in the tunnel counted as working hours, and you had to clock out again when finishing. Slacking off was possible, as long as you weren't caught. If someone reported you, you might face the risk of point deductions. But the mine was very deep, with many branching paths. As long as you wanted, you could always find a place where no one was around. Except for those who had undergone mechanical modifications, most newcomers chose mining. This is the job with the highest hourly points. Lomming sand mine is a very special ore that can only be mined manually. Within 3 meters of the ore, all electronic devices and instruments will malfunction. Mining is a very physically demanding job. Many prisoners collapsed from exhaustion after digging for less than 3 hours. The prison guards sent a doctor to pull people up. The prison guard said that inhaling the dust in the mine would lead to oxygen deprivation. It's best not to stay in the mine for more than 3 hours a day. After the prison guard left, an inmate said, "This isn't oxygen deprivation, it's poisoning." "What kind of poison?" someone asked. The person who spoke first lifted his head. Under the miner's lamp, his eyeballs looked especially cloudy. "Highly toxic," he said. "It will shorten your lifespan." All the newcomers began to gather around him. Zhang Qi asked, "What do you mean?" He glanced at Zhang Qi. The raw ore from Lanmingsha causes telomeres to shorten. No one can work in the mine for more than 5 years. Everyone gasped. Zhang Qi said, "How do you know? Have you been here for 5 years?" He chuckled. "I used to be the mine owner in Lansha town, Sanjin city. No one knows Lanmingsha mine better than I do." Someone asked, "Lansha town, the mining town?" Someone else asked, "Are you the mine owner? Then how did you end up here?" "Because of cutting corners." He shrugged. "I bought substandard protective gear. Many miners died, they sued me, and I got caught." Everyone. The mine owner shrugged. "Didn't expect there to be someone even worse than me. They didn't even provide protective gear." Still a rookie, the mine owner glanced around at the other prisoners, a trace of mockery in his cloudy eyes. No one wants to work in the mine except to earn points. 392, the class monitor asked, "What is make-up points?" "What is make-up points?" The mine boss grinned. "Clock in at 8 a.m., eat at 12 p.m., start work at 1 p.m., the canteen opens at 5 p.m., at most you can only work 8 hours a day. That's the rule. You can only work 8 hours a day, and the maximum work points you can earn daily is 5 points. For all jobs other than mining, even if you complete the full working hours, you only get 4 points. The mine boss glanced at the newcomer who was bowing his head in thought and snorted. "Have you figured it out? To get 5 points, you have to work in the mine. Working in the mine is life-threatening, but falling behind in points is just as dangerous. Every day, worrying over a few lousy points, your heart is about to stop." The mine boss spat. "There are 5 minutes left. I've done my work for today, so you all just play around here slowly. The mind boss pushed the wheelbarrow away. The newcomers were all scared half to death by him. Anyway, they had already been digging for 3 hours, and as long as they completed their working hours, their points would have long overflowed, so they all rushed to leave. There were still some who didn't believe in the superstition and stayed in the mine. Zhangqi was one of them. It's not that she didn't believe in superstition. The main thing was that she was very curious about her current body. She was eager to find out some instructions on how to use this body. If she fainted in the cave and the doctor took her for a checkup, maybe she could get some information out of it. Most people had left, and Zhangqi was mining while thinking. Those with modified mechanical prosthetics couldn't work in the mine, so wouldn't they lose at least 1 work point per day compared to others? In other words, under the normal points system, they had an inherent disadvantage. But at the same time, they are the most likely to kill someone. They need to make up for their disadvantages. Suddenly, a sharp dull pain came from the back of the head. Zhangqi's head was buzzing. When she turned around, she saw the mine boss holding a huge blue Mingsan raw stone, hitting her head repeatedly. Zhangqi was dazed from the pain. After being hit several times, she finally reacted and kicked the mine boss flying away. This is a deep branch inside the mine tunnel, and there is no one else inside anymore. The mine boss got up from the ground, pumped up like he had been injected with adrenaline, picked up the stone that had bounced out of his hand when he was kicked, and threw it at Zhangqi's head like tossing a flying disc. Zhangqi dodged to the side, but suddenly her foot was tripped by something. She reflexively bent her knee, placed her other palm on the cave wall, and looked down to see a leg. A very, very long leg. The mine boss was no more than about 1.7 meters tall, but his legs stretched out in front of her, measuring over 2 meters. His legs were covered with black fuzz, fine and long, segmented in the middle, and even after the prison pants were stretched, they couldn't cover up to the knees. Zhangqi shouted in his heart, "Fuck." Chapter 007 Transformation Camp 7. The mine boss was very pleased with the surprise on Zhangqi's face. Didn't expect it, did you? I'm also a hetero-blooded person. Zhangqi considered carefully and said, I didn't expect that you are also a hetero-blooded person. Logically, at this moment, the one who spoke first should have revealed something about themselves. However, after showing off, the mine boss was too lazy to waste words with her. His other foot instantly transformed, like a bungee cord. It snapped out from the pant leg with a whoosh, his foot tracing a half arc in the air. When he landed, dust rose everywhere. Both his feet were now in front of Zhangqi, his body bent like a slingshot, and with the arc, he sprang forward, locking eyes with Zhangqi. He reached out his hand toward Zhangqi's neck. Hadn't even reached the shoulder yet, but was hit in the face by a punch from Zhangqi. Ow, 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 ow. 2 teeth flew out, and Nosebleed sprayed a rainbow in the air. The mine boss instantly collapsed to the ground, his black furry legs retracting in an instant, turning into human legs. He covered his face with both hands, tears streaming wildly, rolling on the ground. For a very long time, he showed no intention of getting up. It seemed he had completely lost the ability to fight. Zhangqi stepped forward, squatted in front of him, and pulled his hands away. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. She touched the mine boss's nasal bone. Ah, the mine boss screamed again like a pig being slaughtered. The bone broke. And not just in one place. Several pieces of shattered bone. In that instant, the punch she threw was filled with heat, almost burning her own hand. Zhangqi clenched his fist and began to savor the feeling. The mine owner looked at Zhangqi's fist, his face flushed red, and then suddenly turned pale with fear. He propped himself up with both hands, baring his teeth and grimacing as he tried to get up and run away, but Zhangqi kicked him back down. To prevent him from moving again, Zhangqi stood up directly and placed one foot on the mine owner's chest. Ugh. Zhangqi tentatively spoke. Now you know what kind of person I am, right? The mine owner looked completely baffled. He really didn't know. Zhangqi was puzzled. The battle ended, adrenaline subsided, and Zhangqi suddenly felt a chill at the back of her head. She reached out and touched it, her hand covered in blood. Her head throbbed painfully with each breath. Suddenly, she remembered being slapped several times on the back of her head just now. Watching Zhangqi's face grow darker and darker, the mine boss wept uncontrollably. You can't kill me, the mine boss said. You can't kill people on workdays. Seeing a moment of hesitation on Zhangqi's face, the mine boss added, Don't you know? It's in the points lecture notes. Zhangqi, is it? I don't remember that. The mine boss said, It is. In the small print in the appendix on page 98, Zhang looked full of suspicion, and the mine boss quickly shouted, "Killing someone on a workday will deduct 300 points. Asterisk. The mine boss was urgently sent to the hospital. There were no bystanders at the time of the incident. The mine boss said he was mining when a stone fell from the cave ceiling and hit his face. When he fell to the ground, he also damaged his teeth. The prison guards accepted his explanation. So, it was considered a work injury. Treatment for work-related injuries is free of charge, while non-work-related injury treatment is charged starting from 1 point based on the severity of the injury, with a maximum charge of 10 points. Zhang then imitated the mine boss by saying she was hit on the back of the head by a rock, and the prison guard also signed her work injury treatment consent form. Such a clumsy excuse appearing simultaneously for two prisoners in the same location is something no normal person should believe. But the prison guard still signed. Why? Zhang thought of the disciplinary prison guard, who was suspended for a week due to the canteen riot. Perhaps production safety was not within the prison guard's responsibilities. But prisoner riots would result in joint liability. No one wanted to cause trouble. The hospital is a standalone gray building, very far away, and its design certainly did not incorporate any convenience concepts from the start. Inside, there are 2 floors in total, the first floor for minor injuries, the second floor for inpatient care. Upon entering the hospital, the first step is scanning. Regardless of minor or serious injuries, Zhang didn't know what was being scanned. She lay quietly on a bed, waiting as a semicircular device enveloped her and slowly scanned from head to toe. The doctor's expression remained unchanged as he operated the device. Soon, the device's light turned green. Zhang asked, "Excuse me, what is this for?" The doctor glanced at her without speaking, his fingers flying over the control panel. She soon received a report. It read, "Not contagious." Turns out it was a security check. The treatment process was very rough. The most advanced facility in the entire hospital was probably the security scanner at the entrance. Other than that, there were hardly any proper medical instruments, at least on the first floor. The doctor didn't even take an X-ray, just disinfected the head, applied some kind of ointment, wrapped it with gauze, and sent her on her way. No information could be obtained from the doctor. The hospital only provided transportation for admission. She had to walk back on her own. Zhang walked for almost 30 minutes before returning to the main prison building. Halfway through, she looked back. The gray square building appeared especially small under the vast sky. The surrounding land had been deliberately leveled, and the hospital was the highest point. No matter which direction you came from, you could clearly see this gray building. Suddenly, she remembered the quarantine facility in the defense engineering. The zombie virus can be transmitted through mucous membranes and blood. Every soldier who has been on a combat mission outside is at risk of infection and must stay in the quarantine facility for 3 full days before entering the main urban area. 3 days is the longest incubation period of the virus. Even so, the quarantine facility is a ticking time bomb. What if all the infected people in quarantine mutate and simultaneously infect all the other soldiers and guards in the facility? Therefore, the quarantine facility was deliberately chosen to be in a remote, isolated, and conspicuous location. If an anomaly occurs in the quarantine facility, preset missiles will be launched from the military base. Precision strike. Asterisk. Lunch finished at 12:23, and work started at 1 o'clock, leaving some time to rest in the dormitory. Zhang opened the points lecture notes, and indeed found a line of small print on page 98. In accordance with the principle of production first, on workdays, no one, except law enforcement personnel, is allowed to take another person's life by any means. Violators will have 300 points deducted and must write a self-criticism. Zhang tapped his index finger on the desk. Can't kill people, why would the mine boss smash her? Wait, the red badge is worth 1,000 points, 300 points were deducted, so there are still 700 points left, right? The green badge is worth 100 points, the blue badge is 200 points, killing any of these would not be worth it. Only the red badge is worth the ticket price. On weekdays, only red badges can be killed. On free activity days, any type of badge can be killed. In other words, prisoners with blue and green badges can attack her at will, but she cannot fight back. Because they are worthless. If she kills any blue or green badge in return, her points will instantly plummet. What restrains a criminal's desire to kill? It is not morality, but deterrence. In a civil society, it is the deterrence of law. In the wasteland era, it is the deterrence of force. If killing has no consequences, there is no deterrence. She lost her deterrence. Asterisk. In the afternoon, Zhangqi chose weaving. Most people who went to the mine in the morning chose this. The prison guard said that hetero-blooded people are not allowed to go to the farmland, which means that those who went to the mine in the morning but are not in the weaving workshop at this time are not hetero-blooded. Zhangqi eliminated possibilities one by one in his mind. Based on the example of the mine boss, hetero-blooded people seem to have no difference in appearance from ordinary people. Are all hetero-blooded people like the mine boss with such legs? Or are there other different types? Before starting work, each newcomer was given an electronic screen that fit perfectly into a groove in front of the workstation. Next to the groove was a round hole on which a plastic cup was placed. The cup was narrower at the bottom and wider at the top, with the lower half secured in the hole, making it easy to grab at any time. At the innermost corner of the weaving workshop, there were 2 rooms on each side, a restroom and a tea room. The restroom was on the left, unisex, with individual stalls, and inside there was a strong smell of disinfectant. The tea room is on the right, with a total of 5 pairs of water taps. Each pair of taps is spaced about half a meter apart, horizontally embedded in a row on the wall. The left tap is cold water, the right tap is hot water, and below there is a row of cabinets. Inside the cabinets are tea leaves and coffee beans, each stored in small cups about the size of a bottle cap. In the middle of the cabinet is a metal panel on which a row of words is lit up, scrolling back and forth. Tea 0.3 points per serving, coffee 0.3 points per serving. Just below the words is a sensor. Wearing a wristband is allowed. Zhangqi only took purified water and returned to the workstation. The electronic screen has only 3 buttons in total: pause, rewind, and replay. The electronic screen was playing a tutorial on knitting teddy bears. 3 hours, and she had only finished 2 teddy bears. Fortunately, the scoring was based on hours worked. She stood up and went to the pantry to get some water. Her workstation was in the center of the workshop. It took a minute to reach the last row. As she turned the corner, she felt someone else stand up too. She did not look back. She squeezed the cup a little tighter. Before entering the pantry, she had to pass through a corridor. After passing the corridor and entering the pantry, she glanced back once. No one followed in. She began to fill the water, first hot water, then cold water. The dragon head faced the incoming door, with Zhangqi's back to the entrance. Very light footsteps, almost drowned out by the sound of flowing water. The footsteps grew closer and suddenly stopped. Zhangqi remained still, his gaze sweeping downward. The angle of the light's refraction changed. Something was blocking the light. It was quite tall. Chapter 008 Transformation Camp 8. At the moment she turned around, she splashed the water out. Ah! The water splashed onto the face of the person standing behind her. He had his eyes closed, with water droplets all over his eyelashes and forehead, momentarily losing his sight and desperately shaking his head. Zhangqi took a big step back. What the hell? He looked like his head was too big for his body, as if he had been squeezed through a door, actually 2 doors, one straight on and one sideways, turning him into a matchstick with eyes and a nose. His shoulders were thinner than Zhangqi's thighs, and his limbs were thin and short, making his spine look unusually long. If you didn't look closely, you might think it was an enlarged ant. And wiped the water stains off his face with his sleeve and said fiercely, "Today is the day you die." His figure moved exceptionally fast, and in an instant, he was in front of Zhangqi. Zhangqi kicked out, and Ant immediately bounced off the nearby wall. Zhangqi kicked upward again, and Ant actually flew directly onto the wall. His short limbs seemed to have a suction force, moving effortlessly on the smooth wall, bending his waist and back like a reptile, even faster than in human form. With a slap sound, a stream of mucus shot from his mouth and landed steadily on Zhangqi's neck. The mucus had no smell but was greenish, containing green granules inside, somewhat like mashed kiwi fruit. She was spat on? Zhangqi was very shocked. The Ant-Man was even more shocked than Zhangqi. Why didn't you react? The Ant-Man spat another mouthful of kiwi juice, aiming straight at Zhangqi's face. Zhangqi dodged to the side, clenched his right fist, and gathered strength to smash the wall. The ant moved quickly and avoided the blow. The wall made a loud dong sound, dust falling in flurries. Centered on where her fist struck, the wall began to crack radiantly. The Ant-Man rushed directly from the wall to the ceiling, spreading out like a bat in midair, diving down to grab Zhangqi's face, straddling her shoulders with his legs apart. Zhangqi's fingers curled into claws, grabbing one leg, tightening her grip, and forcefully tearing it apart. Ah. Ugh, ah. Put me down, ugh. Let go of me. Please, please. I beg you. Ugh, ah. He was in so much pain that he lost all sense of self. His hands no longer had the strength to clamp onto Zhangqi falling backward like that. Zhangqi grabbed his leg, arched his back, and pushed forward, slamming him directly onto the floor. Ow, 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 ah. The ant rolled on the ground, and its limbs instantly returned to their original form. Its body, which had been flattened like a matchstick, gradually began to inflate like a balloon, eventually becoming a complete human shape. The noise just now was too loud, alerting the prison guards who came over. Both the Ant-Man and Zhangqi denied fighting, and regarding the crack in the wall, they both consistently claimed it was a natural fissure. The prison guards said nothing further. Zhangqi returned to his workstation, finished his work hours for the day, and went to the cafeteria to get food, where he ran into Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke, did you go mining today? Zhangqi nodded. Yes. Zhou Ke, there's a problem with that mine. Zhangqi, what kind of problem? Zhou Ke, my fellow villager said that the Lanmingsha mine is toxic, and you can't work inside for more than 3 hours. Zhangqi, yeah, I've heard about it. The two finished their meals together and sat face to face at the table. Zhou Ke asked, did you encounter anything strange today? Zhangqi said, why do you ask? Oko pointed to the bandages wrapped around Zhangqi's head. Zhangqi replied calmly, I was hit by a rock while mining. Zhou Ke nodded, then after a moment couldn't help but ask, no one attacked you? Zhangqi asked, what do you know? Zhou Ke said, it's nothing important. I just heard about it. I'm glad you're okay. In the following days, Zhangqi was attacked repeatedly. In the mine, the tea room, the restroom, the stairs, the cafeteria corridor, in short, anywhere she might appear alone, there was a 50% chance of being followed or ambushed in advance. Fortunately, she never encountered another aberrant like the mine boss and the Ant-Man. She was exceptionally skilled. At least this body had very quick reflexes and strong muscle power, so without any firearms, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a direct fight. But she couldn't come out unscathed. She was admitted to the hospital repeatedly. Sprained ankle, bruised forehead, dislocated scapula. She was very unfamiliar with these people, especially those prisoners who had been modified with mechanical prosthetics. Their modified parts varied, but were mainly concentrated on hands, feet, ears, and teeth. Many had metal teeth in red, blue, yellow, green, and pink. Some had only one tooth, others more than a dozen. These teeth had no special function, probably just an aesthetic choice. The materials of all parts varied, as did their hardness. Some people have very soft ears, which feel like touching cotton when tapped, while others have very hard ears, like ore, with no room for any stretch or extension. The modifications to the hands are the most bizarre and varied. Sports cars all have 4 wheels, but their body designs vary greatly. Without affecting the driving force, the main focus is on being as flashy as possible. Some palm-sized ones are even beautiful enough to be considered works of art. Zhangqi felt that he had entered a blind spot of knowledge. Asterisk. The library was very large, but the number of books was not that many, at least compared to its floor area. A large central area was left empty, similar to a classroom, filled with tables and chairs. Only the areas along the walls were lined with rows upon rows of books, periodicals, and magazines. The lighting was very bright, and, even on the 3rd underground level, there were no dark corners here. Zhangqi walked past the bookshelf. Finance and Economics section. The first book to understand the securities market. The economic principles the poor will never understand. The market rules the rich will never tell you. Can buying lottery tickets really make you rich? Analysis of the Silver Republic double color ball draw. Technology zone. Below market lowest. Jisheng Technologies latest artificial eye, full set only 99,999. Comprehensive in-depth review of Heian mechanical hands. Are they worth it or not? Reforging the glory of the empire, Aotian Research Institute wins the crown of the technology industry again. Education zone. School district housing prices hit new highs again. No one should suffer but the children. No matter how poor, education must not be neglected, using real estate, safeguarding your child's future. Just because I heard one sentence from an education expert, my child actually did this. The child who never studied got into the best high school in the province. I only used this one method. The prototype of the game, GTA, would you dare let your child grow up here? Living area. She only sticks to one exercise every day, and in half a year she lost 80 pounds. Is regenerative nutrient solution really effective? Experts say this. Another intelligence tax? Bionic masks can actually regenerate skin. Social news section. Should we stop discriminating against heterogeneous bloods? Survey data will blow your mind. Exposed. Underground clinics prosthetic installation failure causes complete nerve necrosis. Crime rate on Lading Street hits new high. How should heterogeneous bloods be managed? Entertainment gossip section. Can virtual idols act in TV dramas? The vote is surprisingly one-sided. How much longer will the extravagance of metal teeth last? Edward's prayer can't be saved even by an all-star lineup. Where exactly is the problem? Hain Technology wants to pair Airlon Y20 and Yufan X90 as a couple. Fans besiege Hain Technology building. Jiangqi. There are very few proper books, mostly magazines and expired ones at that. Many of them bear stamps marked donation. During the day, prisoners go to work. After 6 o'clock, people gradually come to the library, but not many. Loud noise is not allowed here. More people prefer to go outside the building, to a playground surrounded by an electric fence, where they can feel the breeze, chat, and even gather information. Jiangqi sat down in a corner of the library. I looked through about a dozen magazines and newspapers that might be related to hetero-blooded people and mechanical prosthetics. It was already 9 p.m. She casually picked 2 of the thickest books from the bookshelf to take with her. The magazines contained a wealth of information, and they corroborated each other, allowing the following conclusions to be drawn. First, regarding the hetero-blooded people. It is certain that a pollution event 50 years ago caused some people's genes to fuse with those of animals under unknown circumstances. The product of this fusion is called heteroblood. They began to exhibit animalistic traits, and even when fused with the same animal genes, the timing, condition, and location of these traits appeared completely irregular. Some could control the appearance of these traits, while others could not. Some were contagious, while others were not. Even though contagious hetero-blooded individuals accounted for less than 1% of the total hetero-blooded population, it was enough to plunge the entire society into panic. Society was extremely hostile towards hetero-blooded individuals. Some called for a ban on hetero-blooded individuals having offspring, but current evidence shows that unless both parents are hetero-blooded, the hetero-blooded genes do not seem to be passed on to the next generation. Government departments prohibit hetero-blooded individuals from joining, and universities have restricted the majors that hetero-blooded individuals can apply for. Biology, law, criminal investigation, and weapons development are all fields forbidden to hetero-blooded individuals. Hetero-blooded individuals make up less than 5% of the world's population, existing on the very margins of society. However, their crime rate is alarmingly high, far exceeding the average crime rate of citizens in any country. According to investigations, 1 out of every 3 hetero-blooded individuals has been imprisoned. They seem to naturally possess a gene for criminal behavior. This is another important reason why heterochromic individuals face social exclusion. Secondly, regarding mechanical prosthetics, this technology has been in use for over 100 years. There are 3 companies frequently mentioned in newspapers that produce mechanical prosthetics: Hain Technology, Jisheng Technology, and the Research Institute of the Aotian Empire. The modification of mechanical prosthetics requires government approval, and the process is very complicated. Therefore, many conceptual products take at least 3 years from design completion to production. Among the topics most frequently discussed are the ethics and social risks related to mechanical prosthetics. Hain Technology has a subsidiary called Hain Military Industry, which produces products and related accessories exclusively for the military. It was one of the first companies to enter the mechanical prosthetics production field, a well-established enterprise, and its full range of products is generally the most expensive among similar goods from all companies. The prosthetic on Zhouke's hand was a product of Hain Technology, military grade, not yet available on the market, but that couldn't be confirmed, since this magazine had been expired for several years. However, the most expensive part was often not the purchase of the mechanical prosthetic, but the installation and subsequent maintenance. Mechanical prosthetics have a limited lifespan, and the neurologists responsible for prosthetic installation at legitimate hospitals and institutions charge very high fees, which gave rise to a black market industry chain, providing a full range of services from prosthetic purchase to installation and even repair. Of course, this is illegal. Because it is not regulated by the market, the quality of services varies greatly. There are many news reports about complete nerve damage caused by failed procedures performed by private doctors. Overall, mechanical prosthetics and heteromutants are issues unrelated to the lives of most people, even though they often appear in the news and cutting-edge information. Apart from the military, government departments in various countries tend to recruit naturals who have not undergone any physical modifications. Person enters the workplace. The more chaotic the place, the higher the proportion of cyborgs and hetero-blooded people. Slums, black gangs, thugs, mercenaries, henchmen. They regard prosthetic limbs as a kind of weapon, just like even the poorest black gang members always carry a handgun in their pockets. It's a symbol of identity and status. Normal people, those living in the civilized world, might never come into contact with these two types of people in their entire lives. Zhang Qi pressed the magazine against his face. The probability of winning the lottery is the only way to encounter so many hidden dragons and young phoenixes. Chapter 009 Transformation Camp 9. Friday. Heavy rain, humidity 78%, real-time temperature 22 degrees Celsius, air pressure 1093 HPA, air quality, moderate, UV intensity, moderate. The cafeteria's large screen continuously scrolls the weather forecast. Rain and strong winds greatly affect work in the fields and mines. Accumulated rain, collapses, and landslides make danger ever-present. There is no option to take leave here. Regardless of the weather, work starts and ends on time. After the real-time weather display, the forecast for each hour of the day is shown. After 12 o'clock, the rain is expected to gradually decrease. A long line formed at the entrance of the weaving workshop. A very long line. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Each workplace has a maximum number of clock-ins. Once the limit is reached, the clock-in machine stops working. Those who did not get in could only choose other work locations. But the latest clock-in time at each work location is 8 o'clock. If you do not arrive at the next work location before 8 o'clock, you will lose 1 hour of work credit. Whether you are 1 minute or 59 minutes late, it counts as 1 hour. Many people didn't even have breakfast. It's only 7 o'clock now, and many prisoners have already started to enter the weaving workshop one after another. Those at the back of the line had no idea how many prisoners had already entered. Even knowing the maximum number of people allowed to clock in, they couldn't accurately estimate whether they were within the safe limit. The atmosphere began to grow tense. Many were restless and uneasy, and shouting broke out within the line. Some people started to push and shove. It seems to be because of cutting in line. Zhang Qi is about to arrive. There are 10 people left. 9 people. 8 of them. 7 of them. At this moment, 5 people were walking over from the direction of the cafeteria. They didn't go around to the back of the line but walked straight, without deviation, toward the very front of the line. Cutting in line. The person in first place didn't say anything, but the person in third place stepped forward to argue. If someone cuts in at the very front, everyone's position would be pushed back by 5 places. No one knew when the clock-in opportunity would stop working. No one wanted to go to the mines or the fields, especially the mines, since the heterodox bloods could only choose the mines, which were far more dangerous than the fields. They started fighting, or more accurately, it was a one-sided beating. Voices of discussion came to their ears. It's someone from the Grand Judge's people. They have always been like this. Idiot, how dare you provoke them? He's a rookie. He's doomed. Sunday. Wait to see his corpse. Then came the sound of schadenfreude laughter. The person who was third in line was dragged out of the group. He was a green badge. He hadn't been beaten to death, but his face was bruised and battered. Now he couldn't even hold on to third place. Zhang Qi turned his head to look at him and found him somewhat familiar. It seemed like he had seen him last time working in the mine. But she couldn't remember the exact number. 5 people inserted their cards into the line, clocking in one after another. 2 minutes passed, and finally it was the turn of the person who had originally been first in line. He stretched out his wristband and swiped it over the clock-in machine embedded on the right side of the gate. Beep. Passed. Scan the badge. Passed. Next, it was the turn of the person behind him. Beep. Passed. Scan the sign. Passed. To the third. He reached out his wristband, and almost everyone near the front was watching his action. This time, no matter how he swiped, the punch clock made no sound. His face instantly went pale. At this moment, the speaker connected to the punch clock broadcast a voice. Please note, the maximum number of people has been reached. Please note, the number of people has reached the limit. Please note, the number of people has reached the limit. After the announcement was made 3 times, the green light on the punch clock went out. The team was silent for a second. Then they suddenly scattered in all directions. Zhang Qi stood in the middle, surrounded by a crowd moving against the flow. She looked at the punch clock and silently counted a few numbers. Damn. She could have gone in. Asterisk. Outside the mine, weeds grew thickly, rainwater carrying gravel slowly flowed outward. The large iron gate at the entrance rattled in the wind, soil from the mountaintop rustled down, falling into the pit and turning the water murky. Inside the mine, the tunnels twisted and turned, bottomless. On a rainy day, the lead gray sky hung heavy like a thick quilt, choking the neck. The more one moved, the harder it was to breathe. Working deep inside the mine was extremely dangerous. There were no signposts or accurate reference points inside. It was said that in the deepest caves, there were underground rivers and some dangerous aquatic creatures, something repeatedly emphasized in class. Every prisoner tried to gather at the more crowded forks that were slightly closer to the exit. This left no chance to slack off, but was relatively safer. With more people around, there were naturally more people chatting. After chatting for a while, someone asked, "Who is the Chief Justice?" Many of those gathered in the cave were unlucky ones who hadn't entered the weaving workshop in the morning. There were quite a few newcomers. They hadn't even realized that on rainy days they needed to clock in at the weaving workshop early. At this, the people nearby who were talking also stopped. The noisy background sound was instantly paused, and the tick-tock sound of water dripping in the cave suddenly became clear. The person asking the questions thought they had said something wrong, recalled the green badge that was beaten that morning, shivered all over and immediately lowered their head, pretending nothing had happened. Everyone gradually withdrew their gaze. At this moment, someone said, "The Chief Justice is not a person." Everyone looked up at him. The large lamps on everyone's heads focused instantly, like a star making an entrance, shining on him and drawing everyone's attention. His face was washed out by the light, but the badge on his body was very clear. 012. Damn. 012 covered his eyes. Quick, turn off the light. Snap, everyone turned off the lights above their heads. The mine was pitch black. Only the light on 012's head remained, like a flashlight. Faint yet stubborn. Damn. 012 said again, turn on a few more lights. After adjusting for a while, the lighting was finally in place. Because of the noise, the prisoners who were working a bit farther away just now also gathered around, including Zhang Qi. "Is there anyone here from Sanjin City?" 012 asked. No one in the crowd responded. 012 nodded, no wonder then. 012 said that the Grand Judge is the largest gang in Sanjin City of the Silver Republic. For decades, the government has been cracking down on the Grand Judge, arresting many people one after another, all serious criminals, who were sentenced and directly sent to Garbage Island. However, the Grand Judge has been entrenched in Sanjin City for a long time, even infiltrating the local judicial system. So every time there is a major operation from above, the Grand Judge is notified in advance. In short, over these decades, the power of the Grand Judge has not weakened. Instead, it has absorbed many smaller gangs in the area, successfully making Sanjin City one of the most notorious cities in the Silver Republic. 881 raised his hand. 012 raised his chin. Speak. 881. So many people were caught and brought in, yet it's still the biggest black gang? 012, supporting himself with a mining shovel and resting one foot on a protruding large rock, tugged at the corner of his mouth. Those caught aren't the masterminds, they're all scapegoats. No one would betray the higher-ups. The black gang is much harsher than the government. 012 paused. However, I have heard that during a few government transitions, a batch of elite justices were arrested, suffering heavy losses, almost wiping them out. But the mayor, the council members, and the sheriffs involved in the arrests all died. Gunshots, poisoning, kidnapping, bombs, including their families, as far as I know, not a single survivor. This is the real black gang. Sanjin City is completely the domain of the Chief Justice. Anyone who opposes the Chief Justice will have a bad end. The government is the greatest safeguard of citizens' rights and social order. If even the government's enforcement agencies cannot contend with the black gangs, then what will the black gangs become? The black gangs will become the government. The spiritual parents looming over everyone's head. From birth to death, from every bite of food you eat, to the education you receive, the street you live on, the stores where you shop, the place you work, the places you entertain yourself, you are constantly influenced by this belief. An unstable life is the norm. We can only pray that the next one is not ourselves. No one spoke for a long time inside the cave. Zhang Qi asked, "Why is it called the Grand Judge?" 012's voice was almost out of tune. "What?" Zhang Qi, "Why is this high bang called the Grand Judge?" 012 speechless. "How would I know? They didn't invite me when they founded it." Zhang Qi. The class monitor said, "But this isn't Sanjin City." Sanjin City is the territory of the Chief Justice, but Garbage Island is not. 012 snorted coldly. They have big families and big businesses. Class monitor. Whether it's the reform camp or outside, I'm talking about the real trash island. There are judges, organized and disciplined, completely different from our ragtag band. No one walks away unscathed after provoking a judge. For example, that idiot this morning, I guarantee he won't live past next Monday. 881 blurted out. Why? 012 gave a half smile, because Sunday is a free activity day. On free activity day, killing is not only legal but also rewarded. Asterisk. By noon, the rain gradually lessened. Sunshine peeked out from the heavy dark clouds, cautiously casting brilliant golden rays over the farmland, flower beds, and wet rooftops. The wind swept across the land, making the tender grass sway as it rose from the soil, and the air was filled with the fragrance of earth and trees. The drizzling rain was still seeping into the muddy puddles. Paddock, paddock, paddock. Shoes stepped into the mud, lifted, and then fell again. All the prisoners working outdoors began to walk towards the canteen. Before entering the canteen, all prisoners must wash their shoes clean in the communal shower room. Apparently, the warden is a person with obsessive cleanliness. The warden rarely goes to the prisoners' rooms or production sites. Usually, he only appears in the office building and the canteen. These two places must be kept clean 24 hours a day. Someone was even taking a shower in the shower room. The soap and body wash in the canteen are much better than those in the dormitory building's public shower room. Everything here has a mossy tone. Sandalwood, vetiver, bergamot, mixed together. Restrained, elegant, and crisp. It is said to be because the warden likes it. The shower room is divided into public and private sections, with 2 different entrances. There is a line at the private rooms, but no queue at the public shower. One by one, the prisoners finish showering and come out of the shower room drying their hair. The air they bring out carries a faint, indistinguishable scent. A bit like a pet. Wearing clothes bought by the owner, filled with the scent of the owner's favorite body wash, locked inside the owner's room. The only difference is that these pets are not cute at all. They are even a bit disgusting. Zhangqi withdrew his gaze from a prisoner who was coming out with his buttocks clenched. The time reached 12:30, and fewer people were in the single shower stalls. The next one was her. Unlike public bathhouses, the entrance door to the single shower stalls is closed. Inside, there are separate individual compartments, but the rule is that no one is allowed to wait outside the stalls. No one wants to be ambushed at a time like this. This is an unspoken rule everyone accepts, and people are accustomed to keeping their distance here. Whenever the door opens and someone comes out, another person goes in. Footsteps came from inside. The door lock turned. The main door opened, and Zhangqi was momentarily stunned. He is a muscular man from room 503. Wearing boxer briefs, his head nearly touches the door frame. His upper body is completely bare, with extremely developed biceps and trapezius muscles. Zhangqi's height only reaches his chest. Looking straight ahead, you see chest and abdominal muscles that look ready to burst out. It's not a double-door refrigerator, it's a double-door large iron gate. He had clothes hanging from his left wrist, with a conspicuous red mark on the back of his hand. On the upper part of his right forearm, there was also a tattoo. A balance scale. The muscular man and Zhangqi exchanged glances for a second, brushed past each other, without any communication. Zhangqi didn't take a shower. She only rinsed her shoes clean and washed her hair. There was a lot of mud and rainwater stuck together. When she came out, there were already few people left. The muscular man hadn't left yet. He was just standing at the door. This time, looking from a distance, it was clear to see the gap between him and the other normal prisoners. His upper body muscles were overly developed, making his head appear extremely small in contrast. His skeleton was long, and no matter what, his lower limbs could not be stretched sideways to match the proportion of his upper body muscles. Compared to others, he was too strong, so strong that he gave off a humanoid sense of terror. A word suddenly popped into Zhangqi's mind. Kangaroo. Upper limbs without muscle growth limitations. A person who looks like a kangaroo. 082. Zhangqi took 2 steps outside, and after a while, he realized that this was her code. Turning his head, the muscular man crossed his arms over his chest and looked at her with a half-smile. Something wrong. Zhangqi faced the muscular man, hands hidden behind his back, fists gathering strength. After so many days of practice, he could almost accurately grasp the secret of exerting force. The muscular man raised an eyebrow. Don't be so tense. I'm here to help you. Help me, Zhangqi said, You seem to have forgotten what you said earlier. The muscular man said, so petty? Holding grudges. Zhang-Chi was a bit impatient. The muscular man put down his crossed arms. Have you heard of the Chief Justice? Zhang-Chi squinted. The muscular man smiled. Looks like you have. Want to join? Chapter 010 Transformation Camp 10. Zhang-Chi's gaze fell on the scales on the muscular man's right arm. In Roman mythology, the goddess of justice, Justitia, holds scales in her left hand and a sword in her right. If the sword is swung without law, it is pure violence. If the law is enforced without the sword, it has no deterrent power. At the same time, she must be blindfolded, showing no favoritism to either side, symbolizing absolute fairness and justice. A black gang, how dare they claim fairness and justice? Not interested. Her gaze dropped and caught sight of the outfit held by the muscular man. At the pocket of the jacket hung a tag, 110. The muscular man shrugged his shoulders. Looks like you still don't know enough about the Chief Justice. Zhang-Chi raised an eyebrow. The muscular man pointed to the back of her hand. Haven't you noticed that you're the only red seal attacked this week? Zhang-Chi, what? Does it have something to do with your Chief Justices too? The muscular man didn't answer the question directly. Weekdays are very unfriendly to us red seals. However, you should have already noticed the loophole. Zhang-Chi, what loophole? The muscular man smiled. You don't know? Then why do you always dive into crowds? Zhang-Chi. Muscular man. The detached identification tag can only complete point transfers through wristband authentication. No one is willing to hand over their prey. It's even less likely to make a scapegoat for others. Everyone wants to take you down alone. If the red badge is killed in the crowd, who will the points belong to? If someone uses up all their strength killing the red badge, can they still snatch the identification badge when it falls, beating out other onlookers? For us, the safest approach is to stay with the crowd. Zhang-Chi, you still haven't explained why I was the only one attacked this week. Muscle Man, because you have no organization. Zhang-Chi. Muscle Man, Red Zhang can attack other prisoners on workdays. As long as Red Zhang is killed before the settlement day, he won't take revenge. So, if they are sure that after you die, there is an organization to avenge you, what would the outcome be? No one will easily mess with you. Points can only be settled on Sundays. Even if he accumulates enough points to get out on Monday, he must wait until Sunday to ensure he is alive before 9 o'clock to complete the settlement. Zhang-Chi, sounds like you guys are still a warm big family. The muscular man neither confirmed nor denied. Zhang-Chi, is this the reason why your other Red Chapter members were not attacked? Are all of you from the Grand Judge's faction? Muscular man, not exactly. He pointed toward a group of people walking toward the cafeteria entrance. There are also people from the Fierce Tiger. Zhang-Chi, Fierce Tiger. Muscle Man, there are 21 red badges here in total. 8 belong to the Fierce Tiger group, 12 belong to our Grand Judge group. You're new here. Zhang-Chi, don't tell me you guys are still fighting over territory here? The muscle man shrugged. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu. Besides, this has nothing to do with territory. The system here itself makes it impossible for everyone to coexist peacefully. Someone always has to make sacrifices. You should feel lucky. Many people here want to submit to the Grand Judge. Not everyone has that kind of luck. These days, it's hard to find a protective umbrella. Zhang-Chi glanced at the people in the corridor. You're trying to win me over because you don't want me to go to the Fierce Tiger side, right? The muscular man smiled. You can also choose Fierce Tiger. That way, we would be opponents. He paused. The last person who stayed in your room with the red badge was from Fierce Tiger. Zhang-Chi, are you threatening me? Muscular man. No, I'm just helping you analyze. You can choose whoever you want. I'm just passing messages for someone. Zhang-Chi, who are you passing messages for? Muscle man, you don't need to know that. I'm sorry. I don't want to choose anyone, Zhang-Chi said as he turned to leave. I'm used to going it alone. No one can go it alone here. Red Zhang, either choose the Grand Judge or the Fierce Tiger. If you don't want to choose either, then both the Grand Judge and the Fierce Tiger will be your enemies. The muscle man's voice sounded from behind. Choose an organization, and you'll lose half your enemies. We never go after our own. Zhang-Chi did not look back. After finishing the meal, there was no time to return to the dormitory to rest. There were not many people in the weaving workshop in the afternoon, possibly because the afternoon rain had lessened, or perhaps because many wanted to go to the mine to make up points. She rushed to the weaving workshop and just clocked in at 12:58. When she entered, she ran into Zhou Ku, who only glanced at her without saying anything and hurried into the workshop. After several days of practice, Zhang Qi's weaving skills had improved significantly. She was already able to finish knitting 2 teddy bears within an hour. Turning her head, she found the muscular man not far behind her to the right. In front of him was a workbench with 3 knitted rabbit dolls on it. He was holding a needle, and even the thickest knitting needle looked as small as an embroidery needle in his hands. It was hard to imagine such rough, large hands skillfully making rabbit dolls with ease. How long had he been here? Zhang Qi asked himself silently. On the way, Zhang Qi went to the tea room. There were quite a few people when he arrived, about 3. When he came out after getting water, someone was leaning against the wall connecting the tea room and the corridor, one foot resting on the other, his right hand fingers idly tapping on the wall behind him. Obviously, he wasn't there to get water. Seeing Zhang Qi come out, he walked over. 082? Zhang Qi clenched the water cup and looked up, seeing the badge on his chest, 888. Very lucky. Zhang Qi, is something wrong? 888. Has the Grand Judge's person come to see you? Zhang Qi, what is it? 888. Nothing, just a heads up. The Blue Zhang and Red Zhang who died last month were all people of the Chief Justice. Zhang Qi thought for a moment and said, Are you from the Fierce Tiger? 888. I am the boss of the Fierce Tiger. 888 smiled, wrinkles piling up on his face. So, how is it? Pretty sincere, right? The people of the Chief Justice always do this, never sending out small fry like 110. Pretentious. They really think they're still in Sanjin City. Do you know who their boss is? Lanzhang. They don't value strength, only bloodline. All connections. The newcomers have to work like beasts of burden. Zhang Qi frowned. The voice of 888 lowered, with a somewhat sinister expression. Besides, they kill their own people. Zhang Qi's expression shifted slightly. 888 keenly noticed this, his smile widening. When you come to us, everyone is on equal footing. Zhang Qi, are you done talking? 888, what? Zhang Qi, if you're done, move aside. Zhang Qi stepped over the leg 888 had stretched out and, taking advantage of 888's momentary daze, strode quickly toward his own workstation. At 5 o'clock sharp, everyone started tidying up their desks and the muscular man walked over. Did 888 ask for you? The muscular man said. Zhang Qi put the buttons into the drawer one by one, glanced at him briefly, then lowered his head and continued packing up the colored pens and sewing kit. Did he tell you that we kill our own people? The muscle man said. Zhang Qi's hand holding the sewing kit paused. For a moment, Zhang Qi felt like he had arrived at a job fair. 2 HR representatives kept quoting prices and undermining their competitors, fully aware of each other's bidding tactics. The muscular man said, that's all he knows. The Fierce Tigers have nothing to offer. They only take in society's trash. Some people have no rules. We don't harm our own, we only eliminate those who break the rules. Rapists, child abusers, those who harm their own, we are not gangsters. We take risks for profit, but we also have our limits. Zhang Qi. The muscular man frowned at Zhang Qi. You think this is mockery? Zhang Qi, I said, I don't want to join anyone. Zhang Qi pulled the drawer shut, blew the dust off the desk, and stood up. The muscular man placed one hand on the desk, his entire body like a wall of flesh, blocking her path squarely. Reason. Zhang Qi looked up. From this angle, she could even clearly see the stubble on the muscular man's face. I never make deals with criminals. Muscular man. His expression was as if he had just heard the biggest joke. Who do you think you are, a messenger of justice? Clean and innocent people don't come here, the muscle man said. You're a red tag. Your crime is heavier than 90% of the people here. What, as soon as you got caught, you decided to turn over a new leaf and start fresh? Zhang Qi said nothing. The muscle man turned his head, pointing his finger toward the crowd lined up at the door, passing through the metal detector one by one. To ensure that no one takes anything from the workplace, every prisoner must be scanned when leaving. Following his finger, Zhang Qi saw a familiar face. Zhou Ko. The 333 guy who's with you. Do you know why he's ignoring you now? His roommate is from the Fierce Tiger group, and he sold out to get connected. He found a backer. He has an organization you don't, so he looks down on you. Zhang Qi frowned slightly. Muscle guy. In here, there are no friends, only interests. No one relies on anyone. Whether you're blue chapter, green chapter, or red chapter, you're just a target. No one wants to hang out with a target. You should be grateful. Luckily, you still have some skills. We've taken notice of you. The muscular man sneered at her. If a fierce tiger wants to snatch you, do you really think you're some kind of prize? Every criminal here wants to join the organization. Being rebellious won't make you look capable, it will only get you killed faster. You talk too much. Zhangqi dodged past the muscular man and slipped out of his seat. The muscular man's expression darkened. Watching Zhangqi's back, he suddenly smiled at last. All right, at least you won't go to the tigers. A 1,000-point red badge is a good deal for us. Choosing nothing means no one will be her backing. Killing her comes at no cost. Anytime, anywhere, without hesitation. Zhangqi's footsteps paused. The muscular man's voice continued from behind. Hope you survive the settlement day. The weaving workshop was about a 10-minute walk from the canteen. The prisoners walked quickly. Once off work, no one wanted to stay even a second longer. There was no boss here, and being a conspicuous package wouldn't lead to a promotion. Zhangqi deliberately walked slowly, waiting until everyone had passed her before gradually catching up with the group's pace. The afternoon rain had lessened considerably, and by 5 o'clock, the ground was already dry. The weaving workshop was an indoor job, so prisoners coming from there didn't need to go to the shower to clean up. After confirming that everyone had joined the line for food, Zhangqi turned and headed to the shower. The farmland and the mine were far from the canteen, so prisoners from those locations would still take some time to arrive. The shower room was completely empty. She ran to the single-person shower stalls, opening and closing each door one by one to confirm there was no place to hide anyone. Then she slipped into the last shower stall, locked the door from the inside, and placed her hand on the wall-mounted metal soap box. The soap dish was fixed by 4 screws, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, all positioned at the upper and lower corners. Zhangqi applied force with his finger, pressing on the upper left screw at the pad of her finger, which instantly heated up. With a gentle pull, the slightly deformed screw fell into her hand. Zhangqi pocketed the screw, stepped back to the door panel, facing the shower head and the parallel soap dish. After a moment of observation, he stepped forward again and took out the screw from the upper right corner of the soap dish. In his palm, it split into 2 parts. One was the nut and the other was the tail. The screw nailed into the wall was very long, even divided in half. One part was still as long as a pinky fingernail. She twisted the nut back into place, then pressed the remaining section of the tail in her palm to form a flat, round head about the same size as the nut. Next, she took out the screw she had removed earlier from her pocket and used the small tip at the tail to carve a pentagon in the center of the round head. All screws had pentagons. Hand polishing always differs somewhat from machine work. Zhangqi placed the half-polished screw in the empty spot at the upper left corner of the metal soap box, then stepped back. Fortunately, from a distance, it just looked like a larger piece fitting over a smaller one, with almost no visible difference. The newly remade half-screw had a tail that was too small, providing no support at all, making it impossible to hang on the wall. Zhangqi placed the fake nut into the hole and directly pressed the edge of the nut with his hand, gradually merging the nut with the soap box. 3 more precisely, 2½ screws were already enough to support the weight of a bar of soap, and this fake nut, now part of the soap box, did not look out of place at all. Sparse footsteps came from outside the door. Manually twisting metal screws is very physically exhausting. After finishing these, Zhangqi was already drenched in sweat. She put the stolen screws into her pocket, twisted open the door, and was about to leave when her body suddenly froze. After finishing the shower, the floor shouldn't be dry. The prisoners coming from the mine and the farmland entered one by one, the sound of water dropping, continuously hitting the ground. Zhangqi took off the shower head, turned on the faucet, wet the floor, then took out soap and rubbed his hands, the fragrance spreading everywhere. He then thoroughly rinsed the soap dish, the partition, and all places at her height with water, turned off the faucet and left, all in one smooth motion. After finishing the meal, Zhangqi immediately returned to the dormitory. He locked the door tightly and sat on the bed, prison cell. The tables all faced directly toward the center of the door, and through the small vent at the entrance, everything could be seen clearly. She leaned against the wall, sitting on the side of the bed near the door. When she entered the dormitory earlier, she had stood on tiptoe to look around. This spot was a complete blind spot. Although usually the prison guards only appeared in the dormitory building at 10 o'clock, it was always better to be safe, and besides, no one knew if anyone other than the guards might show up. Zhangqi took out a screw, clasped it between his palms, and rubbed it vigorously. 5 minutes later, he had fashioned a single-headed needle longer than his palm, thicker than an ordinary needle, but slightly thinner than a knitting needle. One end was the head of a pentagonal screw, and the other end was a very sharp needle tip. Zhangqi flipped open the points lecture notes on the bedside, and with the screw needle in hand, he forcefully stabbed downward on the name of the editor, Zhou Yu. In an instant, it pierced through half of the lecture notes. Zhangqi put away the needle, squatted down, and forcefully lifted the single bed frame from the ground. The bed frame was welded from hollow metal tubes. Zhangqi's back pressed against the ground as he angled the screw needle into the metal tube on the left side of the bed frame. She clapped her hands and stood up, examining the bed frame. Her gaze fell on a very small round hole on the floor, where the bed leg had not been moved for years. The floor's color was noticeably different from the surrounding area. She squatted down, adjusted the angle once more, and when she felt there was no problem, she finally began washing her hands. Every gang is formed initially for mutual support. No one wants to live daily under constant threat. They choose their companions and agree not to fight among themselves, thus reducing many enemies. But the size of a gang must be limited, not too small, or it cannot form a deterrent, not too large. If too many people join, then who will be the one to get killed? The weak desperately want to join gangs, while gangs fiercely reject the weak. Their growth requires these expendable resources. One batch after another of prisoners come to jail, and once they detect someone useful, they recruit them into the gang to replenish their living forces. Gang conflicts inevitably result in casualties. But are the gang members the ones who die the most? Not necessarily. Two opposing gangs are like two big fish. When big fish collide, it results in bloody battles and mutual destruction. They avoid collision and instead prey on defenseless small fish. Both 110 and 888 are lying. All those so-called red stamps of death are just gimmicks to raise their own value and suppress others. They try to win you over because they don't want any clashes with each other. They are seeking a way to grow peacefully. Without the confidence to swallow the other, they won't act rashly. They fear losing strength. She is very important. If she were the leader of both sides, she wouldn't have acted so quickly. Assuming it wasn't a one-hit kill, what if she ended up defecting to the other side? She would observe for a while longer. But even then, there are no guarantees. Some black gangs leave no room for mercy. Unless she demonstrates extraordinary strength that makes them wary, fearful, and instills the belief that killing her might cost many gang members, making the whole thing not worth it. She has to become a big fish as well. Standing in front of the mirror, Zhangqi took a moment to examine his own face. Youthful and energetic. Strange. She had no idea who she really was. She didn't seem like a hybrid, whether from what magazines said or any hybrids she had seen, none of them were like her. She wasn't a cyborg either. She couldn't detect any modified nerves in her body. Besides, she was able to work inside the mine. Her body was as strong as an ox, having worked long-term at the Blue Ming sand mine without ever feeling dizzy or faint. How did she end up in prison? No one told her. She was Hongzhong, so she must have committed a serious crime. But what kind of serious crime could a girl of this age have committed to be exiled to Garbage Island? What kind of person was she originally? Did she have family and friends? Could she have belonged to any organization? She knew nothing. The only thing she knew was that this was a hard-won new life. She had no reason to fall here. She will definitely be released from prison. Chapter 011 Transformation Camp 11. Saturday, 12:30. The cafeteria was packed. Zhangqi finished his meal and was clearing his tray when the broadcast sounded with a beep. Unlike the usual brief weather forecast alerts, this one was prolonged, very much like an air raid siren. In an instant, all the old prisoners in the canteen changed their expressions. On the second-floor corridor, 2 prison guards stood by the railing. One of the guards was dressed differently from any guard Zhangqi had ever seen, pure white clothing with a triangular badge embedded on the shoulder. "Silence," said the other guard standing next to the one in white. In fact, there was no need for him to speak. The entire hall had already fallen so silent that you could hear a pin drop. 949, deduct 5 points, location, weaving workshop, time, Wednesday 9:30, damaged 20 at 032 buttons while threading yarn, secretly disposed of them in the restroom. Deduction basis, Article 28 of the Reform Camp Regulations. 223, deduct 3 points, location, farmland, time, Monday 9:23, confirmed that overwatering caused all 3 acres of Jinghong flowers to wither. Deduction basis, Article 112 of the Reform Camp Regulations. 333, deduct 3 points, location, weaving workshop, time, Friday 11:03, chatting for over 10 minutes during work hours. Deduction basis, Article 239 of the Reform Camp Regulations. 764, deduct 1 point, location, Farmland, time, Wednesday 1612, failed to remove weeds within the allotted time. Deduction basis, Article 37 of the Reform Camp Regulations. He recited the codes of about a dozen prisoners in total, and the white-clad prison guard finally put down the electronic tablet in his hand. He looked down at all the prisoners in the hall and said in a stern tone, "The above prisoners must make immediate corrections. Submit your self-criticism reports to room 212 on the first floor of the office building by Monday." After saying this, he turned around and left. Once he completely disappeared down the corridor, the entire cafeteria instantly erupted into chaos. So many people were deducted this time? It's always like this during the newcomers' week. They don't know the rules. Jinghong flowers can still be overwatered, but aren't these flowers especially water-sensitive? Zhangqi was carrying a tray through the aisle when he heard someone ask, "Who is he?" She deliberately slowed her pace, ears perked up. A cop in white, specializing in enforcing production discipline. Every Friday at this time, he comes to announce the offenders who lost points that week. Why weren't any minors caught? There are no cameras in the mine, so what's the point of catching anyone? The prison guards value their lives. No one is willing to go into the mine. You mean there are cameras in the farmland and the weaving workshop? Yes, otherwise how would they know if you were slacking off? I'm doomed. I have always. Always slacking off? Haha, it doesn't matter. Everyone does it. When you're tired, just take a little break. Whether you get caught or not depends on luck. If you're unlucky, you'll get caught zoning out for 5 minutes. If you're lucky, you can do nothing for an hour and it's fine. Wait, where can I find the reform camp regulations? It was never mentioned in class before. I don't know. No one knows. Only the white-clad officers have the regulations. No one knows the specific details. Everyone is feeling their way through. When you see where others lost points, you become more cautious next time. If the rules are very clear, everyone will start looking for loopholes. If the rules are unclear, everyone will make up their own rules. The unknown is feared because people always arbitrarily elevate it to a level of fear they cannot accept. They are like startled birds, trembling and no longer daring to probe or act on their own. It's truly quite malicious. Zhangqi thought to himself. When she walked to the tray return area, she ran into Zhou Ke. His face was pale. As far as she remembered, he was on the penalty list that the white-clad police officer just read out. 3 points. Newcomers have the lowest scores, and if there were no other newcomers with more penalty points in the coding just now, he would be the bottom of the week. He had modified mechanical prosthetics and couldn't mine, so his work score was also the lowest tier. Standing next to him was his cellmate, the fellow townsman he mentioned, with one hand resting on his waist. Zhou Ke saw her. His complexion changed from pale to flushed. He awkwardly shifted his body slightly away from his cellmate's hand. "Your tray is still so clean." Zhou Ke forced a smile. "I heard the Chief Justice and the Tiger's men both came looking for you." Zhangqi suddenly recalled what 110 had said. "Do you know why he's ignoring you now? He has an organization, you don't. He looks down on you." "Zhangqi, I don't like wasting." Zhangqi automatically ignored the second half of the sentence. Zhou Ke said, "That's good. No waste. That's good." After Zhangqi put down his tray and was about to leave, Zhou Ke said behind him, "Actually, I think it's pretty good that you joined the Fierce Tigers. The Chief Justice has too many rules. You won't get used to staying in there." Saturday at 3 p.m., 9 hours left until the free activity day. Zhangqi is a weaver. Workshop assignment. The weaving workshop has no fixed seats, only fixed categories. Rows 1 to 5 are work tables for making dolls, rows 5 to 8 are work tables for making handmade blankets, and rows 9 to 12 have very large workbenches for weaving products other than dolls and handmade blankets. If you arrive early, you can choose the table you want to sit at. If you come later, you can only choose from the available work tables. There weren't many prisoners in the weaving workshop today. Each type had empty tables. Zhangqi still chose the table for making dolls. The tables were single-person, and tables of the same kind were not far apart, less than half a meter away. Turning her head, she could see what the person next to her was doing. There was an aisle between different types of tables, with a total of 3 main aisles. Prisoners usually dispersed from the aisles to the restroom or the tea room. Zhou Ke sat behind her, with his roommate sitting next to him. They arrived relatively late, at least later than Zhangqi. Maybe it was unintentional to choose the seat, or maybe it was deliberate. No one knew. Zhangqi finished tidying the thread on the teddy bear when Zhou Ke's voice suddenly sounded behind her. The timing was too coincidental, as if he had deliberately waited for her to stop what she was doing. Have you decided which one you want to choose? The voice wasn't loud, but because the space was narrow and they were close, it was heard clearly. Perhaps the prisoners nearby also heard something, but they all stared intently. No one dared to provoke the tiger's people, let alone report them. Talking was prohibited during work hours. Occasionally, prison guards would come into the weaving workshop to check on things, but most of the time, they only stood outside the workshop. The fabric inside had a strong formaldehyde smell, along with some special fabrics that were very bright but slightly toxic. Small decorative pieces were harmless and allowed to enter the market, but the workers faced exposure to toxins thousands of times stronger. Long-term inhalation was bad for health, though exactly how it was harmful, no one here knew. If you find other workers slacking off, you can go out and report them to the prison guards. Of course, unless there is a deep grudge, in most cases, no one would do such a thing. No one wants to be like a machine, tightening the rope from start to finish, turning a blind eye. Everyone gets along better that way. Zhangqi, choose what? Joko, you. Are you going to the Chief Justice or the Fierce Tiger? Zhangqi said no. Joku was stunned for a moment. What? Zhangqi bent down and took a new roll of cotton thread from a basket beside him. I said I didn't choose. Joku didn't say anything. After a while, when the roommate sitting next to him got up to go to the bathroom, he leaned his head forward, almost close to Zhangqi's shoulder, and said, "Do you look down on me?" Zhangqi's hand weaving the cotton thread paused. What? Joku's voice trembled a little. I know others have been talking about me behind my back, you. That's why I haven't dared to approach you these past few days. I was afraid you thought the same as them. Zhangqi felt a bit puzzled. Joku continued, actually, I am gay. Zhangqi. Could this be something more serious than a crime? Joku said, we are mutually in love. Zhangqi didn't know what to say. Zhangqi, I wish you happiness. Joku. Are you mocking me? The voice sounded particularly miserable. Zhangqi didn't know what to say anymore. Joku, I knew it. You would think of me like that. He didn't force me, I did it willingly. I like him. He likes me too. It's not what you think, like selling my dignity. He treats me well. I've always liked him like that. We're good. Zhangqi, so. Joku choked up slightly, then said slowly, it's nothing. I just wanted to explain it to you. You're my friend, and I don't want you to misunderstand. Suddenly, Zhangqi recalled a phrase he had once heard somewhere. A princess needs to be pampered because the king will never grant her the same rights as the prince. Striving to prove that being loved is a manifestation of losing power. Because one cannot be equal in rights with an oppressive object, it is necessary to prove his affection for oneself to an irrational degree, to convince him that he will not harm oneself, or to show the outside world that the friction caused by their very unequal rights does not exist. Zhangqi. I understand. She lowered her head and continued making the teddy bear. After a while, suddenly a big hand pressed down on her doll. She looked up and saw Joku's prison mate standing right in front of her. Zhangqi stood only up to his chest. Sitting down, she could only reach his waistline. The first thing she saw was the badge, numbered 093. Looking up, she saw his firm jaw, beast-like chewing muscles, and angry eyes. Zhangqi was puzzled. Suddenly, she heard the sound of sobbing. Perhaps it had been there for a long time, but she had been too focused on her work to notice. The sound was faint, coming from right behind her. She turned her head and saw Joku lying on the table, his eyes red. In the entire workshop, only 093 was standing, a tall figure of 1.9 meters, blocking someone else's table. Gradually, more and more eyes gathered here. Joku looked up, tugged at 093's sleeve, and sobbed, no, it will attract the prison guards. Zhangqi looked at Joku and asked, what's wrong with you? Joku hesitated just as he was about to speak, but 093 said, mind your own mouth. Zhangqi, ? Zhangqi was a little confused, but before she could ask anything, 093 sat back down. Joku didn't answer her question. He just said to 093, it doesn't matter to me. Let them say whatever they want. 6:10 p.m., 5 hours and 50 minutes left until the free activity day. After dinner, Zhangqi returned to the dormitory building and carefully studied the points lecture notes once more. He reviewed all the notes the prison guard had taken about the free activity day during the last class, and combined with the information he had gathered from other inmates this week, he summarized the following key points. 1. On the free activity day, you must work for at least 3 hours, otherwise 2 points will be deducted. However, clocking in is not mandatory on the free activity day. There is no roll call in the morning, and the tags will not be collected in the evening. The tags updated on Saturday are valid for 2 days. Therefore, if you have enough points, you can completely ignore the point deduction. Some veterans might not work on the free activity day. 2. All scoring stops promptly at 9 o'clock. Not a second later. 3. Most prisoners do not have any weapons. Prisoners are not allowed to smuggle items from the workplace. However, mechanical prosthetics are not considered weapons. Legitimate mechanical prosthetics available on the market are a type of medical device, but once they enter the black market, many are privately modified to be highly lethal. Without a doubt, the prisoners here are the latter. The cyborgs have unique and inherent advantages. Zhangqi closed the book and pulled the screw needle out from the foot of the bed. It was slightly longer than the palm of his hand and could be hidden in the sleeve, pant leg, or shoe sole. Zhangqi temporarily placed it under the pillow. Once it passed midnight, the hunting time would begin. No one guaranteed that everything would only happen during the day. After finishing all this, Zhangqi felt that something was wrong. It's too quiet. She pushed open the door, walked down the corridor. Staying close to the walls, almost all the rooms were silent. She took a few steps back, stood on tiptoe to look at the grill on the main door, completely empty. Not only that, looking down from the 5th floor railing, no one was moving on any of the floors. The silence was almost like an illusion. Chapter 012 Transformation Camp 12. Zhangqi walked down from the 5th floor, slowly descending along the edge of the handrail, pausing briefly on the platform of each floor. There was none of the usual shouting, cursing, or teasing to be heard. Finally, when he reached the 2nd floor, someone suddenly appeared from the stairs, hurriedly running downstairs. The tightness in Zhangqi's throat suddenly eased. Zhangqi walked in the direction he was running. This is the shortcut to the playground. She kept her distance and followed him. There were a lot of people on the playground. Manhwas, the grand judges, dozens on each side, red, blue, green, all kinds of zhongs, and some small gangs of 5 or 6, at most around 10, each occupying a corner of the playground. This was Zhangqi's first time seeing such a scene. Some people even felt like they had never walked with others before, but now suddenly there was organization. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the old prisoners could immediately recognize who belonged to the Grand Judge or the fierce Tiger faction. They would observe and size each other up. Every week at this time, they would gather on the playground to determine which camp the other belonged to, what support they had, whether to raise their guard or to attack with confidence. The muscular men were on the Grand Judge's side. Generally, the higher the status, the more forward they stood. He was obviously not one of the small fry that 888 mentioned. They were a group of 7 or 8, probably the leaders, gathered together discussing matters, while those behind were all acting as lookouts. What surprised her was that the mine boss was actually part of the fierce Tiger faction. And in fact, counting carefully, the fierce Tiger people seemed to outnumber the Grand Judges by a dozen or so, even though the Grand Judge had more red badges. Joke's roommate 093. Standing near the front of the Tiger team, people would occasionally nod when he spoke, seeming to be someone who could hold his own in conversation. The leaders of both teams wore both red and blue badges. What HR said really can't be trusted. Besides these groups, the rest of the playground is mostly occupied by pairs of people walking together, just by the edge of the playground, chatting, feeling the breeze, each with a different color on their face. The trees here are incredibly tall, no one knows how many centuries they have grown. The playground looks more like a giant pancake fallen from the sky, explosively creating a circular flat ground here. Surrounded by lush greenery on all sides, this place appears cold and ugly. You have to move closer to the edge to slightly feel the warmth of nature. The wind has started to blow. Fallen leaves flutter down, dust rises, the sunset slowly descends, and everything on the playground is wrapped in an unreal golden hue. It's like the filters often used in movies, warm tones or cool tones. Once the curtain is pulled up, the color grading sets the mood for the scene. Those unaware of the situation might think both group tourists and individual travelers are visiting here. The wind picked up. The people from the Supreme Court began to leave, followed by the tigers, then the small groups, and finally the scattered individuals. As he left the playground, Zhangqi suddenly had a thought. This might be the last sunset some people ever see. When returning to the dormitory building, Zhangqi saw the muscular man standing at the door of room 503. Her room was further inside than 503, so coming down the stairs, she had to pass through 503. The muscular man walked to the middle of the corridor, blocking her way. "I heard you had a dispute with someone from the Fierce Tigers?" Zhang Qi stopped walking. Who? The muscular man said, 093. Your friend's boyfriend who sells his ass. Everyone saw it, the weaving workshop. Zhang Qi seemed thoughtful. The muscular man said, I can give you one more chance. Come to us. Otherwise, by tomorrow, it's hard to say what will happen. Zhang Qi, I have a question. The muscular man raised an eyebrow. What problem? Zhang Qi, is the red badge definitely stronger than the blue badge? The muscular man paused and said, not necessarily. Zhang Qi, why? The identification stamps here are determined based on a comprehensive assessment of danger level and sentence length. If your danger level is very high but your sentence is short, you might be assigned a blue stamp. Or if your sentence is long but your danger level is not high, you might also be assigned a blue stamp. However, red stamp inmates must meet both high danger level and long sentence requirements. So, in most cases, red stamps are still more dangerous than blue stamps. Zhang Qi, even if blue stamps can represent a high danger level, at most they are on par with red stamps, right? Muscle man, the danger level can overflow. High danger is just a classification by the government. If you meet the criteria, you're high danger. Here, only fists are trusted. There are no standards. In other words, beyond meeting the danger level criteria, strength varies in tiers. When both are classified as high danger, unless they fight for real, no one will know who is superior. Muscle man's eyes flashed. I'm suddenly very curious. What exactly did you do to end up here? Zhang Qi, assassinate the president. Muscular man. Really? Zhang Qi, guess. Muscle man said, everyone says you smuggled in the serum. Zhang Qi frowned. Muscle man, you're taking the blame for someone else. Zhang Qi said, you guys really have sharp news. Muscle guy, you don't need to worry. It's like this here, whatever is said, everyone knows by the next day, and no secrets can be kept. If you want to gather information, you just need to take a walk around the playground. Everyone is bored with nothing to do, so this is all they can do. They're all talking about how you like to go to the library. Zhang Qi's finger twitched slightly. You guys found out about this. The muscular man said, this is how we Red Seal are. Always being watched. I heard you even went to college. Zhang Qi, nonsense. The muscular man smiled. You're quite an interesting person. Zhang Qi did not respond because she instinctively felt he had more to say. I really can't bear the thought of you dying. 11:36, 24 minutes left until free activity time. Zhang Qi opened his eyes from the bed. The night is as deep as water, and outside it is completely quiet. Time passes by, minute by minute. 11:43 p.m. 11:47 p.m. 11:50. The time on the wristband changes numbers again and again. 58 minutes. 59 minutes. 59 minutes 35 seconds. 59 minutes 59 seconds. 0 o'clock. Nothing happened. Just like the quietness from a moment ago. It seemed like it was just another ordinary day. Zhang Qi opened his eyes, slowly reviewing the lecture notes in his mind. Too boring, he had to do something to pass the time. But thinking about boring things only made him more sleepy. 0:32 a.m. Zhang Qi got out of bed and stood by the door. The temperature at night was about 10 degrees lower than during the day. She was wearing the thinnest set of prison clothes. The wind drifted in through the bars on the door. Cool and refreshing, as if entering a refrigerator. Especially awakening. 1:59. Outside, there is still no sound. She is too tired. The work during the day is very physically demanding, and the little over an hour of sleep just now is not nearly enough. If she doesn't sleep tonight and works another 3 hours tomorrow, it will be hard to have the energy to deal with troublemakers, if there are any. The main event is during the day. She should sleep. Zhang Qi walked to the bedside, pulled out the screw pin hidden under the pillow, removed the bedsheet, carried the quilt to the door, spread the bedsheet on the floor, and lay down sideways at the doorway, with his kneecap exactly at the middle seam of the door frame near the key. Any noise would wake her up. Holding the screw pin, covering himself with the quilt, he finally closed his eyes. 6:30 in the morning, no roll call. Zhang Qi didn't go to the cafeteria. Today, he only needed to work for 3 hours. It could be in the morning or the afternoon. There was a security gate on the 5th floor. No one without a red badge could get in. She had the home advantage in the dormitory. As the muscular guy said, the only reliance of the red badge was that no one was willing to make clothes for others. They wouldn't come in groups. This place was like her cave. Those who easily showed up wouldn't know what awaited them inside the cave. Moreover, She felt that the red badge wouldn't easily trouble her. They prefer to build up strength rather than act rashly. Otherwise, the 110 wouldn't have waited at the door last night to pull her into the group again. Still an inexperienced HR. The more they urge, the more it shows their lack of confidence. There was no riot in the dormitory. At most, the usual conversations and noise were a bit louder, reaching the 5th floor, buzzing like bees, indistinct but clearly vibrating. As it approached 7:30, the vibrations gradually faded away. Work time had arrived. There was no morning roll call. Perhaps many people did not go to have breakfast. Leaving for work right on time. The minimum work time on a free activity day is 3 hours, but the maximum is the same as usual. Maybe most people don't want to rest. They want to earn full work points. So they have to get up early. From here to the mine, if you run fast, it takes 20 minutes. There's still time. Zhang-Chi rushed out the door. When he reached the door of room 503, he happened to see the muscular man rinsing his mouth with a toothbrush, his hair messy and eyes half-closed, looking completely unguarded. For the elderly with enough points, this might truly be the most relaxing day. If possible, these Red Chapter members could even stay entirely in their rooms, enjoying a weekend without any disturbances. However, newcomers do not have this privilege. The muscular man spat out the toothpaste foam, looking like he was watching a show, and slowly walked over to block the way. So early. Chapter 013 Transformation Camp 13. Zhang-Chi brushed past him. The muscular man's voice continued behind her. Just a reminder. If you don't deal with the person who caused you trouble last week today, you'll have big trouble next week. Zhang-Chi kept walking. On the way to the mine, the muscular man's words kept echoing in her ears. If she were an old-timer in prison and met a newcomer like Hong Zhang, what would she do? Every red badge represents a high sentence and a high danger level. Knowing that the red badges in this prison are not to be trifled with, no one would easily test a red badge unless they desperately need points. Because no one wants to be retaliated against by a red badge on free activity day without having killed the red badge first. From appearances, she is the easiest red badge to take down in the entire prison. So starting this week, some people began to take risks. However, if she doesn't retaliate against those who pick fights on free activity day, it means either she lacks strength or she is merciful. In this place, neither is a good thing. Then everyone will realize she is not to be feared. Those who were hesitant this week will start to consider trying their luck with her next week. Any animal or person who launches an attack essentially acknowledges that they can gain the upper hand in the action. If not, they would delay, evade, or take a detour, so sheep run away when they encounter a wolf, even though a flock of sheep clearly doesn't need to fear a lone wolf. However, if every sheep believes it can beat that wolf, and each one comes up to kick a couple of times and slap a few times, then the wolf will be worn out to death. Zhang-Chi's footsteps paused. Raising his head, he found that he had already arrived at the mine entrance. After equipping the wheelbarrow and spotlight, Zhang-Chi suddenly thought, maybe the people of the Chief Justice won't make a move against her this week. Otherwise, 110 wouldn't have said the words next week. On the free activity day, there were far fewer people in the mine. Most of those inside were newcomers, a batch that had just arrived by plane, all familiar faces. When Zhang-Chi entered the mine, there were already many people inside, with voices rising and falling. The searchlights were shining brightly. Overall, people who came in the same batch always shared a certain special bond, like classmates, schoolmates, or dorm mates. The more unfamiliar the place, the more obvious this connection became. They exchanged news with each other, things heard from roommates, things seen somewhere, and complaints about various inconveniences in life. Just like usual. It seemed like the free activity day was no different. Zhang-Chi walked in and heard someone say, "Is this for real?" Then the whole place fell silent. There was nothing special about the sentence itself. What was special was the person who appeared in the cave after the sentence was spoken. Zhang-Chi looked up and found that everyone's searchlights were aimed at him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then everyone lowered their heads again and started talking among themselves, as if nothing had happened before, only that they all unconsciously shifted slightly to both sides with Zhang-Chi as the center. The entire morning, wherever she appeared, it was like a radiation source, with a 1-meter radius around her where no one dared to enter. The free day was unexpectedly calm. There was no imagined shootout. Everyone still went to work, finished work, and went to the cafeteria to eat. The only exception was the corpses lying on the road. They weren't there when going to work, but after a morning passed, they lay quietly by the roadside, like leaves carried by the wind from some unknown place, scattered without any pattern with no traceable past. The stamps on their hands had already fallen off. No one knows who the murderer is. Nor do they know when they were killed. Work hours are very flexible. You can work 3 hours in the morning or 1 hour in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon, or vice versa. In any case, there are many opportunities to be alone. They were walking on the road and just lost their lives like that. Who made the move? It could have been a companion acting with them, or a criminal who had long been lying in wait on the road. Zhang Qi realized he was wrong. When everyone took action, they did not want to be seen by anyone. Although in most cases, it was certain that the criminals here did not possess the noble quality of righteousness, standing by and watching could also be interpreted as a mantis stalking from behind. They had to quietly kill someone and then take the seal from that person's hand. During this process, it was best to ensure that no one else was present. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether their hard-earned victory would be snatched away by others or, even more dangerously, being killed together by others during the weakest phase after the battle. She simply could not witness someone else's murder scene. At the same time, free activity days were actually safer for her than work days. Today was the only day Red Seal could earn points after killing. They dared not come to test again. However, was their avoidance really just because they were afraid of Red Seal? The cafeteria was still as crowded as usual. Even prisoners who were not working needed to eat. Zhang Qi entered through the cafeteria door and pulled a tray out of the sterilizer. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on her. Zhang Qi looked up, and those gazes immediately withdrew, as if everything she had sensed just now was merely an illusion. Just because she has a red stamp? No, she's not the only one with a red stamp in the cafeteria. Where could something be wrong? Zhang Qi lowered his head. His shoes weren't on the wrong feet. Wiped her face. There was nothing on it. Clothes? Buttoned up very symmetrically. Couldn't figure it out. She grabbed a tray and started lining up. Today's cafeteria was very different from usual. First, in terms of the variety of dishes, there were stir-fried pork, hot dog sausages, braised pork, shrimp balls, pig stomach soup, steak. Vegetables were either stir-fried or steamed, with dipping sauces available. Staple foods had changed from porridge to various refined carbs: rice, noodles, buns, bread, various kinds of bread, and even cakes in the cabinet at the very back. There are 2 types of cakes in total, cream cake and fondant cake, both about 8 inches, with the words Happy Birthday written in red jam in the middle. Above the cake display window, there is a long electronic sign that reads, Cake 10 points, writing adds 3 points, choose from 3 types, dark chocolate sauce, white chocolate sauce, matcha chocolate sauce. Everything requires points. Meat dishes are 1 point each, vegetable dishes 0.5 points each, staple foods 0.3 points per serving, and bread is slightly more expensive than other staple foods, costing 0.4 points. For a moment, Zhang Qi felt like she had arrived in heaven. She had lost count of how many years it had been since she last ate a proper meal. She could work in the mine, and if she completed her tasks, her work score would be 7 points higher per week than that of the cyborgs. There were at least a dozen new cyborgs. Unless all of them died, she couldn't possibly fall to the lowest score. Zhang Qi bought a bowl of noodles, a bread, and a serving of pork tripe soup, costing a total of 1.7 points. After getting her meal, she walked inside. The corner seat by the wall where she usually sat now had 2 vending machines. There were cigarettes, alcohol, nutritional supplements, socks, gloves, and small bags of snacks. The nutritional supplement bore the logo. Its full name was 1 packet cost 20 points, making it the most expensive item inside, followed by cigarettes and alcohol. 1 cigarette was 10 points, and 1 bottle of alcohol was also 10 points. Zhang Qi sat down holding his tray. The moment she sat down, the prisoners sitting at 3 or 5 tables nearby all picked up their trays and changed seats. Again like this. She lowered her head to eat. Halfway through her meal, the muscular man walked over, carrying a plate with leftover food. He casually placed it on her table, then went to the vending machine, holding his wristband to the sensor, and bought a pack of cigarettes. When he turned back to retrieve the plate, he looked at Zhang Qi with a half smile and said, I really underestimated you. Zhang Qi looked up. What? Muscle man. You really have guts. Leaving such a vague remark behind, he turned and walked away. Zhang Qi. Not long after he left, a group of people came down the aisle toward them. At the front, someone pointed with a finger. If nothing was wrong, Zhang Qi felt the finger was directed at her. She looked back, and that person seemed startled, immediately hiding behind the group. If Zhang-Chi remembered correctly, this group belonged to the fierce tigers. As for the one who pointed at her, she didn't recognize him. He was just a green badge, more like a messenger. Vaguely, Zhang-Chi felt that all of this was somehow related to the inexplicable experience he had today. At the very front was 888, the leader of the fierce tigers. He slapped the table in front of Zhang-Chi, causing the table to shake twice and some of the pork belly soup to spill out. When he had just appeared in the cafeteria, everyone inside had already turned their attention here early on. It was as if they had long known that such a spectacle was about to unfold. Zhang-Chi paused for a moment with chopsticks in hand, then swiftly stuffed the last piece of pork tripe into his mouth with lightning speed. 888. Everyone. 888 swept the plate away with one hand and stepped onto the stool. You've got some nerve. Zhang-Chi. 888 sneered coldly. Still pretending? Zhang-Chi said. What are you pretending? 888. 093 is dead. Chapter 014 Transformation Camp 14. 093 is dead, and Zhang-Chi is the only person who had a conflict with him. 093 is a blue badge, high danger level. Zhang-Chi is a red badge. The murderer is Zhang-Chi, a deduction that is both reasonable and logical. At 7 a.m., 093's body was found at the dormitory entrance. The people from Minghu took the body away. Upon examination, they found the identification badge on 093's hand had fallen off, and there was a red mark on the neck, indicating strangulation from behind. 093's roommate, Joku, said that last night 093 mentioned he was going to teach Zhang-Chi a lesson today. But the person who died was not Zhang-Chi. The people from Minghu made a statement in the cafeteria this morning, saying that Zhang-Chi must pay the price, and they set a condition anyone who can kill 082 can be recruited into Minghu. Most people here want to join the organization, but no one is foolish enough to really go cause trouble for Zhang-Chi. Joking aside, if you can kill 093, dealing with others is even easier, like cutting melons and slicing vegetables, right? So they just whispered to each other, spreading this earth-shattering news until everyone knew about it, and tacitly kept their distance from the source of danger, so as not to get blood on themselves if things really got violent. Zhang-Chi said, I didn't kill 093. 888 sneered, you didn't kill him, then who did? I don't know. Some people are just born to be beaten. They have many enemies. Who he offended, how would I know? Zhang-Chi's gaze swept over the 4 or 5 people following 888. Maybe it was done by your own people, who knows? 888 slapped the table again. Stop sowing discord here. Zhang-Chi, impatient. I said I didn't do it, so I didn't do it. 888. What proof do you have? Zhang-Chi stretched out his wristband. Blue Zhang 200 points. Everyone lost 50 points on Monday. My score is still negative now. 888 rolled his eyes. Everyone can only see their own points. Zhang-Chi frowned. What? 888 pointed at Zhang-Chi's wristband. Non-implanted neural interface, selective simulated visual transmission. Only people wearing the wristband can see the points on it. Which remote cave dweller are you? Do I have to teach you even this? That doesn't make sense. Hasn't the Empire already eradicated poverty nationwide? Are you an immigrant from the third world? Zhang-Chi. Damn it, he's a knowledge blind spot. The branching points in this world's tech tree are always unexpected. 888 reached out to grab Zhang-Chi from his seat, but before his large hand could touch Zhang-Chi's collar, a tray swung his face from left to right. He was furious and looked up, only to see the woman in front of him had already jumped up from her seat, standing half a head taller than him. Are you crazy? I told you it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. The entire room fell silent. At that moment, applause broke out. Crisp, slow, and rhythmic, it was the kind of applause that didn't need to be seen to be felt, full of mockery from those clapping. Everyone looked up in the direction where the applause was coming from. On the second floor railing, 2 prison guards stood on either side, dressed in dark blue uniforms and white gloves. The warden. Zhang-Chi heard 888 mutter quietly, damn, here for dinner again, then immediately put on a friendly face and, with his henchmen behind him, quietly sat down in an empty spot nearby. So the entire dining hall was left with only Zhang-Chi standing arrogantly on the bench. The warden's gaze fell over. Zhang-Chi decisively jumped down from the stool and sat upright at the table with utmost respect. The warden glanced coldly around at all the prisoners in the canteen, expressionless, and said, 10 points. Then he extended his finger and pointed at Zhang-Chi. You. Then the finger moved to 888's face, followed by the red badge and blue badge that came with him. You, and you. After saying that, he turned around and went into the private room on the second floor. The expression on 888's face was very vivid. He waved a fist at Zhang Qi, then silently mouthed something that roughly looked like, "Just you wait." Zhang Qi couldn't be bothered with him. She cleaned up her tray and quickly returned to the dormitory from the cafeteria. After this incident, whether or not she killed 093, there was no way she could get along with the people from Manhwa anymore. She pulled a screw pin out from the metal tube of the bed frame. There would be a security check after work, and if she brought it along, it would definitely be confiscated. She placed the screw pin into the sole of her shoe and sat quietly at the desk, thinking. She had already worked a full 3 hours today, so she didn't have to go to work in the afternoon. She was deducted 10 points, and barring any accidents, she would have the lowest score among the prisoners this week. But the most dangerous thing is no longer tonight's settlement. The Tigers will definitely make a move against her today. This is no longer a personal grudge. It concerns the gang's honor. The commotion in the cafeteria is significant, and if they don't retaliate immediately, others will look down on the Tigers. Moreover, killing Hong Zhang today can earn a full 1,000 points. Dong dong. There was a knock at the door. Who is it? No one answered. Zhang Qi slowly walked to the door, pressing his ear against the metal door. Suddenly, the metal door was forcefully pushed open, the lock hanging loosely on the doorframe like a headless corpse cut by a guillotine, its torn flesh rattling. The wind slipped out from the door frame faster than a person. Zhang Qi was startled by the gust, looked up and saw a mechanical hand pushing the door open. The door was pulled open about half a body's width, and Zhang Qi kicked out. A hand caught her foot and suddenly applied force. Zhang Qi lost her balance and fell backward. She immediately stepped on the metal bed frame with her other foot, took several steps back, finally shedding the force and leaned against the table, gasping as she looked toward the door. A prisoner about 1.8 meters tall, with both hands mechanically modified, grinned viciously and slowly paced in. He was confident of victory and even leisurely pushed the door behind him a little. Clang! The metal lock was completely useless. The door bounced back twice before finally closing quietly. As people began to walk inside, Zhang Qi suddenly realized. The door was closed to prevent others from stealing his points. Zhang Qi, are you with Minghu? Lu Keisai, you guessed right. I reward you with death. Lu Keisai raised his arm, and the mechanical hand instantly extended from the elbow joint like a vine. Both hands became like long whips, smashing toward Zhang Qi's head. Zhang Qi crouched down, and with a loud clang, everything on the table was instantly swept to the ground. He stepped forward, and the mechanical hand shortened a few inches according to his position. For steel blades twice the length of fingers popped out from the knuckles on the back of the hand, sharp and smooth, reflecting light that shone into Zhang Qi's eyes, causing her to squint involuntarily. Just at that moment, the steel blade descended from midair, and Zhang Qi's pupils suddenly contracted. The space here was too cramped. She had just dodged the long whip and was already forced into the corner of the room. Whether she moved left or right, escape was impossible. Lu Keisai smirked. Trash. This is what they call a red chapter. He had completed countless kills using this move, cutting off movement from a long distance, closing in and killing with a single strike. The steel blade spun rapidly like a top the moment it fell. As long as you didn't control his mechanical whip from the start and keep your distance, it was absolutely impossible to dodge. This was also why he had taken the initiative to come into the room. It was narrow, with a clear view of everything, and once pushed into a corner, there was nowhere to retreat. A stage seemingly set up just for him. Zhang Qi broke out in a cold sweat, and 3 words suddenly popped into his mind. Meat grinder. A bang sound. Neither light nor heavy. Not light enough to be unnoticed, nor heavy like thunderous drumbeats, just unexpectedly like the sound of something stuck. Lu Keisai lowered his head. Contrary to expectations, after the steel blade pierced the skull, instead of blood and flesh exploding outward, his mechanical blade was completely caught by a single hand. The 8 strands of Heian military-industrial forged hygiene steel, said to be the toughest in the world, were instantly twisted like noodles, each side grabbed and sizzling with smoke, twisted into a rope. The motor was still running, the buzzing vibration numbing his arms. Damn! Zhang Qi felt his palm burning hot as if it could fry an egg. He withdrew his hand and immediately pressed it against the metal wall to cool down. She took advantage of the momentum, jumped off the wall and kicked Lu Keisai, who was still standing there stunned, right in the chest. Ugh. Lu Keisai was kicked flying to the ground, sliding 2 meters. His head hit the doorway, almost crashing into the main door. He finally came to his senses, stretched out his right hand to brace himself from behind, stopped sliding, and pushed himself up from the ground with effort. He clutched his chest, his lips trembling. "I'm impossible." "How is that possible?" "You're a heteroblood." Luke Heisai's teeth chattered. "What kind of heteroblood are you?" If there is a possibility that heteroblood can control metal, then all prosthetic modifications are nothing to them. No way. Luke Heisai lowered his head, his body bending like a bowstring being pulled taut. This was an offensive stance. Zhangqi pressed down on the screw needle under his foot. Creak, creak, creak. The man in front of me was actually gradually growing taller? No, it was his feet. The metal ankles, exposed beyond the too short prison pants, slowly emerged as they grew, followed by the calves, until they reached the knees. Even with his head lowered, he was almost touching the ceiling. At least over 2 meters tall. Luke Hess swooped down towards Zhangqi, facing an absolute difference in size and height. Any tricks became unnecessary. When playing basketball, the prerequisite for blocking a shot is being able to reach the ball. Zhangqi raised her head, a huge shadow covered from her waist to her chin, partially obscuring her face. The mechanical long whip curled inward. Shira. An extremely long needle pierced Lucas's chest, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, climbing relentlessly and unobstructed all the way up to his throat. Cling. The mechanical long whip finally met, missed, and tangled with each other. Phut. Blood gushed out, spraying all over the ground in an instant. He instinctively looked toward his chest, but the moment was too brief. His head could only lower halfway, seeing a raised hand and a pair of cold brown inorganic eyes, with pupils filled with blood red. He fell backward. Thud. Mechanical. The prosthetic limb lost neuronal control and slowly began to retract. The spot on his chest where the screw pin slid felt like a split pig's belly, with the skin and flesh turned outward, opening up half of his entire chest cavity. Inside, there lies a quietly resting, no longer beating metal heart. Zhangqi stood still in place for a long time. It wasn't because he was frightened by everything that had just happened, but rather, she felt her body was undergoing a change. Chapter 015 Transformation Camp 15. A wave of warmth spread from the soles of the feet to the limbs, as comforting as jumping into a hot spring in the dead of winter. Every inch of skin was gently soothed by the flowing water, like an unborn baby floating freely in the amniotic fluid of its mother. Zhangqi closed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented relaxation since opening them on the plane until now. His pores expanded, breathing quickened, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. She completely lost all hunger and fatigue. The shoes were very hard, and her feet were chafed. Her fingers were injured a few days ago while mining. During the fight, she twisted her ankle, and the bruise hasn't faded yet. The heat then surged to the parts she sensed, flowing from bottom to top, tirelessly infusing and repairing until all abnormalities disappeared, then flowing to the next part. When it converged from the spinal cord into the head, Zhangqi heard a voice. He didn't know where it came from, light and soft. More. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Like the siren song rumored among legends, it wandered back and forth over the boundless sea, leading the crew into the unknown and eerie depths. She was half lost in intoxication when suddenly she awoke. Before her lay the body of Luke Heisai, succumbing to hypothermia, with a screw pin still lodged in his neck. Zhangqi walked over, took off the screw needle, turned on the faucet, and began to wash it little by little. Looking into the mirror, she saw her own face. Her face was covered in splattered blood. Looking down, her clothes and shoes had all suffered the same fate. Pulling her gaze back, she noticed that the bruises on her fingers had completely disappeared. Zhangqi rolled up her pant legs. There are no bruises on the ankle. Take off the shoes. The soles of the feet have a thin layer of calluses, but no abrasions or blisters. Everything just now is real. Her body was full of energy, even more than before the fight, but for no reason, she felt tired and wanted to find a place to sit down. She walked to the bedside, then remembered she was covered in blood, so she stepped back 2 steps and sat on the floor. Right at Luke Hess's right-hand side, at the waist level. The eyes, still wide open in death, remained fixed in the previously downward slanting direction, directly locking onto Zhangqi, which was eerily unsettling. So Zhangqi reached out and pulled down his upper eyelid. The badge on his chest read 902, and a cigarette was found in his shirt pocket. There was nothing else. Her gaze glanced at the back of 902's head, and the sound of him falling just now echoed. Very crisp, not dull at all, unlike bones hitting the ground. Rather, it was some kind of extremely dense metal, completing its acceleration in midair, sounding very quick and astonishingly loud. Zhangqi tried to flip 902 over. She thought it would be very strenuous. After all, he was quite tall, muscular, and probably weighed at least twice as much as her. But unexpectedly, aside from his size limiting her range of motion, 902 felt as light in her hands as a stone weighing less than 30 kilograms. For the first time, her perception of weight lost its standard. Before this, she could confirm that everyone and everything in this world followed the same physical laws. When working in the mine, the weight of the ore and the wheelbarrow never deviated. Cotton was light, cotton thread was light, tools, the soap in the shower, all daily items maintained the weight they were supposed to have. Could it be that there was something wrong with 902's body? He underwent some kind of modification, and his weight dropped drastically without any change in body volume. Zhangqi thought for a moment, stood up, walked to the bedside, bent down to grasp the metal pipe firmly, and slowly lifted it up. Without any difficulty, he easily raised it half a meter off the ground. The weight of the metal bed also became lighter. No, to be precise, it was her who had the problem. Zhangqi slowly put down the metal bed, aiming at the round hole on the ground pushed out by the dust, then looked down at his own hands. The skin was delicate, without a single callus or wound, looking even more pampered than when she first came here. She suddenly realized a terrifying fact. If this body could heal after every battle, then it was almost impossible for her to find any traces of the past on herself. Everyone should have marks. Those who hold guns for years develop calluses on their tiger's mouth. Guitar and bass players get calluses on their fingertips. Those who hold pens for years have calluses on the knuckles of their ring fingers. Ballet dancers develop calluses on their toes, and sprinters have well-developed calf muscles. Every wound on the body, every muscle tear and regrowth, is a feedback of habit. Zhangqi realized that her judgment had once again been mistaken. She thought that herself was at least a civilized member of society. She had no tattoos, didn't look like she had joined any gangs, and had few wounds, so she didn't seem to be living on the streets. Her fingers were very delicate, suggesting she hadn't done any hard labor. The most fitting identity for her was an ordinary person who didn't have to worry about food or clothing. If she weren't somewhat ordinary, she probably wouldn't have ended up in a place like this. Wait, she had fought cyborgs before, so why did this repair mechanism only activate when she encountered 902? Is there something different about 902, or could it be death is the necessary trigger? Zhangqi's heart skipped a beat. She ran her hands through her hair, calmed herself for a moment, then squatted in front of 902 and began to study the earlier problem. The back of 902's head was no different from others. If there was any issue, it was that he had a bit more hair in his age group. It was actually quite enviable. Zhangqi reached out and tugged at the hair, genuine. She put her hand down, a little disappointed, and looked away, then suddenly noticed a fingernail-sized patch of skin behind his ear that was slightly different in color from his neck. Zhangqi reached out and pressed on the piece of skin. There was no subcutaneous fat, no blood vessels or fascia, just a bit of emptiness and some hardness. She took out a screwdriver and carefully cut along the edge of the skin bit by bit. Lifting the skin, inside was a brain-computer interface. The only report Zhangqi had ever seen about brain-computer interfaces was an advertisement in a lifestyle magazine. What to do if your brain gets waterlogged? Heijingang skull, waterproof and insulated, no more worries about beauty and hair care. The content is very brief, roughly meaning that this type of skull has very high hardness, is compatible with 90% of the brain-computer interfaces on the market, and offers 3 options for modification: 1/3 bone, half bone, and full bone. Zhangqi cut open 902's scalp and found that the skull installed was 1/3 bone, with the occipital region made of metal material, while the forehead and middle parts were the original skull. This is currently the most popular skull modification option, as the back of the head is the most vulnerable part of the brain. Generally, unless for combat or professional needs, very few people alter the original parts of their body. Here, the most expensive part is not the installation. Once prosthetics and brain-computer interfaces are chosen, there is endless maintenance and inspection. Electronic products always have an unavoidable failure rate. Zhangqi placed his hand on the metal skull. She was very curious whether a skull made of this material could remain intact under her touch. She applied force with her fingers, her fingertips warming up, and the metal skull gradually deformed, eventually leaving a half-palm-sized imprint. She did not withdraw her hand. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. 38 seconds. Zhang withdrew his hand. The skull has completely deformed into a crumpled mass of discarded newspaper. The metal's toughness is excellent, with no cracks. According to previous tests, her palm would rapidly heat up within 10 seconds of crumpling the metal, reaching the highest temperature at 15 seconds, nearly burning her. Now the time has extended to 38 seconds. She has become stronger. Zhang Qi's gaze shifted to the back of the left hand of 902. A red seal. On the back of the hand, it was about to fall off, no longer sticky at all, merely resting lightly on it by its own weight. It had shifted. Next to the red seal, at the wrist position, there was also a black hexagram about the size of an eraser. It looked a bit like a tattoo. Zhang Qi reached out and picked up the red seal. It was thin, seeming like it would break with just a little force. She placed the card on top of the wristband. The card instantly heated up, sparks spreading from the center to the edges, moving as fast as a magnesium strip. Within a second, it was all gone in smoke. Beep. A very soft prompt sound rang out. Zhang Qi lowered his head, and the wristband displayed scrolling green text of +1000. It scrolled back and forth 3 times. The final number displayed was 971.3, just a string of numbers. She didn't know why, but suddenly she felt a little amused. So she started to laugh. Suddenly, she didn't want to laugh anymore. She got up from the floor, picked up a cloth, and began to clean the room. Halfway through cleaning, the door was knocked on again. Zhang Qi tightened his grip on the screwdriver, lowered his body, and walked to the door, only to find it was the police. He first glanced at Zhang Qi's face, then shifted his gaze to her clothes and shoes, raising an eyebrow. They were all covered in blood. 110 said, "Didn't expect you to be quite tough." As he spoke, he leaned his head inside, his eyes scanning around as if looking for something. Zhang Qi realized that 902 might have been seen by 110 when he came over. Perhaps he heard all the noises in this room until everything settled down, and then came to knock on the door. "What do you want?" 110. "Nothing. Just curious." "Curious?" "Curious about who wins and who loses between you." Zhang Qi only opened the door a crack, completely blocking 902's body behind it. 110 saw nothing, only able to smell the strong scent of blood in the room. "This is the first time I've seen 902 lose." Zhang Qi rolled his eyes. No one here can afford to lose twice. 110 chuckled. "You're right." "Zhang Qi, what exactly do you want?" 110. "If you're not dead, I can help explain that 093 wasn't killed by you." Zhang Qi frowned. 110 shrugged, "But 902 is already dead. Whether you killed him or not, the people from Menghu won't let you go." Zhang Qi looked at him coldly. "Do you know who killed him?" 110 nodded. "Zhang Qi, from the very beginning?" 110 hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. Zhang Qi's expression was not very good. If 110 knew who the murderer was, then why did he deliberately pretend to be unaware in the cafeteria? He wanted to see the people from Menghu make a move on him. If Menghu's people won, then naturally there was no need to say more. If the people sent by Menghu were killed by her, even if it was discovered that she was not responsible for 093's death, she would still have made an enemy of Menghu. In this situation, her best choice was to join the Grand Judge. He simply couldn't explain himself. 110 seemed to realize that his behavior was very inappropriate and began to apologize insincerely. "It's all my fault. It's entirely my fault. I feel very guilty." Zhang Qi's gaze was cold and piercing as he stared at 110. For some reason, being looked at like this made him feel as if thousands of needles were pricking his body, making him very uncomfortable. So he withdrew his hand from the door frame, leaned back slightly, and tried to change the subject. "Don't you want to know who killed 093? "Zhang Qi. Who?" 110. 333. "Joka?" Zhang Qi asked. "How do you know?" The smile on 110's face gradually widened. "Not telling you." Zhang Qi. "Crazy." 110. "By the way, there's a rule within the gang called task handover." Zhang Qi thought for a moment, but couldn't figure it out, so he asked, "What does that mean?" 110. "The task unfinished by the previous person is automatically transferred to the next person." Joining a gang means there are obligations as well as benefits. After the gang leader issues a task, each member can choose whether to accept it. 902 is the first person to take on your task. If he doesn't complete it, the task will automatically pass on to the next gang member. In other words, killing you is not an option. If you are not killed, the task will keep being passed down until no one in the gang can complete it, meaning, unless you kill everyone, the tiger's pursuit of you will never stop. Zhang Qi was silent for a moment. 110 said, scared. Zhang Qi asked, then why did you still invite me to join the Chief Justice? Does this matter benefit you? 110. If you join the Grand Justice, the mission will automatically be cancelled. Zhang Qi. Why? 110. Because the Grand Justice has the same system. If someone from the Fierce Tiger kills someone from the Grand Justice, then the Grand Justice will also initiate a hunt mission against the Fierce Tiger. 110 smiled. You know what will happen. This kind of tit-for-tat killing game benefits none of us. If everyone dies, what use is the gang? This is the gang's unspoken rule. Or rather, the unspoken rule of the reform camp. Makes a lot of sense. Zhang Qi asked, what about outside the reform camp? 110. Outside the reform camp, it's the rules of Garbage Island. Zhang Qi asked, Garbage Island? 110. You should know that those who leave the reform camp alive become residents of Garbage Island. You didn't leave either. How do you know? Because I am one of the grand judges, 110 said. Everyone who comes to Garbage Island as a grand judge knows what will happen here. Zhang Qi suddenly recalled the rumor he heard earlier in the mine. You guys have absolute control over Sanjin City? 110 said, unexpectedly, you're not as clueless as I thought. If the Grand Judge's people could infiltrate the judicial system, and as 012 said, those sent to Garbage Island were all scapegoats, they had planned this long ago. Who would come here, or even know what would happen here? So, it's very likely that the Grand Judge's people didn't come together only. After arriving at the reform camp, they are few in number and emphasize bloodline because they all came from Sanjin City together. Unless they sense a disadvantage, they wouldn't want to recruit new members. So the justices want to join themselves. Zhang Qi shifted his gaze to 110's arm, where the sleeve was rolled up to the elbow. The tattoo of the scales looked like a docile gecko, quietly lying on the forearm, baring its claws. Do all of you justices have this tattoo? 110 followed Zhang Qi's gaze and pointed to his tattoo. This? Only those above the middle level have it. After speaking, he seemed troubled and pressed his lips together. If you come over, I can try to help you. Zhang Qi. 110. All right. I'll definitely try to help you. How about that? Zhang Qi. Thank you, but no need. With a bang, Zhang Qi slammed the door shut. 110 stood at the door, unable to figure out what he had done wrong, struggling to breathe. He raised his fist to strike the door, but just as he was about to hit the doorframe, he suddenly realized and quickly diverted his fist, releasing the force onto the wall beside it. The sound was very light. Everything he said earlier was true, except for one hidden fact. 902 was a high-ranking member of the Fierce Tiger Gang, nicknamed Butcher. He was notorious on the streets even before going to prison. His mechanical arm was a deadly foe in close combat, almost unbeatable in confined spaces. Moreover, the higher the proportion of mechanical prosthetics in the body, the harder it was to predict attack intentions. The black market was flooded with all kinds of mechanical prosthetics, and only those who thoroughly understood their construction could deduce the internal weapon structures from subtle external differences, thus avoiding 902's combo attacks. She looked unscathed. From 902 passing by his door to him knocking, it was only a matter of 10 minutes, and then 902 went silent. How long was her actual fight? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? She was stronger than anyone had imagined. She herself seemed to feel nothing, no pride, arrogance, or lucky relief after surviving a disaster. Her expression was too ordinary and calm, to the point where no information could be read from her face. Unlike other red tags, she did not start by targeting the green tags here, testing their strength one by one. This place is a breeding ground for the Silver Republic and the Rhine Empire, where everyone comes from different cities and different gangs, like big fish that have survived countless seas, all crowded into a stinky ditch. Even the green tags might have considerable reputation on the streets of their original cities. If they did not seriously threaten social stability, they would never be sent to a place like Garbage Island. Why is she too lazy to test the waters? The only possible explanation is that she simply doesn't take anyone seriously. No matter who comes, the outcome is the same. 110 walked back to the dormitory, closed the door, and found his back covered in cold sweat. Zhang Qi sat on the floor of the dormitory, worried as he looked at the corpse of 902. Hong Zhang was too strong. It was a stroke of luck that she was able to subdue 902. He was a cyborg, and she happened to have the ability to control metal. 902 never expected to be hiding weapons. What if the next one was a heteroblood? She had no idea what tricks a heteroblood might have waiting for her. After quietly thinking for 5 minutes, Zhangqi began to disassemble the metal components on 902's body. She removed the curled-up metal blades from the backs of 902's hands, then smoothed them out one by one, gradually restoring them to their original form. Still the same problem: humans can't achieve the same precision as machines. The metal blades retained a strange twist, even though they were mostly straightened out. Zhangqi inserted 4 metal blades into the metal tubes of the bed frame, hiding the other 4 in the soles of his shoes, 2 on each side. To prevent cuts, she wore an extra layer of socks. Other accessories were either very difficult to remove or, even if removed, were not easy to conceal. Zhangqi did not dismantle it again. The only remaining question: how to deal with this corpse? Chapter 016 Transformation Camp 16. Boom. A loud crash. Every floor's railing was crowded with people, craning their necks to look down. A corpse. A body that had been smashed into a pulp. Thrown down from the 5th floor, the chest plate read 902. The metal skull and the original skull were perfectly fused, not cracked even under the high-speed impact. However, he had landed on his side, and all the original skull bones on the right side that touched the ground were shattered. The brain matter and blood plasma gradually blurred behind him, like red paint accidentally spilled on a canvas. Anyone who has been to the playground would know this was a member of the Fierce Tigers. The Fierce Tigers member was killed. Who could the murderer be? After killing someone, people often choose to dump the body in the wilderness. They don't want to become suspects, at least not on the same day. Fighting consumes physical strength, and few can come out unscathed. Sometimes, both sides end up badly hurt. You might be lucky enough to win, but once your wounds are exposed, the sharks in the sea will smell the blood and come. On this day, everyone is more like an assassin. A killer needs to be secretive, low-key, and avoid crowds. Throwing the body down from the 5th floor, in a place where everyone lives, is more like a warning. She is too arrogant. She must be declaring war on the people of Menghu. Someone who has a fierce tiger in the hallway ran out to notify 888 on the playground on free activity days. Besides sleeping in, everyone doesn't really like staying in the dorm. Damn. 082. Damn. Damn. 888 rushed back to the dormitory, and shouting echoed throughout the entire dormitory building. The culprit Zhangqi had already left the dormitory building when he threw down the body. She didn't know exactly where 888 was, nor was she sure if there was a rule within Minhu that if someone assigned a task didn't return within a few hours, they would send someone else to follow up. In short, the dormitory was no longer safe, and she wasn't prepared to sit and wait to be killed. So after throwing the body downstairs, she took advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the body and quickly slipped down the hallway to the 3rd basement level. The library. This is usually the place with the fewest people. There aren't many book lovers here. Moreover, many of the mixed crowd have a kind of reading PTSD. Not only is reading annoying, but looking at books is even more annoying. But surprisingly, there are many people in the library today. At least 1 to 2 times more than usual. There are also 2 vending machines added to the left corner of the library, much larger than the vending machines in the cafeteria. A machine mainly sells daily necessities. There are dishwashing liquids, shampoos, body washes, soaps, hand creams. Similar to supermarket shelves, but without many brand choices. All the daily necessities are produced by a company called Dwin. Another stall also sells daily necessities. There are shoes, socks, underwear, and even prison uniforms. This time, there are no brand logos at all. They are all prison products. The same style and material. Shoes are 5 points, socks 2 points, underwear 1 point. Prison uniforms are the most expensive, 20 points per set. They are all distributed upon entry. Only fools would buy them. On the right side of the library lobby, a place called the cinema has appeared. This is the main reason why there are so many people today. It was originally a metal wall, but it has been turned into a large gate that can be pulled up. Although the floor area gets narrower the lower you go due to the load-bearing walls, the library is indeed much smaller than the other floors, including the canteens on the B1 and B2 levels. It turned out to be a hidden world. The library chairs were all placed at the entrance of the cinema, filled with prisoners waiting for their turn. The films were very scarce, and just by the titles, you could tell they weren't good. Edward's Redemption. Transformation. Falling in love with labor. Going to school. Take another look at the poster scrolling on the electronic screen. The main actors are in the factory and workshop, smiling with a thriving spirit. It looks even worse. At the entrance, there is a sign that reads, "Movie ticket 1 cent each, holographic movie ticket 3 cents each, popcorn 2 cents per serving, chocolate bar 2 cents each, soda 1 cent per cup, refill 0.5 cents per cup." I don't know why, but in this situation, the first thought that came to Zhang-Chi's mind was, the angle coefficient here is too high. Working a day, you can watch a holographic movie at most once and buy a portion of popcorn. She originally wanted to come to the library to look up more information about heteroblood, but now, driven by some inexplicable impulse, she decided to go watch a movie. It's similar to a poor person suddenly becoming rich. Having money in your pocket, but not spending it feels uncomfortable all over. She bought a holographic movie ticket, popcorn, a chocolate bar, and soda, and swaggered into the screening room. The cinema has 2 screening rooms in total. Regular movies are shown in room 305, and holographic movies in room 306. Upon entering, you first receive a wristband. Attach the wristband, and when the time comes, the movie will start automatically, according to the instructions on the ticket. Zhang-Chi waited quietly. On the left wall of room 306, there was an overview of the holographic movie, non-implant neural interface. When the movie starts, it synchronously simulates neural signals, and all devices in the cinema operating on the same frequency will activate, automatically shutting down when the movie ends. Do not dismantle the equipment. Violators will be penalized 10 points. On the right wall, an audience notice is posted. 1. Cinema seats do not affect the viewing experience. Please do not occupy seats unnecessarily. 2. In case of equipment failure, please quietly go outside to change devices. Do not disturb the staff. 3. Please do not make loud noises, stand up, or wave your arms in the cinema. None of your actions can change the ending of the film. 4. A very small number of people may experience dizziness or vomiting while watching the movie. If you notice any discomfort, please remove the wristband immediately and leave the screening room. 5. Please be sure to keep the theater clean. Failure to take away food scraps will result in a 10-point deduction. Vomiting inside the screening room will result in a 20-point deduction. Vomiting inside the screening room and not taking away food scraps will result in a 100-point deduction. Not many people were watching the holographic movie, scattered sparsely in the middle seats. Zhang-Chi sat in the last row. After 10 minutes, the movie began. The film was titled Edward's Redemption. The first scene was a production workshop. The protagonist, Edward, was working in the workshop when the workshop supervisor came over to talk to him, saying that due to budget constraints, he might be on the next round of layoffs. With each change of scene, Zhang-Chi's position in the movie shifts, but most of the time, the main perspective follows the protagonist. It can be adjusted 360 degrees, but is limited to within 1 meter of the protagonist. After watching for about 30 minutes, Zhang-Chi took off the wristband. This is a very positive energy movie, with clear distinctions between the protagonists and antagonists, and every line of dialogue is so meticulously crafted that it ends up being nauseating. No matter how much the tech tree is skewed, a bad movie like this is beyond saving. The movie had been playing for less than a third of its length. To avoid disturbing others' viewing experience, once inside, one could only enter but not leave. Zhang-Chi sat bored in his seat, pondering whether to just finish watching this lousy film, when suddenly there was a creak. The main door was opened. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow, very light, seemingly very polite. To avoid disturbing the other audience members. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. The person came right up to Zhang-Chi. The cinema lights were not turned off. The holographic cinema never turns off the lights. The aisles here were very spacious because there was no big screen or anything like that, so no one needed to crowd together to shorten the distance. When the person walked over, he didn't even brush against the corner of Zhang-Chi's clothes. He just stood there, with the big lights on both sides of the cinema illuminating his furry claws, which were more than 3 times larger than a normal palm. 2 sharp fangs protruded from the sides of his tongue, growing almost past his chin. His hair stood on end, as if there was a strong electric pole on the ceiling that had singed him on the outside, while keeping him tender inside. He arched his waist, stuck out his tongue, and licked the 2 flesh palms repeatedly, chuckling heavily at Zhang-Chi. Zhang-Chi. One flesh palm reached out, tentatively waving twice in front of her eyes. Seeing that Zhang-Chi didn't react, his beast-like deep gray vertical pupils suddenly dilated. He rubbed his palms, blew on the fur, arched his back, opened his mouth, fully exposing his sharp teeth. The blades on his flesh palms suddenly extended, raised toward the ceiling, his posture like a fierce tiger in a dense forest. His whole body tensed as he crouched down, claws springing out. Zhang bent down to dodge, pulled out a metal blade from under his foot, and stabbed it into his neck in one strike. Blood splattered all over Zhang face. Scalding hot. The scream stuck in his throat was abruptly silenced out of nowhere. He stared blankly at Zhang with a thud. He fell to the ground, and the last words he uttered were, "You're cheating." The cinema was as quiet as before. The audience was immersed in the holographic projection, unaware of any sounds here. Even if they heard something, they would probably think it was just background noise from the movie. A wave of heat rose from the soles of the feet, flowing up the spine, gradually spreading to every limb and bone. Zhang closed his eyes, then opened them. It was like a long-distance bus that had just been refueled. Every joint and part was ready to spring into action. Extremely full of energy. She bent down and picked up the badge on the chest of the corpse. 113. On the back of her hand was a red stamp. It was peeling off the corpse, gradually losing its stickiness. A very, very soft plop sound as it hit the ground. Zhang picked up the red seal and stuck it onto the wristband. Sparks spread from the center of the red seal, turning to ashes in a very short time. Beep, a prompt sound rang out. The wristband began scrolling green text, plus 1,000. Scrolled 3 times, just like before. Now she has nearly 2,000 points. It feels very unreal. It feels like winning the lottery. Buy one, get one free. Zhang felt like laughing again. She tried to force a smile, but this time even she could tell that her smile looked worse than her tears. So she gave up on smiling. Her gaze shifted, and just above the red seal, on her wrist, she saw a black hexagram. Zhang frowned. She recalled the palm that 113 had just extended. That moment stretched infinitely in her memory. She clearly remembered that there was no hexagram on his wrist. Zhang reached out and pressed on the hexagram, which was slightly indented. In the next moment, she felt a very faint electric shock sensation in her brain, fleeting and gone in an instant. It was similar to the indicator light flashing briefly when a TV is turned on. A kind of connection. She almost immediately confirmed that this mark was inseparable from herself. She tried connecting several more times. At one moment, the sensation was very strong, and she could clearly see the body structure of 113. Like an X-ray, the arms, thighs, cheeks, back, blood, muscles, and flesh were examined in meticulous detail. His left calf was slightly shorter than his right calf. The left arm had once suffered a severe injury with significant bone overgrowth. He also had a nose bridge augmentation surgery. Zhang squatted down and grabbed 113's shoes. The wear on the heels of the left and right shoes was completely different. He rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. Proliferation. Zhang touched his nose bridge. Actually, there was no need to touch it. He could already feel very intuitively that the connection between the brow bone and the nose bridge was very awkward. His face was not very folded, but his nose was unusually prominent, like a hill rising abruptly from a vast green meadow, lacking the broad and smooth beauty of the grassland, and also missing the magnificent layering and undulation of a mountain range. Strangely ugly in its beauty. Zhang withdrew his hand. Fell into deep thought. What kind of monster is she really? The movie continued, and unable to figure it out, Zhang put on the wristband and kept watching. The story had reached the point where Edward lost his job, was kicked out by his landlord, robbed while walking at night, and everything had hit rock bottom. He was recalling the past 30-plus years of his life. A complete and utter failure. He was playful, got into fights, had early romances, and was at the bottom of his class during school. Finally, in the last semester of his senior year, he worked hard to get into an unknown university. His whole family pooled money to pay his tuition. He vowed to study hard and change his fate, but as soon as school started, he slipped back into the playful and carefree atmosphere. He barely passed his exams and found a job making neural components. The workshop supervisor said he valued him highly and kept promising promotions for years. Every day, he lived in the dream of an imminent raise and promotion. He had no savings. Whenever he had money, he gambled it away. In the end, he was deeply in debt, his girlfriend left him, and his parents cut off contact. He went up to the rooftop. Neon lights flickered, and among the densely packed skyscrapers once lay his beautiful dreams. He remembered passing by the Hain Technology building one year and swore he would work there someday. He felt utterly ridiculous. took a step forward, then felt a bit scared, and then stepped back. He decided to strive for success. Bullshit. Zhang Qi cursed silently in his heart. At this moment, the robot security guard caught up to the rooftop. Edward was taken to the security office for questioning. This was a very humane company. It was heard that he decided to jump because he lost his job. The security immediately contacted logistics, who then contacted HR. After confirming that Hain Technology was currently hiring, they made an exception and allowed him to submit his resume to HR. HR thought that although his major matched the job, his educational background and technical skills were clearly insufficient, so they could not accept him, a classic obstacle the protagonist must overcome. Edward said he could work without a salary, only asking for food and accommodation, with a 1-year probation period. HR discussed with the personnel department and agreed to Edward's proposal. During that year, Edward worked diligently and without complaint, waking up earlier than the chickens and going to bed later than the dogs, strictly adhering to the core belief that the company was his home and that its care depended on him. He collapsed from exhaustion at his workstation multiple times, and finally, one day, the general manager of Hain Technology noticed his efforts and promoted him to a full-time employee. Edward completed project after project, got promoted and received raises, glowing with success. Once, during a business negotiation, he unexpectedly ran into a workshop colleague who had once made things difficult for him and looked down on him. The colleague was shocked by Edward's transformation and shouted that Edward was a fraud. As a result, the colleague was escorted out of the Hain Technology building by security and, due to disrespecting Edward, was fired from his original company, ending up homeless. That's so damn shitty. Zhang Qi couldn't help but take off the wristband again. She leaned back in the chair and kicked the already dead 113. His paw pads and palms stiffened, and 2 sharp fangs protruded, looking like a swaggering cat. Cats are cute, and people can be good-looking, but no matter how you combine cat and human, it always looks ugly. Zhang Qi looked up, his gaze falling on the viewing guidelines on the wall. Article 5. Please be sure to keep the theater clean. Failure to remove food scraps will result in a 10-point deduction. Spitting inside the viewing room, a 20-point deduction. Both spitting inside the viewing room and failing to remove food scraps, a 100-point deduction. How many points would be deducted for leaving a corpse inside the viewing room? After agonizing for a long time over whether leaving midway through the movie would result in more point deductions or leaving the corpse in the screening room would, the balance finally tipped towards the latter. Zhang Qi dragged 113 towards the entrance of the screening room. She carefully opened the door. No alarms went off. He let out a long breath. The area outside the cinema was filled with waiting spectators. There were no prison guards maintaining order here. Everything relied on the prisoners' self-discipline. Prisoners who on average faced more than a dozen criminal charges outside were surprisingly well-behaved here. They quietly waited in their seats, occasionally glancing up at the movie advertisements. The sound of dragging reached their ears first, and everyone gradually turned their heads. The Fierce Tigers 113. A heterochromatic red seal. Like a rag doll, someone grabbed it by the ankle, holding it upside down in their hand. Its large, dull eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, arms stiffly hanging at its sides, as it slid on the ground, swaying left and right, tracing 2 symmetrical yet uneven bloodstains. The woman, her face covered in blood, walked forward expressionlessly, turning corners, coldly looking at all the prisoners waiting in line. Everyone. The crowd suddenly scattered in chaos. Several cyborgs were even starting to leave after images. Chapter 0-17 Transformation Camp, 17, 18, 19. Zhang Qi. What are you running for? The seats were empty, and the mini-robot at the cinema's main entrance was still tirelessly attracting customers. On the left is the entrance, where the robot says, "Welcome." On the right is the exit, and every time someone leaves, the robot shouts, "Please take your belongings with you. Come again next time." Now the machine is stuck. In an instant, too many people rushed out, and it kept cycling between "please take" and "please," never finishing a full sentence. In the end, it turned into a harsh, prolonged sound. "Please be RRR." Extremely noisy. Zhang Qi ran up and gave the robot a pat. Cling. The shell fell off. Although she realized that her strength had increased a lot, her subconscious force still remained at the original level. She didn't expect her destructive power to be so strong. Zhang Qi put down the 113 and hurriedly began picking up the shells from the ground, piecing them back together bit by bit. Fortunately, the metal shells of these machines were very hard, and nothing was crushed or broken when they fell. As long as they were placed back in their original positions, they could easily be restored to their original state. The robot stopped making noise. Zhangqi held her breath and focused, reaching out to press the restart button on the back of the little robot's bottom. Time felt extremely long, so long that she calculated in her mind 10 times how many points it would cost to compensate for damaging a robot. Beep beep, the little robot opened its mouth wide. Welcome to the cinema robot service. Zhangqi mentioned that the tightness in his throat finally eased. She made up her mind never to mess with any public property again. Body 113 was very light, much lighter than Body 903. One reason could be that the height and build were very different from 903's, and another could be that after absorbing 113's energy, she had become a bit stronger. From the library entrance to the cinema, there were dragged bloodstains all along the way. Zhangqi took off the jacket of the 113, folded it into a block of tofu, and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he dragged the person and pressed the elevator button. After taking the elevator to the first floor, Zhangqi directly threw the person out of the elevator. He closed the door and pressed the -3 button again. The elevator plummeted rapidly. Zhangqi ran to the library restroom, took out the jacket of 113, roughly cleaned it with hand soap, wrung it out, and then slowly started wiping from the elevator entrance, through the library corridor, all the way to the seats in the holographic movie theater. She had to finish all this before all the audience left, otherwise the bloodstains would be spread everywhere by footprints. After wiping the floor, Zhangqi returned to the restroom and rubbed his face in front of the mirror. Her upper body was splattered with a lot of 113's blood. Each prisoner only has 2 sets of prison clothes. When she killed 903, she had already changed into one set, and now this clean set of prison clothes was also covered in bloodstains. She suddenly understood why the vending machines sold prison clothes. Zhangqi rushed to the vending machine in the library, bought a set of prison clothes and socks, went back to the restroom to change out of the prison clothes on her body, and casually threw them into the trash can. Everything was settled. Walking out of the restroom, there were still no audience members coming out of the cinema. Zhangqi walked towards the holographic movie viewing room and returned to his seat. Bored out of his mind. So bored that she put the wristband back on again. The movie had been playing for nearly 2 hours, and Edward seemed to have accidentally met everyone who had looked down on him in the past. Due to his outstanding performance, he was granted a staff apartment by Hain Technology that he could use for free forever. His parents felt proud of him. He was unbeatable in the matchmaking market. Wealthy heiresses personally waited for him to get off work downstairs at the Hain Technology Company, and an unknown school listed him as an outstanding alumnus. He had 2 children, a boy and a girl. The whole family happily sat together to eat the New Year's Eve dinner, and the children all vowed to become people like their father in the future. The end of the play. The names of the producer and lead actors slowly began to scroll on the right side of the screen, while on the left side of the screen, a golden logo appeared, a circle with a dolphin inside. Below the logo are 6 large characters. Hain Technology sponsored. Dog shit. Zhangqi took off the wristband. Faint sobbing could be heard inside the screening room. The prisoners stood up one by one and left the screening room. Since there were nearly 2,000 points on the card, Zhangqi decided to stay in the cinema and finish watching all the movies showing today. She went to the lobby and bought tickets for all the remaining showings, along with several buckets of popcorn, chocolate bars, and some sodas, then re-entered screening room 305. Room 305 only showed regular movies. Ultra-high-definition large screen, without any neural interface device. Watching holographic movies is a rather risky thing. She doesn't want to encounter people like 113 for the time being. She is not very interested in the content of these films, but the environment and background of the movie can provide a good assessment of the current level of technology and civilization in the world. This movie is called Transformation. The protagonist is a teenage juvenile delinquent who grew up in the slums. His parents were addicted to serum, constantly in debt to buy it, and repeatedly harassed by creditors. As a young boy, he suffered bullying and decided to become stronger. He joined a street gang and, at only 14 years old, committed a robbery and was caught by the police. Because of his youthful recklessness and lack of discipline, he cursed at the judge in court. The judge, who initially felt pity for him, ended up sentencing him to the maximum penalty in anger. He was sent to a juvenile detention center, which was full of talented individuals. He acknowledged many big brothers there and learned traditional skills such as theft, lockpicking, robbery, and fraud. His parents had never visited him in prison. Other inmates all had someone to care for them, so he felt very lonely. One year during the spring festival, a prison guard told him someone had come to see him. He nervously walked out of the prison and found that the visitor was actually the teacher he had once teased. The teacher said that after hearing about his situation, knowing that he was not the main culprit but was just called by the gang to take the blame, he helped him file an appeal, hoping to help reduce his sentence. He finally realized that the warmth of the gang was not real warmth and that the embrace of the school was the true embrace. After getting out of prison, he turned over a new leaf, studied science, culture, and technology seriously, striving to repay the teacher well when he grew up. The path of constant progress was not dramatic enough, so he undoubtedly faced setbacks. The teacher's home was burglarized, and everyone thought he was the thief. Everyone wanted to take him to the police station, but the teacher stepped in to stop them, lying that nothing was stolen. He knew the teacher was protecting him, but he also felt deeply hurt because of it. Because the teacher also thought he was the thief. So he angrily left the city, wandered for many years, worked odd jobs, saved money, got admitted to a vocational college, and became an engineer. He returned to his hometown and found the teacher. He told the teacher that he was not the thief. The teacher said he knew. The teacher said that half a month after he ran away from home, the police caught a habitual offender, and the stolen goods belonging to the teacher were found in that offender's home. The two of them held their heads and cried bitterly. The end. Dog shit. What the hell? Where's the theme? The logic? The meaning? Nothing at all. Zhang Qi angrily ate popcorn wildly. The only valuable information in this movie was subtly shown at the beginning, and the serum was even pixelated. According to the movie's description, the serum is a widely circulated addictive substance on the black market with a very high price. Serum is just a broad category, like apples, cherries, grapes, and strawberries can all be called fruits. Serums extracted from different species have different full names. Their commonality is that after injection, they can quickly make people feel extreme pleasure and excitement, but the side effect is that after long-term use of the injected serum, people begin to converge with the species from which the serum was extracted. They are called serum heterospecies. Unlike fusion with heteroblooded people, they are humans who have completely lost their will. Walking corpses. Their only offensive power comes from their appearance. Those who see them suffer intense mental contamination. Zhang Qi rested his chin on his hand. Joku said he stole this serum from the company. It's shocking that the company can actually possess such illegal goods. Also, for the black market serum, is there a special supplier, or is it all stolen from the company as Joku claimed? The people who were scared away by Zhang Qi earlier gradually returned to the cinema, though it might not be the same group as before. In any case, each screening had new viewers coming in, filling about half the seats. The aisles in Cinema 305 are very narrow, similar to traditional theater layouts, designed to fit as many seats as possible within limited space while maintaining the viewing experience. Every time the movie started playing, the lights would dim, and some of the lights would turn off completely. Zhang Qi always sat in the front row. Although looking up to watch the movie was tiring, at least it ensured that anyone entering from the back had to walk a very long way to find her seat. Before that, she had already realized something was wrong. The new audience members wouldn't specifically look at the people in the front row either. They took their seats one by one, waiting for the movie to start. The next movie to be shown is called Going to School. The protagonist is a medical student who has aspired to become a doctor since childhood. However, because she grew up in a slum and her family is poor, the tuition fees for medical school are very high, and her parents are unable to afford them. She started working to earn money when she was in her teens. Whenever she saved up a sum of money, an unexpected event would occur that would drain all the money she had saved. It seemed as if heaven was deliberately toying with her. The hardships of life could not dampen her enthusiasm for learning. She consistently maintained the top academic performance in the entire school. Wealthy students with lower grades would sometimes mock her. What's the use of high scores? Can you afford the tuition for neurosurgery? Neurosurgery is the most expensive major at the medical school. In movies, becoming a neurosurgeon is portrayed as a highly prestigious achievement. The income is high, the social status is elevated, and it brings great pride in front of relatives. Many people have achieved social mobility by becoming doctors. Of course, movies often use artistic exaggeration, so whether neurosurgeons are really that in demand is something to be determined. When the college entrance exam results came out, she ranked first in the entire school. However, when it came time to choose her preferred university and major, she was hesitant. She simply cannot afford the tuition for medical school. She can't even afford the tuition for a regular university. The protagonist hid the transcript. She gave up on going to college. She posted online, sharing her story. Many netizens felt sorry for her, and some even hoped to help pay her tuition through crowdfunding. The protagonist refused. The news reported on her incident. After a while, people from Hain Technology Company found her. It turned out that Hain Technology Company had a special scholarship program to help impoverished students complete their studies. With the help of Hain Technology Company, she successfully entered medical school. There, she continued to rank among the top students. After 8 years of study, she began working. She became a star doctor at the hospital. Her parents were proud of her. They escaped the slums and moved into a spacious and bright house. The scene flashed, and it was many years later again. She got married and had 2 children, a boy and a girl. They both vowed to become people like their mother. The end of the play. Reform Camp 18. The screen went black, then a picture popped up with only one line of text. Based on a true story. Then it goes black again. The names of the actors and producers slowly scroll up, with a golden logo on the far left, a dolphin jumping through a hoop. At the bottom are 6 large characters, sponsored by Hain Technology. Commercial film. Still the kind that's terribly made. The deliberate twists feel like a piece of black bread stuck in the throat, neither going down nor coming up. The original intention was to fill the stomach, but in the end, even what was eaten yesterday was vomited up while scraping the throat. Better not to eat at all. The last movie is falling in love with labor. Having learned from the previous films, Zhang Qi's attention was no longer focused on the plot. Comparing these 4 movies, the time and background of the events are quite different. First is the era. The earliest is going to school. Usually older stories mark the time in the opening credits and apply a yellowish filter. Next is the background. The story of each film takes place in the Silver Republic. The main setting of Edward's redemption is in the bustling city area, while Transformation focuses on depicting life in the slums and prisons. A commercial film with a happy ending must include having 2 children. The deliberate act of adding a weak ending to a strong start. The birth rate in the Silver Republic is probably not very good. The prison in Reformation is very different from this one. The environmental hygiene is much better than the Reformation camp, and there is no point system like here. All meals do not need to be purchased, they are provided free by the prison. Each meal consists of 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. The level of social civilization is very high. She is from the Outyan Empire, but she can fully understand and comprehend the films from the Silver Republic. Not just her. All the prisoners in the prison have no communication barriers. These 2 countries use the same script and language. In most cases, it is very likely that these 2 countries were once part of a single country that split apart long ago. Maybe very close on the map. Not just the ocean. Possibly land borders. In going to school, medical students not only have to learn medical knowledge, but also programming and electronic device repair skills. They need to accurately determine which electronic components in the brain-machine interface and various nerves are malfunctioning. Both Edward's redemption and going to school mention that university tuition is very expensive, which also aligns with what Joku said earlier. They are all very trivial pieces of knowledge. Moreover, since the films are processed through artistic means, it is hard to say whether they fully reflect the real situation. Falling in love with labor is also coming to an end. Zhang Qi finished all the popcorn, chocolate bars, and soda. The time reached 8:45. At 8:50, the movie completely ended. This was the last movie showing in the cinema today. All the prisoners began to stand up and leave their seats, and within 3 minutes, all the lights in the cinema went out. The prisoners surged toward the exit. Zhang Qi originally wanted to bring some chocolate bars back to the dormitory, but the concession stand was already closed. The small robot at the main entrance was urging the audience to leave quickly. Part of the crowd flowed toward the elevator entrance, while another part headed to the stairway entrance. Zhang Qi chose to take the stairs. When she reached the first floor, she turned to take another look at the elevator entrance on the first floor. The body of 113 was already gone. The doorway was clean, without a single bloodstain. In the open space on the first floor of the prison, a platform had been erected at some unknown time. On the platform was a projector, shining onto the smooth central area of the open space, displaying a roughly 1 by 1 square frame, inside which a countdown was running. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. 3 minutes and 9 seconds. 3 minutes and 8 seconds. The outer walls of every floor in the prison were lit. The lights were not very large nor very powerful, but since every corner was covered, they were enough to clearly illuminate the corridors on all floors. Every prisoner was walking upstairs. They leaned quietly on the railings, waiting for something. No one stayed on the first floor. The night was already deep, and the only things visible in outline on the first floor were the timing projection and the platform. The projection technology of the timer was very advanced. The red timing frame projected on the ground was clear and three-dimensional. Zhang returned to the 5th floor. This floor was occupied by the tigers and the grand judges. She was extremely cautious, but surprisingly, no one gave her any trouble. She came out from the stairwell and could see 888's gaze sweeping across from the opposite building, but 888 did nothing. 1 minute and 1 second. 59 seconds. 9 minutes and 34 seconds. Time passed by the minute and second, and all the prisoners gathered in the corridor of the main building. The main building has a circular structure, allowing every prisoner to clearly see everything happening in the open area on the first floor, as well as each other. The broadcast began. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. In an instant, the countdown box disappeared. In its place was a ranking box. On the left was the rank, on the right was the score with no number plate. The ranking box is much larger than the previous timer box, also with a red frame and red text, approximately 2M*3M. First place, 4,212.3 points. Second place, 3,482.2 points. Third place, 2,333.7 points. The top 3 are all red stamps. The others can be released once they accumulate 1,500 points at most. There is nothing in the middle. All are ellipses. Then only the last place remained. The score was negative. There was a number plate. 432. The broadcast sounded again. 432, 432, 432. Like a death sentence, loud and urgent. Zhang didn't know who 432 was. But some people on the second floor obviously knew. They formed a semicircle around someone else who was also standing by the railing. Everyone's eyes were focused here. He is number 432. Short hair, just over 20 years old, not tall, with a tattoo on his left shoulder. He came on the same plane as her. Looks somewhat familiar, but not very familiar. 432 crashed. It felt like being hit on the head by a big box out of nowhere, staggering and dizzy. How could it be me? Impossible that it's me. You clearly have a lower score than me, why? He walked outside, but everyone followed his movement to the outer circle, and the person he pointed to was also inside the circle. He said nothing. 432 kept questioning him. After a while, the crowd also looked at him, and he finally spoke, saying, "Are you so eager for me to die?" 432 was stunned by his question. He stopped his steps as he was walking towards him. "You deserve it," the person being questioned said again. "I lied to you." 432 said, No way. I've calculated your score. You definitely scored lower than me. Do you take me for a fool? I'll believe whatever you say." His face was full of disbelief. After a while, he said again, "You killed someone." A statement of certainty. "You killed someone," he said again. Exposed. The person being asked replied calmly, "So what?" Here, everyone tends to hide their points. No matter how many or how few. Knowing others' movements, workplace, working hours, and how many people they've killed is like the audience in a cinema constantly standing up from the front row. When the first row stands, the second row wanting to see has no choice but to stand, then the third row, the fourth row, and so everyone ends up standing. Everyone has someone they want to surpass. Competition then starts to become intense. This benefits no one. 432 was speechless. Yeah, so what? No one ever said you can't lie here. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the broadcast sounded again. 432, 432, 432. Target locked. Aiming soon. Aiming. All heavy machines and guns on 5 floors are in the same place. Always aligned to 432. Warning, warning, warning. All unauthorized personnel must evacuate immediately. All unauthorized personnel must evacuate immediately. All unauthorized personnel must evacuate immediately. Everyone on the second floor started running in the opposite direction of where he was standing. On the first, third, fourth, and fifth floors, people gradually returned to their rooms. He stood there on the railing of the second floor, his face pale under the light from outside the wall. The sign with the number 432 on his chest lit up, like a lighthouse guiding ships on the dark sea at night. All gun barrels were aimed at the sign. 432 turned around and started running. Bang! A gunshot rang out. He dodged it. The bullet was originally aimed at his head. Fortunately, he ran away. The broadcast sounded again. Target not hit. Re-aim. Aiming. Aim. Bang 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 bang. More than a dozen bullets were fired at the same time, hitting the head, hands, feet, chest, and even the signboard. All targets struck. 432 swayed and trembled like a sieve, standing on the second floor. He was undoubtedly doomed. But it was not over yet. Bang 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 bang. Another dozen or so bullets. Before the bullets were finished firing, he had already fallen to the ground. The badge on his chest flashed once, then went dark. Some of the bullets hit the wall and ricocheted back. Not a single dent was left. Bulletproof, Zhang Qi thought. The broadcast continued. Target detected with no vital signs. Cease fire. Fire stopped. All the muzzles slowly returned to their original positions. Settlement complete. Please keep up the good work. The platform was still lit, and the forms projected onto the open space had not yet disappeared. The prisoners came out of the room one after another. It seemed like something was still unfinished. Suddenly, all the data related to 432 in the last column, projected on the ground, disappeared. New numbers appeared again in the blank cells. But this time, there were no labels, only points. This is currently the last place. No one knows who he is, except himself. If nothing changes in the next week, then the one who dies will be him. Everyone has a different expression on their face. But no one can tell who is in last place just by looking at their expression. If everyone knows who is in last place, then no one will approach him next week. A fish struggling to the death can always break through the big net. He must stealthily lie in wait, ready to strike when a target lets their guard down. He might even be one of the calmest-looking people here. At this moment, Zhang Qi suddenly sensed an indescribable absurdity. Unlike the insignificance humans feel when facing natural disasters, this was a man-made isolation, separation, and omnipresent panic that could not be escaped as long as one was inside the situation. It severed the two things humans excelled at most in biological history and that made them stand out among living beings: cooperation and sharing the same belief. Here, there was no belief, no cooperation, and even the formation of gangs here could be considered a miracle. Everyone becomes aware of their own weakness and thus will infinitely tend toward obedience. They will not trust anyone. They are always testing, deceiving, and exploiting. The so-called Day of Reckoning is more like a public performance. When everyone sees the mastermind wielding a large blade, they become even more convinced of his power and the inevitability of fate. They point their guns at their own kind, and no one cares anymore about who the real executioner is. Every prisoner who has ever challenged legal authority must undergo education by that authority here. They need to feel the invincibility of authority both mentally and physically. Just like children who were criticized by their parents as incompetent and failures from a young age, even after they grow up and are no longer weak, their parents' words still ring in their ears. Even more frightening is that they themselves cannot clearly understand where this retreat and fear come from. They may be able to objectively assess their own abilities, but whenever they try to act, a voice begins to remind them that they will definitely fail. The cost of failure is cruel, so it is best not to act rashly. They are insignificant and not worth mourning. The big shots have long aimed their guns at them. Anytime, anywhere, they have nowhere to hide. The prison building was unusually quiet. The broadcast continued. Here is this week's cleaning schedule. Reform Camp 19. Monday, 082. 336, Tuesday, 829, 324, Wednesday, 492, 943, Thursday, 244, 241, Friday, 421, 099, Saturday, 941, 897, Sunday, 133, 209. Repeating once more, Monday, 082, 336, Tuesday, 829, 324, Wednesday, 492, 943, Thursday, 244, 241, Friday, 421, 099, Saturday, 941, 897, Sunday, 133, 209. All the above-mentioned offenders are requested to arrive at the work site at the specified times. Work shifts cannot be swapped or replaced. Those who skip shifts will have 100 points deducted and must submit a written self-criticism. The shift time starts at midnight on the day, and the work time is from midnight on the day until 9:30 p.m. the following night. All cleaning staff are requested to gather punctually at midnight on the day at the wash basin area in the first floor lobby. Broadcast complete. The broadcast emitted a long beep sound. Then it fell completely silent. The prisoners gradually returned to their respective rooms, and the building was filled with the sound of doors closing one after another. Zhang-Chi also returned to her room. She took off the badge from her chest, sat at the desk, and held the badge in her hand, examining it for a while. The scene of 432 being shot kept flashing in her mind, and finally, she put the badge down. At 10 o'clock, the prison guard would appear on time to collect the badge. This hour was very long. Zhang-Chi had already gone through all the events that happened today in her mind. Many things that seemed natural, upon reflection, revealed an unbelievable stroke of luck. 10:00. The prison guard began knocking on the door. Zhang-Chi opened it and handed the badge to the guard. After that, the guard did not leave. Instead, he took out a new badge from the pocket of his jacket. There was no number on it, only 2 characters. Clean. 082. The guard said. Newcomer? Zhang-Chi nodded. The guard nodded slightly and said, "Tonight at midnight, don't be late." He paused. 1 point will be deducted for every minute late. He handed the sign to Zhang-Chi and said, "Take your sign with you." Zhang-Chi went to bed more than an hour early. At 11:50, she got up, folded the quilt, dressed neatly, and hesitated for a moment as she looked at the metal bars of the bed frame. If the place she needed to clean had security checks, she would be caught red-handed, and everything she had done before would be exposed. All are violations. Finally, she brought nothing and arrived at the first-floor lobby at 11:58. The building has 2 staircases, but only the one on the south side has a wash basin, located at the corner of the staircase entrance, visible as soon as you go downstairs. There were already inmates waiting at the wash basin. 336, the person in his group was a green badge. Zhang-Chi walked over and noticed he was trembling, the movement very slight, not obvious unless looked at carefully. So she stepped forward and complained, "It's very cold, isn't it?" The temperature difference between day and night here is huge, and Zhang-Chi had felt she might be underdressed since coming downstairs. But there was no time to go back and put on more clothes. This kind of complaint was her usual pickup technique. Feigning concern seemed insincere, and only shared resentment could bring people closer emotionally. Usually, as long as the partner wasn't too low in emotional intelligence, they could understand what she meant. But the culprit here seemed completely different from the partners she had met before. Extremely low emotional intelligence. "I'm not cold," 336 said. Zhang-Chi frowned. The trembling of 336 suddenly increased, stammering, "Are you cold?" Zhang-Chi a little. 336 said, "All right." Then began to take off his clothes. Zhang-Chi. Then he handed the clothes to Zhang-Chi. 336 said, "You take it?" He was only wearing a single layer of clothing, and when he took it off, his upper body was completely bare. Zhang-Chi could even clearly see the goosebumps rising on his skin as a gust of wind blew past. Zhang-Chi slightly opened his mouth. After a while, she threw the clothes back to 336. 336 looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if asking why. Zhang-Chi said, "You don't have a crush on me, do you?" An indescribable expression appeared on 336's face. "Zhang-Chi, do you especially love helping others?" 336 hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "Zhang-Chi, are you afraid of me?" This time, 336 hesitated for a very long time. Zhang-Chi's gaze fell on 336's bare upper body. "You're burning my eyes." 336. He quickly put on his clothes. The time had already reached 12 o'clock. Suddenly, a robot emerged from the elevator rising from underground to the upper floors. There were only elevators from B1 to B3 here. The robot was very mini, about as tall as Zhang-Chi's calf, humanoid in shape, but its limbs and head were all square-shaped. Its arms were raised upward, holding a tray on which 2 booklets were neatly stacked together. 2 identical booklets, with the top one's cover bearing the 4 characters cleaning manual. The elevator opened again at that moment. A robot twice the size of a mini robot stepped out of the elevator, carrying a huge box about half a person tall. After setting down the box, it beeped twice and then went back into the elevator. Jiangqi stepped forward and took the cleaning manual from the tray, while 336 took the booklet underneath. The mini robot retracted its tray, turned around, and extended a half-meter-long tentacle from above its head to press the elevator button. The elevator ascended, the doors opened, the mini robot walked in, retracted its antenna, and just like that, disappeared to the first floor. Jiangqi approached the box and found it was filled with cleaning supplies, brooms, towels, and some cleaning agents. The largest container was called Zuolijing, and the most abundant items were gloves, various kinds of gloves, thin ones, thick ones, insulated waterproof ones, as well as brushes of all sizes. Just then, the elevator doors opened again, and out came the big robot, pushing a handcart as big as the elevator, with many garbage bags hanging from it. After setting down the handcart, it beeped twice and the robot returned to the elevator. Jiangqi opened the cleaning manual, which contained many regulations in very small print. The lighting here was dim, making it hard on the eyes. After flipping through it for a while, she noticed that 336 beside her was still and said, "Have you done cleaning before?" 336 said, "I've done it." Jiangqi threw the cleaning manual into the box and pushed the cart out. "Let's go, you lead the way." 336 said that cleaning is divided into 3 categories. One is residential area cleaning, one is production area cleaning, and the other is office building cleaning. The residential and work areas have already been cleaned by the day shift. During the late-night shift, only the office building needs to be managed, and it must be thoroughly cleaned before the staff start work. The box was placed on the cart, and 2 people pushed the cart towards the office building. The sky was very dark and the streetlights were large, but the area was too open, making the places not illuminated by the streetlights appear even darker. The sound of the wind and some faint insect chirps filled the ears. "So you mean we don't have to work on Monday?" Jiangqi asked. 336 nodded. "During the day, we clean the living area and the production area." 336 said they were very lucky. Monday's cleaning task was the easiest, while Sunday's cleaning task was the most troublesome, as they had to constantly sweep up dead bodies. Jiangqi stopped in his tracks. "You mean cleaning involves sweeping up bodies?" 336 nodded again. "If not cleaned up promptly, the bodies will start to smell. Some bodies are covered in blood, and with people coming and going, the floor gets dirty. This results in point deductions. I mean, the points of the person doing the cleaning that day are deducted." Jiangqi asked, "The bodies, where are they cleaned?" 336 looked around in the dark, probably trying to show Jiangqi the way, but the lighting here was too dim, so he just withdrew his head and said, "The flower bed." "The vast majority are buried in the flower bed." Jiangqi asked, "Any exceptions?" 336 pointed to the cleaning manual in the box. "It requires that any infectious foreign blood be sent to the hospital for treatment. But that has never happened." Jiangqi nodded, and the 2 of them silently walked for a while. Suddenly, Jiangqi remembered why the people from Menghu took the body of 093 away immediately after discovering it. If the cleaners had found it first, they would never have known the cause of 093's death. Then 113, after being thrown out of the elevator by him, was probably also cleaned up. "And that body she threw down the stairs," Jiangqi said. "Cleaning on Sunday is quite tough." 336 let out an ah sound, then nodded. "Yeah, quite tough. A body fell on the 5th floor in the afternoon. There was blood and brain matter everywhere. Their team worked for at least over an hour, really a damn." The last word got stuck in his throat, and no matter what, it wouldn't come out. He tilted his head to look at Jiangqi, his body stiff and unable to move. Jiangqi said, "Watch the road." 336 turned his head, feeling as if he had been pardoned, and dared not say much more. After walking for about 10 more minutes, they finally arrived at the office building. There was a step at the entrance of the office building, and 336 seemed to have already assumed that Jiangqi should stand by, grunting as he began to carry things alone. Jiangqi was examining the security inspection device at the door. It was a very small archway standing independently outside, with a line of words written on it, "Janitor Entrance." A voice from behind came from 336. "The cards we swipe are different from the ones they swipe. Before, they were all the same, but later, there was a prisoner, a hacker, who copied a clean card. When the building was empty, he sneaked into the 2nd floor of the office area." "2nd floor? Yeah, that's the server room," 336 said. "He wanted to escape. He opened the access. And then we got caught," 336 said. After that, they installed this big gate. As long as you swipe the cleaning card to get in, the building will activate protection mode, and the server room will be locked down. Zhang Qi paused for a moment and asked, "Do we not need to clean the server room?" 336. No need. On the second floor, we only need to clean the stairs, corridors, and the restrooms. 330 SIX's voice was intermittent, gasping for breath. Zhang Qi turned his head and saw that he was stuck on the steps with the cart. The cart was heavy, with boxes stacked high on it, blocking his view completely and weighing him down. He was wobbling as if he was about to tumble backward off the steps any second. Zhang Qi walked down the steps and stepped up to the side of 336. 336 placed both hands on the two corners of the cart. Zhang Qi pulled aside his right hand. The cart wobbled at that moment, almost tipping over. 336 was startled and reached out to steady it, but Zhang Qi pressed his hand on the cart, pushing it forward with force. The cart moved smoothly, clattering twice as it crossed the last step and arrived at the main entrance. 336 stood there empty-handed, still holding the previous posture, stunned for 2 seconds. Seeing Zhang Qi already going through security, he quickly jogged to catch up. Entering the main hall, a very common T-shaped layout appeared, with paths on both the left and right sides. Zhang Qi gestured to 336, who pointed to the left path. The right side is closer to the elevator entrance. We usually start cleaning from the left side. After finishing one floor, it's just right to take the elevator. After speaking, he looked up to see Zhang Qi's expression. Zhang Qi nodded. 336 pushed the cart forward. The first place they arrived at was room 101. It was labeled Storage Room 101. Zhang Qi, what is the storage room used for? 336. There's everything. Some are for storing materials, some for spare tableware, some for daily necessities, and others are for equipment. Zhang Qi, equipment. 336. Like signs, small robots, that kind of thing. Actually, there's not much to clean in the storage room. Mainly, the guards mess up the room when they take things out. 336 pointed to the cleaning manual quietly lying inside the box. Chapter 3 in here explains how to categorize items. Just follow the instructions, it's very simple. Most of what 101 stores are daily necessities, such as soap, shower gel refills, slippers, towels, and the like. The overall design of the room is somewhat like a warehouse, with shelves reaching up to the ceiling on all 4 walls, divided into compartments, and an open space in the middle where people can stand. There are labels stuck on the compartments, indicating which category belongs to which section. It doesn't seem like a difficult task. It's just very troublesome. 336 saw Zhang Qi frown slightly and said cautiously, "Wait for me outside. There's a sofa in the lobby on the first floor." Zhang Qi, question mark. 336. After I finish cleaning the entire first floor, I'll come over and find you. Zhang Qi sat on the sofa for a while. The hall was very spacious, with a very high ceiling and a crystal chandelier hanging from it. The lighting was very glaring. Outside was pitch black with the wind howling against the glass. A bit boring. Zhang Qi was about to open the main door to go out for a walk. When he reached the door, he found the wind was really too cold, so he turned back and started visiting the rooms one by one on the right side. 109, for storing tableware. 107, for storing small robots. 108, for storing data. 2 large cabinets against the wall were filled with rows of densely packed folders, and there were many paper documents scattered messily on the floor. Zhang Qi walked into the room, crouched down, and picked up a few documents. Resolution on the maintenance and renovation of camp equipment. Resolution on the recycling of cafeteria robots. She stood up, stepping lightly on the patches of floor not yet completely covered by files, and quietly approached the 2 standing cabinets. The cabinets were not locked and could be opened with ease. Issue 102, Issue 103, Issue 104, Issue 105. The left cabinet, from the first row to the very last, was filled entirely with such side labels. As if guided by some supernatural force, Zhang Qi pulled out a book. He opened it. Inside was a stack of paper documents. Name, Chiao Wensi. Nationality, Republic of Silver. Place of origin, Sanjin City. Height, 176.2 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Reason for imprisonment. On July 1st, 1088, attempted armed robbery, refused arrest after seizing a vehicle, resulting in the deaths of 2 law enforcement officers and 3 civilians. Name, Zhang Chaoxiu. Nationality, Republic of Baiying. Place of origin, Devon City. Height, 191.2 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Reason for imprisonment. On March 1st, 1088, involved in a gang fight, fired shots in a busy district, killing 3 gang members. On January 4th, 1089, smuggled 300 g of serum. On March 1st, 1090. This is the information of all the prisoners. Chapter 018 Transformation Camp 20. The incarceration time for all prisoners in the same volume of files is consistent. The volume she held was issue 102, the smallest number among all the issues, and the paper was somewhat damp, indicating it had been stored for a long time. The best advantage of paper files compared to electronic files is that the data cannot be altered. Generally used for archiving. Zhang Qi's gaze moved to the 3rd level. Issue 123. She pulled out the document. Her heart was pounding. She felt on the verge of uncovering a huge mystery, a sudden, inexplicable panic. Issue 123, the date was closer to the present, but there was no information about her. She reached out again to issue 129. Don't open it. Zhang Qi turned his head, and at the door was 336, with a face full of panic. There was no cart beside him, and his finger was pointing at Zhang Qi, with a lot of water still on the fingertip. Maybe he had just finished using the toilet. Passing by. The toilet is right next to 108. 336 realized he might have been very offensive, lowered his finger, walked over to Zhang Qi, and said breathlessly, "The files here cannot be opened." Zhang Qi, why? 336. There is a mark on it. Zhang Qi, what mark? 336 stretched out his finger, cautiously approaching the folder in Zhang Qi's hand. The fingertip was still some distance away from the button-like seal tied with a white string on the folder. Each document is sprayed with a strong sealing agent. Before opening the document, a special unsealing agent must be used. Otherwise, if the strong sealing agent is forcibly unsealed, it will start to rot from the seal and develop black mold spots. Zhang Qi, what will happen? 336 said. The document itself won't be affected. It's just that everyone will know the document has been opened. Also, different models of strong sealing agents correspond to different models of unsealing agents. If the models don't match, the result is the same. 336 quickly withdrew his hand and let out a long breath. Fortunately, it hasn't been opened yet. After speaking, he felt that Zhang Qi's expression was a bit off. He turned his head and saw the folder for issue 102, located at the very top left of the cabinet, slowly starting to sprout black mold spots. It was like a meteor from outer space had just hit his head. He felt a bit dizzy. Moving his gaze downward, he saw that the cover of issue 123 in the 3rd row was also beginning to show black spots emerging from the sealed edge. He's doomed, he thought. Somehow, blurted out, "It's over. It's over. It's over." Like a robot, going back and forth, only repeating the sentence. Zhang Qi studied the tottering 336. If we're discovered, what will happen? 330 SIXS, already unfocused eyes rolled slightly, his tone dry, used as fertilizer. He turned his head, probably looking for something, but in the end found nothing. Still, he didn't forget to explain. Chapter 8 of the Cleaning Manual, unauthorized viewing of archive files results in being used as fertilizer. Zhang Qi. Silence fermented in the room. 336 seemed to be wound up like a clock, constantly muttering phrases like, "I'm doomed," "It's over," and "What should I do?" Zhang Qi pulled out 2 folders labeled issue 102 and issue 123 from the cabinet, completely removing the covers. 330 SIX's voice was sharp and hoarse. "What are you going to do?" "Destroy the evidence. Push the garbage truck over to me." Zhang Qi lifted his chin toward the door. 336 was still panicking. "And no, we can't do this." Zhang Qi's face turned cold. "Hurry up." 336. He froze for half a second, then as if his feet were on fire, he vanished in a flash. After a while, the garbage truck pushed back. Zhang Qi found a pair of scissors inside the box and shredded the cover and the documents inside into pieces. It seemed as if Zhang Qi's scissors were aimed at his neck. 336 kept trembling, his teeth chattering, and finally turned his face away. The papers were cut into such small fragments that no complete words could be found. Zhang Qi took a garbage bag, dumped all the shredded paper into it, and lifted the bag. Where are you going?" 336 followed Zhang Qi out the door. Zhang Qi didn't answer him, and he didn't dare to ask more, silently trailing behind her until he saw her enter a bathroom stall. Suddenly, he understood something. "You're going to flush them all away?" Gurgle, the sound of the toilet tank working, was the response. After dealing with the documents, Zhang-Qi returned to room 108. She shifted the files in the first row slightly to the left, making the gap in the middle a bit wider, but since only one book was missing, it wasn't noticeable. The third row was done in the same way. 336 trembled and said, "The cleaning manual also says that if you destroy documents, you should make flour fertilizer." Zhang-Qi gave him a sidelong glance, seeming amused. "What, are you going to report me?" 336. He shivered all over, shaking his head like a rattle. 336. But what if someone finds out? What should I do? Zhang-Qi, didn't the police tell you that confessing can lead to leniency when they arrested you? 336 hesitated for a moment. Zhang-Qi, did you confess? 336. After 336 finished cleaning all the rooms on the first floor, the two of them took the elevator. The second floor was the machine room, so after going out, they only needed to clean the corridor. 336 told Zhang-Qi to wait for him at the elevator entrance and that he would come find her once he finished cleaning. After a while, he had already pushed the cart several steps away, then turned back. "How about you come with me? Just to take a look around." He was too afraid that this ancestor would mess something up again. On the corridor around the second floor, a clock hung on each side, ticking away. The time above was 1:02. Zhang-Qi yawned. The cleaning work on the first floor was the most tedious. The second floor only needed the corridors cleaned. The third floor housed the wardens' and guards' offices. The rooms did not require tidying, only trash disposal, mopping, and wiping doors and desks. 336 had already taken away the broom and mop. She took a towel out of the box and decided to go to the third floor first to wipe the door and the table. After finishing with 336, she pressed the elevator button. 336 caught up with her as she entered the elevator, holding a cleaning manual in his hand. Zhang-Qi, ? 336, here are the cleaning standards. If you're not sure, you can take a look. He seemed to have mustered all the courage in his life to say this. The elevator doors close. Going up. Arrived at the third floor. The rooms on the third floor are quite different from those on the first and second floors. The door frame is very exquisite, made of solid wood. On both sides of the elevator entrance, there is a plant about half a person's height, and the flower pots are very delicate. On both sides of the corridor, green plants climb on the windows, but they do not completely cover the entire window, only around the window frame. Decoration. The floor is very bright, made of marble, the same as that used in the first floor lobby. The first room on the left is 301, written above the door frame. A metal plate is attached in the middle of the door, with Prison Guard 01 written on it. Walking further inside, room 302 is labeled Prison Guard 02. By the time it reaches 306, the metal plate on the door changes to Warden. There are no other numbers after that, just this one room. Zhang-Qi walks down the corridor. All the rooms after 307 are prison guard offices. Except for the last two rooms. One was labeled as the tea room, the other as the printing room. Zhang-Qi leaned back and started cleaning from room 301. The door was unlocked, and the desk was very tidy, with only a computer on it, an ultra-thin screen, folded in half from the middle, bent into two parts. At the back of the room was a cabinet containing files, very, very few files, and a seal. The cabinet was locked. Just like the lock Zhang-Qi saw in the photo room on his first day here, there was a groove in the middle, triangular in shape. Zhang-Qi started wiping the door, then the desk. When wiping the computer, she gently, very gently, through the towel, bent the folded part inward a bit. She was fully aware of the destructive power her body contained. In an instant, the screen snapped shut like a spring shooting out, and Zhang-Qi recoiled her hand in fright. Then she saw the computer turn on. Suddenly, some images appeared in her mind. They were very blurry, only from the perspective of the hands, as if she had opened and closed the computer countless times before. In the office, in the bedroom, and at the desk. Wei Yi. Zhang-Qi thought. This is Wei Yi's memory. The computer screen was perfectly intact, showing no signs of being split. A kind of intuition appeared in her mind, a muscle memory that had happened thousands of times. She snapped the computer open from the middle. Click, with a soft sound, the computer shut down. Zhang-Qi let out a long breath. She made up her mind never to touch anything in the office building again. After tidying up the room, Zhang-Qi stepped out. The next room was 302, with a layout similar to 301, except there were many more snacks on the desk. They are all the kinds found in prison vending machines, like chocolate bars and the like. Next room, 303. On the table in this room, there were several documents. While wiping the table, Zhang Qi glanced at them. They were cleaning schedules. Last week's, this week's, and next week's. The next room, 304. The next room, 305. When wiping the door and squatting down to stand up, Zhang Qi felt a bit sweaty. She walked to the door of 306 and twisted the lock. Click, the door opened. The layout inside was completely different from the prison guard's room. The desk was very large, with a computer on it, the screen even bigger. Beyond that, there was another room with a bed, fully equipped bedding, a silk mattress and quilt cover, and in the corner, a separate bathroom. A very large suite. Zhang Qi started cleaning from the office area. There actually weren't many signs of daily life here, at least compared to the office areas of the other prison guards. Almost nothing here seemed to have been used much. Zhang Qi recalled the prison guard saying that the warden didn't often come to the prison. So where would he usually go? No need to go to work? Or is the prison just a part of his duties? After wiping the chair and standing up, Zhang Qi's gaze was drawn to the first drawer on the right side of the desk. This drawer looked no different from the others, but it was unlocked and even pulled out slightly, not aligned. But it did not exceed the thickness of the drawer panel. In short, apart from knowing it could be easily opened, there was no clue indicating what might be inside. Zhang Qi reached out in front of the cabinet. She put her hand down and wiped the cabinet with a towel. She stood up, then went on to wipe the desk, the bedroom door, the bathroom, and finally returned to the office area. She glanced at the cabinet, withdrew her gaze, and turned to leave. Before she had left the room, she turned back. The archive room on the first floor seemed to have ignited a flame called curiosity within her, one that would never cease until it had burned her completely. Her hand rested on the handle of the drawer. Reason told her to let go, emotion told her to hesitate, but impulse crossed these two defenses, forcing her to pull open the drawer in a reckless assault. Her wrist sank, exerting force. "What are you doing?" A voice sounded from behind. It was not the voice of 336. Cold, hoarse, carrying an undeniable danger. She had heard this voice twice. Once was in the cafeteria. Another time was also in the cafeteria. A very faint fragrance filled the air. Sandalwood, vetiver, an earthy note. Damn. Chapter 019 Transformation Camp, 21, 22, 23. Zhang Qi's hand had already dropped the moment the sound rang out. She stood still, thinking for 3 seconds, then turned her head. The warden slightly raised his chin, his gaze shifting from the cabinet to her face. "What are you doing?" he asked. The first time Zhang Qi met him face to face, she found him very tall, at least 1.85 meters, with a broad build. His eyes were dark brown, expressionless, and he was still wearing a pair of white gloves. He almost never took them off. Compared to when he stood on the second floor in the cafeteria, he looked even more dangerous. "Zhang Qi, clean." The warden walked over, clean. His tone was somewhat mocking. His gaze swept over the corner of the cleaning manual in Zhang Qi's pocket. The cleaning manual says, "Do you need to open the cabinet in my office?" "Zhang Qi, I didn't open the cabinet." "Warden, you wanted to open the cabinet." "Zhang Qi." "Cleaning." Zhang Qi raised the towel in his hand. "I wanted to wipe the cabinet handle." He walked inside, and Zhang Qi stepped aside to make way for him. Walking up to the desk, he kicked the leather chair aside, stood in front of the cabinet, reached out and grabbed the handle, as if about to open it. At that moment, he looked up. "Want to know what's inside here?" It seemed like a question, but he didn't wait for Zhang Qi's answer. He opened the drawer and unabashedly reached inside. With a grip of his fingers, he pulled out a gun. A handgun, black and smooth. Click, the safety was disengaged. He raised the gun, the dark muzzle aimed at Zhang Qi's forehead. "You're very lucky," he said. Zhang Qi felt his heart pounding to the extreme. "I don't like having the office covered in blood." After saying that, he put down the gun and engaged the safety. He casually tossed the gun into the drawer, took a key out of his pocket, closed the drawer, and locked it. Just a few seconds, but it felt as long as a century. He walked out of the office and, as he brushed past Zhang Qi, glanced at the name tag on her chest. 082, deduct 50 points. The person left. Zhang Qi stood in place for about 3 minutes. When the footsteps had completely disappeared, she walked out of the office, crossed the corridor, and arrived in front of the elevator. The floor displayed above the elevator was 1. The person has already gone down. Jiangqi felt as if all the blood in his body began to revive at this moment. This was a sudden situation she had not anticipated at all. It was now midnight, and all the prison guards had stopped working. Why would someone who rarely came to the prison even during the day appear here in the middle of the night? Jiangqi recalled the keys he had taken out of his pocket. Coming to the office in the middle of the night definitely meant there was something to be done. But he did nothing, except locked the cabinet. He came to lock the cabinet. There was a gun inside the cabinet. He realized he might not have locked it properly. There were inmates cleaning here, and fearing problems, he rushed over in the middle of the night. But how did he get here so late at night? He doesn't live in prison. He should have a car. The place where he lives should not be far from here. If it were too far, he probably wouldn't show up in person. If it's more than a few hours' drive, he could easily have the prison guards woken up to collect his gun for him. After weighing the options, he decided to come himself. Where would he stay? Jiangqi suddenly remembered what 336 said when they came in. The cards we swipe are different from the ones they swipe. Before, they were all the same, but later, some criminals, hackers, copied a cleaning card. When the building was empty, they sneaked into the second floor of the office area. That is the server room. He wants to escape. Grant access. Even if he escaped. This place is deserted, how would he get out? Either he has a means of transportation or... This place is not as remote as everyone thinks. Jiangqi recalled the first day here. After getting off the plane, they transferred twice, including a walking distance. They were blindfolded and squeezed in the back of a truck. The ground was wet and cold, and the truck passed through a very uneven section of road, like a path that had not been fully developed. They couldn't see anything and instinctively felt that they were going to an extremely distant, remote, and harsh environment. When they arrived here, everything seemed just as they had imagined. The prison building in cool gray tones, the work site in the suburbs, the road to work overgrown with weeds, surrounded by a high-voltage fence dozens of meters tall. Everywhere they can see is wilderness. But all of this is on the right side of the prison building. The entire prison is like a box, with a transparent ceiling reflecting the sky, but the people inside the box cannot know the world outside the box. They entered through the main gate on the left. What is on the left, no one can know. They came from the left after more than 4 or 5 hours of driving. In their imagination, the left side was also desolate and uninhabited. There are many cameras here, placed at the entrance and exit gates and workplaces. That hacker might have seen the world beyond the box through the second-floor computer room. He wanted to unlock the permissions. It was because he saw a hope of escape. Perhaps on the left side of the prison, it was not that far from the real garbage island. It gave him the illusion that with some effort, he could leave the reform camp. The elevator started moving again at that moment. Jiangqi came back to his senses. The elevator reached the second floor, paused for a moment, then showed it was going to the third floor. The elevator doors slowly opened. Jiangqi's breathing quickened. 336 pushed the cart out of the elevator. Jiangqi let out a sigh of relief. 336 said, "What's wrong?" Jiangqi, "What?" 336 said, "Wait at the elevator door." Jiangqi, "I'll pick you up." 336. After cleaning the third floor, it was already close to 2 a.m. The two of them packed up all the tools and took the elevator to leave the office building. When going down the steps outside the main hall, 336 looked at Jiangqi with difficulty. "How about, you give me a hand? I'm not strong enough on my own." 336 said with difficulty, "If we accidentally break something, points will be deducted." Before he finished speaking, Jiangqi had already stepped forward, lifting the box and the cart together as if carrying a large foam board, easily going down the steps. Turning his head, he saw 336 still standing there in a daze. "Not leaving?" Jiangqi frowned. 336, leaving. The steel plate of the cart was very thick, and this pile of stuff weighed at least 150 kilograms in total. It was one thing when going up the steps just now, the cart was pressed against the steps, and friction prevented it from sliding back. But just now, the boxes and the cart were completely off the ground. No mechanical exoskeleton device at all. Pure strength. If she throws a punch, there's a 90% chance she could smash him into pulp. Jiangqi turned his head to look at 336 sneaking away behind them, steadily increasing the distance, and asked, "Aren't you tired?" 336 said uncertainly, "A little." Jiangqi, "Then why don't you hurry up and leave?" 336. Suddenly, it was as if he stepped on wind and fire wheels, immediately catching up. "Back at the dormitory building, I first went to store the cleaning supplies, right next to the elevator on the first floor, at the corner, with a sign above that red storage room. When entering, you need to scan the cleaning badge. Green light. The door opened. 336 pushed the cart inside, while Zhang-Chi looked around as he entered. The space inside here is quite large, and there are several handcarts, but unlike the one they have in their hands, the other handcarts are very old, with many years-old bloodstains on them. 336 saw Zhang-Chi looking at the carts inside and explained, "These carts are used during the day." He took the box off the cart they had just used, pushed that cart to the farthest corner, where there was a shelf with a large black cloth on it. 336 pulled the cloth down and covered the cart with it. He pointed to the cart that was already wrapped up. "This one is for the office building. Every night it is collected by robots for inspection. If it's very dirty, points will be deducted. The warden is a neat freak. He doesn't like us bringing carts stained with blood into the office building." 336 pointed to a row of dirty handcarts leaning against the wall. "These are specifically for carrying corpses." He then pointed to the cleaning supplies in the box. "These need to be returned later. The robots need to be restocked daily." After putting the items away, the two began to walk out. 336 closed the door and said, "When it's time for cleaning, although the working hours are long, it's actually much easier than working on the production line. There isn't always trash. Usually, after sweeping once, you can wait an hour or two before checking again. If there's more, you keep sweeping. If not, you can leave it alone." Zhang-Chi responded with a 336 said, "Where do you want to work tomorrow? You choose first. The rest will be mine." Zhang-Chi asked, "What are the options?" 336 counted on his fingers. Dormitory building, mine, farmland, weaving workshop, cafeteria, library. No need to do the hospital, they handle it themselves. After speaking, he looked up at Zhang-Chi. "That's the 6 places. Usually we split the work, it's faster that way, and the cleaning manual recommends it too." Zhang-Chi chose the mine, the weaving workshop, and the library. 336. The roads at each location are single lane, and the cleaning scope also includes trash on the roads. However, on regular weekdays, there is usually less road trash. It's usually on Sundays. They like to dump bodies in the suburbs. Zhang-Chi said, "Got it. Bury them in the flower beds, right?" 336 nodded. "It's in the cleaning manual. If you're not sure, you can take a look. Or, you throw them into the flower beds, and I'll bury them." Zhang-Chi slept until 6:30, then went downstairs for roll call. She didn't go to the cafeteria, instead returning to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. When she reached the stairwell, she ran into the muscular guy. He started talking to her familiarly. "Did you go to clean last night?" Zhang-Chi glanced at him indifferently. The muscular man got straight to the point. "Did you kill 113? His voice was very low, ensuring only Zhang-Chi could hear. "Zhang-Chi, what does that have to do with you?" 110 is a relatively tough on the outside, but weak on the inside, person. She had seen many people like that. They were keen on prying, but that didn't mean they lacked strength. They just cared too much about their own reputation, so they were cautious, always gathering information to avoid any situation that might harm them. Very gossipy. Muscle man, 113 is really impressive. "Zhang-Chi, are you close with him?" Muscle man, "We came in together." Zhang-Chi, "Very close." Muscle man, "A bond of life and death." He paused. "Either he dies or I live." Zhang-Chi. Muscle man, "I heard the one who took your mission is 113. He paused again and said, "It wasn't supposed to be him." He snatched the order. "That idiot." I have to say, people who gossip like this are very skilled at chatting. With just a few words, they managed to lure Zhang-Chi into talking with him a bit more. "Zhang-Chi, you can still snatch orders?" Muscle man, "Yeah. He thinks your points are easy to get. He originally had over 4,000 points. The red badge is worth 1,000 points. If he kills her, he can get out of prison immediately." Muscle man, "He was the top of the leaderboard last week. He lost the bet." Zhang-Chi, "How do you know he was first?" "The leaderboard is anonymous." The muscular man smiled and said, "I didn't know at first. I only found out when he died. And besides, I came in with him. He had killed 2 of our red seals before. I've got his score noted. More or less even, right?" At this point, he changed the subject. "Do you know who's going to kill you next?" Zhang-Chi, "Who?" Muscle man, "It's gone." Zhang-Chi frowned. The muscle man continued, 888 has temporarily withdrawn the order. After he finished speaking, his gaze shifted to Zhang-Chi's face, as if waiting for her to ask why. Zhang-Chi changed the subject. "You seem to have very reliable information. Are you familiar with the people from Minghu? You know all this insider information. Muscle Man. There are many fierce tigers. Zhangqi, question mark. Muscle Man. With many people, there are many opinions. Zhangqi raised an eyebrow. You even have an undercover agent? I'm not an undercover agent. The muscular man shrugged. I'm a friend. Friend? Friend. The muscular man extended his right hand, palm up. Inward, a standard handshake posture. We can also be friends. More friends, more paths. I'll be here for a long time, so if you need anything, you can ask me. My name is Hongo. Zhangqi glanced down at his hand, then withdrew his gaze indifferently. Hongo was left feeling disappointed, just smiled, withdrew his hand, and put it in his pocket. After a while, he added, when we're not familiar, the words might sound harsh. Please bear with me. Zhangqi changed the subject. So why did the people from Minghu cancel the order? Hongo, you killed 2 of their red seals and 1 blue seal. They think like this. 113 is not weak. The cost of killing you is too high. Fierce Tiger doesn't want to waste time anymore. At least for now. He's afraid his people have died too much. Hongo tugged at the corner of his mouth. You're not his only enemy here. Fierce Tiger not only has to deal with her, but also with the Chief Justice. He doesn't want the Chief Justice to benefit from it. That actually makes a lot of sense. Zhangqi asked again, didn't you say they wouldn't stop unless all their people were dead? Hongo, I was surprised too. But actually 888. He's originally someone who goes with the flow. He's different from our Chief Justice. Their whole approach is learned from us. Now they're scared. Zhangqi learned from you. Hongo, that's the rule in our gang. He's just copying the example. Zhangqi, oh, you guys are still original? Hongo smiled. Yeah, but unfortunately, this thing can't be patented. Suddenly, he stopped smiling. We're different from them. The assassination orders issued by the Chief Justice are never revoked. Transformation Camp, 22. Slept until 9 o'clock, Zhangqi got up, went downstairs, and arrived at the storage room at the corner of the first floor. Scan the code. Green light. The door opened. There was 1 less card inside than yesterday, and some cleaning tools were missing as well. Perhaps 336 has already set off. Zhangqi picked a cart that was relatively less stained, took a bucket of blood clean, garbage bags, a broom, and a mop, and put them all in a plastic bucket. The plastic bucket was placed on the cart. As she was leaving, she saw a raincoat hanging by the door. Next to the raincoat, there was another hook, but it was empty. Maybe there was originally 1 more item, taken away by 336. After thinking for a moment, she also pulled off the raincoat and stuffed it into the bucket. The prisoners had all gone to work and the prison building was very quiet. The sound of the cart's wheels kept ringing in Zhangqi's ears. She walked toward the door on the right, deciding to clean the mine first. The library doesn't seem to have any junk at this time. Overall, weekdays are very safe. Killing a green or blue tag is not worth the loss, and red tags are too few and too dangerous. Without the confidence of a one-hit kill, no one would do something that invites trouble. There is some dust on the road, blown back and forth by the wind. No matter how much you sweep, it never gets clean. Zhangqi sat on the cart and opened the cleaning manual. Inside, it only requires that there be no bloodstains or corpses. There is no mention of dust. Keep flipping forward. Cave cleaning. Please be sure to remove the bodies from the cave and clean the bloodstains on the ground thoroughly. Mud, stones, weeds, etc. are not within the scope of cleaning. The wind suddenly grew stronger. The sand began to sting the eyes a little. At some unknown time, the sky was covered with gray clouds and raindrops fell tentatively from above with a drip-drip sound. The wind grew stronger. The rain suddenly intensified. It drizzled down onto the hair. Zhangqi stuffed the cleaning manual into his pocket, wore the raincoat over it, and hurriedly pushed the cart into the mine. There were many workers in the mine. In places where people gathered, the searchlights clearly illuminated the path. In areas with fewer people, the light was very dim. Almost like feeling your way across a river by touching the stones, you only know what kind of path you walked after finishing it. The temperature was very low, damp and cold. The criminals were all complaining. Rain is very unfriendly to mining operations. Very noisy. Zhangqi walked inside with his head down. When he reached the depths, he could no longer hear the discussions by his ears, but he also could no longer see anything at all. She suddenly came to her senses again. She doesn't have a searchlight. She is not a prisoner on duty. Maybe she should have. But she didn't take it from the storage room. Zhang Qi didn't move again. She directly sat down leaning against the wall of the side path, the cold spreading from the wall to her entire back. She could feel something damp sticking to her. The humidity and moisture here were too heavy. After a while, she felt that something was a bit off, because a smell of rust floated in the air. The prisoners here should not be unfamiliar with this kind of smell. She stayed still for 2 seconds, then immediately got up, ran out of the cave, and finally found a fork in the road with more people. A group of people were leaning against the wall chatting, holding tools, and the spotlight above their heads looked like a natural round chandelier, lighting up half the hall brightly. She moved a little closer, about 2 meters away, turned sideways, and the faint light shone on her back. She clearly saw that the hem of the raincoat beside her was already stained red with blood. The blood had not yet coagulated, but it had no warmth. Nothing inside here had any warmth. The cave was too cold. No matter how warm the blood was, once it flowed out, it would become cold. At that moment, the air suddenly grew quiet. The talking stopped. Everyone's eyes focused on Zhang Qi, to be precise, on her blood-stained back. Everyone. Generally speaking, everyone here naturally assumed that a living person covered in blood was the real murderer. They stumbled upon the murder scene. Zhang Qi quickly explained that she was a cleaner. The crowd shone their spotlights on her and saw that she indeed had a cleaning badge, so they breathed a sigh of relief. But then someone said, "She is 082, that red badge." The word that was very intriguing because it implied that everyone should already know the meaning behind it. Perhaps many people had never seen her in person, but they had obviously all heard of the code 082. She had already killed 2 fierce tigers with red stamps, gaining 2,000 points in her account. She wanted to kill people and didn't care at all about the points being deducted. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly ran outside. Zhang Qi was quick-eyed and fast-handed, grabbing a lone person. He sat down crying and sobbing, and before he could beg for mercy, Zhang Qi reached out his hand to his head. He felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. It was like having memorized the exam questions for 3 days and nights, sitting in the exam room holding a pen but drawing a complete blank. He couldn't even utter a single word of plea. But the next second, what awaited him was not a brain explosion or flowers blooming on the spot, but a loosening on his head. He placed both hands on his head. The cheap metal helmet was still there, but the spotlight in the middle was gone. Looking up, he found that 082 had already turned and walked away, holding something in his hand. A flashlight. Zhang Qi returned to the original fork in the road. Using the spotlight in her hand, she discovered that next to the wall she had just leaned against, there was a corpse lying side by side with her. The upper half of the corpse was leaning against the wall, the lower half slumped on the ground, completely limp and powerless. The head was tilted to one side, with a huge blood hole on the forehead, and the blood flowing out had spread onto the wall Zhang Qi was leaning against. If she had taken 2 more steps inward earlier, she might have kicked him. Next to the corpse was a blood-stained stone. The blood-stained part of the stone matched the hole in his head. Mining work carries this kind of risk. They usually wear helmets, although these helmets, judging by their material and workmanship, look very cheap and don't provide much sense of security. They do offer some cushioning. However, the place where he was hit was his forehead. Maybe, suddenly hearing some noise, he looked up and a stone just happened to hit him. The sky is unpredictable. The badge on his chest read 444. Truly unlucky. Zhang Qi pushed the cart over and reached out to grab both of his feet. The foot was still warm. Not dead for long. She grabbed the foot and dragged it out. Loose gravel scattered from the wall behind, falling onto 444's body. The impact wasn't strong, but it kicked up a lot of dust. Zhang Qi suddenly heard a faint cough coming from beside him. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough, cough. The coughing sound grew louder from a faint beginning, and the 2 legs she was holding even started to tremble. Zhang Qi. She snapped the legs down with a slap, her gaze falling on the right hand of the corpse, which bore a green seal, very firmly attached, showing no sign of falling off. He wasn't dead. Help! 444's voice was intermittent. He tried to get up from the ground, but his fingers grasped at the ground several times, finally just letting the fine gravel slip through his fingers. He pushed with his feet, trying to lean against the wall again. But it was still in vain. His 2 eyes stared blankly at Zhang Qi. Blood dripped onto his eyelashes as his head shook. He closed his eyes tightly, blood droplets sliding from his eyelashes to his lips, muttering, call, a doctor." The blood entered his mouth. It was swallowed by his tongue. "Hurry, call a doctor. This place is very deep. It takes at least 7 or 8 minutes to run out of the tunnel. After the prison guards outside notify the hospital, it will take about 10 minutes for the hospital vehicle to arrive. As Zhang-Chi ran out, calculating the time, he suddenly heard several loud thud-thud sounds from behind. Ah! It was the voice of 444. Zhang-Chi suddenly turned his head. A large rock smashed into 444's chest, and he spat out blood, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, a surge of heat rose from Zhang-Chi's feet. Her limbs and every bone were energy in motion, clamoring to rush to the brain. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time the energy was very weak and lasted for a short period. If the previous 2 times were like a feast, this time was more like a bag of snacks, just enough to fill the gaps between teeth. She suddenly became more energetic than before and was no longer so tired. It was as if she had taken another deep sleep. The stomach that was hungry because she hadn't gone to the cafeteria for breakfast was instantly filled with something. That was the command from the brain's nerves. She was very clear that her body was now fully recharged. Pat, 444's hand, slipped down from his side at that moment, his head tilted to one side, and the green badge stuck to his hand began to fall off. A hexagram gradually appeared on his wrist, its color deepening with a slight indentation. Zhang-Chi reached out to the hexagram. She sensed that 444's skull was fractured, and one of his ribs in the chest cavity was broken. These 2 injuries were fatal. Zhang-Chi squatted down and picked up the green badge from the ground. As she stood up, she suddenly realized that more than 1 stone had been thrown down just now. A total of 3 stones fell, 1 hit him, and the other 2 landed a little to the side. Maybe because 444's shouting was too loud, she was completely drawn to him alone. These 2 large stones lay quietly where she had just been standing. If she had left a little later, she might have been crushed to death along with 444. But not necessarily. But this is also a possibility. Zhang-Chi tried to control herself from thinking about it, but her hand holding the green badge trembled uncontrollably. She would definitely be hit. According to the trajectory of the stone and the scratch it left on the ground, she was the target. She suddenly felt a mounting pressure, breaking through a boundary she thought she had under control, shattering the sense of control she had accumulated. She is a very lucky person. The fierce man didn't kill her, the warden didn't shoot, the blue Mingsha mine in the pit had no effect on her, and the files in the archive room had not yet been discovered, at least for now, because everything was going too smoothly, creating the illusion that she could navigate here with ease. But everything around her was actually just a fuse, hidden in invisible corners, connected underground to a landmine. The fuse was very inconspicuous, so people often overlooked it. Every prisoner here is the same. Whether you have a red badge, a blue badge, or a green badge, no one has the chance to choose their own fate. It just seems like everything is decided by themselves. The more aware a lucky person is, the easier it is for them to fall into passivity. Because you never know when luck will come, and when it won't. Zhang-Chi braced the cave wall, took a deep breath. Transformation Camp, 23. She did not swipe that green badge. Because there is no one here who can testify that 444 was not killed by her. It's possible that there is some kind of system inside the wristband, and once she swipes her card on a workday, 300 points will be deducted. Moreover, she has no intention of writing a self-criticism at all. She'd better never enter that office building again. She ran straight out of the hole to report to the prison guards that someone had died here. She had already been seen by everyone, and they reported her. She would lose the chance to explain. She handed the seal to the prison guard, who glanced at it, then took a slip of paper from his jacket pocket and asked Zhang-Chi to report the time and place, the deceased's identification number, and then had her sign to confirm. After signing, the prison guard put the form back into his pocket, then took out a device, tapped it a few times with his finger and told Zhang-Chi it's been deducted. Suddenly, the bracelet on her wrist showed minus 300 points. Zhang-Chi. No. The prison guard interrupted her. You didn't kill him? Everyone here is as argumentative as you. Zhang-Chi, you can go in and check. It was a stone that fell. The prison guard said, everyone disguises the crime scene like this. Zhang-Chi. Zhang-Chi, but I. The prison guard returned the green stamp to Zhang-Chi, but you didn't swipe the stamp? The guard shrugged. That still doesn't prove anything. Write a self-criticism in the library, using the designated paper and pen, over 1,000 words. The prison guard returned the green badge and told her to submit the self-criticism report to the office building before Sunday. Zhang-Chi returned to the mine shaft, dragged out the body of 444, cleaned up the bloodstains in the mine, and pushed the cart all the way to the flower bed. It was already noon, the rain had lessened considerably, and the sun peeked out, a place where the weather was always unpredictable. She opened the cleaning manual and followed the instructions to dig a hole and bury the body. By the time everything was done, the rain had completely stopped. There was no one around, and Zhang-Qi tried to lift the cart. It was easier than yesterday. The energy she had just consumed made her stronger. But this time, the increase in strength was different from the previous 2 times. Much smaller. Zhang-Qi speculated 3 possibilities. First, the growth of this power has an upper limit. It cannot increase indefinitely, and follows the principle of diminishing returns. The first absorption is the best, then it gradually slows down until it reaches the limit. Second, the growth of power is related to the corpse itself. The energy of body 444 might not be as much as the previous 2. He is just a green seal, while the previous 2 were red seals. Third, a combination of the first 2. Zhang-Qi thought for a moment and felt that the third speculation was the most reasonable. Both 113 and 902 have red stamps. She sensed that the energy flowing into her body was about the same, but after killing 113, the increase in her strength was not as much as the first time she killed 902. It diminished. Rumble, rumble. A heavy truck drove through the gate and stopped in the open space in the center of the prison. At 4 p.m., all the prisoners were at work and the prison building was completely empty. Very quiet. Every sound was amplified. Creak, the handbrake was pulled tight, followed by the sound of leather boots hitting the ground. Tap, 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 rhythmically echoing through the prison's first-floor hall. 2 prison guards got out of the car first, went around to the back, and unlocked the metal lock. With a squeak, they pulled open the 2 metal panels on either side. The prisoners jumped down one by one like dumplings, the chains making loud scraping noises in the air, accompanied by footsteps of varying weight and breathing sounds, passing from back to front. When all the prisoners had reached the open area in the center of the first floor, 2 prison guards closed the metal panels at the back row again. One of them waved to the driver who had not gotten off the vehicle, and the driver nodded, started the vehicle, and with a whoa sound, shot out of the prison gate like a cannonball. The prison gate slowly closed. The prison guards watched it close completely like waiting for a dish to be served, finally beginning to remove the hood from the prisoner. At 5:10 p.m., a large group of prisoners who had finished work returned through the right gate of the prison. The new prisoners were having their photos taken one by one on the first floor. Those who had their photos taken and stamped stood on the left, while those who hadn't yet stood on the right. There were about 100 people, split evenly, and less than half had been photographed. Zhang-Qi was pushing a cart back from the entrance and noticed many prisoners hadn't gone to the cafeteria to eat. Instead, they ran upstairs and leaned over the railings on their respective floors, seemingly observing this new group just as they had been observed on their first day here. Zhang-Qi walked towards the storage room. She planned to first store the cleaning supplies, then go to the cafeteria, and after eating, check in the evening if there were any other places that needed cleaning. She passed through the corridor inside the first floor and heard people around discussing. So soon? Isn't it supposed to be once every 3 months? The last time was only a week ago. This is from the Silver Republic. Last week it was from the Empire, different batches. Silver Republic. Is the Grand Judge's people coming again? After returning the cart, Zhang-Qi went into the canteen. There were very few people in the canteen, no need to queue. She got her food, ate quickly, and when she came out, she noticed the new prisoners taking photos in the hall hadn't left yet, and even more people were leaning on the railings watching. More prisoners had finished work. Very few went to eat in the canteen. Zhang-Qi returned to the 5th floor and found Hanga standing outside the room. Seeing her come back, he greeted her and then said, "We have a newcomer." Zhang-Qi recalled what she heard earlier on the 1st floor and said, "Sanjin City?" Hanga nodded, pointing his finger beyond the railing. "That blue badge is a senior executive." Zhang-Qi looked in the direction he pointed, but the floor was too high, and no matter how she tried, it was impossible to see clearly. Seeing her gaze wander, Hanga reminded her again from the side, the one with purple hair. Zhang-Qi finally had a clear idea and spoke, hesitantly, "Looks very young." Unless she started hanging around in open crotch pants, it's hard to believe she's some kind of high-level official. Hanga, 17 years old, I guess. Zhang-Qi, you're just a mid-level? Hanga, your words are very hurtful. Zhang-Qi, is he very powerful? Hanga, he has a strong background. He's the youngest son of another senior executive of ours, named Wei Qi. He got into trouble and was arrested a long time ago but hasn't been sentenced yet. Maybe they were trying to work something out, dragging it on for years. Now the government is tougher than before, and it looks like he won't be saved. Zhang Qi thought for a moment and asked, "You guys care a lot about bloodlines?" Hanga raised his eyebrows, looking quite surprised. 888 told you? After a pause, he said, "More or less. Must stay pure. No one wants to be stabbed in the back." However, many people don't accept him. In our line of work, if you don't have the ability, sooner or later you'll be replaced. His old man can't protect him forever. Hanga reached out and pointed to a row of red badges standing to the left downstairs. Actually, there were only 2 people. The one at the very front was very tall, a full 2 heads taller than the one behind, and his body was nearly twice as big. This is White Shark, his bodyguard. An outsider with shark genes, he goes berserk at the sight of blood. He is one of the ace enforcers in our gang. Hanga turned his head and saw Zhang Qi with a thoughtful expression. He smiled leisurely and said, "How is it? My friend is pretty useful, right?" After 2 more days of training, the new inmates gradually started their duties. Zhang Qi clearly felt that the number of people in the workplace had increased. The 2 red badges who came here quickly found their factions. As for the White Shark, it went without saying, he originally belonged to the Grand Judges group. The other red badge often hung out closely with the Tigers. He found the rule for survival here: a team is always stronger than an isolated individual. Besides reading some random magazines in the library, Zhang Qi sometimes also keeps watch on the playground. Everyone really enjoys doing this. They like to judge factions and strength at any time. Zhang Qi found that the blue badge with purple hair was indeed standing among the Grand Judges. Sometimes he was accompanied by White Shark, sometimes not. Most of the time, he stood in the crowd chatting confidently, his chin always raised, and his eyes seemed never to learn how to look people straight in the eye. On Thursday night, when returning to the dormitory, Hanga pulled her into a conversation again, saying that the purple-haired Lan Zhang had made everyone very unhappy. He complains that the living conditions here are too poor, Hanga said. He keeps saying the food is bad, there are lice biting people on the bed, and work is exhausting. Zhang Qi found it a bit amusing. Coming here, any rule here is far less terrifying than these trivial, petty matters. Hanga continued, he thinks he's still a young master in Sanjin City. Without the Chief Justice, he can't even live like this. After saying that, he sighed with extra emotion, young master. Talking bad about your higher-ups behind their backs isn't good. It's nothing. I've observed you. Your lips are especially tight. All these days, you haven't let slip even half a word to me, Hanga said. Everyone here has friends, whether real or fake, but you haven't confided anything to anyone. The secret you carry must be huge. He seemed to be joking, but often sincere words are best expressed through jokes. He liked to strike up conversations with Zhang Qi, partly because she was indeed very strong, one more friend, one less enemy. Another reason was that people are always drawn to things that carry a sense of mystery. The more unfathomable they are, the more one wants to figure them out, irresistibly drawn in, even knowing it might lead to trouble. Despicable. Zhang Qi replied jokingly, not just ordinary big. Hanga, how big? Bigger than when you assassinated the president? Zhang Qi, the Big Bang was that big. Hanga. Knowing it was a brush-off, he still added a sentence. Oh, that is pretty big. Zhang Qi waved his hand at him and turned to head into the room. Han Ji's gaze followed her back, flickering uncertainly. After a while, White Shark came out of the room opposite, waved at him across 2 corridors and the space in between. Hanga glanced once more at Zhang Qi's room, then strode toward White Shark. The 2 of them went down the stairs together and arrived at the playground. Several of their people were already waiting at the playground, all Blue Chapter members, including Wei Qi. He still had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, one given to him by other Red Chapter members. Here, smoking was a symbol of status, like buying a designer bag or a luxury car outside. Cigarettes here were a luxury with social prestige. Wei Qi took off his cigarette. You are all my dad's trusted men. The people here are too mixed, outsiders, former gang members, all kinds of people are accepted. I can't trust them. I only trust you. If I want to get out of prison, I have to kill a red badge first. Chapter 020 Reform Camp 24. Killing 2 red badges is too difficult. Kill one, then kill a few green badges and blue badges. Wei Qi took a deep drag of his cigarette, then threw the butt on the ground and crushed it with his foot, sparking a flame. Within these 2 weeks, I must get out. In his mouth, a red badge seemed like a big cabbage. 2 big cabbages were too heavy. After careful consideration, he decided to replace one big cabbage with lighter green peppers and scallions to take home. After he finished speaking, no one spoke for a while. They looked at each other, as if unsure of what to say. Wei Qi said, "What?" "Not willing." A blue badge coughed and said, "Acting without permission violates the gang rules." Hanga said, "In such a hurry? Your priority is already at the top. The difference between a gang and an individual is that an individual can keep all the points, but a gang must hand over the points unless a member has accepted a bounty, in which case all the mission rewards belong to the individual. After handing them over, the gang leader will redistribute them. Usually, the individual who hands in the points can receive 60 to 80% of the earnings. The percentage fluctuates, and sometimes there aren't enough points left to divide further. Sometimes it's rounded down, sometimes rounded up. As for the points that don't reach the individual, they are distributed according to the ranks within the gang, mainly to the upper and middle levels." Wei Qi said, "Oh? How much can I get each week?" Hanga said, 200. "Not necessarily. There are quite a few people in the middle and upper levels now. If you come, there will be one more. It could be 200, or it could be 100. Wei Qi, how many points do I need to get out of prison? Hanga, 1,500. Wei Qi, damn, I still have to stay here for at least 2 more months. A bunch of cowards, Wei Qi said. All those damn green and blue badges, only handing in that little bit of points every week. They've completely disgraced the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice here didn't distinguish between them and us. He was speaking indirectly. Hanga frowned, but only for a moment, barely noticeable. Hanga, the red badges are all fierce tigers. Without the boss's order, no one can move. Wei Qi, boss? What kind of boss is he? With such a small bit of courage, he can only pretend to be tough here. The white shark finally spoke, saying if we kill Hong Zhang, the fierce tiger's people won't let it go easily. If we don't die, they won't either. That benefits no one. No matter where they are, the Black Gang's targets are civilians and merchants. They don't risk their lives for fun, they do it for money. There is only one situation where they would fight other Black Gangs. A dispute arose over who should collect protection fees in a certain area. Every few months, a batch of newcomers arrives here. There's no concept of territory. Everyone develops peacefully, and each person can eat comfortably. There's no need to fight, as it's not worth the loss. Wei Qi wasn't a complete fool either. He certainly understood the stakes. After venting his frustration, he didn't argue with White Shark again, just casually said, "I never said I wanted to kill the tiger." One of the Blue Chapter members said, "As far as I know, the new Red Chapter member has already been absorbed by the tiger." Wei Qi, I didn't say the new one. 082, that woman. Wei Qi said, "She is not from the fierce tiger." Except for White Shark, everyone's expression changed. Wei Qi, what? Is there a problem? Hanga, she is very dangerous. Wei Qi, so? Hanga, not someone to be trifled with. Wei Qi, so? He was obviously looking for trouble, and Hanga didn't continue speaking. The atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment. Wei Qi said, "Don't worry, once I get out of the reform camp, you won't miss out on any benefits. Headquarters has already contacted the people on Garbage Island. I'm here as a senior official, and you'll all be directly under my command. I never treat my subordinates unfairly." The air remained silent. Wei Qi tried both soft and hard approaches, but finding none worked, he shouted in a broken voice, "Damn it. A bunch of cowards. Cowards. White Shark, actually, it's not necessarily essential to kill the red badge. Killing a few blue badges and green badges works just as well. White Shark hasn't been here longer than him, but obviously he's smarter. Even with his toes, he could figure out that a red badge who can stand independently apart from the Chief Justice and the fierce tiger is most likely not a good person, like a fruit-bearing tree by the roadside, big and beautiful, yet unattended, but passers-by avert their eyes and no one reaches out to pick the fruit. Because they know the fruit is poisonous. They've even seen the miserable sight of someone who ate the fruit clutching their stomach and writhing on the ground. Wei Qi blurted out, "Can they be the same? Can the red badge be the same as the blue badge? I want to kill the red badge. Damn it, the old woman at headquarters looks down on me, and you all look down on me too, don't you? Damn it, I asked you all to help and each of you is hesitating. If you don't dare to go up, fine, I'll go myself. I'll do it myself." He was obsessed with killing Hong Zhang, not just because Hong Zhang had a high score, but because he was eager to establish a tough image. Nothing proves personal strength better than killing a strong opponent. He wanted them to help, but he would be the one to deliver the final blow to 082. Being new here, he wanted to make a name for himself so that later, even on Garbage Island, no one would dare to look down on him. Hanga understood clearly and thought, not very capable, but quite cunning. This place is even more chaotic than Sanjin City. The more chaotic the place, the more strength is valued. As a parachuted senior executive, he probably suffered some grievance from the boss. His young master status is no longer effective, so he's going crazy trying to prove himself. Wei Qi turned his face toward White Shark. Are you afraid of her too? His tone was very sarcastic, so much so that even others who heard it felt uncomfortable. White Shark replied with a very good temper, I think this matter still needs further consideration. A blue badge said, 082 has already killed 2 red badges of the fierce tiger. Hanga said, 082 is not someone to be trifled with. This is not Sanjin City, your words. After the word words, no more words came out, because Wei Qi's expression had already become very unpleasant. What's wrong with what I said? Hanga, I didn't mean that, I'm saying you still haven't. There was nothing after haven't. Everyone knew this young master was mediocre in ability. Avoiding directly attacking him, Hanga clearly said nothing, yet also hid nothing. He looks down on him. Even though the words were not spoken, the hesitation and contempt on his face revealed everything. Wei Qi, he. Hanga fell silent. Wei Qi, coward. He repeated again, a bunch of cowards. He looked up and glanced at White Shark. Are you going to betray me too? White Shark stepped back a little from the crowd and moved closer to Wei Qi. He demonstrated everything through his actions. Hanga also moved a little closer to Wei Qi. Wei Qi's gaze showed a hint of confusion. Hanga, it's not impossible if we want to do it. But it's best not to do it on the free activity day when everyone's alertness is at its highest. Also, 082 is very strong, so there's no need to confront her head-on. Wei Qi, you mean? Hanga said slowly, I have a friend. I used to be very close with her. Friday, real-time temperature 23 degrees Celsius, light breeze. After looking up at the weather forecast on the canteen's big screen, Zhang Qi grabbed a tray and went to the end of the line to start queuing. The prisoners here are especially knowledgeable and tactful. Whenever someone from the Fierce Tiger or the Grand Judge decides to cut in line, they quietly keep silent and the line steps back 2 spaces. Actually, being 1 or 2 turns late to get food makes no difference. The food here is all leftovers, and the supply of leftovers is very abundant. It's said that the warden doesn't want the prisoners in the canteen to dirty the place by fighting over the dishes, so there's no point in rushing. But those who cut in line have a very bad habit. They always appear in pairs, sometimes 3, sometimes 5, and another very bad habit is that they always show up just before the canteen closes. No one steps over the line, and it's impossible to do so after leaving the canteen. Everyone still has to clock in at work. They perfectly calculate the time, cut in line, eat, and be at the workplace by 8 o'clock to start work. A group of seasoned veterans. Zhang Qi stood at the back of the line and noticed that he was falling further and further behind. The line, which had just about 20 people a moment ago, had now grown to over 30. Not only that, a group of senior officials were also entering through the cafeteria entrance. She looked up at the electronic screen. 7:40. If I don't eat soon, I'll be late. She stepped out from the line, and the whole row of people watched her walk forward, arriving at the food-serving window. The people from the Supreme Court had just cut in line, one of them with purple hair, standing at the very front of the queue. Zhang Qi racked his brain for a moment and remembered that his name was Wei Qi. Calling out, hey, seemed a bit impolite, and calling someone by their name also didn't seem very polite. After all, he hadn't actively said his own name. Zhang Qi was struggling with how to start when Wei Qi simply stepped aside. Wei Qi, you go first. He did it very naturally, like a greeter at the restaurant entrance, bending slightly and extending his arm inside, making you feel awkward not to step into the shop. Zhang Qi's words got completely stuck in her mind just now. She wanted to say something, but time was tight, so she didn't. When she started serving the food, Wei Qi began speaking again. Looks like you're in a hurry. Like rushing to be reincarnated. Zhang Qi paused with the spoon in his hand and turned his head. Wei Qi grinned slyly, just joking, you don't mind, do you? He was brazen. These were all people of the Chief Justice. The warden didn't like fights in the cafeteria, and on workdays the red stamp wouldn't intervene if someone was killed. They would deduct points. Zhang Qi turned back, having finished packing the food, carried the plate over and pointed at his hair. Your hair looks really nice. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment. Zhang Qi, it especially reminded me of a chicken I used to raise. Among a flock of chickens, only its tail was purple, and it crowed the loudest, so I plucked its feathers. Zhangqi, later, it died. Zhangqi, I ate it. Zhangqi, the meat is very tough. Zhangqi's gaze swept over his thin frame. Just like you. Tough. She stepped out of the line and emphasized it once again. Laughter came from the team. The people from Menghu laughed the loudest. Wei Qi, you damn. Zhangqi was already walking away carrying a tray. After finishing the meal, Zhangqi went to work at the weaving workshop. On one hand, she had already scored over 1,000 points, so there was no need to go to dangerous places like the mines. On the other hand, after what happened last time, she felt she had developed a bit of big rock PTSD. The main symptom was a strong aversion to any place related to caves and rocks. It was like a cup filled with water, with luck slowly dripping out. She had been too lucky and instinctively felt that all the water had already flowed out, so she decided to hold back. Halfway through work, she planned to go to the bathroom. As she walked down the corridor, she noticed that Joko also stood up. Joko's presence was very low-key, possibly because of his ordinary appearance or his gentle temperament. In any case, no matter where he sat in a crowd, he was easily forgotten. Logically, she had dealt with him before, and her memory was not bad, but when she came in, she glanced around and didn't notice a familiar face sitting behind her. She thought it might be a coincidence. As she walked into the corridor leading to the restroom and pantry, she quickened her pace, pricked up her ears, and noticed the footsteps behind her also quickening. Zhangqi stopped. He turned his head. Joku was following Zhangqi's back and suddenly saw someone turn around, which startled him greatly. He stopped abruptly and placed his hand on the wall beside him. On the wall beside him. Zhangqi, something wrong. Joku, huh? Zhangqi, follow me. Joku, I have something to tell you. Zhangqi, what is it? Joku glanced behind him, then turned back and pointed to the restroom inside. Let's go inside to talk. After saying this, he paused and explained, there are too many people outside. If we get water over there, they'll hear us. What he said was very strange. This corridor is the only way to the restroom and the pantry. There are people going to get tea and people going to the restroom. But the last sentence seemed to specifically explain why one would go to the restroom, not the pantry. But Joku is like that sometimes. Sometimes he answers irrelevantly, and sometimes he goes off on a tangent. Zhangqi glanced inside. The tea room was currently occupied, so it really wasn't a suitable time to go in. She followed Joku into the bathroom. After entering, Joku closed the door and said, I'm sorry. His chest heaved, his emotions coming on very suddenly. I'm sorry. I lied. I was the one who killed 093. I was afraid the people from Fierce Tiger would come after me. I had to lie to them. Zhangqi, so. Joku was momentarily confused, then said, so. I apologize to you. Zhangqi, why did you kill 093? Joku was momentarily stunned and did not answer. Zhangqi, did you kill 093 for the points? Joku hesitated and nodded. Zhangqi, how did you kill 093? All her reactions were clearly unexpected to Joku, so he appeared especially flustered every time he answered. He was completely unprepared. Joku, Zhangqi, Hongo helped you kill 093, right? Joku was stunned again. Hongo. Zhangqi, 110. In this context, codenames were obviously more widely used than real names. Upon hearing the number 110, Joku's expression instantly changed, and he stammered, how did you? He probably wanted to ask how you knew, but in the end, his question changed. Will you blame me? Zhangqi, blame me for what? Joku, blame me. He stammered and couldn't say it out loud. He orchestrated a conflict between 093 and her in the workshop, pinned the blame on her, and even personally fabricated false evidence, causing her to be hunted by the Tiger's men. Anyone who isn't a fool would understand how scheming he was. Joku began to sob. I'm sorry to you. I'm so useless. Actually, I've always felt guilty inside, but I had no choice. My score was too low. If I didn't kill him, I would have been the one to die. Besides, he himself said he loved me very much and was willing to die for me. I'm sorry to you, I was too scared, so I lied. Zhangqi listened to his roundabout words, frowned, and was about to leave. Joku quickly grabbed her sleeve, as if holding onto a fish that had just jumped out of the water, his fingers gripping so tightly that his knuckles were almost turning white. Do you want to forgive me? Joka kept saying from behind, I'm really sorry to you. I really have no choice. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Zhangqi felt something was off. Too deliberate. From the moment he came in until now, everything he said has been too deliberate. Even if it's acting, there's no clear theme. It's all over the place. She suddenly heard a very faint click sound from behind, as if something had hit the door panel, but it was so light that it made one doubt whether it was just an illusion. Joku was still talking. His emotions were too intense, his voice too loud, drowning out all other sounds. Zhangqi was a bit unsure if she had heard wrong, but soon, the voice came again. Joku, afraid she would leave, moved closer to her, his lips directly against her ear as he spoke, very loudly. Crack squeak. It was like a raw grain of rice falling into a bowl of porridge. It seemed like no big deal, but if you didn't use chopsticks to pick it out, you wouldn't know when it would get stuck in your teeth. Zhangqi turned around, and Joku stood right in front of her. He was very thin, but among men, when facing Zhangqi, he could almost completely envelop her. I've actually always considered you a friend. I feel very guilty, so I've never dared to come find you. Zhangqi turned sideways, trying to walk around Joku and go back. Joku, chasing after her movement, also shifted his body slightly, locking his gaze on her. Zhangqi reached out to push Joku aside, but at that moment, Joku withdrew his foot to the side, thus giving her a way through. He moved too fast. Before she even reached out, he had already lifted his foot. He wasn't anticipating. He was deliberate. Zhangqi suddenly wanted to retreat, but something had already been thrown out. Pfft. She lowered her head and found a white, triangular ruler-like weapon completely embedded in her abdomen. The blood is flowing out uncontrollably, as if it costs nothing. Chapter 021 Transformation Camp 25. She was tricked. Joku was a diversionary tactic. Everything he did, speaking loudly, standing in front of her, was to hide the monster that had transformed from the bathroom stall. This monster was nearly 3 meters tall, its head half the size of Joku's body, its teeth densely packed throughout its mouth like the textured granules on a tongue coating, orderly yet chaotic. At 3 inches above its waist, it had a huge fish fin, arched forward like a crescent moon. Its nostrils were extremely small, so tiny they looked like a hole made by a mouse in a big house. The air going in and out made a hissing sound, but as long as a person didn't stand right in front of the hole, nothing could be heard. Only the rise and fall of his nostrils could be seen, magnified. Like an excited wild beast. Before Zhangqi could react to what exactly had been inserted into his waist, the monster suddenly lunged with a boom. Joku was so scared that he screamed wildly on the ground, and the monster, unable to distinguish friend from foe, stomped on his waist. Pop! Joku's eyes suddenly bulged out, veins bulging all over his face, his body curling up like a live shrimp just thrown into boiling water, unable to stop shrinking his head and neck. If there were a tendon on his back, it was probably stretched to the extreme. The monster lifted its foot, and Joe could just lay down below like that, his head tilted to the side, blood gurgling from his mouth, his eyes losing focus, his hand loosely hanging to the side, flapping helplessly like a fish out of water. Zhangqi had never seen such a creature before. First of all, it looked far from human. None of the other mutants she had seen before resembled this one. Its face was completely dehumanized. Secondly, Joku was supposed to be his ally, but Zhangqi didn't know if it was because the monster was too tall to see the path or because it was too eager to kill her. It stomped Joku back and forth until he was barely alive, just to gain an advantage over her. However, she no longer had time to think about these details, because after the monster stomped on Joku, its head lowered, fiercely pressing against her chest. Zhangqi delivered a flying kick. Clang, the monster slid backward 3 meters, the fin on its back piercing straight through the bathroom door. It got stuck there, twisting left and right like a shark swimming in the sea, but the door it carried on its back was just too massive. A single door connected not only to the stall inside but to all the doors. All the frames driven into the ground behind it exerted reactive force together. The more it moved, the tighter the frames linked, and the shaking range gradually expanded from one door to all the doors. Zhangqi reached out and pulled out a white, unidentified object inserted at her waist. Looking at it in her hand, it was actually a palm-sized white plastic gasket that had been polished. The edges were extremely sharp, so sharp that just a light touch with her finger caused a small cut on her fingertip. Theoretically, no matter the hardness or toughness of an object, as long as it is thin enough and flying fast enough, it can cause lacerations. For example, Fingers can be cut by book pages when flipping through a book, and playing cards flying at high speed can easily pierce an apple. If she was not mistaken, this plastic gasket was made of the same material as the cafeteria trays, and its diameter and thickness were very similar to the compartment used for staple food, cut in half into 2 right-angled triangles. She suddenly realized that she was not the only one here making weapons. But her disadvantage compared to others was that she could only make metal weapons, which she couldn't carry to and from work. The metal detector would expose her true identity. But this plastic tray, for a beast with a mouth full of shark teeth, was like a teething stick. She could chew on it as much as she wanted. As much as she wanted, chew however she wanted, and take it wherever she wanted. Her gaze fell on the shark's upper body, which had long been pierced through, its loose prison uniform top hanging at the waist like a ragged sack, swaying precariously. There was a faintly visible badge there, and she strained to make it out, discovering it read 093. He shouldn't be 093. 093 is already dead. He is the newcomer. The identity badge is reused after the prisoner dies. Suddenly, Zhang-Chi recalled what Hanga said on Monday. This is White Shark. His bodyguard. A hybrid, Shark Genes, goes berserk at the sight of blood. He is one of the ace enforcers of our gang. This is the judge's man. The judge has made a move against her. Blood kept dripping from her waist. Zhang-Chi covered her waist, the warm blood flowing over her fingertips. The intense pain was like waves surging on the shore, layer upon layer, sweeping powerfully through the nerves in her brain. Only when a person suffers a fatal injury does norepinephrine secrete to the extent that the endogenous pain relief mechanism fails. And now her body was beginning to react. She had to get medical treatment immediately. The bathroom door had long been shut by Zhouko. Zhang-Chi's body pressed against the wall, gritting his teeth as he tried to inch toward the bathroom exit. She was already very close, just a couple of steps away, and a stretch of the hand could reach the doorknob. But the blood was flowing too fast. She pressed on the wound to slow the flow, her forehead covered in cold sweat, and the dizziness in her head gradually intensified with time. She took one step, then two. Bang. The white shark was still thrashing. Its dorsal fin stuck in the door had already been pulled out halfway by its efforts. It had found the technique to exert force. Swinging left and right only made the fin get stuck tighter. But the fin was very smooth, and with just a slight bend, it was like slowly drawing a long knife out of a rusty sheath. Once the right direction and force were found, sooner or later it would be pulled out. Don't run, the white shark shouted. Come back. Come back. His throat seemed to have something like a pebble in it. His speech was muffled and unclear. Of course, even if he could hear clearly, Zhang-Chi wouldn't listen to him. She held the door handle, twisted it. The door opened outward by about 2 fingers width. Suddenly, it got stuck. Zhang-Chi continued to push outward, but she had lost too much blood and her strength was no longer comparable to before. It seemed like there was a greater force outside the door, or rather some object, blocking the door from sliding open. Not good. Zhang-Chi suddenly stepped back, her body instantly switching to combat mode. She pulled every sensory nerve in her body to the limit. Time seemed to slow down, and all the sounds around her, breathing, heartbeat, were amplified in an instant. At that moment, a mechanical hand lunged toward her face. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Wei Qi grinned slyly, trying to run? Zhang-Chi dodged to the side, her back hitting the wall with a loud thud. It felt as if all her internal organs had been jolted out of place. The only relief was that the mechanical hand just grazed her cheek, leaving only a small wound. Stinging pain. But no serious harm. Yo, you're pretty good at dodging. The mechanical hand was pulled out again from the elbow position, its 4 fingers twisting into a bundle in an instant, like a dough-kneading machine rolling back and forth. With a click, the latch snapped shut, and the entire elbow completely transformed into a hammer that was light in the front and heavy in the back. The hammer was equipped with a motor, emitting a zzz sound as it extended and contracted. Yo, purple-haired chicken? Zhang-Chi edged along the wall, feeling that today was probably a dead end. Inside was a monster guarding, outside was a gatekeeper, and a fisherman lay on the ground. No wonder she lowered her guard. Generally speaking, almost no one would play like this. This place doesn't favor gang operations. Everyone prefers to keep the loot to themselves. What benefit is there in killing her? 3 people splitting 1 red badge, after deducting 300 on a workday, leaves only 700, not even enough for one person to get a share of a blue badge. Moreover, points need to be replenished. One person has to take all the points first. This level of trust, Even biological brothers probably can't manage here. Wei Qi's hair stood on end at the words, purple-haired chicken. He stepped over Zhou Ke's body and mechanically swung his fist at Zhang Qi's face again. Zhang Qi's body leaned back, but she seemed too weak. Her muscles were like the last bit of battery power. The form was there, but the action wasn't completed before the power cut out. She collapsed to the ground with a thud. Took a hard fall on my butt. Ha 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 ha. Laughter rang out appropriately, like a poorly made sitcom's pre-recorded BGM, harshly overpowering everything else. Idiot. Just wait to die. The off-target heavy hammer slammed directly into the wall, the hammerhead expanding and contracting with a bang-bang against the surface, cracks spreading from the center outward. Being hit by this hammer would definitely turn the head into a pulp. Missing the strike didn't affect his mood. Falling during a fight is a major taboo because it means she absolutely cannot dodge the second attack. Wei Qi raised his hand, confident of victory. Killing this red seal would not only earn him 700 points, but also make the Grand Justices stop looking down on him. Even though it was Zhou Ke and Bai Sha who helped him cripple Zhang Qi, he had an innate shamelessness, like the slacker in a group project who loves to steal credit. He didn't think he did anything wrong because, in his own eyes, he was unquestionably the main force. Red Seal is nothing more than this. He curled the corners of his lips, smiling contemptuously. But history often proves that underestimating the enemy is the greatest taboo in battle. A white plastic sheet suddenly flew out in front of Wei Qi's eyes. He quickly dodged to the side, but the mechanical arm lost control again and smashed into the wall, the sound of the wall being broken deafening. His expression changed instantly. Her fall was a feint. Her real goal was to grab the plastic pad behind her. You're fucking asking for death. Wei Qi pulled his hand off the wall. He swung his fist to strike again, but suddenly he came to his senses. That white plastic shim hadn't flown at his throat, nor his eyes, nor his chest, nor any vital part of his body, only his left hand, on the outer side. He turned his head and saw that the white plastic piece was firmly lodged in Zhou Ke's throat, blood flowing from the windpipe. He had finally gone from barely alive to a complete corpse. She was aiming to kill Zhou Ke, and she bet she would definitely dodge it. The trajectory of the shim had no interruption and could pierce Zhou Ke's throat without any obstruction. She had won the bet. Zhou Ke was dead. But why? Why did she want to kill Zhou Ke? A warm current rose from the soles of Zhang Qi's feet, a familiar, comforting, and powerful trickle spreading through his limbs and bones. The wound in his lower abdomen tightened instantly, clotting. His groggy mind felt as if it had just woken from a deep sleep, suddenly clear as a mirror. Strength gradually gathered from all directions into his fingers. Zhang Qi pushed against the floor and got up. You're fucking asking for death. Chapter 022 Transformation Camp 26. Seeing Zhang Qi get up from the ground, Wei Qi waved his hand and threw another punch. The roaring sound of the motor suddenly paused at this moment. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he saw the mechanical long hammer's momentum being stopped. A hand, not even as big as the end of the long hammer, with 5 slender yet tough fingers spread out, completely covered the hammer. It was like a thin white dumpling wrapper covering a huge lump of meat filling. Although it seemed insignificant in comparison, it countered perfectly. The hammer's attack immediately collapsed, and the smell of burning filled the air. The metal hammer, hard enough to crack the wall, began to deform little by little under the high temperature. You, Wei Qi stammered, a force-defying common sense appearing before his eyes. His instinct was to run away. How could this be? How could this possibly be? An unknown fear spread to every corner of his body. He struggled to pull out the mechanical hand, but the dumpling filling stuck to his skin seemed to be welded on. No matter how hard he pulled, it didn't budge. Not only that, the long hammer began to show 5 shallow fingerprints, like clay being kneaded in a child's palm for the first time. After a curious probe, the palm pressed hard, and the clay was completely squeezed in an instant, oozing out noisily between the fingers. Damn. Shock no longer even began to describe Wei Qi's current feelings. His mechanical hand was made of the best hygiene steel on the market. Factories capable of cutting and welding this kind of steel were few and far between. Even with the most professional equipment, it was impossible to twist the metal into the shape, a lump of clay completely flattened and rolled into a ball by her. Monster, you monster. Zhang Qi gave him a cold look, gripping the mechanical hand and pulling inward. Wei Qi felt as if he had become a feather of no consequence. Instinctively, he wanted to break free, but the feather was too light. Once pinched between fingertips, it could no longer escape with the wind. He heard the sound of wind by his ear. It passed through, and a huge fist came at him. He closed his eyes and heard a bang. The force holding his mechanical hand finally disappeared, and he was free, like a bird, performing a free fall in midair. Boom! He fell to the ground, feeling complete darkness before his eyes, his retinas severely congested. His nose throbbed intensely, along with his eye sockets. He felt as if the bones in his face had shattered. The pain made him want to lie down immediately, but he couldn't fall. He struggled to get up and headed toward the bathroom door, about to grab the door handle. Bang! Another punch. It struck his back. Ugh, ah, 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 ah. The sound of bones breaking came again from beside his ear. He felt like an oxygen-deprived shrimp, sliding weakly down the door and collapsing on the ground, his limbs twitching involuntarily. His nerves were all severed. His consciousness could no longer transmit to the mechanical hand, nor to the other tissues wrapped in muscle. Ah-hoo! Wei-shi! Wei-shi! Ayo-wo-wo! The white shark's cry, stuck in the doorframe, was piercing and its tone didn't quite sound like a person speaking. Zhangqi listened for a long time and realized he was probably shouting, Wei-chi. With a crack, the rusty long knife was finally drawn from its sheath. The shark's head, like a rocket missile launched at full speed, charged straight at Zhangqi's chest. He was very tall, blocking all the views from above. His upper arm muscles were exceptionally developed, connecting to his head without a neck, almost blocking all sight. Pushing the door open and rushing out was too late. To the left, to the right, and upwards, all were blocked by his body. In the blink of an eye, Zhangqi grabbed Wei-chi, who was trembling on the ground like a long worm, and blocked him in front of himself. The great white shark looked panicked, reaching out to lean against the wall to stop his attack. However, his two short arms, like fish fins, could only swim in the water and couldn't support him above it. He stopped too abruptly and lost his balance, falling to the left. At that moment, Zhangqi threw Wei-chi right onto his face. The great white shark felt everything go black before its eyes. This moment was very brief. Wei-chi was quite large in size, severely blocking the line of sight, but he was an almost fully grown man. Lifted from the air, he quickly accelerated and landed. Just such a brief moment. He lost his sight. A foot kicked his knee, the only part of him not yet sharkified, the most fragile human organ. His lower limbs were the weakest. She saw right through him. Ugh. That kick seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, nearly sending him rolling on the ground in a heap. White Shark staggered backward, his back hitting the door panel. Fortunately, he bent his waist, so the long fin growing on his back didn't pierce the door frame and trap him in an awkward position where he couldn't move. Wei-chi, slammed to the ground, seemed like a malfunctioning electronic device that never knew when it broke down or when it suddenly started working again. With a flicker of life, he stammered out, kill her. White Shark, kill her. The shark man's nostrils flared, his eyes bloodshot, and his mouth full of sharp broken teeth opened wide in the air, exhaling a hot breath like a pot of freshly cooked broth, just waiting for a variety of meat and vegetable dishes to be thrown in. The shark slid sideways along the ground like a lightning bolt suddenly striking from the sky, and in less than half a second, it fiercely collided with Zhangqi's calf. Die for me. His teeth opened, ready to swallow these two delicious human legs whole. Zhangqi didn't expect his attack to be so fast. Caught off guard, his sharp teeth grazed her pant leg. She quickly jumped up, hooked her hands on the door frame, and with a zzz sound, 2 strips of torn cloth from the pant legs hung on the shark's teeth. A sharp pain came from her leg. It felt like a small piece of flesh was torn off. Zhangqi braced himself against the door frame and lifted himself up again, swinging his calf forward to slam onto the shark's back from the air. He wrapped his arms around the dorsal fin and twisted forcefully from side to side. Ah-ho! The piercing animal cries penetrated the ceiling and then slammed back from the walls on all sides, the heavy mixing sound nearly bursting Zhangqi's eardrums. The shark suddenly leapt like a broomstick sweeping skyward with its tail, and Zhangqi, clamped on its back, was inevitably lifted into the air. As it swayed left and right, he was violently thrown off its back. With a thud, he hit the ground, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. Die, go to hell. This was supposed to be his most perfect offensive form. The 2 legs of a human were just a burden to him. In this form, his strength and speed were at their peak. But there was only one problem. As a shark, he had to rely on his fins to control direction. But this woman, she simply refused to let go. Zhang felt as if he were sitting on a giant pendulum at an amusement park, swinging left and right, with the amplitude growing from small to large until reaching a vertical angle. She could even do a backflip off his back. She vaguely sensed that this dorsal fin was very important to the great white shark. At first, she thought about pulling the dorsal fin right off his back, but now she just wanted to hold on tightly to this safety rope, desperate not to be flung off by the centrifugal force and turned into a pulp. Stab. Ah. Stab. Aho. Inertia mixed with Zhang own strange strength finally, through one circle after another of movement, tore the fin from his back. The tough flesh, starting from a small tear, like a broken window effect, rapidly expanded into a large groove. The fin, connected to the bone and flesh, was forcibly ripped out from the broad, mountain-like back. Zhang only felt the thing he was holding suddenly become lighter, then was abruptly bounced off the white shark rolling on the ground, and was thrown by the dorsal fin to the farthest corner of the bathroom, crashing against the wall with a loud bang. Ah! The white shark's cries weakened from loud to faint, and only when Zhang saw the trench-like wound on its back did he realize what he had done. She had really pulled out the dorsal fin. Zhang looked at the blood-soaked dorsal fin in her hand, pondering for a second whether this thing could still be used as a weapon. Then, resolutely, she raised her hand and threw it into the last bathroom stall. There was a moment when she even considered smashing this giant fin directly onto the great white shark's head. But no one could guarantee whether this alien species had the ability to regenerate flesh. After all, beings like her, who could manipulate metal and revive at full health on the spot, existed, so reattaching a severed limb didn't seem like a fantasy. The great white shark, with a broken body but unyielding spirit, stood up again from the ground. Without the fin, his body became lighter, and he walked without hesitation or restraint. Yet, for some reason, he staggered as he swayed toward Zhang, as if rushing toward some unknown disaster. Even knowing the best outcome would be mutual destruction, he was determined to recklessly add more fuel to the fire. Zhang had no height or size advantage over him. She was almost only one-third his size, and she had no weapons in her hands. Weapons. Weapon. The moment the great white shark charged, Zhang rolled on the ground. The shark lunged at empty air, and its head inevitably hit the wall. He angrily turned his head back and found that she had actually rolled over to Wei Qixin's side. Damn it, let go of me. Perhaps the most astonishing miracle of life here is not the great white shark that can still move freely despite having its fins torn off, but this chicken whose face is smashed to a pulp and body twisted into a mess by punches, yet still not dead. Still fully conscious. Still cursing and swearing. Tiarash. Bitch. You, bitch. Ugh, ah. No matter how much he cursed, it couldn't stop Zhang from holding him like a rag doll. He was completely blocked in front of Zhang. This trash he spoke of was still grabbing his mechanical arm, waving him around like a hand puppet. Using a person as a shield is a very dangerous move because usually, the person blocking in front of you won't be too light, which means heaviness. This move is typically only used when there is no cover at all. But for Zhang, anything under 100 kilograms, as long as it's not limited by size, can be swung around in her hands. Every time the great white shark collided with Zhang, a mechanical arm would extend and strike his cheek. At first, he still dodged Wei Qi, not daring to attack, but in the end, after being hit until both cheeks began to swell, he finally headbutted the Wei Qi in Zhang's hand. After a faint grunt that was barely even a shout, Wei Qi lay on the ground and died. A surge of heat then surged into Zhang Qi's body. The fatigue from earlier vanished completely in an instant, and the radiating pain in her back from being slammed against the wall gradually subsided. She exhaled a heavy breath from her chest, feeling her body suddenly become much lighter. She lowered her head and saw that on the calf, just above the exposed ankle, the skin that had been torn off was gradually growing back. The process was very slow, but the pain had already stopped. Die, just die for me. Without Wei Qi's cover, the white shark opened its big mouth without any hesitation. Its sharp white teeth gleamed coldly, ready to tear Zhang apart and swallow him whole. Even though it was staggering, its speed was still very fast. The instinct of a sea creature, once it sees food, it uses all its strength to rush forward like a moth to a flame. Zhang threw a punch. The shark's already fragile teeth were chipped by the blow. The sharp edge was half lodged in its lower jaw and half embedded in Zhang flesh. The shark's attack finally slowed for a moment. It lifted its head and howled, its teeth opening wide again. Zhangqi kept punching until he shattered its entire set of sharp teeth. Her hands were already covered in wounds, blood flowing all over them. She seemed not to feel any pain, not even a whimper escaped her. Until finally, she pushed her entire palm into the shark's mouth, her muscles relaxing, then tightening, unstoppable as she thrust upward from below the tooth cavity. With a loud thud, the great white shark was flipped onto the ground. He became a fish turned belly up. He no longer had the initiative to attack. Zhangqi rode on the white shark's head and neck, punching repeatedly on top of its head. The sound of bones and muscles separating came from the ground like a symphony, continuing until finally, he truly became a bloody and mangled monster, recognizable only by two large eyes to distinguish head from tail. He finally stopped struggling. He weakly lowered his two short arms. He died. A massive force surged into Zhangqi's body, even greater than the combined strength of Wei Qi and Zhou Ke, and more immense than the two other red seals she had killed before. It was as if matter was being transferred and transformed at this moment, and her vitality was completely awakened by another person's death. Zhangqi pulled out the teeth embedded in her hand one by one, and the wounds gradually began to heal. The blood covering her hands seemed as if it had been stained from others. Zhangqi crouched down and took off the identification seals from everyone's hands. Each person killed deducted 300 points, killing a green seal deducted 200, a blue seal 100, and a red seal added 700. This time, she gained a total of 400. But it was very unprofitable because she still had to write a 3-point self-criticism. Self-criticism. Zhangqi irritably began washing her hands. Water flowed over her nails, diluting the blood as it went down the drain. Not a single small wound could be found on her palms. After washing her hands, Zhangqi crouched down again to look at the three corpses. As expected, each corpse had a black hexagonal star mark on their wrists. Zhangqi's gaze fixed on the palm of the white shark's left hand. There was a red circle, neatly inscribed inside with the letter A. At the edge of the circle, on a semicircular arc, the three red characters were written. This is a seal. It looks like an official seal. Zhangqi stared at the seal for a few seconds, saw nothing else, and gave up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was very restrained and tentative. Zhangqi pulled open the bathroom door. The knocking hand froze in midair. A mechanical hand. A cyborg. Zhangqi pulled the door open wider, but no one came in. His blood had already frozen the moment he saw the three corpses behind him, each with a different death pose. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Zhangqi frowned. Cyborg. Originally wanted to pee, now wants to pee even more. His limp legs gradually reconnected with his nerves, like a bullet leaving the barrel or a wisp of smoke, and with a whoosh he dashed out. Zhangqi pushed open the door and walked into the hall, where almost everyone's gaze was fixed on her. Although she had tried her best to wash the bloodstains off her body in the bathroom, inevitably, the fresh blood splattered on the prison uniform had long since coagulated with the fibers. Han Ge watched as Zhangqi slowly walked back to her workstation from the corridor. With a slash sound, the needle pierced directly from the fingernail into his flesh. The appearance of 082 can only mean one thing. The other three are already dead. The Chief Justice's ace enforcers, one with a blue badge, one with a green badge, are seizing the initiative. It's useless against her. There wasn't even a visible wound on her body. This is absolute power. It was like a child baring its teeth and claws in front of a giant, yet unable to withstand a gentle slap from the giant. Shoo! The needle pricked into the pad of his finger again. Took away the color from his face. Chapter 023 Transformation Camp 27. Zhangqi was making a rabbit doll. This was her first time making this doll. The instructional video said it was one of the best-selling dolls currently. Its eyes were big and bright, red like two gems, and its mouth was small and puckered, like two cherries squeezed together vertically. Zhangqi felt like she had developed a bit of red PTSD. Red things kept triggering flashbacks of the murder scene she had just witnessed. She decided to think about something else to distract herself. It failed. Like a wound-up clockwork, her brain insisted on flashing back to that scene, as if it demanded her to sort it out in a 123,456 order before allowing her to return to a normal state. It's always like this after a crisis. Very normal. But this after-effect period is especially hard to endure. Zhangqi decided to first sort out the abnormalities within herself from the context. First, she has the ability to manipulate metal. Second, she is exceptionally strong. And finally, She has the ability to regenerate flesh. More precisely, it should be called a restoration ability. She restores not only the injured parts, but also her entire mental state, and even her stomach. Every time she gains energy, she feels a sense of fullness. Both of these abilities can be enhanced by absorbing the energy of people on the brink of death. After killing Zhou, her control over the mechanical hand was clearly improved compared to last time. This improvement was reflected in the shortened activation time, reduced burning reaction, and extended control duration. As for her body's recovery ability, Zhang Qi touched the left abdomen where she had been stabbed earlier. The wound had already scabbed over. The scab was not thick, but the pain was still noticeable. From the first time she absorbed Zhou's energy to the last time she absorbed White Shark's energy, this serious injury had shown significant improvement. Among them, the energy provided by White Shark was the most effective. As for other minor injuries, the wounds were completely invisible, and pressing on them did not cause any pain. In other words, the energy is directly proportional to the body's repair. Her body was like a flat surface with several small pits of varying depths. Water was poured evenly into each pit. The shallow pits were quickly filled, meaning they healed perfectly, but the deep pits were only half filled, so she needed to wait for the next energy infusion or wait for time to let her body repair itself on this basis. As for the limitations on her energy absorption, first, even if the person was not killed by her own hand, she can still absorb energy from them. This is proven by 444 who was crushed in the mine and Wei Qi. Second, energy absorption has a certain range. People die here every week, but she cannot absorb energy from everyone. The distance must be close enough, but she does not yet know the exact limit of this range. Perhaps it can be tested later. Soon, it was time to get off work. Zhang Qi walked quickly. She suddenly realized that killing her was not the Chief Justice's order, but Wei Qi's personal action. If it had been arranged by the Chief Justice's people, they should have known Wei Qi was already dead the moment she came out of the bathroom. But among the group of people who just looked at her, almost everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. The Chief Justice's people showed no anger, because they didn't know Wei Qi had died in the bathroom. But now they are about to find out. Wei Qi and Bai Sha hadn't returned to their seats for a long time. If their group had a rule about eating together, they might wait. If they couldn't wait, they would go to the bathroom or the pantry to look for them. More likely, some of them had just gone to the restroom, and they saw the bodies of Wei Qi and Bai Sha. The news will spread soon. Before the Chief Justice decides how to deal with her, she must leave quickly. We can no longer let others seize the initiative. Zhang Qi didn't go to the cafeteria. She returned to the dormitory and first took out the 4 blade strips and a screw needle hidden under the bed. Something is very likely to happen tonight. Wei Qi is a senior official of the Grand Judge. Even if his actions do not represent the Grand Judge will definitely take revenge for him. The time on the wall turned to 8 o'clock. 3 hours passed. They should have already discovered Wei Qi's body. They haven't taken action, maybe still discussing how to deal with her. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door. Zhang Qi held the blade strip against the wall, inching closer to the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Qi did not open the door. A voice came from behind the door. I'm here to help you. Hongo. Don't worry. I'm not sent by the Chief Justice. We are friends, and I have no one behind me. You can kill the great white shark. Are you still afraid of me? The voice kept coming continuously from behind the door. Zhang Qi finally spoke. Friend. Hongo said confidently. Friend. Zhang Qi. Hee. Zhou Ke is your mole in Minghu. He's a green badge. Even if 093 is less suspicious of him, it's impossible for him to be easily ambushed by Zhou Ke. Besides, the people in Minghu are not fools. Zhou Ke is his roommate. There are no friends here, only interests. They have seen more betrayals and enmities than anyone else. They gave up suspecting Zhou Ke because they found that the fatal wounds on the body were simply not something Zhou Ke could have inflicted. You helped Zhou Ke in exchange for Zhou Ke providing you with intelligence. So you are well informed about the tiger. This is your personal source of intelligence, not the Chief Justice's. Killing me is not the Chief Justice's intention. Wei Qilai has only been here a few days, and a person like him wouldn't be mixed up with Zhou Ke. This matter brings almost no benefit to Zhou Ke. After killing me, he is very likely to be discovered as a spy by the tiger's people, and Wei Qi's share probably won't be credited to him. The only reason he agreed was because you held a compromising piece of information on him. Killing me might get him discovered by the tiger, but if he doesn't kill me, once you tell the tiger about his framing me, the deaths of the other 2 red seals will also be attributed to him. You are the one who set it up, also the 4th person who wants to kill me. Zhang Qi paused, his voice suddenly dropping. Or, the one you want to kill is not me, but Wei Qi and White Shark. Han Ge stood behind the door, silent for an unknown length of time, and finally said, now that you have leverage over me, we should cooperate even more. The justices are preparing to take action against you tomorrow. Han Ge sat on the stool at Zhang Qi's room table, slightly tilting his head up to meet Zhang Qi's gaze as she stood beside him. This was her request, because in a fight, the person sitting on a stool is always a step slower than the one standing. They analyzed that you usually frequent 3 places: the mine, the weaving workshop, and the library. This week, you have hardly appeared in the mine. So they arranged for fewer people to be in the mine, with most stationed in the weaving workshop and the library. There are only 3 places in the weaving workshop where they can strike: the restroom, the pantry, and the path leading to the cafeteria. Fighting is not allowed in the main hall of the weaving workshop, and with surveillance that could catch any infractions and result in point deductions, they plan to take turns ambushing inside the restroom. The person sitting in the corner spot closest to the corridor leading to the restroom and pantry must be one of their people. Once they hear any movement inside the restroom and send a signal, all the prisoners working in the weaving workshop will mobilize. Zhang Qi interrupted, all of them. Han Ge, maybe a dozen or so. This is no longer a bounty task. There's no issue of taking orders. Han Ge continued, the bathroom and the pantry are both too small. If surrounded by a dozen people, it's hard to get away. So, the best choice is not to appear in the bathroom or pantry during working hours. If you are very alert during work and they know there's no chance at the workplace, they will start ambushing at various points. That works to your advantage. Because there can't be many people at one spot, a dozen people gathered together, you would definitely notice immediately. So you can take them down one by one. Han Ge glanced at the red badge in Zhang Qi's hand and said, it would be best if you could kill a few more red badges. With your strength, killing red badges is no problem. Han Ge seemed to recall something, his fingers beginning to tremble. Red badges have more points. The reason they hold deterrent power here is that there is only one marked badge, so all the weak ones are isolated. They don't band together. But actually, even 5 green badges could potentially wear down a red badge. The Grand Judge's people will continuously replenish here from Sanjin City, and you can't afford to exhaust yourself against them. Your best option is to get out of prison within this week. Hearing the words, get out of prison, Zhang Qi squinted his eyes. The red badge requires 5,000 points to get out of prison, so you still need to kill at least 3 red badges. Han Ge hesitated for a moment and said, 321 and 221 are the weaker red badges among the Grand Judges. However, you don't necessarily have to kill the Grand Judge's red badges. There is also a weaker red badge on the Fierce Tiger side. Of course, I'm not saying your strength is lacking. It's just that if the points are the same, why go for the harder ones? Zhang Qi smiled and said, isn't it too late for you to show loyalty to the Grand Judges at this time? Han Ge said very calmly, I'm just stating the facts. Zhang Qi loosened his hand from the wall, paced around Han Ge who was sitting in the middle, and folded his arms. Killing any red badge is worth 1,000 points, so wouldn't I be? A faint white light flashed in midair, and in the blink of an eye, Han Ge found a long needle pressed against his throat. The needle was incredibly sharp, as if with just a slight force, it could pierce him like a foam board. Can it kill you too? Han Ge gasped, you wouldn't kill me. Zhang Qi raised an eyebrow, why not? Han Ge, we are friends. Zhang Qi. Han Ge said, while trying to lean his neck back, keeping me alive is more useful to you than killing me. Zhang Qi, you can betray the Chief Justice. How do I know you won't betray me? Han Ge, you have leverage over me. Zhang Qi frowned. Han Ge, the Chief Justice did not. Han Ge reluctantly continued, the Chief Justice will not tolerate traitors. If they knew I planned to kill Wei Qi, they definitely wouldn't let me go. At this point, his breathing became more erratic. The Chief Justice's methods for dealing with traitors are very cruel. Zhang Qi slowly put down the long needle. You really do want to kill Wei Qi? She asked again. Why do you want to kill Wei Qi? Han Ge said, because he's very annoying. And he speaks very unpleasantly. Zhang Qi raised the needle back to Han Ji's neck. Lying could also get you killed by me. Someone as scheming as Han Ge, who flexibly adjusts in front of her for the sake of, is unlikely to take such a huge risk to kill someone just because of personal likes or dislikes. Because every pot has its lid. Han Ge lifted his head, his gaze level with Zhang Qi's. If he becomes a senior executive, what am I supposed to do? Zhang Qi, you. Han Ge, The Supreme Court is divided into two factions. Wei Qi is one faction, and the boss here is the other faction. Once Wei Qi gets out, he will become a senior member of this faction. But if he can't get out, the senior members of this faction will start selecting from the red badge. Wei Qi is only a blue badge, which means he cut in line? Hanga sarcastically said, "It's not cutting in line. He was pre-selected." Zhang Qi vaguely felt something was off. "How many of you red chapter members are there?" Hanga showed a troubled expression. Zhang Qi pressed the screw pin close to his skin. "If you lie, I'll kill you." Hanga closed his eyes as if surrendering. 2. Zhang Qi sneered coldly. "So you asked me to kill Hongzhang, but actually just wanted to use my hand to get rid of him, right?" Hanga. Zhang Qi, 321 or 221? Hanga, 221. Hanga quickly added, "But what I said before is true. With your strength, killing the red badge is both fast and safe. The points for the green and blue badges are too low." Zhang Qi, safe. Hanga, safe means the faster you get out of here, the safer you are. Zhang Qi, I think for someone as scheming as you, it's safer to just kill you. Hanga quickly pulled his neck back, his face twisted like a freshly wrung out rag. "If you kill me, you'll definitely regret it. If I become a senior executive, it will definitely benefit you more than harm you." Zhang Qi, oh. Hanga, the Supreme Judge's kill order. It definitely isn't limited to the reform camp. Zhang Qi, what do you mean? Hanga pointed at the needle in Zhang Qi's hand and said with a crooked mouth, "Can you take this thing away first? My face is twitching." Zhang Qi reluctantly pressed the needle onto his shoulder. Hanga let out a big sigh of relief and said, "I told you before. The Grand Judge's order of pursuit is never withdrawn. No matter how far this person runs, as long as he is not dead, the Grand Judge's men will never stop chasing him." "Where will you go after leaving the Reformation camp?" "Outside is the Garbage Island. Garbage Island also has people from the Supreme Court. There are always people from the Supreme Court here who go out to deliver messages. You are already on the list." Zhang Qi was silent for a moment and asked, "Then what use are you?" Hanga laughed, panting, "I can give you ventilation and report messages." Chapter 024 Reform Camp 28. Tip-off? That's right. The Chief Justice has many enemies. What I mean is, you're not the only one with a hit order on you. No gang spends all their time seeking revenge instead of doing their main business. They will assign some people to take action on the right day. After one failure, the next attempt might take a long time to come. Zhang Qi, because you became wary? Hanga nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Of course, there are exceptions." Zhang Qi, what exceptions? Hanga, if a person or an organization has seriously harmed the interests of the Chief Justice, then the frequency of actions will increase, and they might even deploy most of the gang's forces to carry out extermination. But don't worry, you're not at that level yet. A phrase suddenly surfaced in Zhang Qi's mind. Who had said it, he couldn't remember. But the mayor, the council members, the sheriff involved in the arrest operation, they're all dead. Gunshots, poisoning, kidnapping, bombs, including their families, as far as I know, not a single survivor. Hanga looked at Zhang Qi thoughtfully, afraid she might misunderstand him, so he quickly explained, "So, if I become a senior official, I can get advance notice of any plans involving you." Zhang Qi, you're going to sell out your own men? Hanga raised an eyebrow. Hai Bang doesn't pay pensions. From the day you join, you should be prepared to die halfway. Besides, you're the one who made the move, not me. Zhang Qi laughed. You can sell anyone, but how do I know if you're going to sell them or sell me? You said you'd tip me off after going out, which means I need to keep in touch with you. You people outside Garbage Island might not be able to find me, but if I contact you, they will definitely be able to find me. For someone like me, who knows too many of your secrets, the thing you should do most is get rid of me, not keep me as a ticking time bomb. Han Ji's throat rolled slightly. You are too suspicious. Zhang Qi, haven't you ever thought that way? Hanga, I know how powerful you are. Even if I betrayed you, gave you false operation details and dates, and had them set up ambushes and infiltrate, the premise of all this is that they can kill you. If they can't kill you, you will come to kill me. You will take revenge on me. Even if you don't kill me, if you find the Grand Judge's men and tell them what I did, I will definitely be dealt with by the Grand Judge's men. Zhang Qi raised the needle and slowly dragged it across half of Han Ji's face from the brow bone, finally stopping at the carotid artery. I have a question. Han Ge was momentarily stunned. What question? Zhang Qi, are you a heteroblood or a cyborg? Heteroblood. Han Ge paused, then added, kangaroo heteroblood, a rating. Suddenly, a red seal that Bai Sha had pressed on his palm when he died appeared in Zhang Qi's mind. His gaze shifted to Han Ji's arms resting on either side, and on the palm of the right hand hanging over the edge of the stool, there was a faint red seal about the same size as the one he had seen before. Zhang Qi withdrew his gaze. What you say sounds convincing. I'm moved by you. But I still think it's safer to kill you. Han Ji's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and he blurted out no. Zhang Qi tossed the needle onto the table and said with a smile, all right then. Han Gu was momentarily stunned. He stiffly turned his head and saw Zhang Qi teasingly reaching out his hand to him. Just kidding, we're all friends here. Happy cooperation. Stepping out of room 506, Han Gu found his back drenched in sweat. She was toying with him. She saw through all his tricks. Her feint was just to show him who was really in control. Han Gu walked back to the door of room 503, pressed against the wall, his mind replaying every detail of their conversation. His pale fingertips gripped the doorknob. Creak, the door opened, and the dark room loomed like a giant gun barrel, engulfing him completely. He suddenly realized that knocking on room 506 was the luckiest thing he had ever done. Because if he hadn't gone to find her, she would definitely come looking for him. She definitely wouldn't let him go. Zhang Qi retracted the needle back into the metal tube at the foot of the bed. She sat back down in the room's only seat, opened the drawer, and grabbed a shark tooth lying quietly inside. That was a trophy she had pulled from her hand. Non-metallic, it could pass through security checks. Zhang Qi picked up a tooth, then flipped through the points lecture notes. Holding the tooth, she gently slid it across the page. The thin blade was smooth as silk, making no sound at all as it sliced the paper cleanly in half. Very sharp. Zhang Qi put his teeth into the pocket of his jacket sole. She locked the door, just like on the settlement day last week, leaning against the wall by the door, with a quilt draped over her body, knees facing the gap in the door. She still didn't trust Han Gu. Who knows if he was sent by the Chief Justice? He said the operation was tomorrow, but what if it was just to lower her guard tonight? The night passed quickly. Calm and peaceful. The change began when Zhang Qi went out for roll call and reached its peak during dinner in the cafeteria. An indescribable sense of mystery. She seems like a walking radiation source. Don't even talk about touching her. Just being glanced at by her causes your whole body to go numb. She dashed away in a flash, carrying the tray. Wei Qi's death should have already spread throughout the entire prison. Zhang Qi went to the weaving workshop. According to Han Gu, this was the place where the most people from the Grand Judge gathered. But she also shouldn't go to the mine because she had never been to the mine before. No one with so many points would still go to the mine. That would be like blatantly telling everyone that she had foreknowledge of something or had seen through their plan. That way, they would change their plan. This is even less beneficial for her. Zhang Qi sat at his workstation knitting a rabbit. The workshop was very quiet, with only the sounds of machines working and fabric rubbing. Rustle, click. She calmly inserted the ruby-like button into the rabbit's sunken eye socket, the white cotton thread twisting and turning around the needle tip held in her hand. The knot was tied. The prisoner sitting in the farthest corner of the workshop was still staring at her. Without even turning around, she could tell how impatient he was. She neither went to get water nor to the restroom. She chose a seat a few rows from the back, by one of the aisles, with a clear view of the personnel changes among the justices. Every half hour, a different person went in. If they only wanted to ambush her when she went to get water or entered the restroom, they wouldn't be lying in wait inside the restroom. They could just station someone at the corner that must be passed to enter the hallway leading to the restroom, and as soon as they knew she went in, they would immediately send a signal. Everyone will take action. Surround and hunt. They have other plans. There are traps inside. To prevent others from accidentally touching it, they sent someone to guard it. To avoid being caught by surveillance for mining too long, they need someone to take turns. Zhang Qi has already made the rabbit's hat. This is the final step. Put a triangular hood over your head, then sew a thread on the collar, and the hat can move freely. Zhang Qi put on the hat. Take it off. Put it on. Take it off. Adjusted to fit. Finished another one. Her speed is already very fast. She does the same thing every day. Threading the needle, threading the thread, tying the knot. Her thoughts drifted far away. Prisoners on Garbage Island are not allowed to leave marks on the dolls they weave, but even if they did leave marks, they could not be rescued from Garbage Island. Why do they still do this? What message do they want to convey to the outside world? What do most creators want to leave on their works the most? Their names. Why do they want to leave their names? Because they want people to know who created the work. Made it. Zhang Qi's hand entangled in the thread paused. People outside might not know that these things were made by prisoners from Garbage Island. No one wants to buy cute dolls that come from social trash like them. They want to send a signal to the outside world, a trivial act of rebellion, even if it might cost them their lives. Many prisoners sentenced to long-term imprisonment choose to commit suicide before going to prison. People choose to commit suicide because they find that living is no better than dying. They realize they have lost hope. This long, hopeless situation where no matter what one does, nothing will change, makes them realize that death is the true release. Before reaching the deepest despair, a person either chooses rebellion or self-annihilation. People are sometimes just strange creatures. It's like when someone goes mad, others say about them, they suddenly went crazy. It was a very small thing. How could they just give up like that? Because what others see is the water spilling over, but before the water overflowed from the bucket, it had been filling for a long time. No one can resist the rules here. They chose secret rebellion, causing a little trouble for the giant beast that completely controls them from body to soul. This way, the water will spill out a little. Zhangqi looked at the rabbit he had made earlier. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. She picked it up. The rabbit flipped over in her palm. She pinched the pointed hat she had just sealed, opened it from inside, and used the thinnest thread, similar in color to the hat but much darker, to sew a flower inside. She lifted the blue and white skirt of the rabbit and sewed a flower inside. She opened the rabbit's shoe and sewed a flower on the sole. This rabbit was too plain. For some reason, as soon as she got this rabbit, she thought this way. It didn't match her aesthetic. Ding ding ding. The electronic clock on the workshop's big screen jumped to 12 o'clock. It's time to get off work. The afternoon was the same. They still followed the previous plan, with one person guarding the corner, taking turns going to the restroom and the tea room. The plan fell through. The incident happened around 6 in the evening. The cafeteria is on the -2 floor, the library on the -3 floor. After finishing his meal, Zhangqi hesitated for a moment and chose to take the elevator. It's hard to know what might be hidden on the narrow stairs. In the underground levels, sightseeing elevators are not popular. The elevator seemed stuck inside the wall, sealed tight and airtight. The elevator rose from the 3rd floor, and just before the doors opened, it stopped as if stuck for a moment. At that very moment, Zhangqi heard a very faint rubbing sound. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A little bit spills out through the thick elevator door panel. Before the elevator door opens, 2 words flash through her mind. Danger. Chapter 025 Transformation Camp 29. Zhangqi suddenly took a step back. At that moment, a mechanical hand reached out, brushing past her neck. The cold fingertips touched her skin, feeling like a slippery insect. Very soft metal. Which also meant extremely flexible. The big hand missed the strike, and the wrist flipped 180 degrees in midair, moving so smoothly it was as if it had been oiled. It was too fast. Zhangqi retreated. In less than half a second, the big hand's 5 fingers closed together, the fingertips flickering with a faint yet dazzling cold light. The cold light vanished the moment the 5 fingers touched the palm. He actually had retractable blades installed on his fingers. If she had retreated even a step too late, that hand would have completely gripped her neck, the blades on the 5 fingers sliding over her arteries, and she would have immediately lost her breath. Tisk. Missing the strike, Wallin frowned and crawled out of the elevator. He had been watching her for a long time. From the moment she started clearing the plates, he had already hidden in the elevator, going back and forth without leaving. As he expected, she indeed did not take the stairs. Of course, even if she had taken the stairs, it wouldn't have changed anything. There would only be more people there. I heard you killed a great white shark? Zhangqi did not answer. She pulled a shark tooth out of her jacket pocket. Seeing the tooth, Hua Lin's expression changed. Of course, he knew it was Zhangqi who killed the great white shark. Here, besides her, no one would be so reckless, first provoking a fierce tiger, then the chief judge. She kept a dead man's tooth as a keepsake, but why? Either she is mentally disturbed or... This is bad. The shark tooth flashed through the air like lightning, stabbing horizontally into Wallin's shoulder. He had already dodged quickly enough. If he hadn't, the tooth would have pierced his heart. You fucking... Before he could finish, the mechanical hand had already reached out first. Zhangqi dodged to the side, his gaze following the movement of the arm and seeing the red seal covering the back of the hand. Another red seal. Bang! The target was missed. The mechanical hand smashed against the wall. The few prisoners who hadn't finished eating hurriedly got up from their seats and rushed nonstop toward the stairwell. Zhang pulled out another shark tooth, pinching it tightly between his index and middle fingers, and ghosted around behind Hualin. Hualin only felt a cold breeze lightly sweep past his ear, something exploded on his skin, and instinctively he swung his mechanical hand behind him, hitting nothing. Meanwhile, his original left hand quickly reached to touch the back of his neck. Blood stained his fingers. Hualin cursed, "Fuck," the shark tooth cutting his skin, but not injuring any vital spots. The thin shark tooth, however, was like a cleaver chopping a big stone, its edge chipping away from the outermost layer, eventually breaking off lightly like a melon seed shell and falling to the ground. Zhang was astonished to find that his scalp was cut open, revealing a metal skull inside. The sound of countless footsteps came at that moment. Hualin grinned, and Zhang suddenly realized that the prisoner who had just run away had already alerted the grand judge guarding the stairs. They were all here. Zhang made a quick decision, pulling Hualin's mechanical hand forward and swinging her right fist to strike his face. She had to leave immediately. The stairs were blocked, the elevator was the fastest option, and she needed to get on it before everyone else arrived. "You can't get away." Hualin's body fell backward, dodging the punch she threw, but Zhang still dragged him forward with his strength. Not good. He was like a rubber band snapping back. The more force Zhang applied, the stronger the rebound. Bang! Zhang was caught off guard as a metal forehead collided with her face. She had already dodged quickly enough, but still got hit on the side of her face, the bones aching painfully. She felt dizzy for a moment and shook her head. She saw Hualin's mechanical hand spinning like an electric fan from the wrist upward, the soft fingers rotating 5 sharp blades that were about to reach her face. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Zhang kicked Hualin away with a single kick. She was dizzy and disoriented, and the more force she exerted, the stronger it became. She kicked Hualin out in a perfect parabolic arc, smashing him into a pile of tables and stools. Hualin lay on top, groaning twice before rolling into the pile of tables. Zhang entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator quickly ascended. She came out of the elevator and quickly ran towards the 5th floor. The people of the Chief Justice would make a move against her, but they still had to consider Meng, so they always stayed hidden in the shadows. Because if their people were crippled by her and Meng, whose people came out to reap the rewards, they would suffer losses that outweighed the gains. They wouldn't appear in the lobby, the corridors on every floor, or the playground. In short, anywhere everyone could clearly see. As long as she stood right under everyone's noses, they were powerless. Zhang stood in the hall, looked up, and saw 888 and several other Manhwa members lying on the upstairs railing, looking down. They might have noticed that the Grand Judge's people were not in the room. They were waiting to reap the harvest. 888 called out from the 5th floor with interest, "You're pretty fast." Zhang didn't even glance at him and walked straight to the stairwell. At that moment, the Grand Justice's men came chasing out. Obviously, they had also seen the tiger crouching outside the railing. Hualin and 2 other Red Seal agents lying in ambush at the stairwell chased ahead. They stopped first, and the people behind also came to a halt. Hualin realized what the tiger's men were trying to do and directly raised his hand, flipping them the middle finger in midair. 888 leaned against the railing and just laughed, "Idiots." It seemed that this kind of friction was just a daily routine for them without any tense atmosphere. Both sides' people began to return to their own homes. 8 p.m. Playground. She ran away. A group of judges surrounded the playground, with Chayu standing in the center, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, sucking on it absent-mindedly. After listening to the report, he asked, "Where's Hualin?" A red badge with the number 221 said. He was rushed to the emergency room. Another badge with a blue 109 added, his scalp was cut open. Chayu frowned, glanced at Hanga beside him, and asked, "What do you think she wants to do?" Hanga lazily lit a cigarette. The playground was the only place where smoking was allowed. There, at the entrance, there were matches that could be used by swiping points. The spark quickly climbed to the cigarette tip. He waved the matchstick, a puff of black smoke rose, then he threw the matchstick to the ground and stomped on it twice. "She can't win, right?" "She's scared." Chayu snorted. If she dared to kill Wei Qi, she probably wouldn't even know how to write the word fear. Hanga smiled. She won't kill Wei Qi. Is she waiting for Wei Qi to kill her? Chayu sighed. Troublesome. After a while, he said again, troublesome. Hanga patted his shoulder. Don't worry, this isn't your fault. He overestimated himself. You don't have electronic eyes in this prison. How could you watch him 24/7? Even the white shark by his side couldn't save him. And even if the higher-ups blame someone, they'd have to come after me first, right? You are on that side, I am on this side. Chayu furrowed his brows. Speaking of the white shark, wasn't he supposed to be the ace of your team? How come his level is like this? Hanga, I haven't seen him make a move either. You know, he's just a bodyguard, so he doesn't really need to go on missions. Besides, there are many people with empty reputations in the underworld. Chayu was silent for a moment, then said, That's true. All talk and no substance. After a while, Chayu said, 082 must be killed. Hanga, don't worry, can she really keep appearing only when there are many people around? Sooner or later, we'll catch her. She won't appear in the mine tunnels anymore. There are too many branching paths there. The weaving workshop, she hasn't passed through the corridor all day today, she's figured it out. The dormitory, the 5th floor is full of fierce people. Chayu furrowed his brow as if he could crush a mosquito. Everyone has to work on weekdays. As long as she doesn't go anywhere on workdays, it's almost impossible to catch her. The longer we delay, the more she'll figure out our moves. Chayu took a final drag of his cigarette, crushed the butt fiercely on the ground, and said, We need a quick and decisive battle. Tomorrow, she must die. A deafening bird call echoed through the pitch-black night sky, followed by the sound of wind and rustling leaves. Dust swirled up from the ground. Under the streetlight, one patch after another of fallen leaves was being blown away. The dry roots pressed against the ground, the wind-dried skin peeled up halfway, tugging roughly at the coarse surface. Without warning, a leaf was blown onto Han Ji's hand. It lightly tapped him, then quickly began to fall to the ground, but just as it was about to land, a gust of wind swept it away again. At this time, the wind on the playground was as strong as something fierce. Hanga said, Tomorrow is a free activity day. No need for him to say it, everyone knew. Everyone was counting the days, from Monday to Saturday, day after day. For some, Sunday was a reward. For others, Sunday was a punishment. After explaining all the arrangements for tomorrow, Chayu finally asked Hanga one more question. Why do you think she cut open Hua Lin's scalp, but didn't take action? Before Hanga could speak, he said again, If it were me, I wouldn't let Hua Lin go. Because sooner or later, he will come back. If you can make a move, why not make a move? 221 said, We have already caught up. She won't be able to kill Hua Lin anytime soon. Instead, she will be caught by us. 109 said, She might be able to kill Hua Lin, but she definitely can't handle so many of us. Chayu nodded, probably accepting this reason, but after a while he frowned again. Since she already knows our people have an ambush, why would she still go to the library? 109 said, I heard she always goes to the library after eating. Chayu did not accept this reason. After thinking for a moment, he said no. If it were me, facing so many dangers, I wouldn't want to read or go to any entertainment places at this time. Chayu looked up, unless she definitely has a reason to go here. No one answered. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became eerie. The sky was dark and heavy, pressing down on people, making it hard to breathe. It seemed like there was a huge secret here, one that would have a crucial impact on their actions tomorrow. After a long while, Hanga said, Maybe it's to write a self-criticism. She killed 4 people this week. She has to write at least 4 self-criticisms. At this moment, a crow flew by, letting out a caw sound. All right, that is indeed a reason that must be heeded. With the mystery revealed, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chayu was silent for a moment, nodded, and called everyone to leave. 221 and Hanga walked at the back. The playground was very large, and it took a long time to walk from one end to the other. Suddenly, 221 spoke. Why do you think Wei Qi and White Shark are so determined to kill 082? Hanga shook his head. Who knows? 221 smiled. Last time I went to your room looking for you. You weren't there. I want to check White Shark's room. He wasn't there either. At night, you all came back together, with Wei Qi and a few blue badges. Han Ji's footsteps came to a stop. 221 leaned on Han Ji's shoulder, half embracing him, and whispered into his ear, I arrived late and didn't know the rules in your group. If there are any activities in the future, please take me along more often, Brother Han. Otherwise, with my big mouth, I might say something I shouldn't without realizing it and mess up your important matters. After speaking, without waiting for Han Ji's reply, he lowered his hand and fumbled through the pocket on his chest. It seemed like he couldn't find anything, and he clicked his tongue unconsciously. As he put his hand down, a cigarette was handed to him. No, it's my fault. But that was when Wei Qigong came. That young kid didn't know the rules and only invited a few of us old-timers. You know, when you're new, you just recognize familiar faces. We're all in the same group, no distinction between you and me. Have a smoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanga took out a match and personally lit a cigarette for 221. 221 took a deep drag, the spark glowing brightly in the night, burning a large section of the cigarette. In his pupils, compared to the bright flame, Hanga appeared as dark as a shadow. Hanga, no need to be so polite. From now on, when we go out, we'll look out for each other. 221 took a step forward. Hanga looked at his back and hesitated to follow. After a while, he chuckled softly. He walked forward again, took 2 cigarettes out of his pocket, and handed them to 221. 221 was flattered. Brother Han, what's this for? 1 cigarette is worth 10 points. Finishing a week's work can earn at most 30 points. Killing a green badge only yields 100 points. Hanga said, here, take it. With Bai Sha and Wei Qi dead, it's just the 2 of us looking out for each other from now on. I came earlier than you, so I get more. I call you brother, but I don't really have anything substantial to offer. Don't look down on it. This place isn't any better than outside. 221 put the cigarette into his jacket pocket and said, you're too polite, Brother Han. Hanga didn't say anything. After walking for a while, 221 finished his cigarette, dropped the butt on the ground, and stomped on it. He said, don't worry, I'm not the type to blab. Besides, how could matters from this group be taken outside the group? As he spoke, smoke billowed out. Hanga smiled and said, I know. You're not the type to spill secrets. Dead people, how could they still talk? The only reason for running away was that she didn't want to lose points. Only on free activity days does killing not result in point deductions. Nor do you have to write a self-criticism. No one could guess such a simple reason because they never thought she had ever considered herself prey. She is a hunter. Hunters always choose their own time. Hunters will take the initiative to come to you. 3 cigarettes, offering incense to you. Idiot. Chapter 026 Transformation Camp 30. 3 a.m. Zhangqi opened his eyes from the ground. Sunday has arrived. 3 hours have already passed. She is still sleeping in the same spot by the door as before. It's a bit cold. Just right, so that her drowsiness is scattered by the cold wind the moment she wakes up. She shook her head, walked to the wash basin, and picked up the cloth. Cold water slowly poured out from the pipe that had been blown by the wind all night, the flow very slow, 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Then it stopped abruptly. Gathered together, it was less than half a fist, all absorbed into the dry towel. The water has been cut off. The valve will be shut off tonight. The handkerchief, half wet, was placed on the bridge of the nose and above the eye sockets, and the last bit of drowsiness disappeared. Zhangqi walked out of room 506. The door here had a lock, but no deadbolt. No prison would install anti-theft locks for inmates. Doors could be opened from the inside and from the outside, of course, provided there was a key. In most cases, the doors weren't that secure. For example, room 902, which was once directly kicked open. Past her door. Before she had unlocked it. The lock was even half broken off. This was also the reason she slept by the door. Theoretically, the sound of the door being kicked open would be very loud, and even if she were sleeping in bed, she should have been awakened by the noise. But she would lose the advantage. At the doorway, she felt faster. She woke up faster, and since most people focus on the bed, she was lying in the corner of the wall near the entrance, creating a blind spot in the line of sight. Just a moment of doubt, a lost sense of direction, and she had the advantage to strike first. But she wasn't very sure if others might also be lying on the ground like her, waiting to ambush her when she opened the door and went inside. So she knocked on the door of 503. Very lightly. It rang 3 times. It seemed not to be to wake the person inside, but some kind of agreement, to tell the other party that she had arrived. Hanga opened the door. Within 10 seconds. He did not sleep. There was no sign of drowsiness on his face. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of relaxation. It was like the tide constantly surging toward the shore, gradually eroding the sand grains, and just as it was about to reach the residential area by the shore, it suddenly rushed forward like a torrent. He waited for a long time. The door opened, but Zhangqi did not go in. Hanga came out. The hallway had faint emergency lights flickering, and every 3 rooms, a small night light was installed on the door. Its power was very low, but together they formed a scene like a forest filled with fireflies flickering and fluttering from all directions. The two of them walked side by side along the corridor by the wall. Looking closely, Hanga was a bit ahead. No one spoke and their footsteps were very light. The night was pitch black, and through the glass panels overhead, what was reflected was a slightly glowing black. For some reason, Zhangqi suddenly thought of goldfish. They were like goldfish placed in a fish tank, with ornamental lights inside, and outside there was a pair of eyes, not knowing when they would appear, staring at them motionlessly through the distorted water flow. Zhangqi asked, "Is there surveillance here?" His voice was very low, only enough for Hanga walking beside him to hear. "Yes," Hanga replied softly, "in the hallway, and on the pillars connected to the guardrails. There is an electronic eye on each pillar, 6 pillars in total, installed on the odd-numbered floors, 1, 3, and 5, Hanga gestured with his hand. They watched the opposite side. For example, the electronic eye in the hallway on this side watches this building, and the monitor in the hallway over there watches this building. The advantage of doing this is very clear. There are no blind spots in the surveillance. But the prerequisite for achieving this is having a fast enough network speed and sufficiently high resolution. But don't worry. Hanga put down his hand. They don't care. Don't care? They don't care about the prisoners' matters. Killing is a rule they set. Maybe, some perverted prison guards like to watch the murder footage, Hanga said. You've done cleaning, the second floor of the office building, the machine room, all have surveillance footage. The prison guards don't stay in the machine room. They don't watch the live surveillance. Unless the monitoring system detects abnormal images, like attacks on the electronic eyes or damage to prison equipment, it will send an alarm to their terminals. Only then will they take action. That's when the trouble begins. As the words fell, they had already reached the door of 514. Hanga glanced back at Zhangqi. She made no move, but her silence seemed to imply some kind of permission. Hanga raised his hand. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. This time, the sound was louder than when Zhangqi knocked on his room earlier, but not so loud as to disturb the neighbors. After just 3 knocks, he stopped. By this day, everyone's alertness would reach its peak. He knew the people inside would hear. So he stopped knocking. He just needed to wait. Sure enough, before long, a voice came from inside. Who is it? 221. Hanga said, It's me. 221 breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Hanga said, I need to talk to you about something. 221 sounded a bit irritated. Can it wait until daytime? Coming this late at night. 221's voice grew closer, as if he was walking from the center of the room toward the door. Zhangqi quietly shifted a little closer to Hanga. She stood by the wall near the door, much shorter than Hanga, and was in a blind spot. Even during the day, standing on tiptoe and looking over the railing at the door, it was unlikely she would be seen. Especially now at night. Hanga, I know you haven't slept. 221, who can sleep? 093 was killed while sleeping. The sign 093 seemed somewhat familiar. Zhangqi racked his brain for a long time and finally remembered it was Zhouke's roommate. 221, what do you need? Hanga, about tomorrow's operation. Hanga paused. It says inside. At this hour, many prisoners were still awake. No one knew who might overhear if they spoke loudly. 221 had already reached the door, his hand on the doorknob. If it weren't something very urgent, Hanga wouldn't come to him at this hour. And everyone knows that no action is foolproof. Every time they step into the field, they are fighting for their lives. Any information is extremely important. 082 can kill the 2 red seals who took down White Shark and Tiger, so her strength is definitely not low. Even if they surround her tomorrow, she is fully capable of taking a few down with her before dying. As for Hanga, everyone knows he was the first sent by the boss to make contact with 082. He knows 082 better than anyone else. He is on the same side as Hanga. There is some information Hanga does not want to share with others, so he must find him when no one else is watching. 221 thought. Creak. The door opened. A gust of cool wind blew in, and 221 felt something explode on his neck, very icy, very cold. Mixed with the rushing cool wind, he couldn't quite make it out at first. The difference was that the thing had a delay. Warm blood flowed from his neck, layer after layer of flesh being cut open by a reckless force, while his brain kept sending signals. Run fast. Run quickly. Run quickly. He lowered his head and saw a woman standing in front of him like a ghost, holding a silver-white short blade in her hand. Her gray-brown pupils reflected a faint orange under the dim light, but the coldness was not dispelled in the slightest. The night was pitch black with the moon hiding behind her back. Like a grim reaper wandering the mortal world, carrying a scythe, ready to come uninvited at any moment. The short blade pierced through his entire throat. Then he saw the short blade stop and turn around. Shoo! Like a guillotine, it tore open a large gash in his throat without any hesitation. His head was clearly still firmly on his shoulders, yet he felt himself swaying precariously. He was just a defenseless toy doll, his head about to fall off, and he had to hold it up. Hold it up. 221 reached out his hand, his fingers stained with bright red blood. He desperately held his head, trying to prevent the bull-sized hollow from cracking further as his mind shifted. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't call out. Why? Why? He rubbed his neck in confusion and finally realized that his vocal cords had been cut. He fell backward. Hangu was one step ahead and caught 221, preventing 221's body from hitting the floor. He stepped into the room with his other foot and carefully put him back down on the ground. Very quiet. It was so quiet as if nothing had ever happened. Zhangqi crouched down, wiping the blood-stained silver blade with the hem of 221's clothes. As she wiped, she thought, sure enough, a sneak attack is the key to victory. She looked up and glanced at Hangu, who was standing by the wash basin, drying his hands with 221's towel. Also, to prevent crimes committed by acquaintances. 221's energy was very strong. After she absorbed it, the pain on her face caused by Hualin's metal skull collision was greatly alleviated. Unlike the calmness forcibly awakened by the wind just now, she was now completely awake, as if she had slept for a whole day. Her stomach did not feel hungry at all. She was full. Standing up, she walked to 221's shoulder and reached out to touch the back of his head. Not metal. She thought it would be metal. She inserted the white blade into 221's heart position, as smooth as a scalpel, instantly cutting through 221's thick flesh with skin and fat into two halves. Inside was a metal heart that no longer beat. He is a cyborg. Just like 902. Fortunately, she didn't choose the heart insertion point just now. Zhangqi glanced again at 221's right hand. His mechanical hand was very beautiful, a bionic type, but it was also clearly different from a natural hand. Its bones were hard, protruding, and too perfectly intact. This is the difference between artificial and natural. Artificial things always have a kind of ugly perfection. Too perfect is equivalent to ugly. When Hangu turned around, he saw Zhangqi raising his hand with the 221, pinching his knuckles inch by inch, feeling the mechanical structure inside. He suddenly thought of 902, who was killed by her. Are you very familiar with mechanical prosthetics? Zhangqi looked up and silently stared at Hangu. Hangu immediately shut up. He walked over and, trying to cover up, explained, I just asked casually, don't overthink it. Zhangqi ignored him, picked up the red seal on the back of 221's hand, scanned it into the wristband, then stood up. Let's go. Next. Chapter 027 Transformation Camp 31. The next target is Hualin. The reason is that he already revealed his skills and tactics during the day. He is a cyborg, fully modified with a metal skull and a mechanical hand. Generally speaking, one reason why there is a higher proportion of cyborgs in the underworld is that they face many dangers. Their modified parts become their weapons and shields. Another reason is that many of them have lost their own limbs in battle. The original purpose of mechanical prosthetics was to allow disabled people to have the same life experience as normal individuals. Technology changes life. At first, mechanical prosthetics were only meant to bridge the gap, but later, tech companies gave mechanical prosthetics more possibilities. Of course, in terms of neural connections, they are far from as flexible and safe as natural hands. Electronic products can never escape failure rates. But even the cumbersome installation and maintenance, as well as the high purchase costs, have not stopped the popularity of mechanical prosthetics. This is a very niche trend, much like the decadent generation reported in every era, whose various psychological issues lead to lifestyles and spiritual worship completely opposite to the current social mainstream. Simply put, non-mainstream. The mainstream likes the original, they prefer modification. The mainstream likes being proper, they prefer being casual and carefree. They clearly have healthy bodies, yet they choose to give them up. Some teenagers even go as far as amputation to make their parents compromise, all for the sake of wearing unique mechanical prosthetics. Trends. To prevent the moral decline of teenagers, schools in the Silver Republic cooperate with prisons, allowing students to visit inmates fitted with mechanical prosthetics to understand how painful and unsettling their lives are. Once the transformation begins, it's like sliding down an accelerated slide. The law does not permit regular hospitals to install weaponized mechanical prosthetics, but it also does not require those who have such prosthetics to have them removed. In a way, they are part of their bodies. Zhang-Chi's mind flashed with reports about mechanical prosthetics she had seen in the library, and suddenly, she thought of a question. The prisoners here seemed to be either cyborgs or heterobloods. Why couldn't someone be both heteroblood and a cyborg? She opened her mouth, intending to ask Hanga this question, but soon, she silently closed it. She couldn't directly ask this question to anyone. If there was a consensus of rejection between heterobloods and cyborgs, she would expose her ignorance. If heterobloods could modify mechanical prosthetics, but it was just rare here, that would also reveal her ignorance. She couldn't show a lack of common social knowledge. But Hanga had already anticipated what she seemed to want to say, his expression slightly puzzled. This was a corner in the corridor, very empty on both sides, far from the prisoners' rooms, and almost no one could hear them speak. Zhang-Chi thought for a moment and changed the question. If you could choose, would you choose to be a normal person, a cyborg, or a heteroblood? Hanga stopped in his tracks, paused briefly, then caught up with Zhang-Chi's pace. There is no if. Isn't that right? Zhang-Chi, hypothetically. Normal person. Zhang-Chi looked up at him, and he continued, it's not that easy. Zhang-Chi. Hanga, we're all the same. Normal people, modified people, heterobloods. In our line of work, the biggest advantage is no discrimination. If you're good, we respect you. If you're not capable, we look down on you. Background, origin, none of that matters. That's why they like it here. For some reason, an article Zhang-Chi had seen in a magazine flashed through his mind. Crime rate on Lading Street hits new high. How should heterobloods be managed? Hanga said, the rule here is not to want the past or the future. So you see, society pushes us in on one side, but on the other hand, it doesn't want us to go to the edge. There's no such good thing, right? The president is probably a pig. Han Ji's tone was very relaxed, the most relaxed she had ever heard from her, genuinely making a joke from the heart. Some things are destined, so there is no if. Stepping out of the stairwell, they quickly arrived in front of Hualin's door. Zhang-Chi signaled Hanga with his eyes, and Hanga immediately stood by the door, raising his hand to knock a few times just like before. Zhang-Chi hid the silver blade behind his back, ears perked up, quietly listening to the sounds inside. Hanga waited for a while, and when no one came to open the door, he looked up and knocked 2 more times. These 2 knocks were heavier than before. He knocked with great restraint, hovering on the edge of waking the neighbors next door. But there was no response. Zhang-Chi and Hanga exchanged a glance, then her eyes fell on the gate at the door. Hanga understood what she meant, slightly rising on his tiptoes and leaning in to peek inside. He was very tall, and rising on his tiptoes was just to see more clearly inside. The bed is empty, Hanga said, his voice a little surprised. There's no one inside. There shouldn't be no one inside. There are room checks here, every night. Usually during operations, if a target who is supposed to be at a specific location is not there, it most likely means they were exposed in advance. So, after he finished speaking, the 2 of them scanned behind together. Avoid being ambushed by others. Hanga suddenly remembered something. He seems to have been rushed to the hospital. Zhang-Chi, is he in the hospital? Hanga nodded slightly. It's possible. Since it involves repairing the scalp and the metal skull, it might not be resolved anytime soon. This is indeed a reasonable explanation. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief, and Hanga said, who's next? Before he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened with a creak. The sound stretched long enough for them to react and lock onto the direction from which the sound came. On the left side, 2 doors away, room 518. Crocodile. Hanga said, he is Crocodile. Zhang-Chi, one of your people? Hanga, red mark, number 299. Different blood. Everyone calls him Crocodile. His voice trembled slightly. If the people from their group found out he was with Zhang-Chi in the middle of the night, especially the next day, when the Grand Judge's people saw the corpse of 221 who had been killed, he would definitely become the first suspect. Traitor. We can't keep him, Hanga said. The door of 518 was completely opened at this moment, and the crocodile came out. The first thing he saw was Hanga. He was very tall and large, immediately drawing people's attention. Did you knock on the door? He asked this. It was probably the noise of knocking that had woken him up. But he didn't wait for Han Ji's answer, because right after asking, he noticed Jiang Qi standing behind Han Ge, completely hidden by his broad back, with only a pair of legs visible. He couldn't see her face, so he was puzzled for a moment. He walked straight over. The sound of his footsteps was very clear. As he walked over, he kept talking, "Who's standing behind you?" If it were someone else, he probably wouldn't have come over. But that was Han Ge. He was from the Grand Judges group. This was the consensus among every gang member: one doesn't lay a hand on their own. This was the meaning of their bond here. They had to have each other's backs in order to take up arms and move forward. Han Ge smiled, no one. The crocodile frowned. He suddenly felt that this smile was strange. He had already come very close when Han Ge spoke again. "No one, don't come over." As he spoke, he moved his body aside. The speed was very fast. An even faster shadow suddenly darted out from behind where he had just been standing. She held a silver blade in each hand and lunged straight at him. He suddenly realized that Han Ji's earlier remark was just to distract his attention. They are in cahoots. The silver blade slanted into both sides of the crocodile's neck. He seemed like a flower planted in a flower pot, and the owner wanted to turn him out, so he held shovels on both sides, trying to uproot him completely. A wave of pain surged from both sides of the shoulders and neck. Bang! With a loud crash, Jiang Qi was directly thrown to the ground by the crocodile. She was astonished to find that the two silver blades she had inserted did not cut through his arteries. Her strength was definitely greater than when she cut off 221's neck. The two silver blades only pierced the surface shallowly and wobbled unstably as the crocodile moved, eventually being pulled out by himself. Clack! The silver blades were flung far behind him. She never had the chance to pick them up again. "Watch out!" Han Ge hissed. He has reinforced skin. His weak point is his eyes. Attack his eyes. His voice was low and extremely restrained. He didn't want to attract anyone else at this moment. But Crocodile was too close. He heard everything clearly. Han Ge. Crocodile was furious. "You traitor." Han Ge charged at Crocodile, standing half a head taller, easily grabbing his neck. Crocodile was pinned down by half his body, immediately raising his elbow to strike Han Ji's waist and abdomen. Han Ge let out a muffled grunt, then turned his head and shouted at Jiang Qi. "Kill him quickly." A silver light fell from the sky once again, this time even faster and harder to dodge than before. He was completely restrained by Han Ge. "Shoo!" The silver long needle pierced directly through his eye, entering from one side, pulled out, then inserted from the other side, and pulled out again. He completely lost his sight and sense of direction. His eyes kept bleeding, but he could no longer see his own blood. He felt death approaching and unleashed a tremendous force. Even though Han Ge held his neck, he could no longer maintain a grip on him. He broke free. Han Ge was thrown against the wall. He covered his eyes and screamed again. Ah. Blood gushed toward his hands, dripping onto the ground like raindrops, endless. He swayed helplessly from side to side, pacing back and forth. Jiang Qi clenched her fists and lunged at him. Her strength was immense. She knocked the crocodile to the ground in one move, straddled his neck, and beat his face into a bloody mess. Han Ge walked to a distance, picked up the silver blade that the crocodile had just thrown away, came from above the crocodile's head, stepped on its ear with one foot, and with both hands, stabbed the knife into the sides of the skull. Squeak, squeak. The muscles in his upper limbs bulged completely. This was the first time Jiang Qi saw his muscles move. They were so large, probably about 1.5 times bigger than when at rest, veins visible all over the muscles, and he was exerting force. The blade completely drilled into the skull. The crocodile rolled its eyes before dying. Then it let its hand drop. Han Ge suddenly pulled back the silver blade and quickly stood up. "Go quickly. The noise is too loud. Don't wait for anyone to come." Chapter 028 Transformation Camp 32. Jiang Qi understood immediately, picked up the fallen red seal, quickly got up from the crocodile, and fled from two directions with Han Ge, one circling back to the left, the other circling back to the right. The noise of the killing might not have been loud, but the crocodile had just roared so loudly that it was uncertain whether it would wake the other prisoners. Tonight's operation ended here. This was an accident. But it was not unexpected. Because actions always have surprises. While running back, Jiang Qi swiped the identification stamp onto the wristband. The heat began to rise from the center, and the identification stamp instantly ignited into a flame, drifting away with the wind without a trace. The display screen on the wristband showed a scrolling plus 1,000 notification. The share is still not enough. Just a little bit short. But there is still tomorrow. Tomorrow after dawn. No roll call on Sunday. But still need to work. Not working will result in a 2-point deduction. Zhang Qi did not go to work. She has a lot of points. By breakfast time, I had 3 croissants, 2 fried eggs, and 6 small cakes in the cafeteria. She didn't show up in the cafeteria last week in the morning. I didn't see these things. Of course, even if I had seen them, I wouldn't have done such a thing last week. Her score was very low. Just a week ago. Times have changed. Not only did her score increase, but she also became famous. From the moment she entered the cafeteria, everyone's eyes were already focused on her. The news of 221 and the crocodile's deaths had spread throughout the entire prison. Here, any information about death spreads very quickly. Because everyone is afraid that they will be the next. The Grand Judge's people said they were going to kill 082, but 082 did not die. The Grand Judge is dead. She has already killed 2 red seals of the fierce tiger and 3 red seals of the Grand Judge. No one can control her. She was still killing people while on duty. The deepest fear comes from the unknown, which means people really dislike things they can't figure out. Her strength is very strong, but most people have never seen her kill. She shouldn't kill while on duty, it would not be worth the cost. But she went ahead and killed anyway. An antisocial individual is always more troublesome than a criminal. Because the former's way of acting is illogical, impossible to predict. You never know which point will trigger her, setting off a series of behaviors. She is a bomb. Unpredictable. But it is unstable. No one knows when or where it will explode or who it will hit. A completely uncontrollable, unpredictable madman. The cafeteria was very quiet. Only the sound of plates and plastic cutlery clashing. Everyone ate very quickly. They were eager to leave this place. Because the people who saw the Chief Justice saw the look in her eyes. Something is definitely going to happen today. Better go to work. The longer, the better. Do not get involved in anything they are not capable of participating in. Zhang Qi is writing a self-criticism in the library. The self-criticism must be submitted to the office building before Sunday. She did not finish writing it yesterday. Today is very dangerous. But perhaps, not writing a self-criticism is even more dangerous. Because the points lecture notes do not mention the consequences of not submitting a self-criticism. She finished 1, 2, and when she was on the 3rd, footsteps sounded. Very light, as if restraining something. Zhang Qi turned his head back. There was nothing. After a while, a rustling sound came to his ears. The sound came from the ceiling. A shadow fell across her face. Zhang Qi suddenly looked up. But it was already too late. A creature with limbs spread wide and a membrane vibrating between its wings swooped down, grabbing her head. A foul smell reached her nostrils, and she instinctively wanted to vomit. At that moment, the creature's arms opened, air slipped in from the edges. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, and a dark shadow struck heavily against the left side of her head again. A very heavy slap. She felt dizzy and disoriented. Immediately, her left side was blocked again, and a shadow flashed on her right. This time she saw clearly, it was the monster's wing. She reached out, grabbed the wing, and squeezed hard. The monster let out a shocking scream, and the thin membrane wrapped around her head loosened considerably. Zhang Qi pulled the wing and lifted the whole creature into the air. He spun 10 times in a row and slammed the creature forcefully onto the ground. Bang! Ugh! Cough, 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 cough. Zhang Qi stepped forward and noticed that this person resembled a bat, with thin membranes stretched between his arms and feet. He had been lying on the ceiling just now, that is to say, he could fly. As if to confirm her thoughts, the bat shook his wings twice on the ground, then with a whoosh shot back up to the ceiling. You can't run away, the bat said, our people have already arrived. The sound of footsteps hurriedly echoed, dense and varied in depth, coming from the hallway. He swooped down, using the same trick to try to grab Zhang Qi's head to slow her down. Zhang Qi, caught in his embrace, lost her sight. She pulled a sharp tooth from the pocket on her chest and suddenly slashed it in front of her eyes. Ah! The membrane between the 2 wings was instantly cut in half. The bat flew directly off her shoulder and crashed heavily onto the ground. She grabbed the nearby table, holding one end in each hand, and fiercely smashed it down onto the bat's head as it rolled on the ground. Ugh, ah. Having absorbed the power of 2 red seals from last night, she became stronger. The bones in the bat's shoulders had already been shattered by her blows. Zhang grabbed 2 more tables, holding them in his hands, and smashed them onto the 2 flapping feet. Then, she pushed all 4 middle tables together, trapped the bat under the tables, and stepped on the middle table with 1 foot. From this position, she could prevent the thing underneath from flying up to launch a surprise attack, and also clearly see the path leading to the entrance. There were many people who came, about a dozen or so, with blue badges and green badges. They approached in a well-trained manner, surrounding Zhang in the middle. The last one to come in was a red badge. Hongo, you can't run away. Zhang didn't know what trick he was up to and gave him a cold glance. Hongo spread his arms wide, his muscles swelling like balloons. Today you must die. Before he finished speaking, Zhang had already jumped down from the table. A group of blue-clad guards lunged at her like dogs seeing a bone, recklessly attacking. She grabbed 2 table legs and smashed through the people blocking her path. The prisoners she touched seemed like small magnets encountering a huge like pole, rapidly and orderly repelling away. Hongo charged forward, and Zhang slapped his arm with the table. As soon as her hand touched the sleeve of his prison uniform, it was as if he had been struck by a massive boulder falling from the sky, flying backward uncontrollably, shattering into pieces. Ugh. He lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Zhang stepped over the half-dead Hongo and rushed toward the stairwell. There was no time to press the elevator button now. Just then, a moderate pop sound came from the ceiling. Zhang turned around and saw that the bat who had been lying on the ground was gone. A shadow once again loomed over her head. Looking up, the dark shadow dove straight down at her. Zhang reached out and grabbed at the air, and with a scream of the shadow seemed to soften like flesh and bone, convulsing into a mass. The bat crashed onto the floor, and Zhang kicked its neck. He then pulled out a shark tooth from the chest pocket and swiftly, accurately, and fiercely slashed it across the bat's neck. The warm, fresh blood gushed out like a newly opened water pipe, spurting out the turbid substance one after another. Zhang wiped his eyes. At that moment, a wave of heat rose from the soles of his feet. The familiar energy quickly traveled through every part of his body. The pain in the left side of his skull, which had been hit earlier, began to subside. His strength gradually recovered, and he was full again. The red badge fell from the bat's hand. She bent down to pick up the identification badge, while the blue badge behind her was already stunned with fear. 2 red badges in a row, 1 dead and 1 injured in such a short time. Are they rushing forward just to be cannon fodder? There is a reason for killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Zhang turned around, and everyone seemed to have been radiated, stepping back. Zhang then continued to walk backward. The blue flags on both sides of her held their breath and focused. She finally reached the desk where she had been writing earlier. Picked up the 2 completed self-criticism notes, and one that was not yet finished, wiped the bloodstains on her hands on her body, folded the notes, and stuffed them into her pocket. She turned around again, facing the direction of the stairs. Hongo, lying on the ground, very ungratefully reached out his hand to her, shaking and trembling. Stop. The voice was low and hoarse, sounding weak and powerless. Addicted to performing. Zhang kicked his hand. Hongo rolled to one side. Everyone dared not even take a breath. Zhang swaggered out. When she reached the stairwell on the first floor, she saw a senior judge she had seen before on the playground, leaning against a pillar in the corridor directly opposite the stairwell, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. If she remembered correctly, he was the one standing at the center that time. Chayu's face faltered for a moment when he saw Zhang appear. If she comes out, it means his people are already gone. The cigarette in his hand is about to slip, but he is still forcefully trying to stay calm. This is the worst outcome. When the news came out this morning, he had already realized that today's operation might fail. Because he found that she was not afraid. Facing the Chief Justice, facing a fierce tiger, so many people, she was not afraid. She killed at night to teach those who harassed her during the day a lesson. She is toying with them. The Grand Justices have already lost 3 red seals, plus 2 more that haven't come up from below, so they may have lost 5 red seals in total. The Grand Justices only have 9 red seals in total, plus the new white shark who arrived this week. No one knows when the next reinforcement will come. He had originally planned to give up on taking action. A kind of unease that could not be shaken off no matter what had been hanging over his heart ever since he learned of the deaths of Crocodile and 221. But he still took action. Fortunately, not everyone did. He suspected that even if everyone went up, they still couldn't kill her. Or rather, everyone went up and killed her, but the cost was something they couldn't bear. There weren't many of them left. Without the deterrence of the Red Seal, they would be devoured by the people of the fierce tiger. 888 is a coward. But he did nothing wrong. He chose not to take revenge, but to keep his distance from her. Wei Qi, this troublemaker. He cannot not avenge him, he is the boss, and he must also consider the bigger picture. This is an unsolvable problem. No matter what choice is made, something must be sacrificed. Chai walked up, stood in front of Zhang Qi, took off his cigarette with his left hand, opened his right palm, and reached out to her, smiling with a calm and carefree demeanor. Congratulations, you are about to be released from prison. Chapter 029 Transformation Camp 33. A ceasefire. Calm and peaceful. The prison changed from two strongest poles into a tripartite balance. 082 balanced the other two fulcrums. It's hard to imagine what would happen if she stayed here any longer. Would she establish her own power base? Would more people die at her hands? Fortunately, her points were already full. Everyone was helping her calculate the points. Her points had already overflowed. Whether it was the Chief Justice or the fierce tiger, no one would dare to make a fuss over her anymore. Everyone shook hands and made peace. Farewell together to this plague god. Zhang Qi returned to the library. The prisoners who were cleaning had already swept away the bodies in the library, and the tables, chairs, and benches were arranged very neatly. She took out her self-criticism from her pocket, then sat at a corner table, opened the drawer, took out a special pen, and carefully continued from where she had previously stopped. Only her thoughts were a bit scattered. She needed to sort them out. To be fair, she is not someone who is good at self-reflection. She looked up and her gaze fell on the prisoners lining up at the cinema entrance, one of whom looked somewhat familiar. 336. 336 also saw her. In fact, to some extent, everyone saw her, but they all pretended not to. They quietly lined up to buy tickets, waited for the show, entered the screening room in an orderly manner, and then came out. Zhang Qi waved his hand at 336. 336 stiffened all over. Zhang Qi waved at him again. 336 thought for a moment, then mustered up his courage and walked over. 336 is a person who is very good at self-reflection. He is the kind of person who, if someone steps on his foot, will reflect on whether his own shoe hurt the other person. He writes excellent self-criticisms. He wrote about the deaths of Baisha, Wei Qi, and Zhouke with 3 different tones, 3 reasons that made action unavoidable, and in the end, praised the prison warden to the skies. Zhang Qi was very satisfied. She had 336 take her to the office building where she needed to submit her self-criticism. Outside on the first floor, there was a mailbox embedded in the outer wall. Above the mailbox was a horizontal slot about the thickness of a pinky finger, and above that was a tiny electronic eye. Zhang Qi scanned her wristband on the electronic screen at the top of the mailbox, and the self-criticism was swallowed inside. After submitting the self-criticism, Zhang Qi led 336 to the cafeteria and treated him to a cake. The cake had "Happy Birthday" written on it, the most luxurious kind, with filling and the words written in chocolate sauce. The cafeteria was open all day on Sunday, but hot dishes were only served during regular hours. The other windows selling cakes and pastries, as well as the vending machines, were all open. 336 was overwhelmed with surprise. He frantically tried to figure out why 082 would buy her such an expensive gift. Because he was too good at self-reflection, he couldn't realize that a concept called reciprocity had appeared in the reform camp. His memory searched back to the first day he met 082, finally stopping at the moment she made him take off his clothes. He was shocked. 336's voice trembled. What will happen if I refuse? Zhang Qi tilted his head. You don't like it? 336 forced a smile stiffly. It's not a matter of liking or disliking. Zhang Qi, then what kind of matter is it? 336 put both hands in his head, cold sweat dripping from his forehead to his eyebrows. I might not be able to meet your requirements. Zhang Qi frowned. What requirements? 336. I'm not that kind of person. Zhang Qi, what kind of person? 336 broke down. Do you have to be like this? I'm scared of you. I'm terrified to death. Come on, kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, just let me go. You devil, you're doing this on purpose. You want to drive me crazy. From the very beginning, I knew you were doing it on purpose. Tears fell from his face like they were worthless. Zhang Qi. Fine if you don't like it. Zhang Qi looked at him inexplicably, then reached out and moved the cake from the middle of the table to in front of himself. I'll eat it. 336. He was silent for a long time, and in the end, as if someone had grabbed his throat, he hoarsely said, "Oh, you mean the cake." Zhang Qi frowned at him again. Then what else could it be? 336 said decisively, "It's nothing." Zhang Qi squinted. 336 clearly noticed the inquisitive look in her eyes. Afraid of being seen through, he wiped his face awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "I'm really envious. You're about to leave here soon. Do you know? You are the fastest red batch to be released in the history of the reform camp." Zhang Qi scooped a big spoonful of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. "You even know the history of the reform camp?" "I don't know," 336 said. "I heard them talking." "Them?" "Coworkers," 336 said. "When you weren't around, we were all talking about you behind your back." After saying that, he covered his mouth. Zhang Qi was quite magnanimous and didn't mind. After finishing the cake, she went to the vending machine and swiped out a whole pack of cigarettes. She first showed the cigarettes to 336 and asked, "Want one?" 336 shook his head. 336, "You smoke." Zhang Qi smiled and tucked the cigarettes into her pocket. "Not for me." For some reason, 336 felt that her smile was very strange. He always felt as if someone was about to have bad luck. Zhang Qi came to Han Ji's room. He was resting. After the morning battle, he was very weak. Many of the magistrate's prisoners stayed in the dormitory building and went nowhere. They were all nursing their injuries. The prisoners here probably all have a fine quality of being able to endure and adapt. Chayu made peace with her, and the other magistrates had no objections. No one mentioned revenge for the deceased magistrates. "Tell me about Garbage Island." Zhang Qi leaned against the wall by the door, looking at Hanga, who was sitting on the bed. "How would your people hunt me down?" Hanga shook his head. "We don't know yet." Zhang Qi. "Why?" Hanga. "Because the prisoners inside haven't been released yet. They need to inform the people on Garbage Island about what you did before the Chief Justice will start taking action," Hanga said. "So you should get out quickly and find a hidden place to hide before our people go out to spread the word." Zhang Qi. "What is it like outside Garbage Island?" Hanga. "Backward, chaotic, with frequent violent incidents. However, since it's jointly built by the Silver Republic and the Aotian Empire, the infrastructure is a bit better than that of third-world countries. Of course, the good things don't come to us." Zhang Qi. "What do you mean?" Hanga. "There is a building outside. We call it the Island Mansion. It houses the management and law enforcement personnel of the city, Garbage Island. They have special supplies for food and daily necessities. You can think of it as an administrative center, but it's not convenient for the public. No one wants to go there. It's also not a place ordinary people can access." Zhang Qi. "You haven't been out, yet you know quite a lot." Logically speaking, Hanga, like her and the prisoners on the plane when they arrived, shouldn't know what is about to happen here, let alone what's outside. Hanga spoke in a very casual tone. "No organization is invincible. We give money, they provide information. Just a favor." Zhang Qi. "You bribed law enforcement officers?" "Friends," Hanga said. "Mutual help." "Mutual help? What does the government need them to do?" Zhang Qi opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't ask anything. It's better to know as little as possible about such matters. "So the law enforcement officers here sent the information to Sanjin City?" Zhang Qi suddenly recalled what Zhou Ke had told him on the plane, and he continued to ask, "Are the prisoners on Garbage Island really not allowed to leave?" "No." Hanga stood up from the bed and pointed to the door outside. "Only a few can get out of the reform camp. Garbage Island is surrounded by the sea on all sides. Have you forgotten? We all came here by plane. This is the place truly controlled by the government. We have nowhere to escape." "But actually..." "What actually?" "Actually, as long as you don't want to escape, the Garbage Island still has a place for you to stay." "What do you mean?" Zhang Qi asked. Hanga stretched out his hand to gesture. "There are industries on Garbage Island. This is not an ordinary prison. It is a completely isolated island, in some cases also called a fully autonomous island. The people on the island still live lives similar to normal society, doing various things to make a living. Except for the freedom to leave the island, everything else is here." Zhang Qi hung her head, one foot resting against the wall behind her, and was silent for a moment. Hanga couldn't tell what she was thinking, so he asked, "You came to see me just to ask about the Garbage Island?" Zhang Qi loosened her crossed arms, took her foot off the wall behind her, walked up to Hanga, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, and, amidst Han Ji's puzzled and surprised look, handed the pack to him before stepping back. Hanga looked down and carefully examined the entire pack of cigarettes. So far, no one had dared to buy a whole pack. A luxury. Rare. Of course not, Zhangqi said. I have too many points to spend, so I specifically deliver goods to you. Unconsciously, Hanga frowned. He never believed in free lunches. He instinctively felt that she still had something very important to say. You are an organized person. 221 is already dead, and once you get out, there will be plenty of money and resources, Zhangqi said. You are high up. Hanga suddenly understood what she wanted to say. How much money are you prepared to pay to buy off these goods? Chapter 030 Transformation Camp 34. The price Hanga offered was 100,000 island coins. Yes, this small broken island actually had its own currency system. Even though the island was isolated in the open sea, the authorities were still very foresight, cutting off from the root the possibility for prisoners on the island to control the economic lifeline and establish a private government. Their currency could only be exchanged one way. The island coin and the original currency had roughly the same value, but only the original currency could be exchanged for island coins. Island coins could be spent, but could not be exchanged back. It's just like game coins. Non-refundable game coins, exchanged one-to-one, and the player's mission is to spend all the game coins here. After the prisoners escape from here, they cannot use the island coins to spend in any other region or country, because no country recognizes the value of island coins. The official currency created for them is game coins, similar to players with cash abilities like the Chief Justice, who purchase island coins from the government here at a fixed rate. Used to support gang development. Poverty-stricken and with no one to top up for the prisoners, they can only start from scratch here. This is a genius design. Not only do they not invest money in the criminals, but they also make money off them. The island currency may be fake, but the products created are real. Whether it's woven toys or rare minerals that can only be mined manually, the official island government can take them outside to exchange for money. Hanga saw that Zhangqi was slow to respond and instinctively felt she was unhappy with the price, so he added, outside, you can buy a pack of cigarettes for just 10 island coins. He seemed to doubt Zhangqi's math skills and thoughtfully helped her calculate again. I'm offering you a price that's 10,000 times higher. Zhangqi naturally understood Han Ji's meaning. He didn't want her to raise the price any further. Joku was willing to work hard for a mechanical hand worth 50,000 original coins, so 100,000 was obviously not a small amount. This place is not like the outside. A cigarette costs 10 points, a pack contains 20 cigarettes, 200 points, it could mean 1 life or 2 lives. This is a very expensive non-essential item. But strangely, within the organization here, from her observation, most people like to buy cigarettes, even though they know it will delay their release from prison. Perhaps it's like people who know drinking harms their health, but still insist on heavy drinking. This is their way of survival. Even if they clearly care, they have to pretend not to care, handling it with ease. Only those who are confident and at ease are willing to use their points to buy non-essential products. This is a seemingly useless yet indispensable social threshold. Because if you appear flustered, no one will want to run with you anymore. Showing weakness is more frightening than falling. Hanga smiled slightly, took a step back, and leaned against the metal bed frame because he was too tall. When talking to anyone even slightly normal, it was inevitable to look down on them. But obviously, no one wanted to talk with their head tilted back. So he deliberately kept a distance from Zhangqi and spoke in a very gentle tone. I'm not giving this price just out of respect for Yan. Zhangqi looked at Hanga with interest and said, after a moment, you're very sensible. Hanga, everyone says that. 100,000 yuan, to buy myself some peace of mind. Hanga pocketed the cigarette. Pleasure doing business. And you're even more like Haibang than I am. After leaving Han Ji's room, Zhangqi first went to the cafeteria. She bought a croissant and then purchased a packet of nutritional liquid from the vending machine. Although her intuition told her it probably wouldn't taste good, the high price of 20 made it seem more tempting than the other products. Having money and being generous means you should spend. Buy expensive, not just right. Zhangqi twisted off the top cap of the nutrient solution, and a very fresh fragrance wafted over. She hesitated for a moment, then brought it to her mouth and gulped it all down. Strangely delicious. She waited for 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Nothing happened. What the heck? Zhangqi casually tossed the nutrition fluid bag into the trash can. More or less like an energy drink, its main function is just being a drink. She then went downstairs to the cinema, bought popcorn and chocolate bars at the counter until her hands were full, and then leisurely started walking into the screening room. This time she went to a regular screening room, the lights were off, and many people were already seated, all staring at the movie screen, where a row of large characters slowly rose from the bottom to the center. I love Labor. A bad movie. Just by looking at the name, you could tell, but Zhang-Chi still sat down. When life is too boring, people would rather choose to peek into someone else's boredom than return to their own. After a movie ended, Zhang-Chi ran out again to buy a few bars of chocolate. She was already quite full, but there were too many to share, and if she didn't spend them all, going out was pointless. She bought tickets for all the subsequent movie showings, just like last week, watching until almost 9 o'clock. When the last movie ended, all the prisoners began to return from the theater to the ground level. The night was pitch black. In the very center of the prison building, the countdown box flickered silently, tugging at everyone's breath. Zhang-Chi stood by the railing directly opposite the room's doorway. Hanga walked out of 503 and leaned beside her. At that moment, the countdown box projected on the ground changed from 020 to 019. Who do you think will die tonight? Zhang-Chi, I don't know. She had no time to pay attention to others' movements. Of course, even if she had the time, she was too lazy to pay attention to what others were doing. Hanga tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "Yes, we don't need to know." This was a very solemn moment. Every time this moment came, all the prisoners would gather along layer after layer of railings, like pigs waiting to be fed. As soon as the master came in, they would swarm to the feeding trough, so crowded that noses were not noses and ears were not ears, just to lick a sip of the leftover slop from others. Zhang-Chi suddenly realized that not everyone was afraid of settlement day. People like Hanga, who have no idea how many red stamps they've accumulated in their accounts, don't have to worry about being dragged out as sacrificial offerings. They are watching a show. The show isn't the upcoming leaderboard, but those sacrificial candidates below, terrified out of their minds. They are watching a joke. Time jumped to midnight. The countdown box disappeared, and what reappeared was a list that only recorded the top 3 and the last place. The first place has no name, but everyone knows who it is. 5,001.3 points. Overflowed by 1.3 points. A lucky person about to be released from prison. Second place, about the same as last week, a little over 4,000 points. Third place, a little over 3,000 points. Hanga, congratulations. The scoring was very accurate. Zhang-Chi, how many points do you have? Asking someone else's score here is considered somewhat impolite. Usually, no one would voluntarily disclose their current points to others, even within the gang. They do not share such information. Why do you ask? Hanji's tone was slightly defensive, something very rare for him. Zhang-Chi, afraid you might default on the payment. Hanga smiled. Don't worry, I'll be out soon. Zhang-Chi, you came in second? Hanga neither confirmed nor denied. At that moment, a piercing scream came from the third floor. A bald man, probably in his 20s or 30s, had a name tag on his chest that lit up, turning him into a shining moving target in the darkness. The broadcast sounded. For 39, 439, 439. Target locked. Aiming soon. Aim. The heavy machine gun aimed at the man running wildly in the corridor on the third floor. Warning, warning, warning. All unrelated personnel, please evacuate immediately. All unauthorized personnel, please evacuate immediately. All unauthorized personnel, please evacuate immediately. Bang. The bullet was fired. Right between the eyebrows. He let out an ah and his body fell backward. Slammed the ground. Extremely loud. The broadcast continued. Target detected to have no vital signs. Cease fire. Fire stopped. All gun barrels returned to their original positions. A light laugh came from beside his ear. Zhang-Chi turned his head and found it was Hanga. His eyes were full of contempt and mockery. This was a performance, the purpose of which was to instill fear of this vast system in all the prisoners, but because some people were forever excluded at the very bottom of the food chain, they lost the empathy that comes from shared fate. In fact, such a system itself causes division among the enslaved. Because they have lost their freedom and dignity, they must make up for it by trampling on the freedom and dignity of others. The prisoners on the 5th floor were all watching the spectacle. These are their weekly supplements. Zhang-Chi suddenly felt indifferent. She turned and walked towards the room. This week's released prisoner, 082. Congratulations to 082 on completing the transformation. Bang, the lights were as bright as day, a spotlight aimed directly at Zhangqi's back. The badge on her chest lit up, like a lighthouse standing in the sea, guiding the surrounding ships toward her, the positioning system. The light was too dazzling. Zhangqi shielded her eyes and turned around, noticing a stage light on the first-floor platform perfectly tracking her movements. All the prisoners were watching her. Because she had become the focus, they could scrutinize her without restraint, revealing rare, genuine emotions. Envy, jealousy, fear, hatred, anger, murderous intent. At this moment, she became the only fish in the fish tank. And all the fish were watching her through the glass outside. Due to the fluctuations of the water flow, they became bizarre and strange. Splash. The lights went out. Settlement complete. Please keep up the good work. What remained in the darkness was the mechanical broadcast, along with the crackling, continuous electric current. The release time was 8 a.m. The prison provided her with a free set of clothes. For safety reasons, the clothes they wore when they arrived had already been destroyed. The prison uniform worn after moving in had to be left behind, partly for recycling and partly because it would no longer be appropriate to wear that uniform after arriving on the island. The new clothes are a two-piece set. The top is a hooded sweatshirt, very old, with obvious pilling and wear on the cuffs and underarms. There are red and yellow stains around the collar, sticky yet dry, like moss that has been stepped on. She didn't know which trash heap it was picked from. The red stamp on her hand was removed using a specialized machine. When placed on it, the stamp was sucked up, ignited from the center, and melted into ashes. Just like when she arrived, her eyes were blindfolded. After sitting in a car for a long time, when she got off, she found herself at a bus stop. A tall pillar stood on the platform, with a sign hanging on it, Shijia Island Bus Terminal. Shijia Island. The original name of Garbage Island. Renovate it properly. The prison guard handed Zhangqi a booklet. Zhangqi took the booklet, and the prison guard jumped into the car. Rumble. The car's exhaust was like a balloon filled with dust, bursting in midair with the engine, smoking people's noses and eyes until they couldn't see the daylight. Zhangqi covered his nose, and after a while, put his hand down. She picked up the booklet and noticed 7 large characters written vertically on the cover. Shijia Island Convenience Handbook. In the lower right corner, there was a line of inconspicuous small print. Editor. Zhou Yu. Chapter 031 Garbage Island 1. The bus terminal is not just a bus stop. All kinds of vehicles are here. Hover cars, coaches, minibuses, motorcycles, small cars, and even bicycles. The hover car was probably for official use, sprayed with a very cool blue paint, with white letters on it that read Shijia Island Law Enforcement. But the hover car only circled in the air a few times, not very high up, and then quickly left the area. After the hover car left, the bus terminal became much livelier, mainly reflected in the louder voices, more people emerging from the vehicles, and more people running to the entrance of the bus terminal, shouting to attract business. Zhangqi listened carefully. The price for the bus was 2 island coins, which allowed passage to Zone B of Shijia Island. If you wanted to go to Zone A, the price increased to 3 island coins. The price for motorcycles was very cheap, only 1 island coin to go to Zone B, and 2 island coins to Zone A. Small cars mainly offered rental and shuttle services. Renting for a day cost 100 island coins, and shuttle service prices ranged from 10 to 20 island coins. One after another, people followed those attracting business into the bus terminal, which was a very spacious open-air plaza, neatly divided into different types of parking areas. But what puzzled her a little was that all the people shouting at the entrance automatically ignored her, as if she had been completely invisible since she appeared. Zhangqi was somewhat puzzled. She opened the manual and started reading from the first page. The first page of the manual had a map of the Garbage Island, very simple, resembling a child's sketch, roughly marking 2 areas. The smaller one was Area A, and the larger one was Area B. Area B was the main living area, while Area A was the city center, including the island government. Apart from that, there were no other markings on the map. The edges of the 2 areas were also very roughly outlined, because they were too smooth. Something was definitely omitted. Of course, this kind of treatment was very necessary. Just like military maps focus on the confrontation between 2 armies, only someone with a donkey's brain in the island government would clearly draw the administrative layout of the Garbage Island for the criminals. Next are some legal provisions of Garbage Island, similar to fines for running red lights or damaging public facilities. Further on, there are living guidelines for Garbage Island. The title on this page is deliberately marked in red, with a small note underneath. Must read for newcomers. This chapter is a full 30 pages long. Zhang read it for about 20 minutes and summarized the following key points. 1. The reason Shijia Island is called Garbage Island is not because it holds social garbage, but because most of the supplies on the island come from the waste dumped by the Aotian Empire and the Silver Republic. Food is airdropped every Monday, weapon scraps on Tuesday, biochemical waste on Wednesday, electronic waste on Thursday, and textile industry waste like clothing on Friday. 2. The airdrop categories are fixed, but the timing is not orderly. This disorder mainly manifests in 2 ways. First, from Tuesday to Friday, there may not be an airdrop plane of that category every day. Second, there may not be an airdrop plane every week. It is possible that there was one the previous week but not the next, or there was one both weeks. Generally speaking, the absence of airdrop planes is controlled within 3 weeks. 3. There are various industries on Garbage Island, but compared to the mother country's industrial chain, they are relatively scarce and backward. Most of the products here are old models that the mother country no longer sells on the market or municipal facilities that have been retired after reaching their safe usage limit and then put back into service, including traffic lights, buses, fire trucks, and so on. After this chapter, there are some written introductions to Garbage Island, somewhat like a travel guide, saying that the sky is high and the sea is wide here, the environment is beautiful, and hoping everyone can enjoy their later years in peace here. Later years. Turning further, there was a page with a cartoon, a chibi-style little figure standing in the middle, surrounded by various houses, each with a sign above it: Junkyard, Employment Center, Housing Center. Next to it was a page with text. Hello, receiving this guidebook means you have successfully completed the Transformation Camp course. Next, you must be very eager to start your new life on West Jia Island, but currently, you have 2 pressing problems: where to live and what to eat. You are penniless, standing at the entrance of the bus terminal, feeling lost and helpless. Haha, don't worry, please turn the page. Zhang turned to the next page. Main location introduction. 1. Junkyard with image. If you have carefully read Chapter 3, you should have a complete understanding of the airdrop rules on Junk Island. The junkyard has all the living supplies you need. If you are short on cash, be sure not to miss the feast every Monday. 2. Employment Center with image. As someone just released from prison, you must be eager to find a job. This place can meet all your needs. 3. Housing Center with image. As someone just released from prison, you must be eager to find a house. This place can meet all your needs. Hey, newbie. Zhang looked up. A man was standing about 2 meters away, waving at her. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Zhang temporarily closed the book pages. At that moment, the man walked over. Zhang noticed he wasn't very tall, his face covered in acne, and his teeth stained yellow with tobacco. When he spoke, his tone was faster than a bullet leaving a chamber, instantly shattering her heart and soul. She frowned, but he still politely didn't cover his nose. The man with a strong breath said, "Taking the bus?" Zhang what? Taking the bus. The man turned his head and pointed to the square inside the bus terminal. You're new here, right? I'm from the island government, here specifically to pick you up. Are you going to the landfill, the employment center, or the housing center? While he was speaking, the few people who had been soliciting business at the door just now all glanced over, subtly brushed past him, and then tacitly returned to their own busy activities. Take the car, Area A 3 island coins, Area B 2 island coins. Rent a car, 100 per day, 100 per day. He saw Zhang gaze fall on those shouting people and said again, "Don't worry. It's free." Zhang turned his head. Free. Free. The man said, "You just got out of prison. Can you still charge money?" Zhang suddenly understood why those people standing at the door shouting prices ignored her. Because they all saw her get off that prison van. A stamped pauper. Not a single one. They are not their target customers. Let's go, he gestured inside, as if certain she would follow, then turned and led the way ahead. Follow me. As they walked, he kept talking. What trouble did you get into? Recently, it seems like fewer people are coming out of prison. Are you the only one here today? Do you know anyone else? Zhang only answered his last question. No, I don't know anyone. He paused, turned his head, and his face showed an indescribable expression. You don't have an organization? Zhang no. He seemed to have anticipated the answer long ago, showing no surprise on his face, as if the previous question was just a confirmation. I can tell. After a while, he said again. It's truly a miracle that you survived in there. Zhang said, have you been inside? He quickly stopped in front. He had been walking fairly fast, and Zhang Qi was accelerating. This sudden stop almost made her bump into his back. Zhang Qi quickly dodged to the side and then heard him say, "I haven't been there. I didn't come through that channel." "Zhang Qi, are there any other channels?" "Yes, of course there are." He continued walking forward, moving faster than before. "What channels?" He didn't answer, just stopped again. "We're here." Around the place where he was standing, about 10 electric bicycles were parked. They had baskets in front for carrying things and seats at the back with cushions, allowing people to ride. He pulled out a bike from among them, unlocked it, then patted the cushion on the back of the bike. "Let's go, get on." Electric bicycles are faster than regular pedal bikes. Riding on the island, the sea breeze blew from both sides, spreading salty, moist air over her hair. Zhang Qi suddenly felt a bit of a headache, so she pulled her hat down over her head. The place she was going to was the landfill. She wasn't hungry yet, but according to this official. According to insiders, there happened to be a batch of garbage arriving today on the day before garbage disposal. The island issues an announcement, which they call a weather forecast. She was very lucky to be released from prison just in time for the Monday when food drops were available. The landfill, employment center, and housing center are not very far apart. The bus terminal they used to be at was a transfer hub in Zone B, located in the central area of Zone B, radiating outward to the houses and streets of West Jia Island. The buildings here are very stylishly designed, but extremely dilapidated. Some buildings have even exposed rebar, with the tops looking as if something had sliced across them horizontally. The rooftops are rooms enclosed by walls, and when it rains, they probably collect a whole roomful of water. Many houses have no sealed windows, and inside they look like unfinished shells. Looking through the windowless balconies, you can still see sofas and TVs, along with a messy jumble of pots and pans. "You haven't said yet, through what channel did you come here?" The man driving said, "We came straight here. We took a plane, then a car, and then to the bus stop." His voice was loud, not carried away by the sea breeze blowing over, but it still didn't sound very clear, like a bellows hissing. "We didn't go into the reform camp. The reform camp is for serious criminals with sentences of 80 years or more. We didn't reach 80 years, of course, and it's not a minor crime either. The local city prison was full, so to make room for new prisoners, they dumped us here. They start with the heaviest sentences and keep going until there's enough space for new prisoners, mainly a human rights issue. They have to give them single rooms to ensure their living conditions. But where does the prison get that much money and land? So we were just thrown over here. We have already been to prison. We know the rules. So there's no need for further reform." "Are there any other channels?" Zhang Qi asked. "No, just these 2 channels." "Which channel brings in more people?" "More or less," he chuckled, "that's just my personal feeling. Once you come here, everyone starts from the same point, so there's no point in discussing it. But we're relatively lucky because we don't have to go to the reform camp. Some of those who come out of there are pretty twisted." "Twisted?" "Some are murder maniacs," he said. "They don't get out by accumulating points. You should know better than me. Killing can speed up the process, or so I've heard. The red badge holders are the most dangerous. Many come from the black gang, killing without blinking. Almost all are heterobloods and reformees. Then there are the blue badge holders. They need more points to get out than others, and they also kill. However, few actually get out. Most of those who do are green badge holders. The authorities prefer green badge holders. The rule of the reform camp is mutual slaughter. Red badges have the highest points to get out of prison, and red badges are also the most powerful. To some extent, they firmly occupy the upper echelons of the internal hierarchy, but their real danger comes from peers. One red badge is worth 1,000 points. If a stronger red badge arrives, in order to get out of prison quickly, they kill more red badges. In this case, the biggest beneficiary is not the red badge getting out of prison, but the authorities. The official music is easier for them to digest internally. Slightly weaker red seals are immediately strangled by other stronger red seals. Without human intervention, they are effectively the downstream in reality. But intervention has occurred. Under long-term competition, they found the rules most favorable for individual survival. They formed gangs, created alliances, and refrained from attacking the red chapter lightly, thus shifting their own dangers onto the blue chapter and the green chapter. Of course, even in this situation, the proportion of red stamps issued is not high. Mainly because not many people come in. Green stamps just need to work methodically inside to quickly accumulate enough points to get out of prison, provided they are not killed by others. "You're really lucky. You weren't killed by them." His tone was full of emotion. "Yeah," Zhang Qi said. The sea wind blew even stronger. Zhangqi pulled her hood tightly over her head, leaving only her nose and eyes exposed. She could smell a sour stench coming from her own clothes, but there was nothing she could do. This was the only set of clothes she had. Her thoughts drifted away with the stench and the sea breeze. Who exactly was she? What crime had she committed? Why did she wake up on the plane? Where is the person who was originally in this body? Is she alive or dead? This kind of thing would be hard to digest for any normal person, but her nerves seemed to have been tempered by that natural disaster so thoroughly that it was difficult for her to have any emotional fluctuations. She just thought about it in her mind, and those things passed through her mind like the words a teacher says in class, resounding loudly, but leaving no trace. Who cares? Turning a corner, the sea breeze lessened. Bicycles aren't as fast as motorcycles, but the advantage is smoothness. She sat on the back seat, opened the convenience manual, and continued reading the parts she hadn't finished before. There weren't many pages left. The rest were just some rambling introductions to local service locations, places to set up water, electricity, and gas, along with the related payment standards. Only the last page was different, containing just a few sparse words. Very large characters, black. Those who try to leave the island will die. Chapter 032 Garbage Island 2. Jaffna had already been waiting here for 3 hours. He kept looking down at the time. The watch showed it was currently 12 o'clock. The air on the island was very humid, and the weather today was great, with plenty of sunshine and a slight breeze, but not very strong. He had drunk a bit too much last night, and his head was still foggy, but once the sunlight hit him, he felt lazy yet both clear-headed and comfortable. But waiting for people was really annoying. He had smoked almost half a pack of cigarettes, and his feet were covered in crushed ash. He stood in a small alley at the entrance of the junkyard. The junkyard was large, divided into different zones, one for food waste, one for weapons, one for clothing, and others for biochemical materials and electronic materials. Different types of planes would automatically find the right spot to airdrop. People familiar with the area wouldn't choose to cross zones through the middle of the junkyard because it was too far and very open, making it hard to find direction. So they walked around from the outside. There were signs outside indicating street numbers and alley numbers. After walking enough, they could accurately locate the entrance. This was originally a dock with many warehouses inside the alley, some locked and some open. The sun was a bit strong, and Jaffna shifted slightly from the alley toward the warehouse entrance. He squatted on the ground, almost to the point where his legs went numb, when he finally saw Bai Feichen arriving with people. A woman got off from the back seat of his electric bike and followed him inside. As if afraid he hadn't seen them, Bai Feichen even gave a conspicuous cough. After coughing, he turned around and, just like before, spoke very amicably to the woman behind him. "This is the place for registration." He said this, probably because he had already explained the registration rules here to her in advance. Giafuna stood up and took the initiative to step forward. "Hello, I am the staff member responsible for distributing supplies at the island government. Please follow me." He was a little happy, but to avoid being noticed, he deliberately lowered his head and pressed down the corners of his mouth. Young women are rare goods, very expensive, and one order can be worth 3. Usually, they solicit business at the bus terminal. If it's someone who can't afford the bus to the landfill, they use the free ride as a gimmick to lure them. If it's a recently released prisoner, it's even easier to deceive them. They claim to be official personnel, and 8 out of 10 will fall for it. Of course, the people here are more cautious than those outside. If they were driving cars, a closed space, most people wouldn't agree to get in. But ever since they switched to electric bicycles, the number of people being tricked has increased. Because bicycles are a very transparent mode of transportation, and the speed is not fast, the rider can't attack the person sitting on the back seat. They let their guard down and end up following them here. This is where they make their move. They have an agreement. If they say, "This is a friend of mine," it means the visitor is a resident of the garbage island, and they will say there are handcarts inside that can be borrowed to transport garbage. If they say registration, it proves the visitor is a recently released prisoner who knows nothing about the rules here. Please fill out the application here. Walking inside, there was a table with various documents on it. Jaffna took out a form for her, which required a lot of information to be filled in. He handed her a pen, and the woman sat down like that, with her back to them. Bai Feichen gave him a meaningful look. Jaffna understood immediately, took a small towel from the right pocket of his pants, then pulled out a bottle from the left pocket. He opened the bottle, and the liquid inside was poured out like that. On the towel, Jaffna gradually approached from behind, his footsteps so light that even he could hardly hear anyone walking. I have a question. The woman facing away from him spoke. Jaffna's heart skipped a beat, almost throwing the towel away. To avoid arousing her suspicion, he answered while moving forward. What question? Did a plane really come today? Of course. Jaffna reached out his hand. I mean, is it really true? The tone of the sentence was very strange, as if she was certain that what he just said was completely perfunctory. Immediately after, Jaffna felt something flash before his eyes, and the next second, a sharp pain came from his nose. With a thud, he found himself lying on the ground, the drug towel having been thrown away by himself. He had been punched. The man's fist was too powerful, like a massive iron hammer weighing hundreds of pounds, striking his brow again and again, causing his mind to go blank from the pain. Ah. His mouth twisted, and he fainted. Zhangqi stood up and saw Bai Feichen beside him, already scared stiff. He said, "Good acting. Just a little bit off." Bai Feichen's teeth chattered as he stammered unconsciously off where. "It's because you're too polite." Zhangqi shook his head at Jaffna, who was lying on the ground unconscious and covered in blood. Not official enough. He looked up and then glanced at Bai Feichen. Also, if you really were from the island government, the prison guards wouldn't refuse to coordinate with you and just let you take the person away. Bai Feichen almost jumped up. You saw through it long ago. Then why did you still follow me? Because I was just in need of a means of transportation. Zhangqi's gaze fell on the electric bicycle quietly leaning against the wall outside the warehouse. Thanks for the ride. I don't have any money on me, so I'll treat you to a fist. Bai Feichen lay on the ground, and before he passed out, the last thing he saw was the woman jumping onto his bicycle and slipping away like a puff of smoke. Using the borrowed bicycle, Zhangqi circled around the junkyard for half an hour and finally figured out the layout here. The place the man just took her to did not lead to the area where food airdrops were made. The alley led to where electronic products were dropped, which was not today. But he hadn't lied, there really was a plane coming today. Many people were waiting in the alley outside the food area, some carrying bags, some boxes, and others woven baskets. Their outfits were similar to hers, not exactly ragged, but definitely old, mismatched in both style and size. Some wore tops a size too big, some pants a size too large, and some even wore two different shoes, differing in style and size, none conforming to any standard. Anyway, it's weirdly trendy. She is uniformly poor, while others are poor in 1,000 different ways. Zhangqi casually picked up a metal pipe from the ground, dragged the bicycle to a nearby pillar, bent the metal pipe in her hand, threaded it through the bicycle wheel, then joined the ends together, welding them into one with the warmth of her palm. A lock that can never be opened was made just like that. The roar of the airplane came from afar. After locking his bicycle, Zhangqi immediately returned to the area where the airdropped food was. People surged from all directions, like a pack of wolves in the forest. Upon seeing the target, they suddenly gathered in the deserted night, their eyes shining brightly like something else. Bang, bang, bang. The plane lowered its altitude, the bottom hatch opened, and like having diarrhea, the packaged food poured out. Within just a few minutes, a mountain of trash was piled up. The convenience manual says that a large portion of this food waste consists of near-expiry products returned by supermarkets to factories. According to the Food Safety Protection Law, factories need to centrally dispose of these expired products, and there is a fee for waste disposal. Therefore, some factories choose to donate these products, which are almost impossible to sell, to the government. The government airdropped the waste here. They usually wait until they have enough food to fill a plane before coming because of transportation time issues. Many products have already expired by the time they arrive here. Mold and spoilage are very common. However, among this large quantity of products, there are still some rare gems that are edible. This is the gold and silver mountain for the poor. The crowd surged forward. Zhangqi was jostled inside and fell head over heels. She looked up and quickly noticed a large footprint about to step on her. She immediately rolled away. The person, startled and caught off guard, fell to the ground, cursed a few swear words, then got up and moved to a less crowded spot nearby. Don't push. Push what? Get lost. While rummaging through the trash piles, everyone kept an eye on what others were stuffing into their pockets. Usually, products from the same batch have similar expiration dates, so if one package is edible, many others likely are too. This naturally led to a certain degree of gathering. Someone started a fight. Roll down from the garbage mountain. Many people rolled down. Climb up, go in, and roll down again. Zhangqi was pushed several times, but fortunately, she was strong and sturdy. Anyone who tried to push her off the garbage mountain was pushed down by her instead. People gradually gathered their loot and left. Suddenly more people started fighting. Some began to snatch others' spoils. They fought until they were covered in blood and wounds. Jiangqi had 3 bags of bread, 2 boxes of luncheon meat, and 3 bags of instant noodles tucked in her arms. She turned around and noticed quite a few people under the garbage mountain eyeing her menacingly. She looked like an easy target for robbery. Jiangqi picked up a can from the ground and clenched it tightly in her palm. Bang, it exploded. The spoiled liquid inside trickled through her fingers. She tossed the crumpled can to the side. One of the people waiting below for her left. She picked up another one, gently squeezed it. Pop, it burst again. Another person watching her from below left. She picked up the third one. Pop. The fourth one. Bang. The fifth one. Bang. After pinching the fifth one, there were still 2 people standing and not leaving. They were firmly waiting for her to come down the mountain. She picked up a tin bucket of powdered milk from the ground, tossed the milk powder into the air, and punched it. Bang! Her fist struck the middle of the bucket of powdered milk. Moldy milk powder fluttered down from the sky, and the shattered tin flew off toward the base of the garbage mountain. Ding dong! It landed at the feet of the 2 people waiting there. The air was still for a second. The person left. Ran faster than anyone before. Jiangqi held the food and returned the way she came. When she reached the entrance of the alley where the car was parked, she found her clothes being tugged. She turned around, but no one was there. Her gaze dropped down. It was a child. About 10 years old, with uneven, jagged hair sticking to the scalp, dirty fingers, but 2 big, round eyes staring motionlessly at the food in her arms, saliva seeming ready to spill out of the mouth. Sis, I'm so hungry. Jiangqi turned around, loosening the hand that was holding her dress hem, and stood upright looking up. I'm so hungry, he said again. Jiangqi, so. The child pointed to the bread in her arms. Can you give it to me? Kid, Jiangqi tilted his head. Do I look like a good person? Without a doubt, among all the people who came out of the garbage mountain, she looked the most like a good person. The child was stunned for a moment and said, Sister, I have money, can I buy it? You have money? He nodded heavily. I have some at home. I can get it for you. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to get it first. It was my mom who asked me to go out and buy something. His gaze shifted again to Jiangqi's bread. Jiangqi switched the bread to his other hand, and his gaze followed the bread in a parabolic arc. Jiangqi smiled and reached out to pat his head. Kid, if your knife wasn't showing, what you say would be a bit more believable. The child's expression changed. Jiangqi reached out his hand and grasped the corner of the knife handle that was showing, pulling out a small dagger from the back pocket of his pants. The tip of the knife was covered in fresh, dripping blood, soaking through his pants. It was unclear what had just been killed. Chapter 033 Garbage Island 3. The child was recruited very quickly. He said his name was Liu Yu, a native islander. Given his age, it was indeed unlikely that he had been sent in from outside, and the judicial authorities were not that irresponsible. Both his parents were criminals who were involved on the island. One day they went out and never came back. Since then, he had been wandering the streets. There were many children like him. But Shijia Island is a very orderly island. Whether you are a wanderer or not, you must attend school. Especially for children born on the island, who have not undergone socialization and education outside, they are more likely to lose respect for the government and lack common sense. The government needs islanders who understand the rules, and they must attend school until the age of 15. Roughly the equivalent of graduating from junior high school. The school provides accommodation and meals, which are free, so many parents are very willing to send their children to school. It saves expenses. But now it's winter vacation. So he went out wandering again. Is this your reason for killing? Jiangqi pointed to the man on the ground with his eyes closed. Liu Yu, he has a copper refining obsession. Jiangqi frowned. Liu Yu pointed to the pool of blood in the middle of his pants. I didn't kill him. I just cut that thing off. Jiangqi, but he died. Liu Yu said, so pitiful. Jiangqi. Liu Yu, he came after me first. I just happened to have a knife in my hand. Jiangqi, you mean he's looking for death? Liu Yu, sister, you're really cultured. You summed up what I wanted to say in just 2 words. Jiangqi said, he died from excessive blood loss. Liu Yu said, I told you. It's none of my business. Jiangqi. Liu Yu cautiously looked up at her. Sister, please take me with you. Jiangqi. Do I look like a good person to you? Liu Yu. I'm very useful. Jiangqi. Useful for what? Liu Yu. You just got out of the reform camp, didn't you? Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Luyu said, "You have the scent of the reform camp on you." That woody smell. Everyone who just comes out of there has that scent. Zhangqi, so you just stopped me earlier? Compared to the seasoned veterans who have been hanging around here for a while, newcomers like her are more likely to be deceived. Luyu avoided the topic and continued from before. I've lived here for 11 years. I can be your guide. The people here are very bad. Don't let them trick you. Zhangqi said, thank you, you seem quite convincing. She asked again, why are you following me? Luyu, because you're a woman. Zhangqi, question mark. Luyu, it probably isn't a copper refining fetish. Zhangqi. Luyu's gaze slid down to the bread in her hand again. Sister, I eat very little. And I have my own territory. You can live in my territory. Zhangqi followed Luyu to the territory he mentioned. She handed him 2 slices of bread. Along the way, he ate quietly, chewing slowly, very much like the eating very little style he had just described. His stomach grumbled countless times, yet he still nibbled the crust bit by bit. Zhangqi raised the remaining large half bag of bread in his hand and said, this whole bag is yours. His eyes lit up, then he reluctantly said, so much, how can I possibly finish it all? Zhangqi, do you want to eat? Luyu took the whole bag of bread without hesitation, then expressed his thanks to her with probably the only compliment he had ever learned in his life. Sister, you are really kind. Good people live in peace forever. Zhangqi saw the horizontal banner at the entrance of the reform camp appear before his eyes. She looked down at the child who was not even as tall as her chest, pondering the real reason he was following her. She was too young and had no ability to compete with the people at the dump for food, so she could only trick people like her on the roadside to get a bite to eat. Just wanted a bite to eat. Makes sense. No matter what, a child can't outfight an adult. He acted as her guide in exchange for her protection. He said that during the winter break, he could only wander the streets. But there is a holiday every year. How did he live when he was wandering before? His performance just now was very familiar, as if he had done it countless times. He must have succeeded before, which is why he is so confident. So before, would he also make demands, asking those who gave him food to take him in to live with them? Zhangqi stopped in his tracks. Is there only you and your family? Luyu bit the bread and turned his head, his mouth loosening so the bread almost fell out, but he quickly stuffed it back in, then stood there frozen. Zhangqi, are there other people in your family? Children and women are the least aggressive humans. So many times, criminals use children and women to lure victims into traps. Children, in order to survive, will obey the criminals who control them. And because they are so young, they don't even feel any moral burden when doing all this. They do it very naturally. Luyu pointed to an old and dilapidated residential building ahead. The narrow street was so dark that its end could not be seen. It's almost here. Luyu quickened his pace. My home is just inside here. He avoided answering her question. Zhangqi, stop. Luyu seemed not to hear and kept accelerating. Zhangqi caught up with him and lifted him up with one hand. Luyu kicked his legs in midair, wailing uncontrollably. I was wrong. Sister, I shouldn't have lied to you. Zhangqi, what did you lie to me about? Luyu spat out like pouring beans. I eat a lot. I also have a younger sister. She eats even more than me. Zhangqi. As he was speaking, a smaller child than him crawled out from the corridor of the apartment building. Compared to her brother, she was dressed impressively, wearing layers of princess dresses, a pink metal-twisted hairpin, pink little leather shoes, and holding a doll in her arms, also pink. Her face was clean and tidy, completely unlike her brother's homeless look. Her hair was light chestnut, smoothly draped over her shoulders, and her skin was so translucent it looked like it could be pierced by a breath. She looked more like a doll than the doll she held. Brother, she called out, running over. Put my brother down. She ran up to Zhangqi and started kicking her leg with her foot. Bad guy. Put my brother down. Luyu's tears dripped onto her hand. Don't kill me. Sister, I didn't mean to lie to you. Zhangqi had a bit of a headache. It was the most troublesome headache she had had since arriving on the island. This time, Luyu confessed even faster than before. His younger sister was little and useless, just an extra mouth to feed, so he didn't dare mention it at first. He was afraid that if she heard they had to support 2 children, she would turn around and leave. He needed to trick her into coming to his territory first, just like shopping apps that give you a coupon when you add something to your cart. Once you take the first step, you naturally continue with the next. Zhangqi was silent. Silent for a long time. Luyu said, Sister, I can eat less. My sister and I will each eat half. That way, you're actually only supporting one person. And besides, I also take care of my little sister. You don't need to worry about her. Zhang Qi sat on the sofa, rubbing his brow. The child's home was on the third floor of a residential building, with 2 rooms and a living room, roughly about 60 square meters. The decoration was very simple, almost non-existent, just a bed, sofa, table, chairs, and some pots and pans. The room's cleanliness was poor, with dust and a foul smell, like that of a sewer. Spiders could still be seen crawling on the walls, and a large spider web hung in the corner of the ceiling. The 2 children living like this could almost be said to be barely managing. After receiving Zhang Qi's silent consent, Lu Yu excitedly took Zhang Qi to tour the room. He and his sister lived in the same room, and the other room was left empty. Zhang Qi had no luggage at all. Lu Yu brought out a moldy quilt for her, and Zhang Qi laid the quilt out on the balcony to dry. The sun had not yet set, so it could dry for a few more hours. Zhang Qi turned around and saw Lu Yu and Rola, his sister's name, gathered around the table eating dry bread and luncheon meat. They ate cautiously and treasured every bite, not even wasting the oil residue from the tin can. It reminds people of humans running wildly across the wasteland. When civilization collapses, humans return to the era of living primitively. They no longer pursue any spiritual matters because surviving has exhausted all their capacity for thought. But in fact, if you think carefully, even in the age of civilization, some people live as primitively as that. They are just too insignificant and not mainstream. No one sees them, no one hears their voices, and they can quietly perish hidden within the dazzling noise. It's like this island, the poor people on this island. Poor people. Zhang Qi clicked his tongue. She opened the Shijia Island Convenience Manual and started browsing the introduction about the employment center. It only mentioned that the employment center assigns jobs based on the job seeker's skills, without specifying job categories. Finding a job is not free either. The employment center charges a 10% agency fee every month, for a full year. If you change jobs within a year, the calculation restarts from the new job and continues until a full year is completed. Closing the book, Zhang Qi asked Lu Yu for the password to the main door. This old residential building was equipped with uniform electronic locks. Then he went out, followed the route he came by, and rode the bicycle that was locked to the pole back. Regarding the security on Shijia Island, she fully believed it was definitely not trustworthy. She didn't park the bicycle downstairs, but carried it straight back home. On the way upstairs, she suddenly thought she could find a job as a mover. She wasn't sure if such a job existed here. Zhang Qi ate a few pieces of bread. She hadn't brought back much from the junkyard and hadn't anticipated the sudden event of having to feed 2 children. Fortunately, she had eaten a lot the day before, so she didn't feel very hungry now. The remaining food was placed in a pot in the kitchen, covered with a lid to prevent mice from sneaking in to eat. The room smelled a bit bad, not as clean as the cells in the renovation camp. Zhang Qi tossed and turned on the bed. She opened all the windows and fell asleep to the night breeze. The next morning, she found that the stench had not lessened but had actually grown stronger. At dawn, the child leader was still asleep. Zhang Qi got out of bed and discovered that the source of the smell seemed to be coming from the next room. The room where Lu Yu lived. Zhang Qi didn't knock on the door. She started cleaning the room, tidying up the living room and kitchen. She opened all the windows in the living room to air it out. Perhaps because the bad smells from other places had already dissipated, the stench from Lu Yu's room became even more pronounced. By almost 9 in the morning, Lu Yu finally came out of the room. Zhang Qi was sitting on the sofa and asked him, "Didn't you smell anything?" Lu Yu's expression changed. No, I didn't." Chapter 034 Garbage Island 4. Zhang Qi, "There isn't any?" Lu Yu, "No." Zhang Qi stood up, and Lu Yu said, "Sister, have you eaten? I'll get the bread for you." Zhang Qi walked toward the door of Lu Yu's room. Lu Yu grabbed the corner of her clothes, clutching tightly. "Sister, my little sister, is still sleeping." Zhang Qi turned his head and looked down at him. Lu Yu, "Sister, aren't you going to look for a job today?" Zhang Qi, "So." Lu Yu, "So you should go early." After speaking, he rushed straight to the living room, panting as he pushed the electric bike parked in the corner of the living room. He looked at her while his gaze unconsciously drifted to the door handle of the room. Anyone who isn't an idiot could tell that he was especially concerned about whether the door would be opened or not. Perhaps because he was too weak to change the fate of the door by force, he could only interrupt repeatedly, trying to influence the person in the house who truly had the final say. Zhang Qi curled the corner of his mouth. "You're right. I should go find a job first." Lu Yu smiled. Then he saw Zhang Qi open the door. The smile froze on his face. The room was not lit, the curtains were drawn, but they did not block the light. The sun had already risen, and the arrangement inside was clearly visible under the sunlight. A strong sour stench hit the nose along with the dust, more overwhelming than rummaging through a garbage heap. Zhang Qi frowned. At this moment, Liu said, "Sister, I can smell it. It's a little bit stinky." In the room, there was a bed and a wardrobe. Ruola was still lying on the bed, sleeping with a runny nose that puffed up and shrank back. The room was filled with clutter, blankets of various sizes, hair clips and accessories of all patterns, clothes of different ages and types, princess dresses, t-shirts, jackets, leather shoes, cloth shoes crumpled together and spread on the floor, tangled and connected like a thick layer of snow covering the floor, leaving no space to step. Zhang Qi glanced back at Liu. He couldn't even afford to eat, so there was no way he could buy so many flashy things. Zhang Qi pointed to the floor. "Did you pick this up?" Liu nodded. He seemed to think Zhang Qi was also interested in this thing, and enthusiastically took on the role of the guide he mentioned. "Every Friday, you can pick clothes at the dump. The people picking clothes are the fewest. Sister, what do you like? I'll go pick it for you." Zhang Qi squatted down, picked up 2 pieces of clothing, and smelled them. She frowned and put the clothes back in their original place. "It's this taste." Zhang Qi closed the door. Then he rode his bicycle out to look for a job. The employment center opens at 10 a.m. She arrived just as it opened. Inside, there were 5 staff members, each sitting in a small cubicle. At the entrance, a robot was in charge of managing the queue, and those who tried to cut in line were not allowed inside. There were quite a few people at the employment center. Some had already started lining up before the doors even opened. After entering, she waited for about 30 minutes before the robot called her number. Zhang Qi stood up, and the robot led the way, guiding her to cubicle number 3 in the corner by the door. Inside the cubicle was a computer, placed sideways on the desk. Zhang Qi sat opposite the desk, where the staff could see her unobstructed and operate the computer. But because of the setup, Zhang Qi only had to tilt her head slightly to see what appeared on the computer screen. Without looking up, the staff member asked, "Age?" 20. She guessed. She wasn't sure either. The staff member clicked once in the 20 to 30 column at the top of the computer screen. Education. Zhang Qi hesitated for a moment. The staff member glanced at her discreetly, then skillfully clicked once in the high school and below column at the top of the computer screen. Next, she asked about the skills Zhang Qi had learned, such as whether he could drive, if he had taken any professional license exams, and whether he had any previous work experience. After all the screening, only one result appeared on the screen. She raised an eyebrow. This was the only flicker of emotion that appeared on her face from beginning to end, and asked, "Are you squeamish about blood?" Zhang Qi arrived at the hospital. She was assigned the job of a mover. But it was a bit different from what she had expected. What she moved were not goods, but corpses. Garbage Island is an area with an extremely high crime rate. Only Zone A prohibits guns. This is where the island government is located and also the most prosperous part of the city. However, most of the population is concentrated in Zone B, which is a residential area. Here, not only are guns not banned, but explosions also frequently occur. On various streets and alleys, after one night, you can find several fresh corpses. Corpses are very valuable to hospitals. The proportion of augmented people here is very high. The mechanical parts and electronic components on their bodies are very expensive. Although many bodies have varying degrees of damage to their prosthetics at the time of death, a corpse of an augmented person can still fetch a considerable return at the hospital. Cleaners are a cushy job on the island. They are responsible for the city's sanitation and also for cleaning up corpses. Whenever there is a corpse of an augmented person, they contact the hospital, which keeps an account for them. At the end of each month, the accounts are settled collectively and personnel are sent to retrieve the bodies. The people who haul the bodies from the streets back to the hospital are called porters. Zhang Qi's monthly salary is 1,000 island coins. If the monthly income is below 2,000, no tax is deducted, but 10% must be paid to the employment center. She receives 900 in hand each month. However, work also requires some necessary equipment, such as a terminal. The cheapest terminal costs 100 island coins and can make and receive calls. To facilitate contact between the employer, the employment center, and the individual, the terminal is mandatory to purchase and can be taken on the spot. At the end of the month, the employer directly transfers this fee to the employment center's account, so this month she can actually take home 800. Sorting through garbage is the livelihood of the lower class. Most respectable people with income choose to buy food from stores. There are two types of stores here. The first type is called supermarkets, where goods are relatively expensive. They sell fruits, vegetables, and meats produced on Garbage Island, as well as daily necessities. Their common feature is that the goods are first-hand, meaning new products transported directly from factories to the supermarket. The second type is called convenience stores, food convenience stores, grocery convenience stores, weapon convenience stores, and so on. All items are second-hand, picked from garbage dumps, like panning for gold in the sand. There is no unified pricing. Food convenience stores price items based on expiration dates, while weapon convenience stores price according to condition. Prices are set by the store owners themselves. Relying on picking up trash. Many people make a living from garbage. Not everyone is accustomed to working regular jobs. They would rather occasionally fight fiercely over scraps in the landfill than work 9 to 5. Moreover, it is said that some people have truly made a fortune by scavenging. Garbage is the lottery ticket for the poor to change their fate. Of course, things that seem free are often the most expensive. You might be lucky to find it, but not necessarily lucky enough to exchange it for money. A child carrying gold in a busy market is likely to attract deadly trouble. Outside the junkyard is also a place where corpses often appear. The place she is going to now is alley 89 of the junkyard. This is the place where the cleaner found the body, a cyborg. The hospital offered a very high purchase price because this person had 2 prosthetic eyes, and it is said they are a new model. They sell for 59,999 island coins per pair on the market. Of course, the recycling price is much lower, less than 1,000 island coins. A whole corpse. Both removal and installation require professional equipment. Forcible disassembly will cause the entire electronic product to be scrapped. Apart from the hospital, others have little use for the body. It's similar to a monopoly market. The pricing power is entirely in the hands of the hospital. Zhangqi was sitting in an ambulance, which is an official hospital vehicle. With her was a driver who kept talking to her all the way. You're really lucky to have found such a good job right away. Not everyone can find a job as soon as they come out. Very few people quit this job. It's always people with connections who come to work here. Zhangqi sat in the front passenger seat. The ambulance had to keep the windows closed, but fortunately, the glass was transparent. She listened to the driver while watching the route through the window. Whenever the atmosphere cooled down, she would reply to him with a sentence or two. Now the atmosphere has cooled down again. Zhangqi asked, "So this is a newly added position?" "Newly added." The driver shook his head. "It's a vacancy." "You said very few people resign, right?" "He didn't resign." The driver hummed a tune. "He died. Gully, the last person who partnered with me." Zhangqi turned his face. "How did he die?" The driver tapped the steering wheel, and the car turned into the alley. "Gambled, owed high-interest loans, and was hacked to death by the organization." Zhangqi said nothing. The talkative driver turned his head to look at her. "Aren't you going to ask what kind of organization it is?" Zhangqi graciously asked further, "What kind of organization?" "Justice." Arrived at the location. The driver braked and took out the keys. "Done by the Justice's people. They lend money on the island, with very high limits. Many are willing to borrow, but if you can't pay it back, it's terrible." The driver unbuckled his seatbelt. "You better not do something so foolish." Zhangqi opened the car door while replying to him, "No. I don't gamble." The driver was about to jump out of the car, but upon hearing this, he looked back at her and said, "I didn't mean gambling." Zhangqi turned to look at him, but he had already jumped out of the car. Zhangqi quickly followed him out. The driver opened the trunk and pulled out a stretcher. The cleaner standing by the body seemed quite familiar with the driver and greeted him with a few words. Then he looked at Zhangqi, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "New here? Where did Gully go?" The driver took photos of the corpse while saying, "Dead. Owed high-interest loans, got killed by the grand judge." The cleaner was stunned for a moment, then kicked the wall. "Damn it, that bastard just borrowed 1,000 from me last week." The driver laughed, then burst out laughing. Zhangqi lifted the body onto the stretcher. Just as the vehicle was about to start, the cleaner was still there cursing wildly, and the corner of the wall was kicked full of bloodstains and dust. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The vehicle started, and the driver stuck his head out of the window to greet him, but he didn't hear it. The driver closed the window and drove the car out of the alley directly. "You're pretty strong." The driver started talking to her again. "Dead bodies are very heavy," the driver continued. Zhangqi pointed at a tall wall outside the window, a very tall wall, and not square-shaped, but triangular, resembling a flat pyramid. The wall surface had evenly arranged protruding metal cones, about the size of wine bottles. She asked, "What is this?" The driver glanced back, a wall. Jiangqi. Driver. Oh, you mean what it's for, right? Hanging people. The driver started humming a tune again, hanging people to death. Public display, you know? Those who want to escape Garbage Island will be hung on this. There used to be a lot of people, now fewer. The driver said this while gesturing with both hands to Jiangqi, as if pulling noodles. Before, many people were hung. The car drove closer, passing under the wall, which blocked almost all the sunlight. Jiangqi noticed that those cones were not just the size of wine bottles, but twice as big. The wall was very mottled, dark brown, the color of dried bloodstains. A sentence from the last page of the convenience manual flashed through her mind. Those who try to leave the island will die. So, no one has ever escaped from here? Jiangqi withdrew his gaze. No. The driver chuckled hoarsely. How could there be? A bunch of fools. The newcomers, overestimating themselves. The car arrived. The hospital is a 2-story square building, not very large, with only 2 departments. 1 internal medicine and 1 surgery, meaning internal injuries or external injuries. There aren't many doctors, but there are quite a few patients and business is good. The driver said this hospital was originally just a small clinic, but later the owner, who is also the director, somehow got a large sum of money, built this building and equipped it with a lot of equipment. Soon after, they started the business of corpse acquisition, and the money kept increasing. The car stopped on the underground level B1. When the driver got out, he pointed to a parking space next to it, where a small sedan was parked. The streamlined body, gray metallic sheen, and the doors on both sides looked like wings about to spread, beautifully imposing. This is the director's car, the driver said enviously, very expensive. The driver opened the trunk, and Jiangqi lifted the stretcher out. The hospital has a direct elevator, and the bodies are all placed on the 2nd floor. The driver didn't follow upstairs. Jiangqi took the elevator alone. Ding, the elevator opened. The morgue was at the right side of the elevator exit at the end. The director had mentioned this before the shift. The hospital was a bit noisy. The further Jiangqi walked in, the noisier it got. When he reached the morgue door, he found many people gathered there, doctors and nurses, stretching their heads inside the morgue, all frowning and covering their noses. The crowd was talking all at once. After listening for a while, Jiangqi realized they were saying that the power had gone out a few days ago, and when it came back on, the equipment hadn't restarted, so the bodies had all rotted. The bodies here were all fresh corpses waiting to have prosthetics removed, so the loss was significant. Seeing Jiangqi pushing the cart in, the people standing around quickly stepped aside. The further in he went, the stronger the stench became. The nurses cleaning the bodies all wore masks. Jiangqi lifted the body out, put it inside, couldn't help but gag, and then grabbed the stretcher to rush out. By the time he reached the elevator entrance, he finally began to breathe deeply. She pressed the elevator button, and while waiting for the elevator, she suddenly felt that the smell she had just noticed was very familiar. Ding! The elevator arrived. The prompt sound, like a power plug, ZZ's T, connected the plug of her thoughts to the memory sector. When she entered the elevator, she remembered. The smell was exactly the same as in Luyu's room. Chapter 035 Garbage Island 5. First-time job seekers can advance half a month's salary, paid in advance by the employment center, but only once per person, similar to the newbie protection benefits in games. Jiangqi received 350 island coins, and as soon as she got off work, she rushed to the supermarket. The supermarket is very large, with a beverage section, snack section, fresh produce section, clothing section, tools section, and personal care products section. At the entrance, there are shopping baskets in 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. Jiangqi chose a medium-sized basket, about half the size of a person. Then she first went to the personal care products section, glanced at the price tags, and went back, wisely switching to a small shopping basket. The cheapest soap was 2 island coins, the cheapest shampoo 5 island coins. Jiangqi bought shampoo, body wash, soap, towels, slippers, and other daily necessities, all at the cheapest price tier, totaling about 120 island coins. Afterwards, she went to the fresh produce section. An apple was 3 island coins, a 500g pack of vegetables 3 island coins, 500g of chicken 10 island coins. These were already the cheapest main ingredients. Overall, if shopping at the supermarket. According to her salary level, it is very difficult to support herself even without buying any snacks or drinks. She also has to pick up trash. After leaving the supermarket, she only had 100 island coins left on her. The nearest supermarket is a 20-minute bike ride from where she lives. Although Area B is relatively less developed than Area A, it still has both good and bad neighborhoods. She lives on the outskirts of Area B, where there are many poor people and the crime rate is exceptionally high. Supermarkets usually do not open in these places. They do not have purchasing power. Or rather, they are not the main customers. At night, these marginal areas present a staggered and bizarre spectacle of lights. Some people living in prime locations also come here. It's chaotic here, but lively. Buildings of varying heights are crowded together, neon lights flicker, and the electronic music from street-side bars blasts into the sky, startling the hovering cars above as if they trembled. But that was just the wind, a stronger gust. Hovering cars never stop in places like this. They speed past the skyline, accelerating. They mainly guard transportation hubs, as well as the security of supermarkets and large public facilities. There are some drunkards who are completely wasted, and some cyberneurosis patients caused by equipment malfunctions who launch attacks on these places, firing indiscriminately without regard for the consequences. Of course, there aren't many people like that. Most people are just criminals, not lunatics. The consequences of angering the island government are very serious. So no sane person would try to go against law enforcement. Zhangqi rode her bike through the bar street, beating up 3 thugs who tried to snatch her shopping bag along the way, and finally arrived safely at the apartment building. She carried both the shopping bags and the bike upstairs. It wasn't difficult for her, but because of the large size, she moved a bit slowly. The stairwell lights were on, the walls covered with various graffiti and small advertisements, some freshly posted, others stuck for a long time and torn to the point where the original appearance was unrecognizable. At the first floor stairwell entrance, the most conspicuous thing was an advertisement sprayed in white paint. Unsecured loan, no collateral needed, up to 10,000 island coins, credited within 1 day. Below is the terminal number. Zhangqi went upstairs to the second floor. The second floor also had the same advertisement sprayed. Unsecured loan, no collateral needed, up to 10,000 island currency, credited within 1 day. Below is the terminal number. The third floor is the same. Before the driver mentioned loan shark, she hadn't paid any attention to such things at all. Poor people are their target users. Repeatedly and repeatedly, ensuring no one misses their information. Zhangqi opened the door. Lu Yuxing ran over excitedly to greet her. There were 4 plates on the restaurant table, all with chipped edges. 1 plate was even only half intact. The plate in the middle was relatively intact, with a bag of bread on it, surrounded by 3 plates, each placed in front of a chair. When she opened the door, Ruola and Luyu were sitting on 2 of the chairs. The table was square, and they sat on opposite sides, facing each other, with the space above left empty for Zhangqi. They were waiting for her to eat. Zhangqi took a carton of milk out of the shopping bag. Luyu's eyes lit up. She then took out 3 apples. Luyu's eyes lit up even more. She took out another bag of chicken breast. Luyu's eyes shone with confusion. Zhangqi walked into the kitchen, turned on the light, switched on the induction cooker, added water to the pot, and then threw in the chicken breast. There was no open flame in the kitchen. All the appliances were electric. There were 2 stoves, and on the one beside it was the pot where Zhangqi had previously hidden food. She took the pot down, opened the lid, and found that the food inside was only missing a bag of bread. It was the bag placed on the dining table. In other words, they hadn't eaten anything all day. Zhangqi turned his head. Because the house was small, he could clearly see all the activity in the living room and dining room through the kitchen door. Luyu and Ruola sat on the chairs, their feet swinging in the air, hands resting on the table, drooling over the apples and milk on the table, their eyes brighter than the night lights on the floating car's front. Zhangqi stood at the kitchen door and said, "You can start eating now." Luyu said, "Sister, aren't you coming to eat?" "Zhangqi, I'll eat in a little while." Luyu reached into the bag and took out a slice of bread, then turned her head and said, "Sister, actually, I eat very little." Zhangqi, "So?" Luyu, "I've just had a bigger appetite lately." Zhangqi, "The chicken breast is cooked." Zhangqi brought it out and found that only 1 slice of bread was left on the table, 1 apple remained out of 3, each of the 2 children had an apple core in front of them, and there was a little milk left, jingling inside the carton. Zhangqi divided the chicken breast into 3 portions and served 1 portion on each person's plate. Cooked chicken is rather dry, and Luyu eats very slowly, needing to chew bit by bit. Zola eats even more slowly. Zhangqi finished eating first. Fortunately, the workplace provided lunch. Otherwise, this amount wouldn't even be enough to fill her up. She asked, "What are you hiding in your room?" Lu Yu's motion of eating meat faltered. Sister, what are you talking about? He tilted his head, still trying to squeeze out an innocent smile on his face. Zhangqi stood up and walked straight to Lu Yu's room. Lu Yu jumped down from the chair. Sister. Zhangqi turned around and looked down at Lu Yu. Go back and eat. Her words were flat, and her face showed no expression, but inexplicably, she was very frightening. Even more terrifying than those people from the organization patrolling the streets with guns. Lu Yu sat back down trembling. He bit a piece of meat, not even daring to make the sound of chewing. Zhangqi walked into the room and turned on the light. The room's arrangement was the same as what she had seen in the morning. The floor was piled with miscellaneous items, all very cute things, but cutely incomplete. A rabbit doll missing its ears, a plush bear missing its feet, a tiger doll with its belly cut open and cotton spilling out. It wasn't intentional. They must have been picked up like that. Otherwise, no one would have thrown them away. There are also some clothes, all kinds of clothes, but the strange thing is that none of these clothes are suitable for someone of Lu Yu's age. He has very few clothes. He is the main garbage picker, at least in this room. These clothes are all for girls, and most of them are dresses, not very casual, quite formal, with many puffy skirts, as well as lots of hair clips, even lipstick, necklaces, bracelets, pendants, lace stockings. 90% of these are his sister's things. He has very few of his own things. He should be a good brother who loves his sister. But it's very strange. Can't quite put a finger on what's strange. Zhangqi opened the wardrobe. The wardrobe was stuffed full of clothes that tumbled out, all of which were girls' clothes. Clothes worn by girls his sister's age. Too many. Various colors, various styles. Amid the colorful children's clothes, there was a patch of deep gray, which Zhangqi reached out and pulled out. A jacket. Very large. Men's, the label says XL. Zhangqi walked inside, the stench growing stronger. Blankets were piled around the bed, firmly covering underneath it. Zhangqi reached out and pulled the stacked blankets aside. The overwhelming stench hit her like a blow to the head. She felt like she was about to faint. She pinched her nose and lay on the ground, looking under the bed. A corpse. A decomposed male corpse. It was crawling with maggots, and flies buzzed out from inside, clawing and lunging at her cheeks. Zhangqi stood up. She realized she had fallen into a misconception. Usually, children and women are vulnerable groups. In most cases, they are the ones being manipulated rather than the perpetrators. But there are exceptions. Women and children can be the masterminds behind the cases. They can use love, compassion, intelligence, and economic conditions to reverse a disadvantaged situation and dominate those who are physically stronger than them. They can easily disrupt law enforcement officers because this goes against the norm. And people always rely on the norm. Norms and inertia save time for thinking. Thus, these exceptions are overlooked. Sister, please take me with you. I have some at home. I can get it for you. If you don't believe me, you can come back to my house with me to get it. It was Mom who sent me out to buy things. I've lived here for 11 years. I can be your guide. The people here are very bad. Don't let them trick you. I was wrong. Sister, I shouldn't have lied to you. I eat a lot. I also have a younger sister. She eats even more than I do. He has lived on the island since he was little and is not a child in the usual sense. He can use a knife and can kill. He asks passers-by for bread. If someone gives him some, he not only gets food, but also confirms that they are potential targets to manipulate. They have softened their hearts, so he then asks to be taken in by them. His way of survival is to constantly search for suitable hosts. This house is very likely not his. It belongs to the man lying underneath. He might be the last host who took him in, just like her. When she asked if there were other people at his home, he actually deceived her. He was incredibly natural. He didn't know how many times he had practiced. Sister, Lu Yu's voice sounded from behind. You found out. Chapter 030